presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman and Edna Best in A Tale of Two Cities. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. So Charles Dickens described the world as it was in the time of his story, A Tale of Two Cities. But for the Lux Radio Theater, it certainly is the best of times when we can bring you this thrilling drama with a star like Ronald Colman and with Edna Best as his leading lady. While Dickens was writing A Tale of Two Cities, he tells us he had a great desire to play the leading part himself. But if he could have known how Ronald Colman would play it, I'm sure he'd gladly have given up his own ambition. You'll hear Ronnie tonight as Sidney Carton, with Edna Best as Lucy Manette, in this roaring drama of adventure in the days of the French Revolution. A story of love and sacrifice, marching to the rhythm of the Reign of Terror. A Tale of Two Cities is one of those rare stories that achieve immediate success and yet hold their popularity over the years. That's the true test of real value. And there's a very close parallel in a story not of two cities, but of 6 continents, the story of Lux Toilet Soap. You know, a famous critic once wrote of Dickens that he had risen like a rocket and would come down like a stick. And the next time the two met, Dickens said, "I will watch for that stick, sir, and when it comes down, I will break it across your back." But he never carried out his threat because the stick never came down. The rocket is still going up. And so is the popularity curve of Lux Toilet Soap. It's been my experience that the public never lets real value down, whether that value is literary or Lux. Now we turn back the clock 150 years to A Tale of Two Cities, as the curtain goes up on the first act, starring Ronald Colman as Sidney Carton and Edna Best as Lucy Manette, with Hallowell Hobbs as Mr. Lorry and Dennis Green as Darnay. Paris, 1793. The French Revolution is over. The cause is won. But the bloodshed has only started. The Reign of Terror sweeps through the land in all its fury. And each day Madame la Guillotine is fed her share of human life. The dripping blade rises and falls, and the crowd counts in monotonous rhythm as each noble head rolls to the ground.
21!
The knife rises again and sweeps downward. 22 lives in a single day, and more to come, and more and more, until nightfall draws a curtain on the scene. Behind the bleak walls of La Force prison, the doomed of the following day await their fate. In a bare dungeon cell, a single lantern throws a ghostly glow on their faces. With a rattle of chains, the great iron door is thrown open.
Everyone rise. Rise, aristocrats.
In the name of the people of France, it is hereby declared by order of the tribunal that the 52 prisoners now interned in La Force prison shall be put to death by the guillotine on the morning of February 2nd, 1793.
Oh, no!
Citizen jailer, which one of these is Charles Evremond?
Evremond, step forward.
Evremond! Charles Evremond, called Charles Darnay. Which one of you is he?
I am Evremond.
Step forward. Charles Evremond, known as Charles Darnay. The tribunal has a special treat in store for you. In view of the excitement occasioned by your trial, it was felt that some small favor would be in order. We have decided, therefore, that you shall live long enough to witness the execution of your friends. 51 heads will fall tomorrow. Yours will be the 52nd.
Citizen Evremond,
Yes?
I didn't know you were here with us. It's so dark.
I know. What is it you want, please?
Oh, don't you know me? I'm Lizette, the seamstress. We were brought to La Force together.
Oh, yes, of course. I forget for the moment of what you were accused.
They accused me of plotting, but I'm innocent, I swear. How could I plot against the Republic? I'm nothing. I'm no one.
Don't cry, child. It's too late for tears.
I try to be brave, but soon the morning will come. It's growing light even now.
You have an hour yet, perhaps more. Ask God for courage.
Look, the sun is rising. I'm afraid, and yet I'm glad. At least we can see again. We can...
What is it?
You're not Evrémonde. You're not Charles Evrémonde.
Quiet.
I knew Charles Evrémonde. His eyes were blue. Yours are brown. His hair was light, and yours... Who are you?
Like you, I am nobody.
But you are going to die for him. Why, monsieur?
I could never make you understand.
But I could set you free. One word from me and...
You can't do that. You mustn't. Please.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, how can I?
It would help so if you talked to me. Perhaps it would help you too, monsieur.
There's so much to tell. It all began long ago.
When?
25 years ago, 1768. Have you ever been in England?
No, never.
There's a long hill on the Dover Road that sweeps down to the sea. It's a pleasant road on a summer day with the sun shining, but the devil's own highway at night in the winter rain. On just that sort of night, in 1768, a coach topped the rise of the hill, the mail bound east for Dover.
Come on, get up.
Top of the hill, Tom. Better resting for a moment.
Whoa. We'll be lucky if we make the boat for Calais this night.
Listen, hear that? What do you say?
I say a horse at the canter coming up the hill after
I say a horse at a gallop. Ho there! Stand or I'll fire. Who are you? What do you want?
Is that the Dover Mail? I want a passenger if it is.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Keep where you are. Is there a gentleman named Jarvis Lorry in the coach?
I'm Lorry. Who wants me?
It's me, Mr. Lorry, Jerry.
Oh, I know this messenger guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope there ain't. Hello, you. Come on at a foot pace.
Well, Jerry, what is it?
A dispatch, sir, sent after you from London.
Be quick about reading it, sir. I don't like this.
Oh, it's not very long, you see. Wait at Dover for Mademoiselle. Oh, very good, very good. Jerry?
Yes, Mr. Lorry.
Right back to London as fast as you can. Tell them my answer was, recall to life.
Recall to life. That was Mr. Lorry's business that night. To recall to life a man who had been buried alive for 18 years. A prisoner of the French nobility. But the man had escaped and was now hidden by friends in the village of Saint-Antoine. To that village went Mr. Lorry. To the wine shop of a certain Madame Defarge.
You are Madame Defarge?
I am. You wish some wine, monsieur?
My name is Jarvis Lorry. I've just arrived from London. This young lady with me is Miss Lucy Manette.
Good morning, mademoiselle.
Please tell us, is my father here? Is he safe?
Your father? There is no one here, mademoiselle.
But Mr. Lorry was told...
One moment, my child. Madame Defarge, perhaps I should have presented my credentials sooner. Recalled to life.
There is a man here. A man old beyond his years. A mender of shoes. Will you come this way? My husband and I have kept him locked in a room upstairs.
Did you say locked?
Yes.
Of his own desire?
Of his own necessity. He has lived too long alone. He would be afraid if his door was left unlatched.
Oh, Mr. Lorry, I'm frightened.
Hush, my dear.
Father.
Good day, Dr. Manette. You are hard at work, I see.
Yes, I'm working.
You have a visitor, Dr. Manette. Show him the shoe you're working at. Now, tell him, monsieur, the maker's name.
Do you ask me for my name?
Yes.
105 North Tower.
That is all?
105 North Tower.
You see, monsieur, he remembers nothing.
Dr. Manette, do you remember nothing of me? Look at me. Is there no old banker, no old business rising in your mind? Think of England. A man who was your friend. Jarvis Lorry.
It's no use. This is what they have done to him.
Lucy, come here, my child. Now speak, call him. Speak to him as you did long ago.
Father. Father.
Who is this?
Oh, Father.
Do you remember Dr. Manette?
I remember a little girl. Long, golden hair. Ages ago.
What was her name? Her name?
She laid her head upon my shoulder when they came for me that night. Don't let them take you, Father. Hush, my child. My baby. My Lucy. Lucy?
Oh.
They crossed the Channel that night to a safe refuge in England. There for 5 years the good doctor rested, until at last his memory returned and he was well again. But now, in the English courts, a trial was in progress, the trial of a certain Charles Darnay, accused of plotting treason against His Majesty's government. Dr. Manette, called as a witness, sat with his daughter near the judge's bench. The court was hot, humid. Only one man seemed quite at ease, the assistant counsel for the prisoner. His court wig dipped in a slovenly fashion over one eye. His court gown was stained with wine. His name, if anyone was interested, was Sidney Carton.
Carton, we must act quickly. With the evidence they have presented, Darnay will hang by morning. Carton, do you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Stryver.
Well, what shall I do?
If I were you, I'd sit down.
Darnay is my client. I'm trying to protect him. I pay you well for your assistance, and I expect to have it.
You'll have it, Stryver, when the time comes.
I see you've already had your bottle today.
2, I believe.
You're drunk. You're always drunk. Carton, listen to me.
At the present time, I'm more interested in Dr. Manette.
Dr. Manette, to the stand. You are Dr. Manette?
I am.
Dr. Manette, the prisoner Charles Darnay has been accused of carrying secret messages from Louis of France to spies here in England. Look upon the prisoner, Dr. Manette. Have you ever seen him before?
I don't know.
Really? Is it not true, Dr. Manette, that the prisoner was a fellow passenger with you 5 years ago on a boat from Calais to Dover?
I cannot say. When I came from France that night, I had been newly released from a long imprisonment. I have little remembrance of the occasion. My mind was a blank for some time.
I see. Your daughter made the trip with you, did she not?
Yes.
That will be all.
Are there any questions from the defense?
Any questions, Carton?
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Miss Lucy Manette, to the stand. Now, Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, please. Have you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Where?
On board the packet boat you mentioned.
You spoke to him? You were friendly with him?
Yes.
Good. Now tell me, did he come aboard alone?
No. When the gentleman came on board, he...
You mean the prisoner?
Yes.
Then say the prisoner.
When the prisoner came on board, there were 2 gentlemen with him.
But these 2 did not make the crossing?
No.
Now tell me, did you see them give certain papers to the prisoner that night?
No.
You're sure of that?
Well, I don't know. It was dark.
Then they might have given him certain papers, is that right?
Yes, but...
That will be all, Miss Manette.
Oh, but please, I know he isn't guilty.
That will be all, please.
Are there any questions from the defense?
Well, Carton?
No.
Carton, you're mad.
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Your Worship, the prosecution would like to recall its chief witness, the prisoner's accuser, Mr. John Barson.
Now, Stryver, we might have some questions.
Mr. John Barson?
Right here, sir.
Mr. Barson, look upon the prisoner. Do you recognize him, Mr. Barsad?
I do, sir. He's a spy against His Majesty's government. That's what he is.
Repeat your reason for that statement.
I will. I was on the mail packet that night myself. I saw the kind of papers that passed into his hands. They were lists of our troops.
Thank you, Mr. Barsad. No more questions.
The counsel for defense?
Well, Cotton?
Ask him these questions I've written down.
Mr. Barsad, how do you know the papers you saw were lists of British soldiers?
I saw them.
Oh, you saw them. Then you took them out of the pockets of the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
Yes, sir. No, sir. They fell out, they did.
Oh, then you didn't take them. You're not a spy yourself. A man who makes his living by making accusations?
That's a lie, a downright insinuating lie.
One moment.
Well, Cotton?
Stryver, you've no imagination. Mr. Barsad, where do you get money to live on?
My property.
Oh, your property. Where is it?
I don't exactly remember.
Then perhaps you remember how you got that property.
I inherited it.
From whom?
From relatives. Distant relatives.
Oh. How many times have you been in prison, Mr. Barsad? 6 times, isn't it?
What's that got to do with it?
You ever been kicked for cheating at dice?
Well, now, I was...
Mr. Barsad, you are positive it was the prisoner you saw that night with those lists?
I am.
It could not possibly have been someone else.
No, it couldn't.
Mr. Darnay, you will please face this witness. Now, Mr. Barsad, look at Mr. Darnay. Look at him carefully.
Well...
And now, Mr. Barsad, look at me. Not me, the assistant counsel for the defense. Do you notice a resemblance between us? Very much alike, aren't we?
Well, now that you mention it, you are.
As a matter of fact, it could have been me you saw with those supposed lists that night, couldn't it, Mr. Barsad?
Well, now I...
Couldn't it, Mr. Barsad?
All right. Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Order. Are there any more questions? Jury will retire to consider its verdict. Has the jury agreed?
We have, Your Worship.
And how do you find the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
We find the prisoner not guilty.
Mr. Darnay, may we congratulate you, sir?
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm happy our testimony did you no harm.
Oh, thank you, Miss Lucy. I'm sure it did nothing but good.
It was Mr. Carton who really won your case.
Mr. Carton? Mr. Carton, sir?
Did someone call me?
May I thank you, sir, for saving my life?
Oh, only a part of my business.
Mr. Carton, this is Dr. Manette and Miss Lucy Manette.
Mr. Carton?
We thought you were splendid, Mr. Carton.
It's nothing. It's just mere professional claptrap.
May I ask, sir, how did you happen to notice the resemblance between you and me?
Very simple. I looked at you and admired your bearing and your character, and you see, I've nothing but admiration for myself.
Lucy, my dear, we must go.
Goodbye, Mr. Darnay. Will you call at our house soon?
Thank you, Miss Lucy.
And Mr. Carton.
Aye. Oh, thank you.
Good day, then.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Doctor. Mr. Carton, would you care to dine with me?
You feel you must repay me?
Oh, I could never repay you for my life, sir.
Oh, don't be too certain. A bottle of wine or two, perhaps. My fees are very low. Another glass, Mr. Darnay.
Thank you. I've had enough.
Enough wine? Interesting condition. Well, Mr. Darnay, how does it feel to be alive again, instead of hanging by your neck?
Well, I'm a little confused regarding time and place, but it's good to feel at home in the world again.
It must be an immense satisfaction. For me, the world has nothing to offer except wine like this. So you and I aren't much alike in that particular, are we? You speak very faintly, Mr. Darnay.
I didn't speak at all, sir.
Come, Mr. Darnay. Why don't you call a health? Give us a toast.
What toast, sir?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue, man. I swear it's there. It's been there all the evening. Out with it.
Very well, then. To Miss Lucy Manette.
To Miss Manette, then. There's a fair young lady to hand into a coach in the dark, eh, Mr. Darnay? There's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. How does it feel, Mr. Darnay, Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion?
I don't take your meaning, sir.
Mr. Darnay, let me ask you a question. Do you think I particularly like you?
Well, you've acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do either.
Nevertheless, I hope there's nothing in that dislike to prevent my calling for the reckoning and parting without ill blood.
Oh, no, nothing at all, no. Do you call the whole reckoning?
If I may, sir.
In that case, innkeeper, more wine.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Carton.
One last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk.
I think you've been drinking, Mr. Carton.
You know I've been drinking.
Well, since I must say so, I know it.
You shall likewise know why. I care for no man on earth, and no man cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay, maybe not.
Good night, sir.
Good night. And don't let your sober face elate you, for you never know what it may come to. Innkeeper, wine.
Coming, sir.
Well, Carton, has Mr. Darnay shown you what you've fallen away from? What you might have been? Change places with him, and would you have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was? Come on, have it out in plain words. You hate the fellow. Sidney Carton knew it was too late to change his way of life, but he took to brushing his coat and combing his hair. And there were times even when he remembered that a gentleman does not drink himself nightly into a stupor. On Sunday afternoons, he would appear in Miss Manette's garden, sitting quietly, speaking but seldom, for Charles Darnay was there too. One evening, just at dusk, an approaching storm sent them indoors.
Oh, listen. It's coming soon, Mr. Darnay.
It comes slowly but surely.
Isn't it impressive? Sometimes when I've sat here of an evening like this, listening to the thunder in the distance, I've had such a strange fancy. I've imagined that the thunderclaps were echoes. The echoes of footsteps that will one day enter our lives.
If that is so, there's a great crowd coming into our lives. I take them into mine, gladly.
It was my foolish fancy, Mr. Carton.
There's a great crowd bearing down upon us now. Thousands upon thousands. Here they come. Fast, fierce, and furious.
Oh, you make my fancy seem too real, Mr. Carton.
There was a great crowd coming into their lives. A numberless, overpowering crowd which one day would decide the fate of these three. At first it was but a whisper in the city of Paris. A whisper that was to grow with the years into a crashing roar of hatred. Slowly but surely, as the storm came, the crowd was coming too. Up from the cellars of Paris, up from the bare fields of a starving peasantry, the crowd was coming, chanting its hate, screaming for blood. The people of France in all their might rising in revolution.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman and Edna Best, will return in Act Two of A Tale of Two Cities. And now, while we're waiting...
Oh, Mr. Ruick, may I tell you about...
About what, Sally?
Not what, but who.
Whom, Sally? Whom?
Oh, yes. Oh, but anyway, I want to tell you about Marlene Dietrich.
You mean you saw her at Cyril's the other night?
Oh, were you there, too? I'd never seen her in person before. Isn't she simply beautiful, Mr. Ruick? And that gorgeous evening gown she was wearing.
Trust you to notice that.
Well, naturally. And her complexion, Mr. Ruick. No one could help noticing that. It's lovely.
You're right, Sally. It's a lovely Lux complexion.
Oh, so you know that, too. Well... Oh, but did you know that Marlene Dietrich says she always takes an active lather facial every night?
Yes, Sally, I do know that. But here's a chance for you.
Maybe all the ladies in our audience don't know just how Marlene Dietrich and other famous Hollywood stars take their daily active lather facials.
Well, I was coming to that, Mr. Ruick. These active lather facials that Hollywood stars use are so easy and so quick. You just pat Lux Soap's creamy lather lightly into your skin. Rinse with warm water and then with cool. With a towel, you pat your face gently to dry. Then just touch your skin. See if you don't agree with Marlene Dietrich. Here's what she says. Skin feels smoother after an active lather facial with Lux Soap and softer.
Thank you, Sally. Now, all you ladies listening in, you who want the charm of a lovely complexion, won't you take a tip from Hollywood's famous stars? Just try active lather facials regularly for 30 days. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow and begin giving your own priceless complexion this care that screen stars depend on. You, too, will find these beauty facials with gentle Lux toilet soap a wonderful aid in keeping skin exquisitely smooth and soft, appealing. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Ronald Colman as Sidney Carton and Edna Best as Lucy Manette. In La Force prison, awaiting death by the guillotine, the man called Darnay continues his story. The little seamstress, condemned to die with him within the hour, listens quietly, her eyes fixed on his face.
As time went on, Sidney Carton appeared less and less frequently in the Manette home, for he knew that Lucy loved Charles Darnay. It was in an evening in April, almost 10 years ago, that Charles Darnay spoke to Lucy's father.
I've only hinted at marriage to Lucy, sir. I didn't want to speak until... Well, there are certain things about myself that I feel that you have a right to know.
Yes?
Dr. Manette, my name is not Darnay. I chose that name when I first left France and my heritage.
Heritage?
I'm of noble birth, sir, but I don't boast of it. Through generations, my family gained its wealth and its glory at the expense of the poor. When my uncle died, I was the sole remaining heir. I returned to France to sign away my title to the estate.
Why do you tell me this?
Because, sir, I know what you have suffered at the hands of the French aristocracy.
Your uncle's name and yours, what was it?
Saint-Evremond, the Marquis Saint-Evremond. He was... Doctor, you're ill, sir.
No. That is all you have to say?
That is all, sir.
Charles, Lucy is not to know what you have just told me.
Not now, do you mean?
Not now or ever. She is not to know. Your word.
Very well, Doctor. You have my word.
Now go, please. Go. Go. Saint-Evremond. Saint-Evremond.
Father, let me in. Father, it's Lucy. Let me in. Oh, please.
Lucy, what is it? What's the trouble?
Oh, Sidney.
I got your message. Is there anything wrong?
It's Father. He's been locked in his room all day. Oh, I'm so afraid.
Dr. Manette, open the door, Dr. Manette.
Miss Lucy, I found a key in the storeroom.
Give it to me, would you? And take Miss Lucy downstairs.
Yes, sir. Come, my dear, come. Oh.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette. Do you hear me, Doctor? What work is this you're doing?
Walking shoe. It should be finished. Let me...
Sidney, is he all right?
Yes, he's all right. Dr. Jemison is with him.
Oh, you've been very kind to stay so long. I tried to reach Charles, but he wasn't at home. I was so worried.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about now. He needs rest. A few days and he'll be well again.
What could have caused it? After all these years, to go back to that? What happened to him?
How can we know? A shock, perhaps? Some sudden jolt of memory. A man's mind can play queer tricks.
Miss Lucy, I brought you a cup of chocolate.
Thank you, Miss Pross.
And the doctor says everything will be all right. You're not to worry.
Oh, thank you.
Well...
Oh, Sidney, you're not leaving.
It's growing late. Not for me, of course, but... Well, I doubt if you see the dawn very often.
I don't. But I can welcome it today. A few hours ago, everything was so black and fearsome, and now all my troubles are past, all my hopes reborn. It's always that way, isn't it?
There are some hopes a man may have, which remain in the shadows forever.
Do you have such hopes, Sidney?
Oh, no, I am like one who died young.
Sidney, you've come often to the house in the past few months, and yet we know very little about you, except that you are our friend. Is there nothing that I can do to help, Sidney?
Oh, I could never hope to repay what you've already done. May I tell you something? Will you hear me without shrinking from me?
What is it?
You have been the last dream of my soul. Seeing you here in your home has stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. I've heard whispers from old voices impelling me upward that I thought was silent forever. I've had unformed ideas of striving afresh, fighting out the abandoned fight. The dream. All a dream. But I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Oh, Sidney, will nothing of it remain?
Oh, perhaps as a dream might linger on after the dreamer awakes. But try to hold me in your mind as sincere in this one thing. I would embrace any sacrifice for you or for those dear to you. Think now and then that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. The poor fool, Carton, drunk, this time with self-pity. From that day on, he was seen rarely in the Manette home. He was there when Lucy and Darnay were married, and again some years later when their child was born, a girl. But his visits were short, and he would slip away at the first opportunity. In France, during these years, the echoing footsteps of the crowd had been growing louder. Grim patriots who were to bathe the soil of France in the blood of the hated nobility. And then the storm broke in all its fury. In July 1789, they swarmed from the rat holes of Paris to cover the country with a blanket of red. An army of vengeance bent upon destruction and death.
The Bastille has fallen! The Bastille is ours! On, citizens! On, and on, and on!
Let him depart. How can you sit and knit so calmly on this day, our day of victory?
Our day of victory will come when every noble head is rolled from every noble shoulder. And in this knitting I have inscribed their names. The names of those who have starved us, beaten us, killed us. And for every stitch another head shall roll. For every stitch we shall be avenged.
Who is it? Who's there?
Open the door.
What do you want at this hour?
I'm looking for Mr. Sidney Carton.
The inn is not open. There's no inn in London open at this time of night.
I want to see Mr. Sidney Carton. Let me in. Now, where is he?
He's in there.
Carton. Carton, wake up.
What?
Wake up.
Who is it?
Darnay.
Oh, Mr. Darnay. Welcome, Mr. Darnay. You'll have some wine?
I've no time for that. Listen to me. I'm leaving for Paris within the hour.
Paris?
Yes. There's some business there that I must attend to at once.
Paris? It's very warm this time of the year. If I were your lawyer, I should advise against the journey.
How much do you know of me?
This is excellent wine, Mr. Darnay. French wine. From the cellars of the aristocrats who fled the country. There will be few of these bottles left now. It is being poured into the streets of Paris, along with the blood of the nobles who once drank it. Must you go to Paris, Mr. Darnay?
I see there's little I have to explain to you. But I received a letter this morning from a man who was once my servant. They have threatened to send him to the guillotine unless he can explain why he's in possession of certain property. That's why I must go, to save his life.
And what of your own life?
Oh, I'll be in no danger. I've renounced my inheritance. It's easily proved.
Why do you come to me?
There's no one else I can turn to. I don't know how long I shall be gone, how long my family shall be alone. In my absence, I should like to feel that there's someone here in London who's watching over them.
You would trust me to watch over your child, your wife?
Yes. I know that you love her.
When did you say you must leave?
Tonight, now.
Have no fear about your family. They will be safe.
Thank you, Carton. Good night.
Good night. Godspeed.
Mr. Carton, more wine, sir?
No, take it away.
Halt! You there in the coach. Where are you going, citizen? I'm going to Paris. Let me see your papers. Well, if you'll hurry, please, citizen. I must be in Paris within the hour. What is your name, citizen? Charles Darnay. Darnay, also known as Evremond. Why, yes, but I... You are consigned, Evremond, to the prison of La Force.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Ronald Colman and Edna Best will return for Act 3 of A Tale of Two Cities. And now here's a pretty young lady in a most unusual state of mind.
Phew, what a day. Am I tired? Lucky I haven't got a date tonight. I'm simply not going to stir out of this door tonight for anyone. Hello? Yes? Why, Dick, it's you. You're on leave? Dancing? I'd love to. Half an hour. Of course I'll be ready. Oh, my, Dick home from camp. I've just got to look my best. Let's see. Get out my new shoes, blue dress, little hat with veil. Now, quick like a flash, fill up the tub. Unwrap a cake of Lux soap. Thank goodness for my beauty bath. I'll feel like new in 10 minutes.
Now, there's a clever girl. Jean depends on her Lux soap bath for a real beauty pickup. She'll relax a few minutes in the warm water, and she'll smooth on the rich Lux soap lather. Lather so creamy and caressing that it seems to soothe away the day's tiredness. When she steps out of her Lux soap bath, she'll be refreshed. And most important of all, she'll be sure of daintiness, too. You see, Lux soap has active lather that carries away perspiration and every trace of dust and dirt. It leaves skin sweet, exquisitely fresh. Did you know that famous green stars use this fine complexion soap as their daily bath soap, too? Yes, lovely ladies everywhere protect daintiness the easy Lux soap way. You will enjoy the luxury of this beauty bath. You'll be delighted, too, with the delicate flower-like fragrance that Lux leaves on your skin. Buy this fragrant white soap the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
It's curtain time for the third act of A Tale of Two Cities. The sun rises slowly over the roofs of Paris, and the long shadow of the guillotine falls against the walls of La Force prison. In the cell of the condemned, the man speaks in a hushed voice, his story meant only for the ears of the little seamstress.
They brought Charles Darnay here to La Force prison to be held in secret.
In secret?
But somehow the news filtered back to England, and soon his wife and child were in Paris with Dr. Manette and Mr. Lorry.
Mr. Lorry?
Their old friend. For months they waited for some word from Darnay in his cell, but no word came. And every day through the streets the tumbrils passed, filled with condemned, on their last journey to the guillotine.
Father, did you see him? Did you see Charles?
No, they would not take me to his cell, But I have news.
Yes?
Charles is summoned tomorrow for trial.
Tomorrow? Oh, Father.
I think it will go well, my child. They're going to allow me to testify for
You? But they'll brand you a traitor. They'll kill you, Father.
No, my child. I bear a charmed life in this city. I have been a prisoner in the Bastille.
Silence! Dr. Manette, is this tribunal to understand that you endorse the accused, the prisoner Charles Evremond?
That is so.
But he's of noble blood. He's a traitor.
He is no traitor. I will swear to it.
Dr. Manette, we know your life, the cause you fought for. You were one of us.
Yes, and as one of you I speak. The accused, Charles Evremond, was my first friend when I was released from the Bastille. The accused, Charles Evremond, was my daughter's husband. In all these years, he has had no part in the tyranny against which we fought. He has renounced his share of the estate and returned it to the people. Charles Evremond is no enemy of the revolution. I give you my word, he is innocent.
Free the prisoner! Dr. Beauvais says he is innocent! Free him!
Is the jury ready to declare itself?
We are.
How say you then?
Let the prisoner be freed.
Wait, I say! The prisoner cannot be freed!
Citizeness Defarge, what does this mean?
I say the prisoner cannot be freed. He still stands accused.
By whom, citizeness?
By three voices. By my husband, Ernest Defarge. By myself.
And the third?
By the doctor of Beauvais, Dr. Alexander Manette.
I protest.
Continue, citizeness.
Hear me, all of you. Dr. Manette, you have said Charles Evremond was your first friend. I was your first friend. It was to my wine shop you were brought where you made shoes under my care. You knew yourself then only as a number. 105 North Tower. The cell in which you had been confined. Is that not true?
If you say it is, I must believe it. I can't remember.
But I remembered. And I resolved one day to examine that cell. And on the day the Bastille fell, I went to 105 North Tower. Hear me, citizens. In that cell, hidden in the stonework of the wall, I found a paper. A paper written by Dr. Alexander Manette in the year 1767, before the dark and loneliness drove him mad. It is that paper I hold in my hand now. Shall I tell you what it says? It describes, in the doctor's words, how he was called one night to attend a peasant family. A girl lay dying in a miserable bed of rags. A girl and her unborn child. In the stable, her brother, with a sword wound in his chest, was to breathe his last before the morning. And why? Because these two unfortunate creatures had protested against the noble family who held them in bondage, had protested against the murder of the girl's father and her husband, killed by these same noble hands. The good doctor buried the girl and her brother the following day, but he had seen too much, had heard too much from the lips of that dying girl. That night the doctor was taken to the Bastille without a trial and without a word in defense. The noble family had silenced him forever. In the name of that family, the name of those murderers, son Evremond! Yes, you heard the name, Evremond! And now hear this. Listen to the words of Dr. Alexander Manette himself. The words he wrote. I, Alexander Manette, prisoner of the Bastille, having thus set forth the causes of my imprisonment, do denounce the Marquis Saint Evremond and his descendants against the time when these crimes shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth. No, stop! You ask me to stop. Listen to me. I have long had the crimes of the Evremond family knitted in my register. Ask my husband, is that so?
It is so.
On the great day when the Bastille fell, I brought this paper home and we read it together, my husband and I. Ask him, is that so?
It is so.
Then when we had finished, I told him that I had a secret to communicate with him. I told him what it was. I struck this bosom of these two hands as I Defarge. I was brought up among the fishermen of the seashore. And that peasant family so injured by the Evremonds is my family. That sister of the mortally wounded boy upon the ground was my sister. That husband was my sister's husband. That unborn child was their child. That brother was my brother. Those dead are my dead. And that summons to answer for those things descends to me. Ask him, is that so?
It is so!
Then tell wind and fire to stop. But don't tell me! What say you now, citizens? Does this Evremond go free?
Back to the prison of La Force to await death by the guillotine. That was the sentence passed by the tribunal. That same night, a coach left Calais for Paris, carrying but one passenger, slouched low in the seat, his shabby greatcoat pulled high about his neck. Reaching Paris, he haunted the inns and taverns, wandered like a lonely ghost through the city, and at last made his way to the lodging house, where Lucy waited news from La Force.
Sidney Carton.
You must forgive my coming at this hour. I didn't wish to be seen.
I knew you'd come. I've been waiting. Sidney, they're going to take Charles. They're going to kill him.
How long has he?
Until the morning. And they won't let me see him. I can't be near him in these last hours.
Lucy, remember what you said long ago, the dark hours before the dawn.
There will be no dawn tomorrow. It will be dark now. Always.
Lucy, if only there were some way I could comfort you. You must hope.
What hope is there? What comfort? My husband is going to die.
Lucy.
Oh, Sidney, forgive me.
You were right. I have no strength to offer you.
You came to us tonight. I shall never forget that.
I tell you, it is useless to speak to Dr. Manette. He is in no condition to see you now.
Mr. Lorry, if you will forgive me.
There is nothing you can do here, Mr. Carton, nothing.
Mr. Lorry, you are a man of business, are you not?
I am.
Well, I am here on business.
Oh, really, sir?
Oh, I know your opinion of me, Mr. Lorry. But a drinking man may learn things around the town if he can listen at the same time. I have learned that Dr. Manette is in great danger. He and Lucy must leave Paris tonight.
Leave Paris?
And they must take the child with them.
But why?
The revenge of Madame Defarge does not stop with Charles. The accusation is against the Marquis Saint-Evremond and all his race.
Lucy, her child.
Now, may I see Dr. Manette?
It would do no good, sir. He's gone back to his work.
His work?
He wouldn't even know what you were saying, Mr. Carton.
Mr. Lorry, you have a pass that will let you through to Calais? Will it serve for Dr. Manette and Lucy?
Yes, for as many as are with me.
Then you will use it tonight. You will arrange for a coach to meet you all here at midnight. The coach will take you to the side gate of La Force prison. Do you understand?
The prison?
There you will be joined by another person who will make the trip with you to England. Don't stop to ask questions. Proceed at once to the gates of Paris and on to Calais as fast as the coach can take you.
But this other person, who will it be?
Who? Mr. Sidney Carton.
I don't understand.
Oh, I may be in poor condition for travel. I usually am at that hour. But as soon as I am in the coach, drive on.
But you, at the gate of La Force, will you be within the prison tonight?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to see Charles. A certain Mr. Bassad, English spy, is a turnkey in the prison. He will open the doors for me.
I don't understand all this, but you give me hope.
And you will save them all, Mr. Lorry.
Not only I, sir. I shall have a young and ardent man at my side.
Yes, with the help of heaven, you shall. Tell me, Mr. Lorry, yours is a long life to look back on?
I'm in my 78th year, sir.
You've been useful all your life, trusted, respected. There are many in this world who would miss you.
Oh, a solitary old bachelor. No, There is nobody to weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy, yes, thank God. I didn't quite mean what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for, isn't it?
Surely.
If you had to say with truth tonight, I have gained the love of no human creature. I have done nothing good or serviceable to be remembered by. Your 78 years would be 78 heavy curses, would they not?
I think they would. But you are young, Carton.
I'm not old. But the road I took was never the way to age. Good night, Mr. Lorry. How long before Downey is taken from his cell and put with the others?
I can't tell that. Perhaps only an hour now.
All right. Leave us alone, boss. All right. Leave us alone, bosshead. But stay within call.
You'll keep your promise. I told you that I could get you in and out again. But for you both to try to leave...
I know. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Who's there? Have you come for... Carton, you?
Of all the people on Earth, I'm the least expected. Is that it?
Why are you here?
I came to see you.
Oh, you shouldn't have taken the risk. It can serve no purpose.
It can serve one. I bring you a message from Lucy.
A message?
A request, rather. That you do exactly as I say and ask no questions. Now, take off your coat.
Take off my...
Yes. Take it off and change it for mine. Quickly.
Are you mad?
Do as I say. It's her wish.
Very well.
Now, put on my coat. And your hair, rumple it. So. As mine is.
Carton, there's no escaping from this place. You'll only die with me. It's madness.
Have I mentioned escape? Oh, do as I say. Now, take my cravat. Here. Give me yours.
Carton, I warn you,
No, be quiet. Shh. Look, there are pen and ink on that table. Is your hand steady enough to write?
It was when you came in.
Well, steady it then, and write what I dictate. Quickly.
To whom do I address it?
To no one. Write. If you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand when you see this. Have you written that?
I don't... What vapor is that?
Vapor?
There's a strange odor, something that crossed me.
I'm not conscious of it. Take up the pen and finish. I told you once there was nothing I would not do.
Nothing that I would not...
What is it?
There is something. That odor.
You mean this on my handkerchief?
Yes, it's so... It's...
Breathe deeply.
No,
breathe.
No.
Yes, breathe.
But
breathe.
I can't.
Breathe.
Oh.
You, down there. Bassett.
Are you finished? Are you ready to... What's this? What's the matter with him?
It's nothing. He's unconscious. Carry him out to the gate.
But you changed clothes with him.
Listen to me. Sidney Carton fainted from the shock of parting with an old friend. You'll find a coach at the side gate. Put him into it. Tell them to drive as fast as they can to Calais. No, wait. Wait. I'll finish this note. If you remember the words that passed between us, you will understand I told you once there was nothing I would not do. To keep a life you love beside you. God bless you for your sweet compassion. Here, take this note and hurry.
Who are you?
Jarvis Lorry from Tellson's Bank.
Past.
Dr. Manette.
Past.
His daughter.
Past.
His grandchild.
Who's that on the floor?
He's Mr. Sidney Carton.
Let me see him. Sidney Carton, eh? Past. Open the gate. Let this coach go through.
Yes, they are on their way now. And perhaps by this time they have reached Calais, are bound for England and home.
Then you are Sidney Carton.
Yes.
And you're dying for him, for Charles Darnay.
And for someone else.
Aristocrats, your carriages are waiting. 6 tumbrils will carry the day's wine to Madame la Guillotine. Guards, take them out. You, Evrémonde, it will be as I promised for you. You shall wait for the last tumbril. Your head shall be the 52nd today.
I am ready.
Move along there! Move along!
Mr. Carton, may I go with you?
Keep your eyes on me, child. Mind nothing else.
I mind nothing while I hold your hand.
Far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It's a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
Sidney Carton has found his destiny, and the roar of the crowd fades into the silence of 150 years ago. We saw it all through the magic of some fine acting, and the stars responsible for that return to the stage now. Ronald Colman and Edna Best.
Thank you, C.B. And on behalf of Edna and myself, I'd like to thank the other members of the cast tonight for their excellent work.
Isn't this one of the largest casts you've ever had, Mr. DeMille?
One of the largest and one of the best, Edna. We've been planning this production for several years. It must have been that long ago we first talked about it, wasn't it, Ronnie?
I believe it was, C.B. I know I've been looking forward to it for a long time.
It's always been my favorite among your pictures, Ronnie.
Quote any line from the Dickens novel, Edna, and Ronnie can give you chapter and verse.
I should say so, and I hope soon to be on with the quiz kids.
Well, here's one quiz anyone can pass, Mr. DeMille. At least anyone who knows about Lux soap. The question of the right complexion care. For me, it's been Lux soap for years now, and I find it's a grand help in keeping skin soft and smooth.
Go to the head of the class, Edna. Lux soap is always the right answer.
Who's going to be here next week, Mr. DeMille?
First, let me tell you the play. It's the
C.B.
play.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Now, Dickens will be proud of both of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lana Turner and Lionel Barrymore in The Devil and Miss Jones. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Madame Defarge, Griff Barnett as Dr. Manette, and Kathleen Fitz, Alex Harford, Victor Rodman, Edwin Max, Boyd Davis, Jeff Corey, Thomas Mills, Ferdinand Munier, Arthur Q. Bryan, Don Thompson, Jane Morgan, Charles Seal, Eric Snowden, and Torrey Carlton. Tune in next Monday night to hear Lionel Barrymore and Lana Turner in The Devil and Miss Jones. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its associated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, for the 20th broadcast in this series of great narratives dramatized, produced, and directed by Orson Welles, we turn again to one of the classics of the last century, The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The Pickwick Papers, starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzz Fuzz.
12th, 1827. In special session of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club, Samuel Pickwick, chairman, presiding. Unanimously resolved that the first expedition of the Society be devoted to the study of the habits and customs of the landed gentry of southern England, in pursuance of which places are to be reserved on the Commodore coach bound from Golden Cross to Rochester, whence the party will proceed by carriage to the manor of Dingley Dell in the county of Suffolk, England. Signed, Samuel Pickwick, permanent chairman.
Nathaniel Winkle, permanent vice chairman. Tracy Tupman, permanent honorary treasurer.
Augustus Snodgrass, permanent secretary.
Commodore Express coach starting now for Slough, Chatham, Brompton, Eaglesville, and Rochester.
Bright and still was the day, balmy the air, and beautiful the appearance of every object as our illustrious chairman rose from his bed in Goswell Street and proceeded to put himself into his clothes and his clothes into his portmanteau. As he sat down to breakfast, a casual observer might possibly have remarked nothing extraordinary in the bald head and circular spectacles, which were intently turned towards the griddled kidney that lay on the plate before him. To those who knew that the gigantic brain of Pickwick was working beneath that forehead, and that the beaming eyes of Pickwick were twinkling behind those glasses, the sight was indeed an interesting one. And how much more interesting did the spectacle become when, starting into full life and animation, he rose from the table, seized his portmanteau, inserted a telescope in his greatcoat pocket and a notebook in his waistcoat, and bade a hearty farewell to Mrs. Bardell, his landlady, and started for the street. 6 minutes later, he reached the Golden Cross.
Commodore Express coach starting now for Slough, Chatham,
Oh, bless me, that's our coach. This way, Mr. Pickwick, this way. Hurry there, hurry, Mr. Pickwick.
Oh, Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Pickwick.
There, my portmanteau, my portmanteau.
Already seated in the coach was a tall, thin young man in a shiny green coat. It was buttoned closely up to his chin, and no old stock without a vestige of shirt ornamented his throat. His face was thin and haggard.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, entirely welcome. Charming company. Pleasant journey. Lots of room. Brown paper parcel here. That's all. Other luggage gone by water. Packing cases nailed up. Big houses. Heavy. Blasted heavy.
A moment later, we came out under the low archway which formed the entrance to Holborn Bridge.
Yes, sir. That's right. Take care of your heads. Terrible place, this. Dangerous work. Other day, 5 children. Mother, tall lady, eating sandwiches. Forgot the arch. Crash. Knocked. Children look around. Mother's head off. Sandwich in her hand. No mouth to put it in. Head of a family off. Shocking. Makes you think, eh, sir? Glad to meet you. Name is Jingle. Alfred Jingle. Yours, sir?
Samuel Pickwick, sir.
Philosopher, sir?
An observer of human nature, sir.
So am I. Most people are when they've little to do and less to get. Poet, sir?
My friend, Mr. Augustus Snodgrass here, has a strong poetic turn.
So have I. Epic poem, 10,000 lines, Revolution of July, composed on the spot. Mars by day, Apollo by night, bang the field piece, twang the lyre.
You were present at that glorious scene, sir.
Present? Snodgrass? Think I was. Fired a musket, fired with an idea, rushed into wine shop, wrote it down, back again, whiz, bang, another idea, wine shop again, pen and ink, back again, cut and slash, noble time, sir. Sportsman, Mr. Pickwick?
My friend, Mr. Nathaniel Winkle here, is a famous sportsman.
Fine pursuit, sir, fine pursuit. Dog, sir?
Not just now.
You should keep dogs, Winkle. Fine animals, sagacious creatures. Dog of my own once. Pointer, surprising instinct. Out shooting one day. Entering enclosure. Whistle. Dog stopped. Whistled again. Ponto. No go. Stock still. Called it again. Ponto. Ponto. Wouldn't move. Dog transfixed. Staring at the board. Looked up. Saw an inscription. Gamekeeper has orders to shoot all dogs found in his enclosure. Wouldn't pass it. Wonderful dog. Valuable dog, that, sir. Very.
Singular circumstance, that, Mr. Jingle. Will you allow me to make a note of it?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 100 more anecdotes, the same animal. Fine girl in that carriage, sir. Do you, favor the sex, sir?
Mr. Tracy Tupman here.
Oh, Mr. Jingle. Irresistible creatures.
English girls, Tupman, not so fine as Spanish. Noble creatures, Spanish girls. Jet hair, black eyes, lovely forms. Sweet creatures, beautiful.
You've been in Spain, sir?
Lived there, ages.
Many conquests, sir?
Conquests, thousands. Don Bellaro Fisgig, grandee, only daughter, Donna Donna Christina, splendid creature, love me to distraction, jealous father, high-souled daughter, handsome Englishman, Donna Christina in despair, prussic acid, stomach pump in my portmanteau, operation performed, old Bellado in ecstasies, consent to our union, join hands and flood of tears. Romantic story, very.
Is the lady in England now, sir?
Dead, sir, dead. Never recovered the stomach pump, undermined constitution, fell a victim.
And her father?
Remorse and misery, sudden disappearance, talk of the whole city, search made everywhere without success, public fountain in the great square suddenly ceased playing, weeks elapsed, still a stoppage, workmen employed to clean it, water drawn off, father-in-law discovered sticking headfirst in the main pipe with full confession in his right boot. Took it out, and the fountain faded away again as well as ever.
Will you allow me to note that little romance down,
Certainly, sir, certainly. 50 more if you'd like to hear them. Strange life, sir, mine. Rather curious history. Not extraordinary, but singular. Very singular.
We slept that night at the Bull Inn at Rochester. Next morning there was no sign of our new acquaintance. After breakfast, Mr. Pickwick called to order a special meeting of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club. Mr. Pickwick rose and slowly mounted into the Windsor chair on which he had been previously seated. What a study for an artist did that moment present. There stood the illustrious Pickwick, with one hand gracefully concealed behind his coat-tails and the other waving in the air to assist his glowing declamation. His elevated position revealed those tights and gaiters for which, had they clothed an ordinary man, might have passed without observation, but which, when Pickwick wore them, inspired universal awe and respect.
Fame, gentlemen, is dear to the heart of every man.
Hear, hear.
Poetic fame is dear to the heart of my friend Snodgrass. The fame of conquest is equally dear to my friend Tupman, and the desire for earning fame in the sports of the field, the air, and the water is uppermost in the breast of my friend Winkle. I will not deny, gentlemen, that I have been influenced by human passions and human feelings.
Cheers.
Possibly by human weaknesses.
Loud cries of no.
I, sir, am an humble individual.
Cries of no, no.
Still, I cannot but feel that in electing me as your leader, you have selected me for a service of great honor and some danger. Traveling is in a troubled state, and the minds of coachmen are unsettled. Look abroad, gentlemen, and contemplate the scenes which are enacting around you. Stagecoaches are upsetting in all directions. Horses are bolting, boats are overturning, and boilers are bursting. Will these things daunt us, gentlemen, members of the Pickwick Society?
Cries of no.
Will these perils deter us from prosecuting to their glorious consummation those researches in the cause of science and learning to which, as members of this club, we stand pledged?
Cries of no, no, never.
Gentlemen, I have your answer. I thank you.
Loud cheers. Meeting adjourned. It was late in the afternoon when we reached Dingley Dell. On the doorstep stood our host, Mr. Wardle. Beside him stood an enormous red-faced boy with his eyes closed.
Hey there! Hello!
Hello. Hello.
Why, where have you been? We've been waiting for you all day. Well, you do look tired. Not hurt, I hope, eh? No? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Very, very glad to be sure. Joe! Wake up, Joe!
Yes, sir.
Let down the steps of the gentleman's shade.
Yes, sir. Our friend Winkle had a little trouble. Unusually large horse.
Spilt, eh, Mr. Winkle? Never mind. Common accident in these parts. Joe! Blast that boy. He's gone to sleep again. Hey, Joe! Joe! Oh, well, gentlemen, we'll soon have you put to rights. This way, this way. Welcome to Dingley Hall. Joe! Joe! Well, I'll be blowed if that boy hasn't fallen asleep again.
A number of persons who were assembled in the parlor rose to greet Mr. Pickwick and his friends upon our entrance. Two young ladies, still in their teens.
My daughters, gentlemen, my gals, these are Isabel and Emily, and that's my sister, Miss Rachel Wardle. She's a miss, she is, and yet she ain't a miss, eh? Eh, Rachel?
No, brother.
My sister, Miss Pickwick.
How do you do?
Mr. Snodgrass, my sister Rachel.
How do you do?
Mr. Winkle.
How do you do? How do you do?
And Mr. Tupman, my sister Rachel.
How do you do, Mr. Tupman?
Charmed to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
In the post of honor in the right-hand corner of the chimney-piece sat a very old lady with an ear trumpet in one hand and an orange in the other.
Mr. Pickwick, Mother.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Pickwick, Mother.
Oh, well, it don't matter. He don't care for an old woman like me, I dare say.
I assure you, ma'am, that nothing delights me more than to see a lady of your time of life leading so fine a family and looking so fine and well.
It's all very fine, I dare say, but I cannot hear him. Not a word, not a word.
At the vast dinner table that night, Mrs. Wardle occupied one end of the table. At the other end sat Mr. Wardle and Mr. Winkle, myself between the two girls, and on the other side, Miss Rachel Wardle and Mr. Tupman.
Do you think my niece is pretty, Mr. Tupman?
Oh, I should if their aunt wasn't here.
You naughty man. But really, if their complexions were a little better, don't you think they'd be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Oh, yes, I think they would.
Oh, you quiz. I know what you were going to say.
What, ma'am?
You were going to say that Isabel stoops. I know you were. You men are such observers. Well, so she does. It can't be denied. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Well, you are a quiz. What a sarcastic smile you have, Mr. Tupman. I declare I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me, ma'am?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What, ma'am?
You mean that you don't think Isabel's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. Oh, Mr. Tupman, I know what you're thinking now.
Oh, Joe, wake up, Joe. Oh, Mr. Snodgrass, you're closest to him. Be good enough to pinch him, sir. In the leg, if you please. Nothing else quite wakes him up. Oh, thank you. Joe, open another bottle of wine and pass the gentleman. Joe!
Yes, sir.
Are you awake?
Yes, sir.
Blast the boy.
Very extraordinary boy, that. Does he always sleep in this way?
Sleep? Pickwick? He's always asleep. Goes on errands asleep and snores as he cleans the silver.
Oh, very odd.
Odd indeed. I'm proud of that boy. Wouldn't part with him on any account. He's a natural curiosity. Dear Joe, wake up, Joe!
Next morning, when our chairman awoke, the rich, sweet smell of the hayricks rose to his chamber window, and all around he heard the birds singing.
Hello! Hey, Pickwick! Hello! How are you?
Wardle! Is that you?
I'm out in the garden. Beautiful morning. Make haste. Come down. Come out.
I say!
Yes?
What's going on? What are you doing with that gun under your arm?
Why, your friend Mr. Winkle and I are going rook shooting before breakfast. He's a very good shot, ain't he?
I've heard him say he's a capital one. I admit I never saw him aim at anything.
Now then, all ready, Winkle?
I say, wait a minute. What are those boys doing climbing those trees?
Only to stop the game.
To what?
Why, in plain English, Mr. Tupman, to frighten the rooks.
Oh, is that all?
Very well. Shall I begin, Mr. Winkle?
If you please.
Stand aside, then. Now for it.
Oh, hey, you got one, sir.
Take him up, Joe. Now, Winkle, your turn. By the way.
Blasted, my gun misfired.
Odd. I never knew one of my guns to misfire before. Let me see it. Why, I don't see anything of the cap.
Oh, bless my soul. I declare I forgot the cap.
Well, here you are. Here's the cap. Try again. Now ready. All right, boys.
Ow!
What's wrong?
Oh, good heavens.
What happened?
I'm not sure, Mr. Wardle, but I think I've just killed Mr. Tupman.
The surgeon came. Mr. Tupman's arm was examined, the wound dressed, and pronounced to be a very slight one. And now it is evening at Dingley Dell. Leaving Mr. Tupman to the care of the ladies, Mr. Wardle, Mr. Pickwick, and the rest of us had gone to the cricket match at Muggleton. Isabel and Emily had strolled out. The deaf old lady had fallen asleep in her chair. From the distant kitchen penetrated the low and monotonous sound of the fat boy.
Mr. Tupman.
Miss Wardle, you are an angel.
Mr. Tupman.
Nay, I know it but too well.
All women are angels, they say.
Then what can you be? Or to what, without presumption, can I compare you, Miss Wardle? There was a woman ever seen who resembled you. Where else could I hope to find so rare a combination of excellence and beauty? Where else could I see?
Men are such deceivers.
Oh, they are. But not all men. There lives at least one being who can never change. One being who would be content to devote his whole existence to your happiness. Who lives but in your eyes. Who breathes but in your smiles. Who bears the heavy burden of life itself. Only for you, Miss Wardle.
Could such an individual be found?
Ah, but he can be found. He is found. He is here, Miss Wardle, on his knees at your feet.
Mr. Tupman, rise.
Never. Oh, Rachel. Rachel. Oh, Rachel. Say you love me.
Mr. Tupman, I can hardly speak the words, but you are not entirely indifferent to me.
Rachel.
Mrs. Wardle! Mrs. Wardle!
Oh, gracious. What is it, Joe?
Oh, Mrs.
Now, Joe, I'm sure I've always been a good mistress to you, Joe. You've invariably been treated very kindly. You've never had too much to do, and you've always had enough to eat.
I know he has. But, oh, Mrs.
Then what can you want to do now?
I wants to make your flesh creep. What do you think I see in the arbor just now?
Precious what?
The strange gentleman, him as had his arm hurt, a-kissing and a-hugging.
Who, Joe? None of the servants, I hope.
Worse than that.
Not one of me granddaughters.
Worse than that.
Worse than that? Who was it, Joe?
Miss Rachel.
What? Speak louder.
Miss Rachel.
My daughter? And she suffered it?
Yes, ma'am, and what's more, I see her a-kissing of him again.
Oh!
Then 11, 12 o'clock had struck, and the gentleman had not returned from the cricket match. Consternation reigned at Dingley Dell.
My goodness! Is anything the matter?
Nothing the matter. We're all right. I say, Wardle, we're all right, aren't we?
Well, I should think so. Rachel, here's my friend, Miss Jingle. Miss Pickwick's friend. Miss Jingle has come on a little visit to Dingley Dell.
Nothing the matter, ma'am. No cause for alarm in feminine breasts, none whatsoever. Cricket dinner, glorious party, capital songs, old port, claret, good, very good wine, ma'am. Wine, wine.
We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. Till daylight does appear.
Early next morning, Mr. Jingle arose. Since none else in the house was about at that hour, he had the honor of breakfasting alone with Mrs. Wardle. Of what transpired between them, nothing is known, but this much is known, that later that morning, finding the door to the parlor partially open, he peeped in.
Miss Rachel, forgive intrusion, short acquaintance, no time for ceremony. All discovered.
Sir?
Hush. Large boy, dumpling face, round eyes, Joe, treacherous dog, overheard everything. Told the old lady furious, wild, raving, Arbor, Tupman, kissing and hugging, all that sort of thing, eh, ma'am, eh?
Mr. Jingle, if you have come here, sir, to
Not at
insult
all,
me...
not at all, by no means. Old lady told me over scrambled eggs, came to warn you of your danger, tender services, prevent the hubbub. Never mind, think it an insult, leave the
Oh,
room.
dear, what shall I do? My brother will be
Of
furious.
course he will, outrageous.
Oh, Mr. Jingle, what can I say?
Things dreamt it, nothing more easy. Blackguard boy, lovely woman, fat boy, horsewhipped, you believed, end of matter, all comfortable. Oh.
You seem unhappy, Mr. Jingle. May I not inquire into the cause?
Unhappy cause and your love bestowed upon a man who is insensible to the blessing who even now, but no, he is my friend. I will not expose his vices. Miss Wardle, farewell.
Stay, Mr. Jingle. You have made an allusion to Mr. Tupman. Explain it.
Never.
Mr. Jingle, I entreat. I implore you, if there is anything dreadful mystery connected with Mr. Tupman, reveal it.
Can I see lovely creatures sacrificed at the shrine, heartless avarice? Tupman, madam, only wants your money.
Oh, Mr. Wardle, they've gone.
What are you talking about?
They've gone, master. Gone right clean off, sir.
Who's gone? Are you out of your head, boy?
That's Sir Jingle and Miss Rachel. Off to London to get married, they said.
The scoundrel.
They let in a poach, eh? Well, this morning they did from Blue Lion, Muggleton. I was there, Mr. Wardle, but I couldn't stop them, so I ran off to Teddy.
Good Lord, what should we do? You? Joe, where's the gate?
The gate.
I'll get a gaze to the lion, I'll follow them.
I'll go with you.
You're a good fellow, Pickwick. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All right, here's the gate, sir. Ready to go.
Come on, Pickwick. We'll catch them this side of London, or we'll break our necks flying. Hey, Blue Lion! Chase and fall directly. Out with them, hurry!
Right, sure, Mr. Wardle. Now, boys, chase and fall out. Think tight. Look alive there.
How much are they ahead?
Oh, about 2 hours.
Which way did they go?
London Road, sir.
London Road. In you get, Pickwick. Off with you, coachman. The 7-mile stage is less than a half an hour, and the guinea's yours. Hey there! Hey, have you seen the shades come in?
I did, sir. Not more than an hour ago.
Lady and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Tall gentleman, clean coat, long legs, thin body?
Yes, sir.
Elderly lady, thin face, rather skinny, eh?
Yes, sir. By heaven, Wardle, it's them.
It is, Pickwick. It is, by Jove. Shades and paw instantly. Give me a piece, boys. Give me a piece.
Hey there. Boots.
Yes, sir.
Boots.
Yes, sir.
Is this the White Hart Inn?
It is, sir.
This is a curious old place of yours, my friend.
If you'd sent word you was a-coming, we'd had it repaired.
The fact of the matter is that if you'll stop polishing those boots for a minute and answer our questions, you won't regret it.
Won't regret it, eh?
We want to know who you got stopping here at present.
Who we got stopping here? Well, there's a wooden leg in number 6. There's a pair of Hessians in 13. There's 2 pair of half shoes in the commercial. There's easier painted tops in the snuggery inside the bar. And 5 more tops in the coffee room.
Nothing more.
Hey, stop a bit. Yes, there's a pair of Wellingtons, a good deal worn, and a pair of ladies' shoes in number 5. Come in less than an hour ago.
What sort of shoes?
Country make.
Any maker's name?
Brand.
Where of?
Muggleton.
Muggleton?
It is them. Pickwick, we found them.
Yeah, easy there. The Wellingtons went out half hour ago. The doctor's Cummings. Come back with a license.
With a license?
Then we're just in time. Come on. Show us the room, Boots.
Weller's the name, sir. Sam Weller.
Well, here's a sovereign, Weller. You see this?
I do, sir.
Show us into that room at once without announcing us, and it's yours. Understand?
Right to the trivet. This way, gentlemen.
What is it?
It's me. Open the door. Open the door, Rachel. We'll break it in.
Hi!
Oh, you're a nice scoundrel, aren't you, Jingle?
I'll have you prosecuted, indicted. I'll ruin you. You hear? And you, Rachel, at a time of life when you ought to know better. What do you mean by running away with a vagabond, disgracing your family, and making yourself miserable? Get on your bonnet, quickly.
Do nothing of the kind, my dear, nothing of the kind. Leave the room, sir. No business here. Ladies free to act she pleases. More than 1 in 20.
More than 1 in 20, more than 1 in 40.
I'm not.
You are. You're 50 if you're an hour.
As for you, Jingle, I've a good mind to break every bone in your body.
Idle threats, sir, idle threats, impetuous nature. Mr. Wardle, you and I, men of the world, one thing another. Do sit down, sir. Humble lodgings. Talk it over. Pro and con. Surely, Mr. Wardle.
No compromise with the likes of you, sir.
One moment, Pickwick. Mr. Jingle, how much will you take? 50 pounds?
It won't do. Not half enough.
Think it over. There's a great deal to be done with 50 pounds, my dear sir.
More to be done with 150.
Won't waste time in splitting straws. Say 70.
Won't do. Sorry.
80. I'll write you a check at once.
Won't do.
Will you tell me what will do?
Expensive affair, this, sir. Expensive affair. Money out of pocket, posting, £9, license, 3, that's 12, compensation, 100, 112, breach of honor, and, loss of lady.
Yes, never mind the law. Say 100. Come.
And 20.
Come, I'll write you a check. I'll make it payable the day after tomorrow, and we can get her away meanwhile. I'm writing you a check for £100.
120.
Very well, then, 120. Here you are. And mind you, Pickwick, that nothing should have induced me to make this compromise, not even regard for my family. If I hadn't known that the moment this man gets any money in that pocket of his, he'll go to the devil faster, if possible, than he would without it. And now, sir, will you leave this house?
Off directly. Bye-bye, Wardle. Bye-bye, Pickwick. Here's the license. Get the name altered. Take home the lady. Do for Tupman.
CBS and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in an original dramatization of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, brought to you by the Mercury Theater on the air and starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzz Fuzz.
August the 25th, 1827. Mr. Pickwick's apartments in Goswell Street, although on a limited scale, were particularly adapted for the residence of a man of our chairman's genius and observation. There were no children in the house, no servants, no fowls. His landlady, Mrs. Bardell, the widow and sole executrix of a deceased customs house officer, was a comely woman of bustling manners and agreeable appearance. The infantine sports and the gymnastic exercises of Master Bardell, her son, aged 10, were exclusively confined to the neighboring pavements and gutters. Cleanliness and quiet reigned throughout the house, and in it the will of Mr. Pickwick, our chairman, was law.
Mrs. Bardell? Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Your little boy is a very long time going. It's over an hour since I sent him out.
Why, it's a good long way to the White Hart Inn, sir. A good 2 miles.
Ah, very true, so it is. Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Mrs. Bardell, do you think it a much greater expense to keep 2 people than to keep 1?
La, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you, Mrs. Bardell?
That depends. That depends a good deal upon the person, you know, Mr. Pickwick, and whether it's a saving and careful person, sir.
That's very true. But the person I have in my eye, Mrs. Bardell, I think possesses these qualities and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world and a great deal of sharpness. Mrs. Bardell, which may be of material use to me.
La, Mr. Pickwick.
To tell you the truth, Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind.
Dear me, sir.
You will think it very strange now that I ever consulted you about the matter and never even mentioned it till I sent your little boy out this morning, eh? Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
Oh, Mr. Pickwick, you're very kind, sir.
It will save you a good deal of trouble, won't it?
Oh, I never thought anything of the trouble, sir. And of course I should take more trouble to please you then than ever. But it is so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
Oh, to be sure. I never thought of that. When I'm in town, you'll always have somebody to sit with you. To be sure, so you will.
I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy.
Bless his heart.
He, too, will have a companion, a lively one, who'll teach him, I'll be bound, more tricks in a week than he would ever learn in a year.
Oh, you dear. Oh, you kind, good, playful dear.
Mrs. Bardell.
Oh, you darling.
Mrs. Bardell, what are you doing? Oh, Mrs. Bottle, your arms. You're choking me.
Dear,
Bless my soul, Mrs. Bottle. My good woman. Oh, dear me, what a situation. Pray consider. Please, Mrs. Bottle, don't if anybody should come.
Oh, let them come. I'll never leave you. You dear, good, kind
Oh,
soul.
Mr. Bottle, let me go, will you? I hear somebody coming up the stairs. Don't. There's a good creature. Don't.
Great heavens.
Well, for heaven's sake. Gentlemen.
Why, what's the matter?
I don't know. Stop staring, Snodgrass. Tupman Winkle, come here. Help me. Let's lead this woman downstairs.
Oh, I'm better now, Mr. Pickwick.
Let me lead you downstairs, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll go by myself. I'd rather go by myself. Oh, Mr. Pickwick. Dear Mr. Pickwick.
I cannot conceive, gentlemen. I cannot conceive what has been the matter with that woman. I was merely trying to announce to her my intention of hiring a manservant when she fell into the extraordinary paroxysm in which you found her. Very, very extraordinary thing. Very. Placed me in such an extraordinarily awkward situation. Very. Gentlemen, fellow members, surely you don't suspect me.
There's a man at the door now.
It's the man I spoke to you about. A most remarkable fellow. I sent for him up at the White Hart Inn this morning. Come in.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, this is Mr. Weller, Sam Weller. You remember me, I suppose?
From the White Hart? I should think so. Queer customer, that there Jingle. But he was one too many for you, wasn't he? Up to snuffing a pinch or two over, eh?
Never mind that matter now. I want to speak to you about something else. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Business first and pleasure afterwards, as King Richard III said when he stabbed t'other king in the tower afore he smothered the babies.
Now, with regard to the matter on which I sent for you, Mr. Weller...
That's the point, sir. That is it. As the father said to the child when he swallowed an eighth name.
We want to know in the first place whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation.
Before I answers that there question, gentlemen, I should like to know, in the first place, whether you're going to provide me with a better.
I have half a mind to engage you myself.
Have you, though? Wages?
£12 a year.
Clothes?
2 suits.
Work?
To attend upon me and travel about with me and these gentlemen here. Do you accept the situation?
The terms is agreed on. I'm let to a strange gentleman, and if the clothes fits me off as well as the place, they'll do. Take a bill, Dan.
And so, before the night had closed in, Mr. Weller was furnished with a grey coat with our Pickwick Club button, a black hat with a cockade to it, a pink striped waistcoat, light breeches and gaiters, and a variety of other necessaries, too numerous to recapitulate. Mr. Weller regarded himself in the mirror.
Well, if me father could see me there, I don't know whether I meant to be a footman or a groom or a gamekeeper or a seedsman. He looks like a sort of compo of every one on him. Never mind. There's change of air, plenty to see and little to do. And all this suits my complaint uncommon well. So long life to the picnic, says I.
The next morning, led by Mr. Pickwick and accompanied by his new servant, the 3 active members of the illustrious Pickwick Club climbed upon the upper seat of the Bristol coach, little suspecting how thickly the clouds were at that moment gathering about the head of their illustrious chairman. 3 days later, whilst they sat at breakfast in the tap room of the George and Vulture, the storm broke.
Who is it?
I say, sir, this is a private room, sir, a private room.
No room's private to His Majesty when the street door's once passed. That's the law. Some people maintain that an Englishman's house is his castle. That's gammon.
Here, young fella. It's my opinion that you're coming in a great deal too strong. As the mail coachman said to the snowstorm when it overtook him.
Quiet, you. Which one of you is Mr. Pickwick?
My name's Pickwick.
My name's Law.
What?
Law, civil power, and executive. Them's me titles. There's me authority. In the name of the peace of our suffering Lord the King, studied on that case, made and provided, and all regular, in pursuance of which I deliver to you, Pickwick, this communication.
What do you mean by this insolence? Leave the room, sir.
That I will, and gladly, sir. No offence taken, I hope, where none meant. Good day, gentlemen.
On the table before our chairman lay a paper, neatly sealed with a wafer, and directed in a round hand. Mr. Pickwick picked it up and opened it.
Oh, mercy on us. What's this? It must be a jest. It can't be true. What is it?
What's the matter? Nobody dead, is there?
Oh, Chapman, you read it.
Yes. Freeman's Court, Cornhill, August 28, 1830. Bardell against Pickwick. Sir, having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell, landlady of 28 Goswell Street, to commence an action against you for a breach of promise of marriage, for which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500, we beg to inform you that the writ has been issued against you in this suit in the Court of Common Pleas. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Fogg.
It's a plot. Yes, it is a plot, gentlemen. A vile attempt to extort money. A base conspiracy.
Sergeant Busbuzz.
I'm for the plaintiff, Blood.
Who's with you, Brother Busbuzz?
Mr. Simpkins, sir. Rise, Mr. Simpkins.
Sergeant Snubbin.
I appear for the defendant, my lord.
Anybody with you, Brother Snubbin?
Mr. Funky, my lord.
Sergeant Busbuzz and Mr. Skimpern for the plaintiff. The defendant, Sergeant Snubbin and Mr. Monkey.
Beg your lordship's pardon, Funky.
Oh, very good. Go on. Sergeant Busbuzz, you open the case.
I do, my lord. My lord, gentlemen of the jury, never from the very first moment of my applying myself to the study and practice of the law have I approached a case with feelings of such deep emotion or with such a heavy sense of the responsibility imposed upon me, a responsibility which I could never have supported were it not buoyed up and sustained by a conviction so strong as to amount to a positive certainty that the case of truth and justice must prevail with a high-minded and intelligent dozen of men whom I now see in that box before me. This is an action, gentlemen, for a breach of promise of marriage in which the damages are laid at £1,500. The plaintiff, gentlemen, is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow. Her name is Mrs. Bardell. The late Mr. Bardell, after enjoying for many years the esteem and confidence of his sovereign, as one of the guardians of his royal revenues, glided almost imperceptibly from the world to seek elsewhere for that repose and peace which a custom house can never afford. Some time before his death, he had stamped his likeness upon a little boy. With this little boy, the only pledge of her departed exciseman, Mrs. Bardell shrunk from the world and courted the retirement and tranquility of Goswell Street. And here she placed in her front parlor window a written placard bearing the inscription, "Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Inquire within." I entreat the attention of the jury to the wording of this document. Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex, gentlemen, were derived from a long contemplation of the inestimable qualities of her lost husband. She had no fear, she had no distrust, she had no suspicion. All was confidence and reliance. Mr. Bardell, said the widow, Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself. To single gentlemen, I look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, and for consolation. In single gentlemen, I shall perpetually see something to remind me of what Mr. Bartle was when he first won my young and untried affections. To a single gentleman, then, shall my lodgings be let. Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, the lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught the innocent boy to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her parlor window. Did it remain there long? No. No, the serpent was on the watch. The train was laid. The mine was preparing. The sapper and miner were at work. Before the bill had been in the parlor window, 3 days, gentlemen. A being, erect upon 2 legs, and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not a monster, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings, and on the very next day, he entered into possession of them. This man was Pickwick. Pickwick, the defendant. Of this man, Pickwick, I will say little. The subject presents but a few attractions. And I, gentlemen, am not the man, nor are you, gentlemen, the men, to delight in the contemplation of revolting heartlessness and of systematic villainy. I say systematic villainy, gentlemen. And when I say systematic villainy, let me tell the defendant, Pickwick, if he be in court, as I am informed he is, and that it would have been more decent in him, more becoming, in better judgment, and in better taste, if he had stopped away. Let me tell him, gentlemen, that any gestures of dissent in which he may indulge in this court will not go down with you. But will you know how to value and how to appreciate them? Be his name Pickwick or Noakes or Stokes or Stiles or Brown or Thompson. I shall show you, gentlemen, that for 2 years, Pickwick continued to reside constantly and without interruption or intermission at Mrs. Bardell's house. I shall show you that Mrs. Bardell, during the whole of that time, waited on him, attended to his comforts. I shall show you that. And I shall show you that on many occasions he gave halfpence and on some occasions even sixpence to a little boy. I shall prove to you, gentlemen, that on August 25th of last year he distinctly and in terms offered a marriage. And I am in a situation to prove to you on the testimony of 3 of his own friends, most unwilling witnesses, gentlemen, most unwilling witnesses, that on that morning he was discovered by them holding the plaintiff in his arms and soothing her agitation by his caresses and endearments. And now, gentlemen, but one word more. 2 letters have passed between these parties. Letters which are admitted to be in the handwriting of the defendant and which speak volumes indeed. They are not open, fervent, eloquent epistles, breathing nothing but the language of affectionate attachment. No, they are covert, sly, underhanded communications. Let me read the first. Garraway, it's 12 o'clock. Dear Mrs. B, chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Chops! Gracious heavens and tomato sauce! Gentlemen, is this the happiness of a sensitive and confiding female to be trifled by such shallow artifices as these? The next has no date whatever, which is in itself suspicious. Dear Mrs. B, I shall not be at home till tomorrow. Slow coach. And then follows this very remarkable expression. Don't trouble yourself about the warming pan. The warming pan. Why, gentlemen, who does trouble himself about a warming pan? When was the peace of mind of man or woman broken or disturbed by a warming pan, which is in itself a harmless, a useful, and I will add, gentlemen, a comforting article of furniture? Why is Mrs. Bardell so earnestly entreated not to agitate herself about this warming pan unless, as is no doubt the case, it is a mere cover for hidden fire, a mere substitute for some endearing word or promise agreeably to a preconcerted system of correspondence artfully contrived by Pickwick with a view to his contemplated desertion, and which I am not in a condition to explain. But enough of this, gentlemen. It is difficult to smile with an aching heart. It is ill jesting when our deepest sympathies are awakened. My client's hopes and prospects are ruined, but Pickwick, gentlemen, Pickwick, the ruthless destroyer of this domestic oasis in the desert of Goswell Street, Pickwick, who has choked up the well and thrown ashes on the sward, Pickwick, who comes before you today with his heartless tomato sauce and warming pans, Pickwick still rears his head with unblushing effrontery and gazes without a sigh on the ruin he has made. Damages. Damages, gentlemen. Heavy damages is the only punishment with which you can visit him, the only recompense you can award to my client. And for those damages, she now appeals to an enlightened, a high-minded, a rightful feeling, a conscientious, a dispassionate, a sympathizing, a contemplative jury of a civilized country.
First witness.
Tracy Tupman.
Tracy Tupman.
Nathaniel Winkle.
Nathaniel Winkle. Nathaniel Winkle.
Here, Your Honor.
No, don't look at me, sir. Look at the jury.
Now, sir, have the goodness to let his lordship and the jury know what your name is, will you?
Winkle.
What's your Christian name, sir?
Nathaniel, sir.
Daniel? Any other name?
Nathaniel, sir. My lord, I mean.
Nathaniel Daniel or Daniel Nathaniel?
No, my lord. Only Nathaniel, not Daniel at all.
What did you tell me it was Daniel for, then, sir?
I didn't, my lord.
You did, sir. How could I put Daniel down in my notes unless you told me so, sir?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You'd better be careful, sir.
Now, Mr. Winkle, attend to me if you please, sir. And let me recommend you, for your own sake, to bear in mind his lordship's injunction to be careful. I believe you are a particular friend of Pickwick, the defendant. Are you not?
I have known Mr. Pickwick now as well as I recollect at this moment.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do not evade the question. Are you or are you not a particular friend of the defendant?
I just about...
Will you or will you not answer the question, sir?
If you don't answer the question, you'll be committed, sir.
Come, sir, yes or no, if you please.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Why couldn't you say so at once, sir? Perhaps you know the plaintiff, too, eh, Mr. Winkle?
I don't know her. I have seen her.
Oh, you don't know her, but you've seen her. Now have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury what you mean by that, Mr. Winkle.
I mean that I am not intimate with her, but I have seen her when I went to call on Mr. Pickwick in Goswell Street.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do you remember calling on the defendant Pickwick at these apartments in the plaintiff's house in Goswell Street on one particular morning in the month of August last?
Yes, I do.
Were you accompanied on that occasion by a friend of the name of Tupman and another by the name of Snodgrass?
Yes, I was.
Are they here?
Yes, they
Pray
are.
attend to me, Mr. Winkler, and never mind your friends. Now, sir, tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on entering the defendant's room on this particular morning. Come out with it, sir. We must have it sooner or later.
The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, was holding the plaintiff in his arms with his hands clasping her waist, and the plaintiff appeared to have fainted away.
Did you hear the defendant say anything?
I heard him call Mrs. Bardell a good creature, and I heard him ask her to compose herself. For what a situation it was if anybody should come, or words to that effect.
Now, Mr. Winkle, I have only one more question to ask you, and I beg you to bear in mind his lordship's caution. Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick, the defendant, did not say on the occasion in question, "My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation, For in this situation you must come, or words to that effect.
I didn't understand him so, certainly. I was on the staircase and couldn't hear distinctly. The impression on my mind
The gentlemen of the jury want none of the impressions on your mind, Mr. Winkle, which I fear would be of little service to honest, straightforward men. You were on the staircase and didn't distinctly hear, but you will not swear that Pickwick did not make use of the expressions I've quoted. Do I understand that?
No, I will not.
That is all, Your Honor. Call Samuel Weller.
Samuel Weller?
Samuel Weller?
Witness.
Yes, me lord.
What's your name, sir?
Sam Weller, me lord.
You spell it with a V or a W?
It depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, me lord. I never had occasion to spell it more than once or twice in my life. But I spells it with a V. Quite right, too, Sammy Bill, quite right. Put it down a V, me lord. Put it down a V.
Who is that? Who dares to address the court? Usher! Usher!
Yes, my lord.
Bring that person here instantly.
Yes, my lord.
Witness, do you know who that was?
I rather suspect it was the old un.
Who?
Me father, me lord.
Do you see him here now?
No, I don't, me lord.
If you could have pointed him out, I would have committed him instantly. Sergeant Buzfuzz, your witness.
Now, Mr. Weller.
Now, sir.
I believe you are in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case. Speak up, if you please, Mr. Weller.
I means to speak up, sir. I am in the service of that there gentleman. And a very good service it is, too.
Little to do and plenty to get, I suppose.
Quite enough to get, sir. As the soldier said when they ordered him 350 less.
You must not tell us what the soldier or any other man said, sir. It's not evidence.
Very good, me lord.
Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you first engaged by the defendant? Eh, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I does, sir.
Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was.
I had a regular new fit out of clothes that morning, gentlemen of the jury. And that was a very particular and uncommon circumstance with me in them days.
You had better be careful, sir.
So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, me lord. And I was very careful of that there suit of clothes. Very careful indeed, me lord.
Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, which you have heard described by the witnesses?
Certainly not. I was in the passage till they called me up, and then the old lady wasn't there.
Now attend, Mr. Weller. You were in the passage, and yet saw nothing of what was going forward. Have you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I have a pair of eyes, and that's just it. If they was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a deal door. But being only eyes, you see, my vision's limited.
Now, Mr. Weller, I'll ask you a question on another point, if you please.
If you please, sir.
Do you remember going up to Mrs. Bardell's house one night in August last?
Oh, yes, very well.
Oh, you do remember that, Mr. Weller. I thought we should get at something at last.
I rather thought that too, sir.
Well, I suppose you went up to have a little talk about this trial, eh, Mr. Weller?
I went up to pay the rent, but we did get a talking about the trial.
Oh, you did get a talking about the trial. Now, what passed about the trial? Will you have the goodness to tell us, Mr. Weller?
With all the pleasure in life, sir. After a few unimportant observations from the two virtuous females as was there, the ladies gets into a very great state of admiration at the honourable conduct of Mr. Dodson and Fogg. Them two gentlemen as is sitting near you now.
The attorneys for the plaintiff, my lord. Well, they spoke in high praise of the honourable conduct of Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, the attorneys for the plaintiff, did they?
Oh, yes. They said what a very generous thing it was of them to have taken up the case on spec and to charge nothing at all for costs, unless they got him out of Mr. Pickwick.
My lord, it's perfectly useless attempting to get any evidence through the impenetrable stupidity of this witness. I will not trouble the court by asking him any more questions. Stand down, sir.
Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?
You may go down, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good bird, Samuel. Good bird.
After this, Sergeant Stubbin addressed the jury on behalf of the defendant, and a very long and very emphatic address he delivered, in which he bestowed the highest possible eulogisms on the conduct and character of Mr. Pickwick. Then Mr. Justice Starley summed up in the old established and most approved form. If Mrs. Bardell it were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick, the defendant, was wrong. And if they thought the evidence of Mrs. Bardell, the plaintiff, worthy of credence, they would believe it, and if they didn't, why they wouldn't. The jury then retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to refresh himself with a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. A quarter of an hour later, the jury came back. The judge was fetched in.
His Honor the Judge! Gentlemen of the jury, are you all agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find for the plaintiff or for the defendant?
For the plaintiff.
With what damages, gentlemen?
£750.
Defendant, have you anything to say?
Mr. Pickwick took off his spectacles, carefully wiped the glasses, folded them into his case, and put them into his pocket. Then, having drawn on his gloves with great nicety, he rose to his feet.
I wish to say, my lord, that not one farthing of costs or damages will you ever get from me. You may try and try and try again, Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, but not one penny will you get if I spend the rest of my existence in a debtor's prison.
Sad days followed for the Pickwickians. With their leader in jail, the club suffered from internal dissensions. Our meetings were rare and melancholy. And then at last there dawned a glorious day. On November the 4th, 1828, Mr. Pickwick and his servant Weller emerged from the fleet. On November the 5th, the members of the Pickwick Club once more gathered together at the feet of their illustrious leader, heard him deliver upon that joyful occasion an oration which has been carefully preserved in the minutes of the society.
Gentlemen,
Cheers.
fellow members,
Loud cheers.
I shall never regret having devoted the greater part of 2 years to mixing with different varieties and shades of human character. Frivolous as my pursuit of novelty may have appeared to many.
Cries of no.
Nearly the whole of my previous life having been devoted to business and the pursuit of wealth, numerous scenes of which I had no previous conception have dawned upon me. I hope to the enlargement of my mind and the improvement of my understanding.
Cheers.
If I have done but little good, I trust I have done less harm, and that none of my adventures will be other than a source of amusing and pleasant recollection to me in the decline of life. God bless all.
Loud and prolonged cheering.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have brought you a Mercury Theater on the Air production of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. The adaptation for radio was made by Orson Welles, who also directed the entire production. This has been the 20th in the weekly CBS series featuring this brilliant Broadway company in dramatized narratives from the world's great literature. In the cast tonight
was Samuel Pickwick, played by that unstarred star of the Mercury Theater on the Air, Mr. Ray Collins. Augustus Snodgrass, by Mr. Alfred Shirley. Mr. Tracy Tupman, he of the excruciatingly warm heart, by Mr. Frank Reddick. Nathaniel Winkle, the huntsman, Mr. William Podmore, Mr. Wardle, Mr. William Pringle. Joe, the fat boy who always slept, was Elliot Reed. Rachel, the spinster sister of Mr. Wardle, was Mary Wicks. Sam Weller was Mr. Eustace Wyatt. Mrs. Bardell, Brenda Forbes. Mr. Fogg, McGregor Gibbs. Sergeant Snubbins, Edgar Beria. And finally, Sergeant Buzzfuzz and Mr. Jingle, whom you probably recognize.
The orchestra was directed by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. We invite you to be with us next Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the NBC Theater in Hollywood to all of you across America, a Happy New Year and Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, that is. In short, you are about to hear a special New Year's Day version of Dickens' Great Expectations, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy of NBC and played to the hilt by the British platoon of our NBC Repertory Company. On August 3rd, 1861, in London, a fever of excitement greeted the publishing of the final episode of Charles Dickens' latest serial. The public, from marchionesses to servant girls, all waited eagerly for the last chapter that would tie the complicated plot together and reveal the secrets which had intrigued the readers of the magazine all the year round since the first episode printed Christmas Day. The entire exciting book was then published as a novel, and the NBC Theater brings it to you now. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
My father's family name being Pirrip, and my Christian name Philip, my infant tongue could make of both names nothing longer or more explicit than Pip. So, Pip I called myself, and Pip I was called by others. Ours was the marsh country, down by the river, and within 20 miles of the sea. I remember one afternoon when I was quite small. I stood in the bleak, damp churchyard. The fog had blown in from the ocean and billowed over the scattered graves. I stood shivering and just beginning to cry, for I realized that under the black, scowling stone lay my father, Philip, and my mother, Georgiana, and that the little stone lozenges that lay beside them were sacred to the memory of 5 little brothers of mine who had given up exceedingly early in the universal struggle for life. And then, suddenly, I stopped crying.
Here, you. Keep still, you little devil, or I'll cut your throat.
Oh, no, sir. Don't cut my throat, sir.
Your name, boy. Quick.
Pip, sir.
What? Give it mouth.
Pip, sir.
Pip, eh? Show us where you live. Point out the place.
Over there, sir. About a mile. You can't see it for the fog. Oh! Put me down, sir. Put me down.
A boy thinks better upside down. Now then, where's your father?
Right there.
What? Where? Speak up.
The stone, sir. The black one. That's my father.
Oh. Who do you live with? Supposing I made up my mind to let you live. Who do you live with, eh?
My sister, sir. Mrs. Joe Gargery, the wife of the blacksmith.
Blacksmith, eh? You see this iron on me leg, boy?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a powerful heavy weight to drag off to me. Now, you know what a file is?
Yes, sir.
And food?
Oh, yes, sir. I know. Oh, don't turn me over again, sir.
Well,
Please.
you get me a file and you get me food, And you bring 'em here or I'll have your heart and liver out.
If you would please to keep me upright, sir. Perhaps I shouldn't be sick and could attend more.
All right, then. You bring me that file and that food tomorrow morning. And if you dare to say a word about it, your heart and liver shall be torn out and roasted in it.
My liver, sir?
And your heart. Now, you get home.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Oh, good night, eh? Ugh. I wish I was a frog or an eel. Well, what are you waiting for, boy? Be off!
I ran across the marshes and home without stopping. Joe Gargery, the blacksmith, my brother-in-law, was waiting for me.
Here there, Pip. Mrs. Joe's been out 12 times looking for you. And what's worse, she's got Tickler with her. She swore she'd wear that key out on your bottom this time.
Tickler?
Ah, she made a grab for it and ran pitched out. Here, there she is. Look out, Pip.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got you.
My arm.
Where have you been, you young monkey?
Ow! I've only been to the churchyard.
If it wasn't for me, you'd been there long ago and stayed. Who brought you up by hand, eh?
Oh, you did.
And have you got anything to say, Joe Gargery?
No, I don't think so.
I should hope not. Now, get ready for tea, both of you. Or there'll be no food this night. Go on, sit down.
Pip, old chap, you all right?
Joe, I thought I heard something out of the marsh just now.
Yeah, so you did. There it goes again. There's a convict escaped last night. And now they're firing warning for another.
Where does the firing come from, Joe?
From the prison hulks, Pip, across the marsh.
Joe, who gets put in the hulks?
Well,
That's the way with this boy. Answer him one question and he'll ask you a dozen directly. People get put in the hulks because they murder and rob and do all sorts of bad. And they usually begin by asking questions. Now eat your tea and get to bed.
There you are, boy. Well, what's your package, boy?
The support pie, sir.
Hold on. You brought no one with you?
Oh, no, sir.
I believe you. You'd be a fierce young hound if you joined to hunt a wretched varmint as near death and dunghill as this one is.
There's another one, you know. I mean, escaped.
What?
They were firing the cannon last night.
Now, where's that file, boy?
Yes, sir. I took it from the forge.
Good. I'll get this anchor off me leg and then... All right, boy. Go on home. Go along.
Nothing new this day. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of
Pip, where the deuce have you been? Here it's Christmas Day with Uncle Pumblechook come for Christmas dinner and you wandering about the marshes. Now get inside.
I'm sorry. Merry Christmas, Uncle Pumblechook.
Boy, you have missed grace. Sit down.
Go on, Uncle Pumblechook.
And may we be truly grateful. Amen.
You hear that, Pip? Be grateful.
Especially be grateful to them what brought you up by hand, meaning Mrs. Joe.
Light or dark meat, Uncle?
Both. Why is it that the young are never truly grateful? Gravy, please. Naturally vicious. A little more stuffing, Mrs. Joe, if you please. Now take pork. Many a moral for the young might be deduced from pork.
Pip, would you like some...
Uncle Pumblechook is talking.
Swine were put before the young as an example of gluttony. What is detestable in a pig is even more so in a boy.
More pudding, Uncle.
Thank you, Mrs. Joe.
Gravy, Pip, old chap.
Ah, yes. Be grateful, boy. consider the lesson of pork. If you had been born such, you would not be enjoying yourself with your elders and betters, rolling in the lap of luxury, brought up by hand by our gracious hostess here. Mrs. Joe, it is time for the pie.
Of course, Uncle Pumplechook. Pip, run and fetch Uncle's savoury pork pie.
Pork pie?
Go on, Pip. It's in the pantry. Pip, go and fetch Uncle Pumplechook's pie.
Open in the name of the king. Corporal, produce them handcuffs.
Handcuffs? Oh, don't take me, sir. I didn't mean to.
Oh, here, boy. I want the blacksmith.
I be the blacksmith.
Ah. You see, we've had an accident with these handcuffs, and the lock goes wrong.
You are pursuing escaped convicts, Sergeant?
Yes, 2. They're known to be out on the marshes. Anybody seen them?
No.
You, boy?
Me?
You seen any vicious convicts on the marsh?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
Well, how about it, blacksmith?
Sergeant, I was, wondering, maybe we could, Pip, old chap here, and me, maybe...
Oh, want to come along to watch the daring capture of 2 vicious and desperate varmints by His Majesty's own royal foot, eh?
Yes.
Come along then and welcome.
You,
sir?
You said 2 convicts?
Yes.
And desperate?
Mad dogs, both of them.
Well, I think perhaps I might stay to protect Mrs. Joe. The Home Guard, you know.
Well, you, blacksmith, get busy on them handcuffs.
Come around to the fort, Sergeant.
You, out in the yard. Stand! Easy! Now then, let's be at it.
Joe, I hope we shan't find them.
Aye, Pip, I'd give a shilling if they'd cut and run.
Yeah, Joe Gargery, if you bring that boy back with his head blown to bits, don't look to me to put it together again.
You all right, Pip, old chap? Keeping up?
I'm all right, Joe.
Hold. Arky.
What's that?
Listen.
Run away!
It's them. Hey there. Forward. Quick.
Do you suppose it's them, Joe?
No, ain't telling.
God! Run away! Over there!
Grab onto them, Corporal. Pull them apart. Come on, surrender, you 2. Get them apart. Get the handcuffs on them.
Mind! I took him. I'll give him up to you.
Get those irons.
He tried to murder me. Take notice, God. He tried to murder me.
Not likely. He's a gentleman, he is. I wouldn't want the Elks to lose their gentleman. I got clear of the ship single-handed. You don't find no iron on my leg, but I come back when I heard he got off. You think I'd let him make a tool of me again? After the way it went when we was tried together?
Tried to murder me. Enough of this talking. Light those torches. We got a long, wet march back to the Oaks. Here we are. Halt! See, blacksmith? There's the boat from the Elks.
Sergeant.
What do you want, varmint?
I want to say something about this escape, so no people will be laid under suspicion. I took some food from the village over there, from the blacksmith.
Well, now, fancy, Pip.
Leftovers it was, and a pork pie. Blacksmith, I'm sorry to say I've ate your pie.
God knows you're welcome to it. We don't know what you've done, but we wouldn't have you starved to death for it, poor, miserable fellow creature. Would a spit.
All right, blacksmith. You're clear. Now, get moving, you 2 varmints.
The wonder of the convicts and the pilfered pork pie soon died away. The days stretched into weeks, and then to months. And then one day my sister, Mrs. Joe, burst in from marketing, followed closely by Uncle Pumblechook.
Well, where is he? Where is that boy? If he isn't grateful this day, he never will be.
Which is extremely likely. Vicious, naturally vicious.
Oh, what's all this now?
Miss Avisham wants him. He's to go and play there. And he'd better play, or I'll work him.
Miss Avisham of yon big house?
Aye, the rich old lady. She wants him to play.
I wonder how she got to know Pip.
Noodle, who said she knew him?
It was I recommended him.
It'll make the boy's fortune. She's that rich.
Boy, Be forever grateful to all friends, but especially unto them what raised you by hand.
He's got to go right now with Uncle Pumblechook. Go on, Pip.
Goodbye, Joe.
God bless you, Pip, old chap.
Very well. Let us be off.
Uncle Pumblechook's conversation consisted of a running sum, which I was to answer while riding along in his high cart.
7 times 9?
63.
And 4 less 3 times 2.
Then we approached the great
6.
house. It was old brick and dismal. Some of the windows had been walled up, and of those that remained, all the lower ones were heavily barred. We pulled up in front of the gate.
And 14?
348. Shall I ring, Uncle?
By all means. And 27?
The bell pull is quite stiff. There.
Boy! And 27!
I'm afraid I've lost count. There's somebody here.
What name?
A Pumblechook.
Quite right. Well?
This is Pip.
This is Pip, is it? Come in, Pip. Oh, did you wish to see Miss Havisham?
If Miss Havisham wishes to see me.
Ah, but you see, she doesn't. Come along, boy.
Pip, let your behavior here be a credit unto them that brought you up by hand.
Come along, boy. Miss Havisham is waiting. Don't loiter, boy.
Why do you call me boy? You're only as old as me.
Don't be impertinent. Mind the step.
Oh, don't take the candle, miss. It's dark.
Oh, nonsense. Go on, boy. Go in here.
Who's there?
Pip, ma'am.
Pip?
Mr. Pumblechook's boy, ma'am.
Come nearer, boy. Let me look at you. Come closer, boy. Closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at me. You're not afraid of a woman who has never seen the sun since you were born?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what I touch here beneath these withered, yellowed bridal veils?
Your heart, ma'am?
Broken. I'm tired. I want diversion, and I've done with men and women. Play, boy.
Play, ma'am?
I've a sick fancy to see someone play. Play, boy. Well, are you sullen and obstinate, Pip?
No, ma'am. I'm very sorry for you. And if you complain of me, I shall get into trouble. I just can't play.
Call Estella. Go on, boy. Call Estella at the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Estella, do you want me, Miss Havisham?
Let me see you play cards with this boy.
Why, he's a common labouring boy.
Estella, you can break his heart.
What do you play, boy?
At cards. Only beggar my neighbor, miss.
Play.
What coarse hands he has. And what thick boots.
You say nothing of her, Pip.
No, ma'am.
What do you think of Estella?
I don't like to say.
Tell me in my ear.
I think she's very proud.
Anything else?
I think she's very pretty.
And?
I think she's very insulting. I think I should like to go home.
And so you shall. When shall I have you here again?
Well, ma'am, today is Wednesday.
There, I know nothing of days of the week. Time stands still here. Come again after 6 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Estella, take him out. Let him have something to eat.
Come along, boy.
In 6 days, Pip.
There, boy. You're to eat here.
But you've put the plate on the floor.
Of course. Go on. Go on, boy. Eat. Why don't you cry, boy?
Because I don't want to.
You do. You cry until you're half blind. You're near crying now. Go home, boy. Go home and cry.
Joe.
There now, Pip, old chap.
She said my hands were coarse. and I was common.
Well, I don't know about that. You're uncommon in some things. You're uncommon small. Likewise, you're uncommon bright.
Joe, I'm dreadfully ignorant.
Ah, Pip, there's bound to be a beginning somewhere. Even the king on his throne can't write his acts in print without having begun when he was an unpromoted prince with the alphabet. That's all now, old chap. And let's not say no more about it,
At length the time came for me to return to Miss Havisham's, and once again I followed Estella's flickering candle down the long, shrouded halls of the manor house. Suddenly she stopped and turned to me.
Am I pretty? Yes, miss. I think you're very pretty.
Am I insulting?
Not so much as you were the last time.
I'm not. There! Now, you coarse little monster. What do you think of me now?
I shan't tell you.
Why don't you cry again, you little wretch?
Because I'll never cry for you again.
Go in here, boy.
Ah, Pip, the days have worn away, haven't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see this table, boy? This is where I shall be laid when I'm dead. They shall come and look at me here.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What do you think that is on the table? There, where the cobwebs are.
I can't guess, ma'am.
It's a cake. A wedding cake. Long before you were born, this cake was brought here. It and I have worn away together. The mice have gnawed at it, and sharper teeth than teeth of mice have gnawed at me. Well, boy, call Estella and play.
I returned to Miss Havisham several times a week for 8 or 10 months. She would sit in the shrouded, dimly lit room and watch Estella and I play at cards. And then one day she bade me bring Joe Gargery to see her. I was to be apprenticed to Joe to learn to be a blacksmith, and Miss Havisham gave me £25 as premium. The next day Uncle Pumblechook took me by the scruff of the neck to be bound apprentice at the town hall. There was a general celebration, and all I remember is that I was not allowed to fall asleep, but was poked awake and told to enjoy myself. The years of my apprenticeship went by in a shower of sparks from the anvil.
Hey there, Pip. Give over.
There's something wrong, Joe.
Enough blacksmithing for the day. Come, clean up, Pip. We're off to the Jolly Bargeman for a pint. What larks, eh, Pip? Pints at the end of the day is the labouring man's right, eh, Pip?
What? Yes, I suppose so, Joe. Joe, who's that?
Who's what?
That strange man. He's coming over here.
I never seen him before, Pip.
I am looking for a blacksmith by name Joseph or Joe Gargery.
I be Joe Gargery.
You have an apprentice commonly known as Pip?
I'm Pip.
What is it you was wanting with me and Pip,
My name is Jaggers, and I'm a lawyer in London. Joseph Gargery, I am the bearer of an offer to relieve you of this young fellow's apprentice.
What?
You would not object to releasing him for his own good? You would not want any payment?
Heaven forbid I should stand in Pip's way.
Heaven forbidding is pious, but not to the point.
The answer is no.
Well, the communication that I have concerning this young fellow is that he has great expectations.
Eh?
I'm instructed to tell him that he will come into a handsome property.
Well, fancy that.
And further, it is the desire of the present owner of the property that he be immediately removed from here and be brought up as a gentleman.
A gentleman?
Now, Mr. Pip, if you have any objections, this is the time to state it.
Objection? Why, no, of course not.
Well, I should think not. You are to understand that the name of your benefactor remains a profound secret, and you may not inquire into the hidden identity.
I understand.
Good. When will you come to London?
London? Why, whenever you say so.
First, you will procure suitable clothing. I shall leave you 20 guineas, and I shall expect you in London, Mr. Pip, this day week. And be prompt. I cannot abide a laggard.
Ah, there,
Pip?
I've just been ordering a new suit, Uncle Pumblechook.
And to think that I should have been the signpost to your good fortune. A proud moment, boy.
Oh, but my benefactor remains a secret.
Ah, but to a man of insight, my boy, the mist of secrecy merely floats away.
Well, I must be off now, Uncle.
When you come into your property, if you feel you must invest certain sums in an established corn and seed business...
I remember, Uncle Pumblechook.
And always be grateful, boy. Grateful to your friends and them what brung you up by hand.
Well, Pip?
I'm going to London tomorrow, Miss Havisham, and I've come to take my leave of you.
Yes, I've seen Mr. Jaggers, Pip. I know all about it. So you're adopted by a rich person?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
And Mr. Jaggers is made your guardian?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
Well, you have a promising career before you. Be good, Pip, and obey Mr. Jaggers' instructions. Goodbye now, Pip.
Goodbye, Miss Havisham. Goodbye. The light was just beginning to break over the marshes when the London stage rattled into our village. The horses were stamping and snorting with the cold, and the top riders were bundled to the ears like so many caterpillars waiting for spring.
All up for London stage!
Well, goodbye, Pip, old chap. Us has ever been the best of friends.
Oh, goodbye, Joe.
God bless you, Pip, old chap. God bless you. Ever the best of friends, Pip.
The high-swaying coach rattled off down the road, and for a while I turned and looked at the winking lights of our village and the mist rising off the marsh. Then I turned and looked forward. The London road stretched out under the horses' feet. The mists had all solemnly risen now, and the world lay spread before me.
Hey, up there! Up here!
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And be with us each week at this time for the most adult dramatic fare in radio. In the weeks ahead, we plan to present such exciting works as At Heaven's Gate by Robert Penn Warren, The Track of the Cat by Walter Van Tilburg Clark, Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence, and Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. Our production of Great Expectations will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
After hours of jolting, the coach finally clattered over the London cobblestones. I climbed down and set off for Mr. Jaggers' office. I found it in a gloomy street, between an apothecary shop and a second-hand store with the distinct odor of stolen goods. I went in and asked after Mr. Jaggers.
He's not in. He's at court. Am I addressing Mr. Pip?
Oh, yes.
You're to wait. I'm Wemmick, Mr. Jaggers' clerk.
Well, I don't mean to be curious, Mr. Wemmick, but who are those odd gentlemen lounging about outside?
No gentleman there. That chap with one eye, armed robbery. The small man with the spectacles, coining. And the two dark chaps, suspicion of forgery.
And they're all waiting for Mr. Jaggers?
Yes. If anyone can get them off, it'll be Jaggers. And they know it. Hold on, Mr. Pip. There he is now, coming round from Newgate.
Here now, be off with you, Let go of my coat, be off.
Oh, Mr. Jaggers.
There, Mr. Pip. The present journey?
Well, yes, sir.
We've made all arrangements. Your anonymous benefactor wishes you to become a proper gentleman. You will draw an allowance, and you will deal with the tradesmen that I select. Thus, I shall be able to see if you are outrunning the constable. Wemmick, show Mr. Pip to his lodgings.
Well, I wondered if I might ask...
No question, sir, none at all. Wemmick, take him away.
Mr. Wemmick conducted me to Bernard's Inn, where I was to lodge, and introduced me to Mr. Herbert Pocket, who was to be my tutor and companion. Perhaps I should have been more surprised when I discovered Pocket was Miss Havisham's cousin.
Oh, yes, Pip. She's a Tartar.
Miss Havisham?
Oh, no, I meant Estella. You know she's been brought up by Miss Havisham to wreak vengeance on the entire race of man.
Forever, why?
Bless me, don't you know? Well, it's quite a long and gruesome story, but we shall have it with dinner. And if you like, I'll begin your instruction into the manners of gentlemen. Shall we go down to the tavern?
As we ate, young Mr. Pocket told me all he knew of the history of Miss Havisham's strange household, interspersing his narrative with good-humoured correction.
I say, Pip, I might mention in passing that it is not the custom in London to put the knife in the mouth, for fear of accidents, you know. So the spoon is not generally used overhand, but, under.
He commenced his story with the soup, and finished it with the tea. He told of how Miss Havisham, a wealthy heiress, had gone head over heels for a young gentleman many years ago. The wedding day was set, the huge cake baked, but Miss Havisham's bridegroom was never seen again. And she stopped time in her house at the moment when that dread news arrived. She lived, as I had seen her, in the yellowing ruin of her bridal dress, with the great cake rotting on the cobwebbed table.
And Estella was adopted to provide her revenge on mankind. And, in closing, Pip, might I add that it is not considered necessary to balance a wine glass on the bridge of the nose to drain it? Here you are, Mr. Pip, your 3rd month's allowance, £20.
Mr. Wemmick, I don't know what to make of Mr. Jagger's manner. He seems so inquisitorial.
Oh, you don't mean to. He's deep.
Deep?
As Australia. Them two knew it. Them on the wall.
Oh, you mean the masks? Are they good likenesses?
Young man, them is the faces themselves, cast directly after the individuals in question was cut down off Newgate gallows.
Oh.
They was clients of Mr. Jagger's what didn't pay a fee. Now, you take his housekeeper.
His housekeeper?
She's a lioness tamed, she is. A lioness tamed. She'll give you an idea of what kind of man is Mr. Jaggers.
And so the months wore away. I wore my clothes with nonchalance, had my boots blacked, and used proper manners when eating. I had become a gentleman. Then news came from Joe. My sister had died, and he was to come to London to visit me. I must confess that, could I have kept him away by paying money, I would have done so. For now I was ashamed of his blacksmith trade and his rough speech.
Here, Pip, old chap.
Joe, how are you? Here, give me your hat.
I'll hold it, Pip, old chap. My, how you've grown, huh? And, gentlefolk.
Joe, this is Herbert Pocket.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Godfrey.
Your servant, sir. I hope you two gentlemen has got your health.
Sit down, Joe, sit down, and give me your hat.
That's all right, sir. I'll hold it.
Tea or coffee, Mr. Godfrey?
Thank you, sir.
Which, Joe, which?
Whichever, sir.
Now, Joe, how can you call me sir?
Well, it was not my intention which I had, sir, to break bread with two gentlemen. I come with a message from Miss Havisham. She wanted me to say Mrs. Stella is home and would be glad to see you. Now, I'll be going.
Oh, no, Joe, not now.
Aye, Pip, old chap. I'm going back where I belong. I mean to me forge. If you should wish to see me, I'll be at the old anvil in the old leather apron. Joe Gargery. Blacksmith, that's me. Well, God bless you, Pip, old boy. God bless you, my dear Pip. I I won't bother you no more.
The next day I went down from London to Miss Havisham's. Her door was open as I approached. The tall wax candles threw long shadows over the dusty floor, and the yellow, faded bridal gown floated around her withered face.
Come in, Pip, come in.
Miss Havisham.
You've not seen my guest?
Good morning, Mr. Pip.
Oh, it can't be Estella.
Do you find her much changed, Pip? She was proud and insulting, and you wanted her to go home. Do you remember?
That was quite long ago.
Is he changed, Estella?
Very much.
Then you shall walk in the corridor as you did before. Go now. I'm tired.
You made me cry there, in the corridor, the first day I met you.
Did I?
You don't remember?
You must know I have no heart, Pip.
Oh, Estella.
There, Pip. Is she not beautiful? Do you admire her?
Everyone must who sees her, Miss Havisham.
Love her, Pip. Love her. If she favors you, love her. If she wounds you, love her. If she tears your heart to pieces, love her. Love her, love her.
Herbert, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, Pip, when did you return to London?
Herbert, I'm in love. I adore Estella.
I see. Have you any idea of Estella's views?
She's thousands of miles off.
And well off, my dear Pip. Remember, she's been bred as a sharp knife to wound the soul of all men. She's the extension of Miss Havisham's mad rage.
I know, Herbert, I know. But nothing drowns the memory of her. Oh, she's beautiful, Herbert, and I love her.
Well, Mr. Pip.
It's my 21st birthday, Mr. Jaggers.
Congratulations. What do you suppose you're living at the rate of?
If you please, sir.
At the rate of.
Oh, well, I'm not sure, sir. But is my benefactor to be made known to me today?
No. Here, sir, is £500, a handsome sum of money. You consider it so?
Why, sir...
Answer the question.
Yes, sir.
You shall live at the rate of £500 per annum until the donor of the whole appears.
But will my benefactor appear soon?
That is a question I must not be asked. Or I may say more. As a lawyer, it would compromise me, sir, and I am never compromised.
Estella was the success of the season in London. She had admirers without end. I then knew that Estella was to wreak Miss Havisham's vengeance upon men, and I, with the rest, must suffer. Then we returned to Miss Havisham, who was particularly pleased to see Estella, but she struck the floor impatiently with her stick when the girl pulled away.
What girl? Are you tired of me?
Only tired of myself.
Speak the truth, you ingrate. You're tired of me.
I told you no, that should suffice.
You cold, cold heart.
What? Do you reproach me for being cold?
Look at her. So hard and thankless on the hearth where she was reared.
I am what you have made me. I owe everything to you. But what would you have of me?
Love.
Oh, you cannot ask me to return what you never gave me.
Did I never give her love? Burning, sharp, painful love. And she speaks thus of me. Let her call me mad.
Mad? No. Who knows better the steady memory, the set purpose that has driven you? Did I not sit at this very hearth and learn a lesson from your lips and from your eyes?
So proud, so proud.
Who taught me to be so? Who praised me when I learnt my lesson?
So hard.
Who taught me to be hard?
But to me, to be proud and hard to me, Estella, to me.
I cannot think why you are not reasonable. I have remembered your wrongs and your teachings. I have never shown any weakness that I can charge myself with.
Would it be weakness to return my love?
I am the soul you made. You formed me cold and proud and incapable of love. Well, I will follow your lessons. I will torture and punish and madden, but love I cannot.
When I returned to my lodgings in London, I could hear the wind prying at the corners of the building, trying to get in. I climbed to the 3rd floor and unlocked my door. A single candle threw dancing shadows about the room, and standing in the center of the light stood a massive, grey-haired man, browned and hardened by exposure to the weather.
It is you. It is Pip. I've come.
I pray, sir, what is your business?
I've been waiting for you. There's no one I...
What do you mean, breaking into my room? Explain yourself.
Oh, you're down to remember. A certain night, a cold and wet night with a fog rising off the marsh.
Wait,
And the churchyard stones. Do you remember a poor shivering varmint, a convict, escaped to the hulks?
You, the man in the churchyard, the convict.
Aye, and you brought me food, and never a word did you spill to any man. Do you remember now, dear boy? You acted noble, Pip. You ran, dear boy.
Stay. If you have come here to thank me, it was not necessary. I'll not turn you out, but surely you must understand...
Eh, Pip?
...that I cannot renew that chance meeting with you. That you're wet and you look weary. Will you drink something before you go?
No, boy. I'll not drink.
How are you living? Do you need money?
I've done wonderful well across the ocean.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Might I be bold to ask how you've done since you was out on them marshes?
I've been chosen to succeed to some property.
Might a mere varmint ask, whose property?
Well, I don't know.
And a guardian? Some lawyer, maybe? Might it be with a first initial J? Might his name then be Jaggers?
You...
How did I find you, you ask? I wrote to this Mr. Jaggers.
But it can't be.
Yes, Pip, dear boy. I've made a gentleman of you. It's me what's done it.
Oh, no.
Yes, I swore that time if ever I got rich, it should be for you. Aye, it was me dragged you away from the blacksmith forge to make a gentleman out of you. I was a convict, Pip, but I made you a gentleman. Me, chained and beaten and transported halfway around the world to Australia. Who else should it be, dear boy?
Well, I had thought someone else. I don't know what to say.
Oh, that's all right, dear boy. You weren't prepared like I was. But now, where'll you put me?
Do you mean to sleep?
Yes, long and sound. But looky here. Caution.
Caution?
Aye, it's death, boy. Death if I'm caught in England, Pip. Jaggers can delve through his law books till his eyes rots. But if I'm taken, I'll dance at a rope's end at Newgate Prison.
Mr. Jaggers, I must speak with you.
Now, Pip, be careful. Don't commit yourself. Don't commit anyone.
I only want to find out if a person named Abel Magwitch, an ex-convict, is the benefactor so long unknown to me.
Yes, that is the man. In Australia.
And only he?
Only he.
But I had always supposed it was Miss Havisham.
I'm not responsible for that, Pip. Not a particle of evidence.
Then it is true.
Take only the evidence, Pip. This Magwitch, in Australia, communicated with me and intimated that he would return to England. This would be an act of felony, and in this, sir, I cannot commit myself.
Of course not, Mr. Jaggers.
I shall want nothing more to do with the entire business. Do you understand that, Pip? Nothing.
What wind blows you down here, Pip?
I must speak to Estella, Miss Havisham. And I promise it will not displease you. For I am as unhappy as ever you meant me to be.
Oh, Pip, really?
I've found out who my mysterious patron really is. But that is another secret.
It's another secret? Well?
But because Mr. Jaggers...
Mr. Jaggers is my lawyer. But he was also agent of your patron was coincidence. He has a great many clients.
But when I fell into the mistake and assumed that you were my patron, you led me on.
Yes. I led you on.
Was that kind?
Kind? Who am I that I should be kind? Well, then, what else, Pip?
The rest is to Estella.
Yes, Pip.
I love you. You know that I've loved you long and dearly.
And so?
I should have spoken sooner, but for my long mistake. It made me think that Miss Havisham had meant us at last for one another. But now...
I have not asked you to speak, Pip.
I know. I shall be poor again, Estella. I cannot take any further gifts from my benefactor. But still I love you.
Pip, when you say you love me, I know what you mean as a form of words, but nothing more. I've tried to warn you of this, have I not?
I so hoped you didn't mean it. You were so young, so beautiful.
Pip, I shall tell you the truth. I am to be married.
Married?
You know him. Bentley Drummle.
Drummle? But he's a brute, Estella, a stupid brute. Why, to fling yourself away on a man like...
Do not be afraid of my being a blessing to him. I bring him nothing, as he brings me nothing.
Estella.
Oh, come, will you cry as you did when we first met? Are you still that common village boy? Oh, Pip, you will get me out of your thoughts in a week.
Nay, Estella. You have been in my every flash of fancy since I was a boy. Miss Havisham, this is indeed your revenge. A cruel, blind, senseless revenge for a wrong I never did you.
Pip,
I can hear no more. God forgive you, Miss Havisham, for I cannot. When I returned to London, I found a note at my lodgings from Wemmick, Mr. Jaggers' clerk. My benefactor's ancient enemy, the one he had fought with on the marsh, had discovered he was back in England. We spirited him out and moved him to a room on the waterfront. From there, we planned to slip him on a packet boat bound for France and safety. There we waited. Then one night I was summoned to Mr. Jaggers to dine. I looked up just as his housekeeper glided into the room, and I started. For staring back at me from that hard and weathered face were Estella's eyes. After I left, I cornered Wemmick and finally got the truth.
Oh, she was up for murder, she was. And Jaggers got her off. It was over a man. And there was talk that she'd done away with a child. Never proved, though.
This child, was it a girl?
Said to have been. Most mysterious, Mr. Pip, most mysterious. That woman, she's a wild beast tamed. And Jaggers, he's the man what done the taming.
So, Mr. Pip, you have heard the story of Miss Havisham's adopted daughter.
More than that, I know her father.
What?
Magwitch. Magwitch, the convict from Australia. He told how you defended your housekeeper, his wife. He told me of the child that disappeared. He thinks her dead.
I am a busy man, Mr. Pip.
The truth, Mr. Jaggers. I must have the truth.
Well, then, I'll put a case to you. Mind, I admit nothing. Put the case that a woman such as you describe, a murderer, had her child concealed, and at the same time her legal adviser held a trust to find a child for an eccentric, rich lady to adopt.
I follow you, sir.
This legal adviser has seen children solemnly tried at the criminal bar. He knew of them whipped, tortured, transported, growing up for the chain and the hangman. Put the case that he saw one pretty little child that could be saved. Understand, Pip? I admit nothing.
I understand.
Now, Pip, For whose sake would you reveal the secret? For the child? Tell her of her murderous and felonous parents? For you, who loved the child? Nay, sir. Nay, I be hanged for it. But remember, sir, that I admit nothing. Now, Wemmick, bring in those ledgers.
That night, the tide was running fast to the sea, and the packet boat for Rotterdam would sweep by. We planned to row to midstream, hailing the steamer as she drew abreast.
We're in midstream.
Aye, slack off, keep her steady.
You'll never know, dear boy, the feeling of freedom. Not like me, what is known the lock and the chain.
You'll be safe out of England in a few hours. Now remember, when the steamer comes, you're a merchant who must get to Rotterdam. And when... Yes, what is it?
There's a 4-oared galley coming up from Temple Stairs.
Oh, no matter. Here's the steamer beyond the bend. Swing the boat round. Now, get ready to hail her. She's coming full steam.
Pip, the 4-oared galley, it's closing in on us. What does he want?
Halt in the king's name!
Pull, Herbert!
Pull! You've got to return convict here. Halt!
They've come for me.
Abel Magwitch, I arrest you in the king's name. Get hold of the boat.
They'll not take me!
Look out! Please, look out! Look out! The steamer! The steamer!
And in the name of His Majesty the King, I direct that you, Abel Magwitch, convict, returning to England after being sentenced to eternal exile, be taken to Tyburn Hill, and there, in the presence of all just men and women, be hanged by the neck until dead. May God have mercy on your soul. Bring on the next one.
Is that you, dear boy, Pip?
I came as soon as it was time.
Well, I'll fool them. They'll not be hanging me. That steamer paddle finished me.
Are you in much pain today?
I'll not I'm up, Pip. But I've seen my boy a gentleman.
Oh, dear Magwitch. Can you hear me? You had a child once, whom you lost. She lives. She is a lady, and is very beautiful. She is very beautiful, and I love her.
Pip. Pip.
His gnarled face was softer, and the massive hands fell to his side. The long chains and irons that bound him to his cot moved no more, and Magwitch was at last at peace. I wandered about the city then for days. The night on the river and the days that followed had brought on a violent fever. A swirling vapor clouded my mind, and men came in and out of it as ghosts. And then all seemed to look like Joe Gargery.
Easy now, Pip, old chap.
Joe. Is it really Joe?
Aye, old Joe himself.
Oh, Joe.
Easy now. You're back at the forge, safe and sound.
You know who my patron was, Joe. It wasn't Miss Havisham at all.
Aye, Pip, I know. And I've sore news for you. Miss Havisham, she caught that bride gown of hers in the fire when the young girl went to be wed. She's gone now, Pip, old chap. gone to peace, poor lady.
Oh, Joe, I've no money now, and I've a mountain of debts in the city.
Yeah, now I've got plenty for all.
Oh, no. No, I shall be off with Herbert Pocket. He has a place in a merchant's firm. I shall leave England, Joe. But I'll come back someday. Then, what larks, eh?
Aye, old chap. What larks?
It was 11 years before I returned to England, before I saw the flat marshlands again and the tiny buildings of Joe's forge. That night, as the light slid away, I wandered over to the village where Miss Havisham's great house had stood. There was no house now. The ground was bare, and the ivy climbed over the few remaining bricks and remnants of the walls. A cool, silvery mist veiled the twilight. And as I turned to leave, I saw a dark figure wandering in the ruins. For a moment it seemed to be the veiled form of Miss Havisham. But then I came closer and saw it was Estella.
Pip! Oh, I wonder you knew me. I am greatly changed.
Your eyes are sadder, Estella. They used to flash pride and scorn.
I have often thought of you, Pip.
You did marry?
Yes. He is dead. I have been broken, Pip. Broken and bent into a better shape. Tell me, Pip. Tell me we are friends before we part.
And more, Estella.
Oh. You said, God forgive you when you left me, Pip. Tell me so again, and I shall be glad to part.
Glad to part? Oh, it is a painful thing, Estella.
Be as good to me as you once were, Pip. Tell me we are friends.
We are friends, Estella. We shall be always. I took her hand in mine, and we went out of that ruined place. The ivy caught at us as we passed through the gate, but the tangled vines slipped away, and we went forward. The evening mists were rising now. The marshland lay open before us, and in all the broad expanse of tranquil light they showed to me, I saw no shadow of another parting from her.
You have been listening to Great Expectations, an NBC theater production of the Charles Dickens novel. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Be with us at the NBC Theater next week for a first radio production of John Dos Passos' Manhattan Transfer, and the following week for The Ides of March by Thornton Wilder. Great Expectations was adapted for the NBC Theater by Ernest Kenoy. Our cast included Terry Kilburn as Pip, Donald Morrison as Magwitch, John Ramsey Hill was young Pip, George Pembroke was Joe, Phyllis Morris was Mrs. Joe, Alec Harford was Pumblechook, Raymond Lawrence was Compeyson, Constance Cavendish as Stella, Norma Varden was Miss Havisham, Ramsay Hill was Jaggers, Ben Wright was Wemmick, and Hugh Thomas was Pocket. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. What's on NBC today? Well, for an enjoyable afternoon of relaxing entertainment, stay tuned to NBC for the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show and Theater Guild on the Air, today starring Peter Lawford. You'll find the best comedy for all the family on the Harris Faye Show and an intriguing story on Theater Guild, today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Hello? Oh, Eva? Miriam here. Oh, hello, Miriam. Look, I can't talk long. I'm in a telephone box, and I've got Judy and Simon bickering in the car outside. You're up in town, then? Yes. You can probably guess why I phoned. Yes. Well, it's about time we fixed a date, you know.
Well, it's a bit difficult at the moment, Miriam. Do you want your spare room for somebody else, then?
Well, no, not exactly.
Then couldn't you stay on a
I'm
bit
not
longer?
letting it drag on indefinitely. It's not fair on Arthur. No man wants his mother-in-law staying forever.
I'm sorry, but there's this play I'm reading, you see. It may be something really big for me. Oh, and then the BBC is starting a new radio series, and there are other things, too, at the moment. Well, perhaps Anne could take her in.
I don't see Anne putting herself out for anyone. And it is your turn, Eva.
Oh, I'll try and arrange something soon, then. It's not that I don't want her. I love Mother dearly, but right now...
I love her as well, and I've had her for 2 solid months. It's time...
Did you want something, madam? No, thank you. I was only looking. Excuse me.
No, madam, do you mind, please?
Oh, my hat! Oh, catch it for me, someone, quick! Quick! Oh, mine's out of the way. Sorry.
Where do you think you're going?
I wish I knew.
What is it? Tea or coffee?
Oh, a tea, please. Thank you. Excuse me. Do you mind if I...
No, of course not. Sugar?
It's all right, thank you. I can reach. Oh, my goodness, I'm so terribly sorry. I don't know how I could have done such a thing.
Don't give it a thought.
All over your book, too.
It doesn't matter a pin.
But it does. We must get a cloth. A cloth.
Look, please don't bother. It's a worthless thing. I've a handkerchief.
Well, you're quite sure. I'm afraid I have spoiled it, your book.
You spoiled your cup of tea, but would you like me to fetch you another?
Oh, no, thank you, all the same. I didn't really want one in the first place. I only came in here to get away from the wind and everything.
Quite.
I like thrillers, too.
Oh?
Yes, though Miriam, my eldest daughter, is trying to remold my taste.
I wonder... I don't suppose you've ever read this one?
The Girl in the Bloodstained Bikini. I don't think so. Is it any good?
You mustn't ask me. I wrote it.
You? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that, well, you don't look the sort of person who writes books like that.
Lestrade, is that really you?
It's not fame and it's not riches. Most people who know think I'm a bit of an ass. But I enjoy it.
Well, of course, it's creative. Everyone has to create things to justify their existence. Not that I've ever created anything except a hooked rug one winter when I was ill. And my 3 daughters. But that's hardly the same thing. Writing, I call truly creative.
You're very encouraging. I wonder... I wonder if I might ask you to read this little effort. It's my 6th, my best, I think. I'd value your opinion.
Really? I'd love to read it. Oh, dear, it won't go in my handbag. What a pity. Miriam won't be too pleased to see me with it.
I'm afraid the cover is a bit lurid.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's just she'll think I've been hanging round the book-stalls again, and she told me to go to a portrait exhibition. Well, I'd better be off, I suppose, if I'm to meet her at the time we arranged.
So must I. Or Mr. Abercrombie will think I've died on him at last. I'm in beds there, you know.
In bed?
I sell beds.
Huh?
For sleeping in, at Abercrombie's.
Oh, I see.
The thrillers are just a hobby.
Oh, interesting. I never met anyone who sold beds before. I mean, not socially. I bought beds, of course.
Will you really read The Girl in the Bloodstained Bikini? You don't have to, you know.
But I want to. You must give me your address so I can return it. And I'll give you mine if you like. I'm staying with my daughter Miriam at present.
Where's my diary? Oh. I'll write it down on this. The name's Gordon Disher, as opposed to Lester Drage.
Mine's Louise Bickford. I think I've got no card somewhere.
Street.
Yes, I'll just alter the address to Miriam's.
London.
Where's Dick?
Southwest 6.
Oh, there we are.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mrs. Bickford. Please write to me.
Yes, I will.
Oh, why is it, Mother, that you're never in the place we agreed to meet?
I always seem to forget.
Oh, Granny.
Oh, here, Simon. I bought you each a bar of chocolate.
Gosh, super. Thanks, Granny.
It's so bad for their teeth.
Judy's asleep.
Did you see the pictures?
What, dear?
Or did you go to the portrait gallery?
Well, no, dear. I didn't have time to in the end. The afternoon just seemed to fly, and it was so windy I couldn't stay out in the streets any longer, so I went into Lyons.
Did you have baked beans?
No, because we just had lunch. I only had a cup of tea.
Oh, what a bore.
I met such a nice man, Miriam. He was sitting at my table and we got talking. He was pat and gentle and looked rather neglected. And he sells beds.
Oh, really, Mother?
Well, somebody has to sell beds. But he does something else, too. He writes books.
Oh?
Not what you'd call books, but the kind I like. This sort of thing.
The girl in... Oh, really, Mother?
He gave it to me to read. He wanted my opinion of it. Really? Now, don't say really, Mother, because he couldn't have been nicer. He was a little common, I think, and I liked him.
Mother being democratic again. Simon, do stop kicking the back of the seat, darling.
Oh. Wonder what sort of day Ellen's had.
Oh, probably hanging about doing nothing as usual. I've never known such a child for just sitting around.
I wish she'd been with us today.
So she could have met your bed salesman?
Yes. She'd have liked him, too.
Come on, wake up, Simon.
Granny!
Hello, Ellen, darling.
Hello, Granny. Did you have a nice time?
Very.
So did Mrs. Match and I. She told me all about when she was in hospital while we were cleaning the silver. It's better out than in, Mrs. Match, they said.
Did they?
Yes, but they wouldn't let her bring it home in a jam jar.
Oh, dear.
What did you do?
Well, I had quite an adventure. I met a man in Lyons, and he was so nice, I felt as if I'd known him quite a long time. Like you did with that stray dog that followed you 5 miles on a bicycle.
Oh, yes. I wish they'd let me keep him. I don't see why everything has to have a pedigree.
Nor do I.
Go on about your friend.
Well, we talked.
Ellen, come and help with the parcels. Why should everyone else do all the work?
It's their clothes.
Come on, we'll both help.
Here you are, darling. Put that in Simon's room.
All right. I must tell you about Mrs. Match, Mummy. Her operation. She was telling me
I'm not interested in Mrs. Match's surgical history, and neither should you be. Now, upstairs with that parcel. Oh, Judy, don't go down to the stables now, darling. It's nearly time for your bath.
You must tell me more about Mrs. Match later.
And you about your man.
There's no need for you to hang around, Mother. That's nearly the lot.
Well, I'll go and start Judy's bath.
Oh, it's all right. Ellen can see to that.
Well, the supper, then. Is there anything
No, really. I prepared the casserole before we left this morning. Mrs. Match will have done the potatoes. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, well, then I'll just go on in.
Righto. Oh, and the meal won't be till 8 o'clock. Arthur's coming on the later train tonight. Tired?
Hardly fresh as a mountain stream. How was London?
Oh, you should know. You were there, too.
In court. And that's not anywhere except in a padded cell. Old Fowler dithered and drooled and made his senile jokes. He was never much of a judge, even when he had his faculties. No. Did you ring Eva about your mother?
Yes.
Well, did she give a date?
No, she's infuriatingly vague. Oh, I'm sorry, Arthur. I know it's a bind.
I didn't say anything.
No.
I need a drink. Do you know one of the things about your mother that gets on my nerves most?
What?
The drinks farce every evening. The way she always has to demur when I offer her one. One of these days she won't get one unless she learns to say, I'd love one, just what I want.
Well, how can she? She feels it's charity.
Good God. People who've got nothing can't afford to be proud.
Oh, Ellen, I've told you 1,000 times not to pick them, darling. They don't last, and it's so trippery.
It was my fault, Miriam. I suggested
Well, Ellen should know better. Now, run upstairs and wash your hands. There's a good girl. It's nearly lunchtime.
Yes, Mummy.
Can't I do the gravy for you?
No, thank you, Mother.
Mine does tend to be lumpy. Then let me take the plates in. That's something I can do.
No, leave them, please.
Oh, you must let me do something.
Oh, now look what you've done. That gravy boat was part of the set, too. Oh, I told you not to bother. I wish you... Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry I was cross.
I'm sorry I was stubborn. I'll clear up the pieces.
All right. Mother,
yes?
I've been thinking. It's your birthday next weekend.
Best forgotten.
No, to the contrary. I think it's a very good excuse for a family party.
You mean all the family?
Well, I don't see why not. Eva hasn't far to come, and it won't hurt Anne to stir herself from Bedfordshire for once.
Happy birthday, Mother.
Thank you. Anne, darling.
God, what does she look like?
Still goes to the village barber for a haircut, obviously.
Well, she's left the dogs behind. That's something.
She's fatter than ever, too.
And perhaps she's pregnant.
Anne? Well, you know how she feels on that score. Oh, couldn't face the wear and tear. Pity, though. Frank would love a baby.
I thought pig breeding was more his métier. I'll go and see to the cocktails.
Oh, she'll probably want beer. Hello, Anne.
Whatcha?
I'm sorry Frank couldn't come, too.
Yes, Anne, so am I.
And leave the goats and the chickens? Whatcha, Arthur? Give us a cigarette, there's a laugh.
Actually, it's just as well Frank couldn't make it with Eva springing this boyfriend of hers on us at the last minute. We'd have had to use odd chairs.
I wonder what he's like, Eva's friend.
Oh, an actor, for a start. She said that much. David something. Oh, it did ring a bell.
I wish she'd find someone solid. Oh, like Arthur.
Come on, Mother. We don't want to be hanging about in the hall when they arrive. It'll look so obvious. There's the signpost, David.
Monk's Ditchling, 1/2 mile.
Their house is this side of the village. If you can call it a village when the grocer sells foie gras and peaches and brandy.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry to let you in for this.
Well, at least we can be together. We can hold hands under the table, or whatever.
Yes. And we'll try and get away reasonably early.
If I have to drag you.
3 weeks today. 3 weeks since we met.
Ah, the BBC Club will never seem the same again.
No, it won't. I do love you. The house is just along here on the right. You can't miss it. There's a lot of unnecessary thatch.
What?
Well, I think it's unnecessary. I mean, a thatched lich gate when the house is tiled. But then you don't really belong in Monk's Ditchling unless you've acquired the services of Samuel Judd.
Who?
The last living thatcher in the county. He's the favourite topic of conversation at dinner parties. Well, wait and see. He's positively the last thatcher left in the county, you know, David. We were frightfully lucky to get him.
Yes, I can
And
imagine.
he's quite a character, too. You really ought to see him. Turns up in a green bowler hat with his blowing straw and shears.
Sounds like something out of the Archers.
I do like him, Eva.
Sorry, Mother.
I do like your friend.
Oh, good.
He was so sweet with the children earlier, just right. Friendly without being avuncular. Do you know who he reminds me of a little? Gerald du Maurier. To look at, I mean.
that is high praise coming from you. Oh, but I wouldn't tell him so. He doesn't like to remind people of anyone except himself.
That I can understand. Careful. There was Christ. In camouflage, commando, battle dress, prostrate in the ditch all night.
And did he catch the fox?
No, only a stinking cold.
Excuse me a minute, Anne. I'll just get some more rosé. Our glasses are looking a bit empty.
Oh, another beer will do me. Hey, chuck us over an ashtray, Mother.
Where's that glass of wine? It's all going rather well, isn't it?
Straight from Galsworthy.
Mother looks happy anyway. Are you going to say a few words?
Oh, why do you think I'm getting some more wine?
Oh, good. She'll like that. Maybe something about her looking as young
I've got it all taped.
Oh, good.
I made some notes while I was dressing. Don't worry, it'll sound quite spontaneous.
Now then, let's fill the glasses.
I said beer, Arthur.
Come on, Mother.
Now then, has everyone got a drink?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Yes, thank you. Well, I don't think we can let such an auspicious occasion go by without drinking a toast to the birthday girl.
Right, sir.
I'd just like to say, Mother, how good it is to see you like this with your family all round you. And the ridiculous thing is you look more like their sister than their mother.
Oh, she does.
Yes, you do. You look as youthful as ever.
Yeah.
Well, I shan't embarrass you by cataloguing all your virtues. Besides, we'd be here all night. But we all know them and love you for them. And I don't need to tell you what a very special place you hold in all our hearts.
Very well said.
Thank you.
To Mother, a very happy birthday.
Mother.
To Mother.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Bickford.
Well, thank you. Thank you all, and especially you and Miriam, Arthur, for giving me such a lovely party. It was our pleasure entirely. After all, I don't suppose we'll have you with us at Pleasant Ways that much longer. Oh, Eva.
David.
Mother's a little uncertain about her plans still. She wants to know when she's going to you. No, that's all right. I never said... Whatever Mother wants, naturally. I'm longing to have her, and the room's all ready. How soon can you come? I'm sorry, David. But what else could I say? You saw her face.
Yes. Your sister couldn't have maneuvered it better, could she?
Well, I don't really blame her. It is my turn to have Mother. I've just been putting it off for, obvious reasons.
It is going to complicate matters a bit, isn't it? Having her in the flat. Still, where there's a will...
There's a will, all right. She does go to bed pretty early. You'll still be able to come round after the show. And she's not much enjoying the day. She spends most of her time pottering round the shops.
Beds just along to the right, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, madam? Can I... Mrs. Bickford, I'm delighted to see you again. I didn't think I would.
You didn't answer my letter.
No.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, to tell you the truth, after I gave you the book, I thought perhaps I shouldn't have.
Shouldn't have? Why ever not?
It didn't seem right. I thought you'd probably written because you were kind and thought it rude not to.
Oh, how silly of you. It was true what I said about the book. I loved it. I'd like to read some more.
You would?
Yes. But perhaps we could have tea again sometime and you could bring another one.
Yes, I will. I'll bring you Kisses and Corpses if you like.
That sounds most intriguing.
I've only got one copy, but I'll give it you to keep. If you'd accept it, that is.
Well, if you really want me to.
Please, no one's ever taken such an interest in my work before.
I tell you what. You must come to tea with me at my daughter's. Oh, and not Miriam, my second daughter, Eva. She lives in Kensington. I've been staying with her for the last month. That is, if you'd care to. Come to tea, I mean.
I'd be delighted.
Would next Sunday suit you then?
Yes.
Only I happen to know that Eva's going to be out that day, so we won't be in her way. Cakes, biscuits, sandwiches, bread. No, they can't have come back.
Dreadful.
So glad we got away.
Oh, they probably thought us rude as hell leaving as soon as we'd had lunch.
Well, honestly, those people they had there. And then suggesting bridge. If it had been poker even.
At least we were spared tennis on that dreadful court. Just as well it rained. Oh, I can't think why we went, really. This is much nicer.
Yes. Did you ever go there with Francis?
Of course. I told you I've known Jack and Diana for years. What if I did? Now, don't make a thing of it, Evie. Let's have some coffee.
In a minute. Kiss me first. Oh, don't go and see her next week, David. It could be done just as easily by letter.
Eva, we've been through all that. Let me handle it my own way, will you?
Oh, no. Mother's boyfriend. I'd forgotten.
What?
She was inviting some man to tea. I said the flat would be free. Oh, hell, I just have to bluff it out. Hello. Do come in. I'm delighted to meet you. Mother's told me so much about it.
All right, dear. We'll have tea out somewhere. The rain's slacking off, I think. Come along, Mr. Disher. I'll see you later, Eva.
Goodbye.
Oh, God.
A few digestive biscuits. Mrs. Dill on the ground floor back. Always obliged.
You shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, no bother. I see you've made friends with Tiger already.
Oh, yes, he's a lovely cat, aren't you, Tiger?
Tea should have brewed by now.
What a nice, cosy room this is.
Hardly palatial, but it suits me.
Yes.
I hope you didn't mind my suggesting we came back here. Only tea places get so crowded on a Sunday.
Glad you did. This is much pleasanter.
There.
I wish I had a little place of my own like this.
Couldn't you?
I can't afford it, you see. I've hardly any money of my own. My late husband tended to speculate. Not very successfully, it turned out. So I have to live with my daughters.
I'm sorry.
I dump myself on each in turn, except in the winter months. Then I stay on the Isle of Wight. An old school friend of mine runs a hotel near Ryde, and she lets me have a room there for next to nothing during the off-season. I don't think her husband approves much, but Sybil's very kind. And it does mean that for 3 months at least I needn't impose on the girls.
Wait, is that what it seems to you? An imposition?
Well, it is, isn't it? Landing on them for weeks on end, upsetting their routine. Oh, they're very kind, but I know I'm in the way, really. But it's not easy, you know, living under an obligation.
No.
I wouldn't mind if I felt I was of some use to them. Life seems so aimless when you're no use to anybody. Why am I telling you all this? I don't usually tell people.
Are you all right?
Delicious. Were you ever married, Mr. Disher?
Alas, no. I'm what they call a confirmed bachelor. Though I've often wished it otherwise.
Then why?
I lived with my mother, you see, till I was, well, really past the age of thinking about such things. She didn't want me to marry.
How could she stop you?
Well, she reasoned on her side. I wasn't in the shape for it. Well, I aren't now, I never shall be, even if I got the chance.
But that's absurd.
No. No, a diabetic shouldn't marry, that's what Mother thought. Well, she took wonderful care of me. I miss her very much now she's passed on.
Of course you would.
You didn't mind my telling you this? I mean, some people think it's not nice to talk about sickness.
That's silly. I think it's very interesting. Well, I think it's bad luck, too. I'm sorry.
Please don't be. I mean, I wasn't complaining. It's merely an inconvenience.
I suppose you have to be very careful what you eat.
Well, one has to regulate one's diet and that, but, well, I'm quite happy, you know. I've my job and my writing, a place to live. What more could you want?
Well, company?
Well, I'd rather live on my own than with someone who didn't share my ways. But there was a young lady once, you know, before they found out what was wrong with me. No, I count myself fortunate. If nothing else, I know where I stand.
Yes. Yes, you are fortunate there.
Oh, hello, Mother, you're back.
Yes. Hello, darling. Is David still here? If so,
No, he's gone now. I'm awfully sorry about your tea party.
Really didn't matter. As it happened, we had a very pleasant time. We went back to his rooms in Fulham.
Watch it, Mother. You'll be getting a bad name.
I know. Miriam would think it disgraceful, but he's so very kind.
Well, come on in then.
Yes, dear.
I tell you what. Ask him over sometime next week. You can have the flat to yourself any day you like.
That's not necessary. I don't like to interfere with your plans.
Shan't have any except work. You know that new play I let you read.
You mean the one about...
The prostitute turned faith healer, yes. Well, the boys are going to a sort of tentative rehearsal, although it still hasn't got any backing, and David will be away for a while. His show closed yesterday.
Oh, what a pity. Is he going on tour then?
No, he's going to Windsor to see his wife about some legal thing.
Eva,
They're
No.
separated. There'll be a divorce soon.
Are there any children?
One.
Oh, Eva.
No, Mother, don't owe Eva me. I haven't broken up his home, if that's what you think. His wife's a bitch. Well, he hardly ever talks about her, but I know she is.
But, darling. Oh, my poor Eva.
I told you. He's going to get a divorce. No, please, drop it, Mother. I'm 27. I have to go my own way.
Dear Mr. Disher, as you will see, I am now staying at Stone Farm with my daughter Anne and her husband Frank. I think you'd like Frank. He's a good man. At the time of their marriage, my husband was opposed to it. Said Anne was marrying beneath her, just because Frank was only a smallholder. But I've always thought she did very well for herself. Frank?
Here, Mother, let me take those buckets.
I thought it was about time the chickens had their feed.
You know something? You're getting to be a real help to me.
Any fool can feed chickens and collect eggs.
Oh, you don't want to play yourself down. You got quite a way with those hens. Not everyone has it. People think fowls have no sense, but they need to be treated right, same as people. Old Harry puts them in a fluster every time he goes near the houses.
That's because he's their executioner.
Yeah, that's true. He really seems to enjoy the slaughter, too. Chicken killing time's one of the few occasions he smiles. Stays off the beer for 5 minutes, too, come to that. Isn't that so, Harry?
Oh, hello, Harry.
What's that?
They say there's nothing like a spot of chicken killing to put a grin on your face.
Oh,
Here, shall we go and see the pigs, then?
all right.
You coming, Mother?
Oh, all right.
See how Daisy's doing. Hello there, old girl. Here, pass us that stick over. She likes to have her back scratched, don't you, Daisy?
She looks very large.
Likely it won't be that long now. Hey, Harry.
How many babies do you suppose she'll have, Frank?
Could be anything up to a dozen.
Gracious. She's certainly a magnificent-looking sow.
Yes. And she's going to have a fine litter for me, aren't you, Daisy?
Lots of money there.
Well, I'd better get back to the house, I suppose. Give Anne a hand with the supper.
Right.
Anne?
Here. Budge over, Boxer.
Oh, isn't it time we thought about supper?
This is a load of tripe, Mother.
What?
This thriller you lent me. Do you really know the man who wrote it?
Yes, I do.
I can't imagine anyone actually sitting down and writing this kind of bilge.
I think it's very good. It takes a lot of skill. I'm sure I wouldn't have any idea how to go about it, and I don't suppose you would either.
I wouldn't try. I haven't sung that low yet.
You wouldn't have the application either.
Too right, I wouldn't.
I'll put the kettle on. What had you thought of having for supper?
Oh, hadn't really. Whatever's in the larder.
Oh, there's still some cold meat left from yesterday. And I'll pick a lettuce and some tomatoes, shall I? The lettuces are beauties. Frank certainly has a way with vegetables. They're growing splendidly.
Why shouldn't they? He puts them in the ground, they take root. Why shouldn't they grow?
You don't know the half of it, Annie. You ought to come out with your mother sometime. Help do some of the things that make them grow.
Don't keep on at me. I'm tired. My legs are aching.
Well, you're not sickening for something, are you?
Well, if you must know, I'm going to have a baby.
Annie! Oh, Annie, you clever girl.
Oh, what's so damn clever about it? I think he's awful.
No! Why, it's just lovely.
Oh, don't start getting soppy, Frank. I don't want you mooning over me like you do over that bloody pig. Oh, God, I feel dreadful. Chuck over that package of fags, Mother.
Do you really think you should smoke so heavily in your condition?
Either that or become a nervous wreck. Where's Frank? Oh, need I ask?
The animals have to be fed, dear.
Lucky old Eva, eh? Sunning herself in Italy with that matinee idol of hers.
He's only one of a party.
Oh, yeah. And what about that new play she was on about? Did it die a natural death?
Of course not. They just had to postpone it for a while. I'm glad Eva needs a holiday.
Who doesn't? But a fat lot of chance I've got it. Frank? Oh, my my God. Frank, what happened?
My fingers. The chopping machine.
Oh.
You'd better ring the hospital.
Now, Anne, it's no use getting yourself in a state about it, darling. He's in good hands, and the doctor said he'd be all right in a few days, didn't he? Now, let's get up off the floor, shall we? It's all right, Boxer. That's it. Come and sit down.
I need a drink.
Yes, I'll put the kettle on.
A drink, Mother, a large gin.
Do you think that's altogether...
Oh, I'll get it myself.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm not sure that I would... Oh,
that's better. Do you want one?
I think perhaps I will. Just a tiny one. I must say I feel a bit shaky, too. Thank you. Oh, what a dreadful thing to happen. I'll never forget seeing Frank coming in that door.
Don't, please.
You shall go to bed early, dear, and I'll give you some aspirin so you can get a good night's sleep. Not worry about Frank.
I'm not worrying about him. Silly fool doing a thing like that.
Anne!
Well, good God, he's used that cutter hundreds of times. But that hand, revolting. He could at least have covered it.
Can you be so selfish?
I'm not. Frank knows what the sight of blood does to me. He might have thought. But just coming in and standing there with... Oh, let's have another drink and think about something else.
Now, we mustn't forget Thursday's the poultryman's day. The chickens will have to be killed and trussed. Still, that's something Harry enjoys, luckily. Perhaps he'll be a little more cooperative than he was today.
Lady so-and-so.
I must say he seemed to get even slower as the day went on. Mind you, I've an idea he was at the pub in the lunch hour.
He's useless.
Anyway, we managed between us somehow. Oh, I don't know when I felt so tired.
Well, Frank had better be out of hospital soon, or he'll find his mother-in-law in with him. You've really pooped yourself today.
I have, haven't I?
Good of you. I'm tired, too. Let's go to bed.
Well, you go on up. I just remembered I didn't lock up the chicken houses.
Skip it tonight.
Oh, I'd better not. I know Frank's always very particular about it. And if there'd been chicken thieves in the neighbourhood...
Oh, yes, he'd have had a fit if he found his precious poultry gone.
I certainly wouldn't like it to happen through my negligence. I won't be long. There. Good night, chickens. What on earth? Oh. Daisy? Daisy, put the... Oh, no. Not now. You would be.
Come on, Boxer. Up you get. That's a boy. No need to hog all the bed, though. Anne? Anne! It's only Mother. What's the matter?
It's Daisy. I think she's in labour.
So what? Pigs have babies every day.
But isn't there something you're supposed to do for them?
Let her get on with it.
But I'm sure there's something.
If I were a pig, I'd just want to be left alone to get on with the revolting business.
No. You have to help them in some way. You must know, Anne. I remember Frank saying he always stays up with the pigs when they're having babies.
More fool him. You know how daft he is about those damn sows.
No, but he has to. Stay up with them, I mean. I'm sure he told me why, but I just can't think. Oh, please, Anne, put a coat on and come and look at her.
I'm not a blooming midwife.
Well, neither am I. But if you could just come and look.
No fear. I'm not traipsing out there at this time of night. Oh, well, what are you going to do?
I don't know what to do. I'd better fetch Harry, I think.
Well, take one of the dogs if you're going to go down the road. Oh, go on, Boxer. You'd better go with her.
Harry! Harry! This is Mrs. Bigfoot, Frank's mother-in-law. Are you there, Harry? Oh, dear. Harry! Please open the door. Oh.
Huh?
Thank heavens. You must come at once. Daisy's in labour, and I don't know what...
You ain't deliver no trees normally, John.
No.
You don't want to come
No.
around diamond night.
Come on, Boxer. He's no use to us.
Don't you come around here at night when I ain't working, eh? Huh?
Here I am, Daisy. How are you? Oh, the poor little thing. You must have rolled on it. You mustn't do that, not to the others. You mustn't for Frank's sake. No! No, Daisy, don't! Oh, I knew what to do. Oh, poor Daisy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't get under my feet, boy. I'm trying to get the breakfast. Oh, fancy an egg, Mother?
No use, Anne. I'm finished.
Eh?
I can't go on any longer.
You're not still upset about those piglets, are you? We weren't to know about the farrowing pen.
It's not that. It's the goats.
What about them?
They have to be milked. Harry's not here, and I don't know how to do it. I tried with one just now, and she nearly kicked me over.
Is that all? Well, grief, I know how to milk goats. You do? Of course. I learned at that farm camp you used to send me to. Remember? I don't do it when Frank's here because he's so damn particular. He'd say I didn't do it right. There's a dishcloth. Mop your eyes and stop being so soppy. I'll milk the blasted animals until their insides drop out if they're not careful.
Honey! Mother! Anyone here?
Frank, what are you doing back?
They said I could come home. They needed the bed. They tried to phone all the morning to ask Annie to come and fetch me, but they couldn't get any answer.
No, well, she wasn't indoors.
She's all right, is she?
More than all right. Come and see what she's done.
Oh?
Annie? Look who's here, Annie.
Hello, Annie, love.
Oh, you're back, are you?
Look, Frank, in the tin bath there. She killed them all herself.
Annie!
Isn't she marvellous? She's been working like a Trojan while you've been away. She's been absolutely splendid.
Oh, Annie.
Don't come near me in that suit, Frank. I'm filthy.
Never mind that. You're a wonderful girl. I'm proud of you.
You don't have to be. Good thing to get some of those damn birds out the way, if you ask me.
Well, they'll need to be trussed before Barker's man arrives. Where's Harry, anyway?
Drunk, of course. You might have known he'd be no use.
Yeah, well, looks like you and Mother have done wonders. Annie, I shan't be able to do much with this hand for a while. Do you think you could possibly, if I show you how...
For God's sake, Frank. I've been working myself to death ever since you mashed yourself up. I'm not doing any more. You'll have to get one of your village pals to help you.
It was you who did most of the work, wasn't it, Mother?
No, honestly, she did work hard after the first day. I don't know what made her, but she did. I don't know what's made her stop the minute you come home, either.
Yeah, Anne's a funny girl. Well, anyway, I can't thank you enough for your share of the work.
I enjoyed it. I don't often get a chance to be useful. Frank, there's something I've got to tell you. You won't like it.
Oh, spill it, then. I can take anything after that hospital.
Come with me, then.
All right.
I want to show you something. Over here, behind the manure heap. There.
What's this? Been doing some digging?
Yes.
What you going to grow here, then? Pumpkins?
Don't joke, please. Frank, it's Daisy's baby.
Undo these buttons, would you, Annie? I can't manage with one hand.
You need a nursemaid.
Yeah, thanks. Annie? How about asking your mother to stay on a bit longer? I know she's supposed to go at the end of the week, but let's face it, I'm a bit of a cripple now, and I need all the help I can get.
I shouldn't have thought Mother was much help.
Well, she is, though. Look what she did while I was away.
I suppose I didn't do a thing.
Oh, of course, dear. I know you did most of it, but still...
Still what?
Well, She feels so bad about the pigs, and I thought if she could think I needed her, it'd make her feel a bit better about it. Of course, it was a bit of a blow to me, but I hate to see her, so sort of sorry and humble.
It's all arranged now. Miriam's expecting her on Friday, and she won't like it if things are changed.
Never knew Miriam was that keen to have your mother.
Don't be sarcastic. It doesn't become you. You know what Miriam is, though. She's probably got her dainty little vase of flowers in the spare room already.
How nice the flowers look. You did them, didn't you, Ellen?
Yes.
Our kind of flowers. There's a foxglove.
They don't look quite as fresh as they did when I picked them. Do you really like them, Granny?
Immensely.
How was it at Aunt Anne's?
Oh, I enjoyed it. Pass me that clothes hanger, would you? Uncle Frank had an accident to his hand, and I had to run the farm all on my own for a few days.
Small holding, Mother, scarcely a farm. How's the unpacking going?
I'm nearly through.
The Cobbs are looking in for cocktails later.
Oh, how nice.
Run along, Ellen, and put on a clean blouse before they arrive.
Yes, Mummy.
Oh, and try and do something about your hair.
See you later, Ellen.
Yes.
Oh, I suppose all children go through the plain stage. Oh, Mother. You can't possibly be wearing that old dress still. I remember you buying it donkeys years ago. Before I was married, I believe.
Clothes were made differently then. They were made to last.
Well, that wasn't. It died quietly some time ago, but no one buried it. Oh, let me buy you another one.
Well, it's very kind of you, dear, but...
Now, no arguments. I was going to suggest we got you something new before you went to Anne's, but there didn't seem much point. But now you're back in civilization.
Well, it's awfully sweet
and
of
you'll
you.
want something decent to wear in the Isle of Wight. The only trouble is finding a free day to take you up to town. You know what it is at this time of the year. There's always something on in the village.
Quite. I know how involved you are.
Why don't you go out by train one day? Get a dress on my account somewhere.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't know what to spend. I don't want you spending your money on me anyway.
Oh, Mother, a present's a present. Don't quibble about accepting it, and don't worry about the price.
I can't help it.
Well, just get something you like.
Well, you could give me some sort of idea of what I should spend.
Oh, very good. Well, up to £20, say.
Good heavens, I wouldn't dream of spending all that.
Well, don't go and get some frightful bargain thing anyway. No one over 40 should ever buy anything in a bargain basement.
No, dear. Well, I think perhaps I'll go up to town next Saturday then, if you won't be needing me here.
Well, you're not a servant, Mother. You know you're welcome to come and go as you like. But why choose a day that'll only give you the morning to shop? Even if you get an early train, it won't leave you much time to look around.
It won't take me long. I know what I like.
Mother, you know you're a prime ditherer.
All the same, I'd like to go on Saturday.
Well, I can't think why, but have it your own way.
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Disher.
You're late.
Better late than never.
So they say, but I was afraid you wouldn't get here before I had to leave the department. Well, we can go now. It's just on time.
Oh, but Mr. Disher, I'm afraid there's been a slight hitch.
Hitch?
It's Ellen, my granddaughter, the one I'd mentioned.
Well, the little girl who collects wildflowers?
That's right. Well, she's with me now.
Where?
Over there, on the four-poster, looking like a dead crusader.
Ah.
She asked last night if she could come to London with me, and, well, the others are all off to a horse show, and I do apologize. Perhaps we could have lunch some other day. I'll be coming up again soon before I go to the Isle of Wight. I'm so sorry to upset our plan.
But you haven't. I'm glad to have the little girl, too.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of letting you...
I'm glad to have her, I said.
Well, Ellen, come and meet Mr. Disher.
How do you do, Ellen?
Hello.
And how did you find the beds, madam?
Very comfy, thank you. I think I'll buy the one with the knobs that unscrew and the blue mattress.
I'll have it shipped for you, madam. we must go. We'll be locked in here for the weekend. You ladies go out the front way, and I'll meet you outside.
Where are we going?
Well, I had thought to take you to a little restaurant I go to sometimes in Soho, but I think perhaps it'd be better if we found somewhere it'd be more fun for Ellen. Fountains, music, that sort of thing. See you down there.
He's nice.
I told you he was.
I'd like chicken and peas and chips, if that's all right.
Have anything you like.
Oh, but it costs an awful lot. I'd better not.
Money's no object. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Right, then. The young lady will have the chicken with peas.
Can I take my plate out? It hurts my mouth.
You're not supposed to, are you?
Oh,
we'll
just
have
for
one
today.
steak.
Oh, very well,
well
then.
done.
This is a treat.
Also with
Pass it to me under the table.
And, let me see. Yes, I'll better have the roast lamb with cabbage and boiled potatoes. Thank you.
Boiled potatoes and cabbage? Ugh.
Unfortunately, I can't always choose what I'd like to. I have to be very careful with my diet.
What's wrong with you then, Mr. Disher? Why'd you have to be on a diet?
Ellen...
That's all right. It's something they call diabetes mellitus.
Gosh, what's that?
Well, it's all due to the pancreas, they say.
Pancreas?
That's the thing that lies under your stomach, like a fish under a stone.
It's almost as good as Mrs. Matchew's operation, Granny. It was a super lunch, too, wasn't it?
Super.
He must be awfully rich.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
But look what we ate. And when the bill came, he didn't add it all up like Daddy does. Why don't you marry him?
Oh, no, don't be silly. People don't get married at my age.
They do. Miss Porter in the village did. She married her childhood sweetheart as soon as his wife died. Marry him, Granny. You could be rich and have your own house instead of living in other people's spare rooms all the time.
Here, use my comb.
And I could come and stay with you both. I'd like that.
Do your hair and stop daydreaming.
Where are we going? Will he take us to the cinema, do you think?
We'll see. Portobello Market. It's ages since I was here. What a very good idea.
I thought it'd be something a bit out of the ordinary, Granny.
See that baby over there, Granny? It's wrapped up in the Union Jack. Oh, and look, there's a suit of armour.
I love wandering round these stalls. I must buy some little thing for Miriam.
But it's Jacobean, dear.
You'll have to help me if I need to do any bargaining, though. I'm hopeless at that sort of thing.
When you spot something, just you give me the nod. Oh, look, Ellen. There's a man with some monkeys.
Oh, yes. Granny, look what I bought.
Oh, a picture.
Look at it.
Goodbye, old friend.
The old friend's the horse. Isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful, darling, but it's very sad.
It's all right, Granny. It isn't the horse that's dying. It's the man. It's to hang over my bed. I got it for only 30 pence. The man said it was a bargain.
It was, if you like it so much.
The frame isn't broken or anything, and it's even got the string on it. Where's Mr. Disher? I must show it to him.
If you'd just wrap it in a piece of newspaper, please.
Oh, there you are. What have you bought?
Yes, what have you bought?
Oh, nothing much. Just a present for someone. Thank you.
Oh, dear. After all that, we're early. The train doesn't go for ages yet.
I'll go and get you an evening paper.
Oh.
Can I come too? I want to see if they've got any of your books. You back a bench, Granny.
Righto.
Hello, Mother.
Eva. What a coincidence.
Not really. I rang Miriam's and she told me what train you were catching back. I knew you'd be half an hour too early, so I thought I'd come and say hello.
How sweet of you, darling. And how brown you are.
Oh, it's fading already. Oh, you should have seen me when I first got back. I was mahogany. Well, let's go and have some tea. You've got ours yet. Where's Ellen?
Over there by the bookstall.
Oh, that fat man? Oh, I know him, don't I? It's your friend. The one I was so rude to about the tea party. They look rather like an elephant and sparrow together, don't they?
They do, rather. You look tired, Eva.
Oh, Mother, don't start. I'm not sleeping very well, as a matter of fact, but it'll pass. You know I get spells like this.
You're not overworking.
Anything but. Things are a bit slack at present.
What about the play?
Well, the boys are still messing about, rewriting the third act.
How's David?
Oh, he's fine. Sends you his regards. He likes you, you know.
I like him, too. But
if you're still worrying about him and me, don't. Things will work out all right. You won't have to be shocked.
Nothing you did could ever shock me.
No. It could only distress you.
Hello, Auntie Eva.
Hello, Ellen. And Mr. Disher, we meet again.
My daughter, Eva.
How do you do?
You must come and have a cup of tea with us now. Please do. To make up for the tea you didn't have before.
Oh, it's very kind of you, but I have to be getting along. Thanks all the same.
Oh, must you?
I'm afraid so.
What a shame.
I'll say goodbye then, Miss Pickford. I enjoyed it so much.
So did I. Very much indeed.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Goodbye, and thank you for a super time. Look, Auntie Eva, we went to Portobello Market, and look what I bought.
Painting?
Oh, yes. Ellen, where did you find it?
Well.
Just a minute. This is for you.
For me?
Please don't be offended. I couldn't resist it.
Oh, it's a scent bottle, isn't it? Cut glass too. How very attractive.
If you'd care to look on the cap, there's something inscribed.
Oh, Louise, my name.
I felt I had to get it for you.
It's beautiful.
Coincidence seemed too much. Do you really like it?
It's the nicest present I ever had.
Take that fence again, Simon.
Yes, Daddy.
I don't think I can watch them anymore, Miriam.
It is a bit nerve-wracking, isn't it?
The way that animal sort of swerves at each fence. Do you really think it's wise for Simon to enter that jumping event next Saturday? It seems such a nervous creature.
Well, the ponies are Arthur's department. It's no use arguing with him.
Don't leave the tape
I've told him not to blame me if the child breaks his neck.
Granny!
Hello, darling. Look what happened to Ellen that time.
Well, Simon's a far better rider than she ever was.
Granny, there's someone to see you.
Want to see Granny?
Yes, a lady. I put her in the drawing room.
Did she give a name?
Yes, but I've forgotten it.
Oh, really, Ellen? It's probably one of your London friends, Mother.
I can't think who. Well, I'd better go and see anyway. Did she have a suitcase with her, Ellen?
No, why?
I thought perhaps she might be selling something.
She might have one in the car. She's got a super car.
Oh.
And she smells expensive, too. Oh, I've just remembered what her name was. Gower, like Auntie Eva's friend.
What?
You know that nice man she brought down for your birthday party that time? His name was Gower, wasn't it? David Gower.
Yes, it was.
Well, this is Mrs. Gower.
Hello, Eva. Hello, Mother. How lovely to see you. Come on in. Here, let me take your coat. Thank you. What brings you up, anyway? I had to see the bank manager.
Is something the matter? You look tired.
I didn't have too good a night.
Oh, last time I saw you, it was me who wasn't sleeping.
But you are again now?
Oh, yes, I feel marvellous. Although I didn't get in till 3 this morning. David and I had a really fabulous evening. We saw that new American musical and then went on to a very swish nightclub afterwards. It was just one of those good evenings when everything goes right, you know? Can you bear a mustard pickle sandwich, or shall I scramble you an egg or something?
Well, I don't think I want anything, really.
You haven't had lunch already, have you?
No, I just... Eva, I want to talk to you.
We are talking.
Well, I'd rather you came and sat down.
Okay, then. Well, talk away.
I'm going to tell you something you won't like.
Tell all. I can stand anything today. I feel great in spite of all the champagne last night.
I saw David's wife yesterday.
Bad luck. That can't have been much fun for you.
It wasn't. Not that she wasn't nice. She was. But what she came to tell me wasn't nice.
You mean she actually came down to Miriam's to see you? Of all the bloody nerve. What was she doing? Playing the wronged wife, I suppose? Oh, my God, something.
Eva, please listen. If you just let...
Let you what? That bitch has upset you. I think it's vile of her to come and bother you like that. She's not playing the game by the rules.
No, it's you who are not sticking to the rules. You're not playing fair, either with her or yourself.
Oh, for God's sake, let's stop talking like the captain of a hockey team. So Francis Gower went to see you. I suppose she dragged the poor little orphan child along, too. What am I supposed to do, burst into tears?
Eva, Mrs. Gower came out of kindness.
Kindness?
Yes. You'll hate what I'm going to say.
You've said that before. Get on and say it.
She came because she wanted to help you.
Oh.
Now, don't keep snorting like that. She was genuine. She believes, and you've certainly given me that impression, that you think David is going to divorce her and marry you.
I don't think he is.
No, Eva. David will never marry you, darling. He has no intention of leaving his wife. She wanted me to tell you because she knew you wouldn't listen to her.
Don't you see, Mother? She's just using you. It's obvious. She'll just pull every trick she knows to try and keep him, just out of spite.
How can I make you see it? It sounds so unkind to criticize David to you, but Frances Gower knows him.
And I don't, I suppose.
She's been married to him for 15 years. He's talked about leaving her before, apparently, but he's never done it. He needs her.
Oh, God.
She'll never divorce him because of the child.
All right, now. I'll tell you something. Last night, David talked about us getting married nearly all the time. He'll get free of that woman if he has to fight her every inch of the way. He loves me, Mother. Don't you understand?
But you don't know what he's like. I didn't want to tell you, but But there have been other women, lots of them.
What if he has had other women? What man of his age hasn't? And with a bitch like that for a wife, who can blame him?
But she's nice, I tell you. I wish you could meet her, and then perhaps you might see.
I'd rather die.
Don't be angry, Eva. I know I've been clumsy and said things all wrong. I didn't want to come at all.
Why did you?
Wouldn't you if you had a daughter? Please think it over. Even if you're too upset to see it straight now.
I'm not upset because I don't believe you.
You must believe me. I have to tell you one more thing. There's another reason he'll never leave her, but because of her money. She gives him money. When he took you out last night, it was probably her money he was spending.
That's a lie! How dare you talk about David like that? Please go, Mother. I'm sorry, but I can't stand any more.
Very well.
I'll ring down to the porter. Ask him to get you a taxi.
No. No. Don't bother. Goodbye, Eva. I hope you can be happy, darling.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother, please help me.
All right, Ellen. Let's have that jump up again.
Yes, Daddy.
All right, Simon.
I'm Dad.
Well, hurry up. We haven't got all night.
He looks just like a ringmaster in the middle of the field there.
He does, rather.
Don't let him keep running out, Simon.
Miriam, the light isn't at all good.
Don't tell me. Of all the damn silly times to insist on a last practice.
What the devil are you doing, Simon? Keep his head straight.
I can't, Daddy. I don't think he wants to jump tonight. He can't see.
Of course he can't.
It's not what he wants, it's what you want. You'll never ride him if you don't remember that. Little devil, now get on and behave yourself.
Oh, dear, I do wish he wouldn't be so violent.
I hope it's safe.
I always feel things would go much better if Arthur didn't make so much noise.
Now try it again. Take him round as if you meant it.
Missy! Missy!
Not so fast. Oh. Pull him up. I said pull him up.
Oh, my goodness! Oh, it's all right. He jumped off.
Get hold of that pony before he treads on his reins. Get out of the way, Ellen. Simon, don't just stand there. Catch hold of that pony and get back on it.
I wish he wouldn't make him. I'm sure he doesn't want to.
Mount, I said. Get on him and make him do it properly. Come on now.
Oh, Daddy, please. Please.
Ellen, what the...
Please don't make him. He's nervous. Can't you see he's nervous?
Don't be so
nervous.
stupid. We're not all as feeble as you.
No, we're not.
That's better, Simon. Now, off we go again. Don't put up with any more nonsense.
Daddy, he hasn't got his foot in the stroke. Oh, stop him. Stop him.
Look out, you stupid little... Now look what you've done. Now up you get, Simon.
No, I don't want to go back. He's hurt.
No, Mother, he's just frightened. I can tell by the way he's crying. Don't go to him. You'll only make Arthur worse.
Get away, do you hear, Ellen, stupid little idiot. Get indoors and we'll maybe see you again. You've done enough damage for one evening. Get away, I said. Simon doesn't want you hanging around any more than I do.
Well, I'm going to her anyway. It's too bad of Arthur. She was only trying to help.
I know.
Don't understand it. Why is he always so hard on her?
Because she's not his child.
Now stop that, Simon, old chap. You're not a baby.
Arthur, I think that's quite enough.
Not... Oh, my poor Ellen. Dear Mr. Disher, thank you for your letter. You're right. Time does hang a bit heavily at the hotel. I've long since read all the readable books left behind by the summer guests, and just lately it's been too cold to go for many walks. In answer to your question, I shall be returning to Miriam's for a few days over the Christmas holiday, and shall therefore be in London on Christmas Eve. Perhaps we could have an afternoon together then.
Ready for another cup of tea?
I'll pour it, shall I?
A woman pouring tea. What is there about it that looks so right? It always looks so silly when a man does it.
Another cup for you?
No, thank you.
Do you think they'd take me on at your shop, Mr. Disher?
Do I think what?
That I could work in Abercrombie's like you. Oh, not in beds, of course, that takes experience, but the kind of things on the ground floor that women sell.
No. Oh, no, that wouldn't do at all.
Why not? I feel I ought to try and find a job. I'm so useless.
No, please, it wouldn't be right. You shouldn't work.
You mean I'm too old? Well, I'm no older than you, and look at you.
Yes, look at me. Now, you know I don't mean that. You're a lady.
Good heavens, I'm not. And even if I were, what difference would it make?
It wouldn't do.
Well, it's either that or going on as I have been, and even that may not be possible much longer. My friend Sybil may be giving up the hotel and ride soon. It's not really paying, and she's not as young as she was. She hasn't discussed it with her husband yet, but it's her hotel. Anyway, if that does happen, I couldn't impose on the girls more than I already do. A job of sorts is the only answer, if I can get one. Couldn't you ask someone at Abercrombie's to give me an interview at least?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, it was only a thought.
I want to ask you something.
Yes.
May I call you by your first name?
Well, of course. I can't think why you haven't done it ages ago. Shall I call you Gordon?
Oh, if you like.
I do like. But, of course, when I work in your shop, I shall revert to Mr. Disher.
Please, don't let's talk about that any more. Louise.
Oh, what?
I was just trying it out.
Oh, goodness, is that really the time? I must go if I'm to catch my train.
Well, I'll come to the station with you.
Please don't bother. It isn't necessary.
It's Christmas Eve. The streets are crowded. You should have a man with you. Your coat.
Oh, thank you.
You shouldn't be thinking about a job, you know. It's pathetic. I won't let you be pathetic. I won't get you an interview either. That's not what I want for you.
Well, then, I shall have to sign on at the Labour Exchange, won't I?
If you don't mind, perhaps I'd better not come to the station with you after all. I've had a slight cold and it's raw out.
No, that's quite all right.
Oh, goodbye, then. You can see yourself down, can't you? Goodbye.
Goodbye, and Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas to you, Anne. It's only a small thing. Some baby clothes I knitted at the hotel. I hope they'll be all right.
Good God! What am I supposed to do with these? They're much too small.
I knew you'd say that. I could hear you saying it while I was knitting them.
Can I look, Aunt Anne? Oh, aren't they sweet? Look at that little vest.
I'll make some more when I go back, Anne, if you tell me what you want.
I don't know. I thought one just wrapped the things in shawls.
Then you were rude awakening in store. Oh, go and fetch that bundle of clothes on my bed, would you, Ellen, darling?
Yes, Mummy.
I put some of my baby things together for you, Anne. I don't imagine I'll ever need them again.
Lucky devil.
I don't know. I'd rather like to have another baby.
Oh, do let's have one then. That'd be wonderful. Do let's.
Would you like it?
More than anything in the world. Oh, don't let's give our baby clothes to Auntie Anne.
Oh, we'd better. Run up and get them. There's a good girl.
All right, Mummy.
What names have you decided, Anne?
Eh? For the baby, dear. Well, I haven't thought yet.
Oh, really?
Talking of names, Mother, what happened to that boyfriend of yours with the improbable one?
What?
Oh, you mean Mr. Disher, alias Lester Drage. Oh, he's still in evidence. She broke the journey to have tea with him yesterday, didn't you, Mother?
Yes. Where's Eva?
That's right. Change the subject.
The tea party went all right, didn't it, Mother?
Of course. Why shouldn't it?
The subject's obviously taboo. Where is Eva?
Regaling Mrs. Match with the news about the play, last I knew.
Well, it is good news, isn't it? I mean that it's actually going to be produced at last, and in London. It could make her.
Or break her. Sounds a right drag to me.
Well, as long as Eva's happy about it, and she certainly seems on top of the world.
Yes, she does, doesn't she?
When are you off on the skiing bit, Miriam?
The end of next week. The children are thrilled about it. Well, Simon and Judy, anyway. Ellen got some crazy idea that she'd rather go back with Mother to the Isle of Wight, I ask you.
I don't think she much enjoyed skiing last time you went.
Well, perhaps not, but there are other things to do, and I'd have thought Austria was rather more exciting than the Isle of Wight. Anyway, it's all booked. Besides, Mother, what on earth would your friends say if you arrived back on Friday with an 11-year-old child in tow?
I'm sure Sybil would be delighted. It's her husband, George, who's the tricky one. He's never very pleased to see anyone. Hello, George. I'm back.
So I see.
Did you and Sybil have a nice Christmas?
Hardly. Unless you call Sybil being taken ill nice.
Taken ill? Sybil?
I just said so, didn't I? Heart attack.
Oh, no. Is she... I mean, will she...
She won't be back here for a bit, that's for sure.
I'm so sorry, poor
So
Sybil.
there's going to have to be a few changes.
Yes, I suppose so.
My sister's coming to help out for the time being.
That's good of her.
So I'll be needing your room, I'm afraid.
Oh, my room?
Afraid so.
But isn't there another room I could have? I don't mind how small. That little one on the third floor, perhaps?
I'm shutting all the rooms on the third floor. No sense in giving the staff extra work.
But there must be a room somewhere. There must.
There are rooms for those who can pay our terms.
Well, I can't. You know I can't.
Oh, no, then I'm sorry.
But Sybil's always...
Sybil's not here now.
All right, then. I'll go if you really want me to. I'll go as soon as I can make other arrangements. It'll only take a few days.
I don't think you understand. My sister's arriving this evening.
But you surely don't expect me to...
Your fare will be refunded, naturally. If you go at once, you'll catch the afternoon boat back.
But you can't throw me out at a moment like that. It'll be evening before I get to London. Where will I go?
I thought you had 3 loving daughters.
Very well, I'll go. As a matter of fact, I shall be thankful to get away. I don't think I could stand this place without Sybil. Dear Mr. Disher, dear Gordon, I am writing this on a paddle steamer in the middle of the Solent. A dreadful thing has happened. Oh, it's no use. Dear Gordon, I'm afraid when we met on Christmas Eve, I must have upset you in some way. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have for the world. I'm writing this on a train back to London. You will be surprised to hear that I'm... Why should he care? Hello? Who's that? Oh, Mrs. Match. This is Mrs. Bickford. I didn't expect to hear your voice. Is there a dinner party or something? They've what? Away for the weekend? Oh. No, I didn't. And you're keeping an eye on things? Yes. Well, thank you, Mrs. Match. I'm sorry to have bothered you. No, it's all right. No message. It was nothing. Oh, dear. Eva. Please, Ben. Please, Eva. Seven, 8, 9, 10. I'll just have to ring Anne. No, Anne, you can't be. You can't be out of order. Not tonight. Oh, my God. What am I going to do now?
Looking for someone, dear?
Yes, Mr. Disher. The front door wasn't latched.
I know you are. You're the lady who comes to tea with him sometimes, aren't you?
That's right.
I'm Mrs. Dill, ground floor back. Don't you know what's happened then?
No. No, what? Well, he was taken to the hospital, poor soul. What do they call it? A coma, that's it.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Flack found him on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve? But I was here to tea that day. He seemed all right.
No doubt he was at the time. But later, I dare say he got to thinking about it being the festive season and him having no one to share it with. I had asked him down to share our Christmas dinner, but he said he wouldn't impose. Always the gentleman Mr. Disher was.
Was? You don't mean... He's not dead, is he?
Oh, it deserves to be, Mrs. Fagg says. Knowing as he did, he should never touch a drop in his condition.
But I don't understand. He never drinks anything.
Well, he did that night. They found the bottle.
Have you a telephone? I'd like to ring the hospital and find out how he is.
I just did, dear. Fairly comfortable, that's all they'll say. And he's not allowed visitors. Would you like a cup of tea? You look quite upset.
No, thank you. If you could just give me the name of his ward and so on, so I can write.
Certainly.
Thank you. And then I must be on my way.
Far to go, have you? I hope not. It's nasty out, isn't it?
Excuse me, officer.
Yes, madam?
I need help. I've nowhere to go and no money, and I don't know what to do.
You'd better let me take you along to the station.
Oh, no, I'm not a vagrant or anything. I just wanted you to advise me that there must be hospitals or something where one could get a bed for a few shillings.
There are, but not for people like you. Just come along with me and we'll see if we can find someone of your family to come and fetch you.
You think I'm drunk or something, don't you? Well, I'm not. I'm just in a bit of a fix.
Supposing you tell me about it while we walk along, eh? This daughter of yours that has the flat in Kensington.
Eva, yes.
If it's a block of flats, there's a night porter there, surely. He'll have a master key. He'll let you into your daughter's flat if he knows you.
Oh, he knows me all right. How clever you are. I'll be quite all right now. Eva? Don't die of fright, darling. It's me, Mother.
Mother, what are you doing here?
Well, it's a... Look at you. You're drenched. Whatever's the matter?
Nothing.
Where have you been?
Just walking.
In this weather? Without a coat? You must be mad. Who were you with?
Nobody. I went out by myself. I wanted air.
Darling, something's the matter. Don't put on that shut-in face. Tell me, please. I won't say anything silly. I won't say anything at all if you don't want me to.
Well, I lost the part.
You mean the play isn't going on after all?
Oh, the play's going to open all right. I'm not. They've chucked me out, given the part to someone else.
Oh, darling. I know you'd set your heart on this play, but there'll be other chances for you. I know there will. You're so clever and attractive, you'll get something much better.
I'm going away. I'm joining a small rep company up north. It's a dud one, but I must get away.
There's something else, isn't there?
Yes. Oh, I don't even care much about the play now. David has gone back to his wife. I shan't be seeing him anymore. Well, aren't you going to say I told you so?
When you were a child, I always thought you'd be the happiest one.
So did I. It got away from me. A job, Mother?
Yes, I don't want you girls to have to worry about me.
But what could you possibly do?
I'll find something. I might work in a shop.
Oh, Mother, really? What would people think? Anyway, I doubt you'd manage to get a job at your age, much less hold it down.
Why shouldn't I? I'm not such a fool as you think.
Now, don't let's quarrel, Mother. We're only trying to do what's best for you. Anyhow, Eva, first things first. The immediate problem is what to do with her now. We leave for Austria on Friday, and you're going up north any minute, I gather. Yes, I know. Well, Sybil Vernon really couldn't have chosen a more inconvenient time to have a heart attack. Anne? Well, I did phone her, but you know what she's like at the best of times. She just refuses point blank to have her.
Oh, now, don't you start on me, Eva. I've already told Miriam I don't want Mother here. I feel lousy. All I need is her fussing over me.
I told her she's damn lucky to have anyone wanting to make a fuss of her. Oh, honestly, Miriam, I think you should tell her where she gets off. Listen, Anne, I don't care how you feel. You've just got to have Mother while we're in Austria. Otherwise, she'll have to go to a hotel, and you know who'd have to pay. Why should Arthur have to fork out because you're so selfish?
Hello? Is that you, Frank? Yes, it is. Is Anne there? No, don't disturb her if she's lying down. Just tell her I called to say I shan't be coming to stay with you. I'll be making other arrangements. It's good of you to say so, but don't pretend. I know Anne doesn't want to be bothered with me now, and I don't blame her. I know what it gets like towards the end. I don't know where I'm going yet, but I'll think of something. I just can't be dependent on the girls any longer. It isn't fair on them, and it isn't very easy for me either. I can't. Oh, Frank, I don't know what to do. Miriam says I can stay here when they get back, but they don't want me, and I don't want to come. I just can't go on like this for the rest of my life, always packing and unpacking. Don't think I'm ungrateful. The girls have been wonderful, but I hate it. I hate it.
Mother, it's Frank again. Listen, I've had an idea. Not much of a one, so jump down my throat if you want to. There's a chap near here. I talked to him the other day, and he mentioned this. Said anyone could have it cheap. Well, no, it isn't exactly a house. It's Oh, no, you couldn't. Let's forget it. Well, to tell you the truth, it's a caravan.
Oh, but a caravan, Arthur. It's most unsuitable.
Unsuitable or not, it's solved our problem. No one's had any better ideas.
Oh, I suppose you're right. But it does seem an extraordinary way for Mother to want to live.
As long as it gets her off our back. And it'll be somewhere for Ellen to go in the holidays.
Yes. It'd just suit you to be rid of her too, wouldn't it?
Now, did I say that?
No, you never actually say anything, do you? That's what made it such hell.
Well, good God, would you rather I'd brought it up against you continually? Perhaps you'd sooner I'd turned you out at the time, instead of covering up, preventing a scandal.
Oh, I don't know. It's all so long ago. I forget what I felt like then. I crawled to you, didn't I? Begged you to understand. Oh, as if you could.
Oh, shut up about it, for heaven's sake.
Poor Ellen.
Poor Ellen? Good God, the child's had everything the others have had.
Except love. Mother's the only one who's given her that.
Then think how happy they'll be together in her damn caravan.
Granny, it's heaven.
Not quite.
Oh, but it is. It's even nicer than I imagined it.
Well, it looks much better since Uncle Frank gave it a lick of paint. Careful of the oil heat, Ellen.
Is this my bunk, the top one?
Yes.
Super.
Well, you'd better stay up there while I try and unpack your things. There's not really room for us, as well as 2 suitcases.
You've even got that nice big tree up there for shelter.
Doesn't always seem so nice. You should hear it creak at night sometimes. You've certainly bought enough clothes.
I said just jeans would do, but you know Mummy. Oh, I'm so glad they let me come.
So am I.
I suppose it must get a bit lonely for you sometimes.
Sometimes. Uncle Frank looks in on me now and then, but he's very busy, of course, and Auntie Anne, well, she's got the baby to think of now.
I'd sort of imagined the caravan was nearer the farm, really, so you could see their lights at night. Still, it's somewhere of your own, isn't it? Better than before.
Much. Oh, I see you've brought this with you. Goodbye, old friend.
I thought you'd let me hang it up. Can I, Granny? At the side of the bunk there. Your walls won't crumble, will they? Granny?
I'm sorry, darling. I was just thinking.
About Mr. Disher?
Yeah.
Why didn't you ask him down here for the weekend? He'd never get behind the table, but he could have the camp stool on the other side.
And where would he sleep? Anyway, he could come, I don't suppose.
Is he still ill, then?
I don't know.
I thought you were going to write to him in hospital. Ask if you could visit him.
I did, twice, but there was no answer.
He may have died like the man in the picture.
Oh, Ellen, what a way to talk.
Can I put it up? Goodbye, old friend.
Yes, of course. We'll ask Uncle Frank for a nail later.
I wish I could stay here forever and ever. Still, I'll be here for my birthday. I know. Why don't we have a party here with a cake and everything and invite Uncle Frank and Auntie Anne and the baby? Can we, Granny?
I don't see why not.
Oh, now don't start that again. I'm only lighting a cigarette.
Shall I take her, Auntie Anne?
Oh, hello, Ellen. Would you?
She's lovely, isn't she?
I think she's revolting.
She's beautiful.
You're as bad as Frank and Mother, soppy things.
You are bringing her to my birthday party tomorrow, aren't you? We're making decorations for the caravan and everything.
Has Mother made the famous cake yet?
No, that's why I came up. She can't. The beastly stove has conked out again.
It's run out of gas.
No, it's the same thing that always happens. Uncle Frank's the only one who can fix it. Is he around?
Nope, he's away.
Uncle Frank is?
But just for the night. His brother's ill. He'll be back tomorrow.
But that'll be too late. Granny'll never get the cake made in time for tea. You know how long it takes her.
Relax, love. It isn't the end of the world. Harry's fooling about in the yard. Why don't you get him to look at it?
We did. All he did was to tear one of the burners loose. He lent us an awful rusty thing to cook our lunch on.
Not that old Primus with a broken leg.
Yes.
You'll blow yourselves up with that.
It'll have to do till Uncle Frank gets home. You will tell him tomorrow, won't you, Aunt Anne? As soon as he gets back.
Yes, I'll tell him.
I know Uncle Frank's there, Granny, because I saw the car. It's getting so late. We'll never be ready for the party, even if you make a sponge. Oh, let me go and ask him.
No, you can't. He's busy, or he'd have come straight away.
Can't I just go and see them?
No, darling, I hate to bother him when he's always so kind. He'll be along presently, I expect.
I bet Aunt Anne's forgotten to tell him.
Come on in the warm. I've a nasty feeling there's a storm blowing up.
It's like night time, isn't it? We'd never think it was only 4 o'clock.
And listen to that wind. I don't know how the trees can bear to be torn and battered like that. I can't stand having my hair blown about for even 1 minute.
Perhaps they won't be able to come from the house in all this.
They'll come, Frank promised. And Anne's mad enough to bring the baby out in any weather.
But what will they eat, Granny? Now there's no cake.
I tell you what, I'll make some griddle scones. There should be time. I know I swore I'd never light Harry's stove again after what it did this morning, but I'll try.
Griddle scones? Yes, that'll be something.
Now, stand well back, Ellen.
Don't worry, I'm getting up on the top bunk.
Right now. Matches. Now. There. Nothing to it, you see. Now, I'll just put the frying pan on to warm while I mix the batter.
Gosh, it's just like being at sea, isn't it? Tossed by the storm. Did you feel it rock then, Granny?
Yes. Now.
Eternal Father, strong to save.
Can I spoon out the batter without... Oh, damn. You know, I don't think this was such a good idea after all. Oh, my God. Ellen, quit the talking. It's a light. Get out, quick. Ellen! It's all right, Ellen. I'm coming.
Mrs. Bigford? Mrs. Bigford? Someone to see you.
Hello?
You. Ellen might die.
She won't. You saved her life. I read it in the papers. I had to come. Forgive me.
They've taken her away.
Just to the children's hospital. The nurse told me. She said it'd take time, but she'll be all
Time.
right.
Yes. She'll need so much care. Care and loving. And how will she get that from... It was her birthday. I thought you were dead. Why didn't you write?
I was ashamed. I took a drink, you know, but because I was upset about you. That doesn't excuse it.
About me?
Yes. Perhaps you don't remember. I asked you to marry me and you laughed.
Oh, I didn't know what you meant.
Then I'll have to make it plainer this time. I've come to ask you if you'll marry me.
Oh, no. Oh, please don't try to be kind. I'm tired of people having to be kind to me.
I'm asking you to be kind to me.
Oh, thank you.
We could have Ellen with us later on, perhaps. We could care for her. She could be like our child.
Oh, yes. The girls are coming soon. I don't think I can keep awake for them. Will you see them for me? Tell them what you and I are going to do. And tell them... whatever will they say?
Asleep now, is she?
Yes. I wonder, nurse, are the three ladies waiting?
In The Winds of Heaven by Monica Dickens, adapted for radio by Job Hyam, the part of Louise was played by Joan Matheson and Gordon Disher by Richard Pearson. Miriam, Angela Thorne, Eva, Valerie Saruf, Anne, Barry Shaw. Frank, Brian Hewlett, Arthur, Martin Friend, David, Neville Jason, Ellen, Jill Riddick, Simon, Cordelia Mansell, Harry, Edward Kelsey, George Vernon, William Edel, Mrs. Dill, Catherine Parr. The play was produced by Jane Graham.
The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first episode in its three-part dramatization of Charles Dickens' thrilling story of the French Revolution, A Tale of Two Cities, another in its series of books that live the world's great novels.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of folly. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of doubt. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going straight the other way. It was the year of our Lord, 1775. And in November of this year of 1775, the surface of life went on as usual. So, as usual, the heavy mail coach with its steaming horses made its slow way from London to discharge a single passenger, an orderly, methodical man of business, one Jarvis Lorry, from Tellson's Bank of London and Paris, at the Royal George Hotel at Dover.
Before I go to my room, let me say there will be a young lady asking for me. Mr. Jarvis Lorry. When she comes...
The young lady is here, sir.
Already? Well, bring her to me at once.
Yes, sir. I will request her to come, sir.
Now then, Lorry, business. Remember, it is business. But 18 years. Buried alive for 18 years. How am I to tell her?
Here is the young lady, sir.
You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Manette, I kiss your hand.
Pray sit down, sir.
And you, miss.
I received the letter from the bank. It is most kind of you to protect me on my journey to Paris.
A pleasure, Miss Manette.
Can you explain? The letter said something had been discovered about my poor father's property.
It's property, yes.
He had been dead so long. What is it about?
It's rather difficult to begin.
Mr. Lorry, are you quite a stranger to me?
Am I not?
I don't know. I sensed it. But go on.
Well, then, Miss Manette, I should like to tell you the story of one of our customers.
A story?
Yes, about a doctor. He was from Beauvais.
My father was a doctor from Beauvais.
This doctor, I knew him in Paris. He was well known there. He dealt with my bank, with Chesterton's.
When was this?
Well, let me see now. 20 years ago. The doctor had a wife, an English lady.
Mr. Lorry, I know you now. It was you who brought me to England after my mother died. I'm sure it was you.
Yes. It was I, Miss Bennet.
Then this must be my father's story.
Until now, they are the same. But now, miss, if your father had not died, if he had been spirited away, put in prison...
What are you telling me?
If this man had had a child...
A daughter?
A daughter. And if the doctor's wife had determined to spare her child any pain, had raised her in the belief that her father was dead...
The truth. I pray you, sir, the truth.
This is what your mother did. She tried to find him. She tried endlessly until her heart broke. But she left you to grow up beautiful and happy. She spared you the pain.
And now, the letter. What does it mean?
Miss Bennet, your father has been found.
Found? My father is alive?
He is alive. That is why we are going to Paris.
Alive? My father.
Please, Miss Bennet.
I have been free. I have been happy. And he...
You will make him happy now. You will bring him back to life and love and comfort.
I have been free all these years. Why did he not haunt me? His ghost. Mr. Lorry, I am going to see his ghost. It will be his ghost, not my father.
Paris, where reign a king with a large jaw and a queen with a fair face. Paris, where one of the towers of Notre Dame looks down on the grand hotel of a Monseigneur, the preparation of whose morning chocolate requires the aid of 4 strong men, in addition to the cook. And where the other tower of Notre Dame looks toward the quarter of Saint Antoine, in the streets of which the spilling of a barrel of wine is enough to bring the human rats out of every corner. Saint Antoine, like all of France, has its own Monseigneurs. Cold, dirt, sickness, and want. All of them nobles of great power who abide fittingly in the narrow, stinking streets. On the corner of one stands a wine shop, whose proprietor holds nightly converse with his friends, while his wife, like all the women of Saint Antoine, sits with her knitting, keeping her fingers busy, that the stomach may be less sensible of its want of work, until the appearance of 2 newcomers causes the shop to empty quickly, and the proprietor shortly to leave also with his visitors.
Here are the stairs. Begin slowly. The climb is long. Is the doctor alone, Monsieur Defarge? Alone. God help him, who should be with him? Is he always alone? Of necessity, Monsieur Lorry. When they brought him to me, they warned me at my peril to be discreet.
We are most grateful to you.
I was his servant through many years, mademoiselle. If I can serve him still... Is he greatly changed? Changed? In the name of the devil, what do you expect? Perhaps he will have to stay a while until he gets stronger. He cannot. He must be gotten out of France at once. His life depends on it.
Is it much farther?
Only at the top of this flight. Oh, you have a key, monsieur. The door is locked? Aye, it is necessary. But why? Why? Because he was locked up so long he'd tear himself to pieces if his door were left open. Is it possible? Many things are possible. Many things are done every day under that sky there. Long live the devil. Is it you, Jacques? It is I, Jacques. Who are these 3 men? Leave us, good boys. We have business here.
Hey, Jacques. We have seen him.
They were looking through the keyhole. You make a show of Monsieur Manette. To a chosen few. Is that well? I think it is well. I show him to men of my name. Men named Jacques. His sight will do them good. Wait a moment.
Why do you do that?
This, too, is necessary. You in there.
Why does he shout at him?
Hush, my dear. Come in. Come in.
I am afraid.
Come forward, mademoiselle.
Yes.
There is nothing to fear. What is he doing? What is that work? He's making shoes. All day from dawn to black dark, he's making shoes. You are still at work, I see. Yes. I am working. Are you going to finish that pair of shoes today? I suppose so.
Oh, my father.
Hush, my dear. You have a visitor. What did you say?
Show Monsieur the shoe you are working at. May I take it? Tell Monsieur what kind of shoe it is.
It is a lady's shoe. It is a lady's walking shoe.
Tell Monsieur your name.
Give me my shoe.
What is your name, shoemaker?
My name?
Yes. Tell me your name.
My name. Number 105 North Tower. 105 North Tower. 105 North Tower.
Thus is a man buried alive for 18 years, dug out and recalled to life. Slowly, with loving tenderness in the years that follow, did Lucie nurse her father back to health and refire the full vigor of his prison-dimmed mind. At the end of 5 years came a day that he will afterwards remember. A certain day in a courtroom.
Dr. Manette, you've heard the testimony against the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
I have.
You have heard Mr. John Barstad, the witness for the Crown, testify that the said Charles Darnay is a traitor to England by reason of certain documents he has delivered into the hands of the French government?
Yes.
You have heard your daughter, Miss Lucy Manette, testify that 5 years ago she met the accused aboard a packet ship which was bringing you from France.
My daughter testified most unhappily, as her tears must have proved. It is not our wish to ask, Mr. Darnay.
The court is not concerned with the manner of her testimony. Will you look upon the prisoner? You ever seen him before?
Once. He called at my lodgings in London 3 years ago.
You cannot identify him as your fellow passenger aboard the packet?
I cannot, sir.
Is there any special reason why you cannot?
There is.
You underwent a long imprisonment without trial in your native France, did you not, Dr. Manette?
A very long imprisonment.
On the occasion of your being aboard the packet 5 years ago, you were newly released?
They tell me so.
You do not remember?
I remember nothing. From sometime during my confinement until I found myself living in London with my dear daughter, my mind is a blank.
That will do, Dr. Manette. I wish to recall the Crown's estimable witness, Mr. John Barstad.
John Barstad! John Barstad! Yes, sir?
Mr. Barstad, you have declared that the servant of the prisoner discovered these traitorous documents in the prisoner's possession 5 years ago and reported them to you.
He did his duty like I did mine.
You are a courageous man. Now, you also declare that you saw the prisoner, Charles Darnay, take the mail coach for Dover shortly thereafter.
I did.
I only wish to impress your testimony on the court. Thank you, Mr. Barstad. You may stand down.
Hold on a minute there.
Huh? Who is this man?
I am an associate of the counsel for the defense. Sidney Cotton, at your service. I wish to ask the witness if he is quite sure it was the prisoner he saw. Of course I'm sure. It was him and no other. Did you ever see anybody very like the prisoner? Not to be mistaken. I will take off my wig. Look well at me and then at the prisoner. Could you not mistake me for him?
Mr. Cotton, you are trying to confuse my witness.
He's confused already. I ask the court if what happens once may not happen twice. I ask the court if the witness would have been so confident had he seen me before. I ask the court whether it may not now try Sidney Cotton for treason as sensibly as Charles Darnay.
Well, we have brought you off with honor, Mr. Darnay, in spite of that lying Barstad. I am most grateful, Mr. Lorry. As for you, Monsieur Cotton, I owe you my life.
A great debt to owe for a small accident.
Can you forgive me, Mr. Darnay?
Indeed, Miss Manette. I am sure your testimony did me more good than harm. Well, we must not stand here in the night fog. As a physician, will you not order us to our homes, Dr. Manette?
What did you say?
Mr. Lorry thinks we should go home, Father.
You look at me very strangely, Doctor. Is anything wrong? No, nothing, Mr. Darnay. I thought for a moment that I knew your face, but it is nothing.
Come away, Father.
Yes, my dear. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Carter. Mr. Darnay. Once again, my congratulations.
Must be a strange night to you, Mr. Darnay, standing alone here in the street with your double.
I hardly seem to belong to this world at all.
I don't wonder. It's not so long since you were on your way to another. You sound faint.
I think I am.
Then why don't you dine? My arm, my friend. I'll show you to the best bottle of wine in Fleet Street. Are you back in the world yet, Mr. Darnay?
I think so.
As for me, I only want to forget I belong to it. There's no good in it for me except this wine. Here, let me pour for you.
Thank you.
Call a health, Mr. Darnay. Give your toast.
What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. I'll swear it is.
Miss Manette, then.
Miss Manette, then. That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and have weep for you. Worth risking your life for, eh?
You remind me, I have not thanked you enough for giving me back my life.
I want no thanks. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Darnay.
Willingly?
Do you think I like you particularly?
You act as if you do, but I don't think you do.
And I don't think I do. I'm beginning to respect your understanding.
Nevertheless, I hope I may call the reckoning and part kindly with you.
You may. And if you call the whole reckoning, order me another pint of this wine.
I will.
A last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking.
You know I've been drinking.
I know it, then.
Then you shall know why. I'm a disappointed drudge, sir. A great liar gone wrong. The jackal at the lion's feast. I care for no man, and no man cares for me.
You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. But don't think too much of your own sober face. You don't know what it may come to.
I thank you for the advice, Mr. Cotton. Good night.
Good night. More wine there. Good night, sober man. Do I like you? Confound you, Cotton. Why should you like a man who resembles you? Much there is in you to like. Like a man who shows you what might have been. Change places with him, and you'd have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was. Have it out in plain words, Cotton. You hate the fellow.
It's like living out in the country, this house. Is it not, Mr. Darnay?
So, the magical corner of London, Mr. Loy. The more magical because the good doctor and Miss Manette live here.
I find it so, too.
I should return soon.
Have you seen the whole house?
Yes. Mr. Lorry, perhaps you can give me the answer to a question.
I would try.
In the doctor's bedroom, I have seen a shoemaker's bench and a tray of tools. Why does he keep them there?
I wonder, too. Miss Lucy tells me that she hears him sometimes in the night, walking up and down like a man in a cell. But he never speaks.
This looks like serious business for such a quiet day.
Oh, come in, Mr. Cotton.
I am in.
Cotton?
You are a mirror that sticks like a shadow, Mr. Darnay. I do not see a man all my life. Then, during 4 months, I see no one else.
I think I hear Miss Manette and the doctor.
They may be quite far off still. This corner picks up all the echoes from 3 streets around.
I've noticed it, too. Sometimes there seem to be 1,000 footsteps here, and no one comes.
They are here, nonetheless.
Lucy, I was sure we would have
here
to
they are.
Come in,
Mr. Cotton.
Lucy?
My dear
Doctor?
friend,
Gentlemen.
sit down. We shall have tea at once.
You've come home in good time, Doctor. We shall have a storm, I think. No storms come into this house, Mr. Lorry. My Lucy keeps them out.
Where have you been walking?
We have been out looking at some of the old buildings along Temple Bar.
Here is the storm we were promised.
Yes, in big drops. It comes slowly.
It comes surely.
The people are hurrying home in every street.
A multitude of footsteps and not a soul to be seen. A multitude and yet a solitude.
Sometimes I have sat here and listened and thought those footsteps were all the people who are coming into our lives by and by.
There is a great crowd coming, if that is so.
Are they coming to all of us or only to you?
It is only a fancy, Mr. Darnay, but I have thought into my life and my father.
I take them into mine.
Have a care, Mr. Carton. Speak not so warmly of the mob.
I accept them. I ask no questions. It is a great crowd, and I see them by the lightning. And I hear them. Come one, come all. Come fierce, and come furious.
The footsteps come, fierce and furious. And in the quarter of Saint Antoine, they herald another visitor, one who wants no part of a mob. Saint Antoine should be honored, but the honor is lost upon it. It runs away and pulls its children, when it can, from under the visitors' chariot wheels.
What's that? What is the matter? Why do we stop?
An accident, Monseigneur. The coachman has got down.
Well, get him up again. What has gone wrong out there?
Oh, no, Monsieur le Marquis. It is a child. The horse trod upon it.
That man, why does he make that abominable noise? Is it his child?
Excuse me, Monsieur le Marquis. It is a pity, yes.
My child. Mon pauvre enfant, monsieur. Killed.
It is extraordinary to me that you people cannot take care of yourselves and your children. One or the other of you is forever in the way. How do I know what you have done to my horses? There is a gold piece. Enough of this noise.
Be afraid, man, my friend. It is better so. He has died in a moment without pain. He could not have lived an hour as happily.
Ah, you are a philosopher, you there. How do they call you?
They call me Defarge.
Of what trade?
Monsieur le Marquis, vendor of wine.
Ah, there is gold for you too, vendor of wine. Pick it up and spend it as you will. The horses there, are they all right?
Oui, Monseigneur.
Drive on.
There is your money, dog.
Hold. Hold the horses. Who threw that coin? Where is that man? You there, woman. You with the knitting. You stood near him. Ah, you dogs. I would ride over every one of you and exterminate you from the earth. Drive on there. To the chateau. My nephew, Monsieur Charles. Is he arrived from England?
He is within, Monsieur le Marquis.
Good evening, Charles. Or shall I say Monsieur Darnay? That is your name now, eh?
Good evening, sir.
I would have been here to receive you. There was an inconvenience in the village.
Not a great one, I trust.
Not as great as I'm sure you do trust, my dear nephew. As we drew up to the posting house gate, I noticed the people staring at my coach. There was one, a man there of Rhodes. He told a strange tale of a man who had been clinging to a chain beneath the coach and who dropped off at the top of the hill and disappeared.
Clinging to a chain?
It is likely the road mender invented the tale to get gold. These lying dogs.
You will not search for the man then?
To what purpose? You have been a long time coming, Charles.
But I am back now, for my old purpose. Though it may carry me to death.
Oh, that is not necessary, Charles. Not to death.
But you would not pull me back from the brink. I am sure your diplomacy will stop at no means to prevent me from attaining my purpose.
Please recall that I told you so long ago.
I recall it.
Oh, thank you. What was that?
Where?
Outside the blinds. Open them.
I see nothing.
Well, then.
You were thinking of the man under the coat?
I was thinking of nothing. You were saying...
I was saying that it is a good thing for me that you have no longer the king's ear and could not have me thrown into prison.
It is not a good thing, Charles. These gentle aids to the honor of families are too difficult to obtain now. It used not to be so. Once we could assert our station properly.
We've asserted our station enough to make Evremont the most detested name in France.
Ah, let us hope it is so. It is a compliment.
We have done wrong, sir. We are reaping the fruits of wrong.
We?
Our family. Our honorable family. We've injured every human creature who stood between us and our pleasure.
And why not, my friend? In your father's time...
It is your time, too. Nothing can separate you.
Ah, death has done that.
And has left me trying to undo some of the wrongs of the day.
You dishonor the dead.
My father, not my mother. With her last word, she begged me to have mercy, to redress. And now I spend my life seeking power and assistance in vain.
You will seek them forever in vain if you seek them from me. You would do better to be rational and accept your destiny. But you are lost, I see, Monsieur Charles.
This property and France are lost to me. I renounce them.
This property is not yours to renounce. Not yet.
But when it is, I shall abandon it. It is a wilderness of misery and ruin. There is a curse on this land.
Ah, you prefer England, for example?
Yes, England. Where I bring no disgrace to the family, nor it to me.
England is very attractive to you, seeing how badly you have prospered there.
I can thank you for my prospering there. I know who paid Bassad to accuse me. But England is my refuge.
And the refuge of many. You know another Frenchman who has found refuge there? A doctor.
Yes.
With a daughter?
Yes.
Yes. So commences the new philosophy. Oh, you must be fatigued, Monsieur Darnay. I will have your chamber lighted. Good repose.
Night and the quiet are upon everything. Upon the marquis, within the gauze curtains that enfold his bed. Upon the carved stone faces that stare from under the eaves of the chateau. Upon the fountain dropping unseen and unheard. Upon the people of the village, asleep and dreaming of ease and banquets. Upon Saint Antoine far away. Upon all France. And when the night has passed and the routine of life is astir again, all things are as usual. All things? Then what news is it that the birds carry over the fields, so that the mender of roads on the sultry morning runs down the hill knee-high in dust? What news that the tocsin rings above the carved stone faces that show no surprise?
Monsieur Charles! Monsieur Charles!
Yes? What is it, man? Speak.
Quickly, Monsieur Charles. Come quickly. Monseigneur! Monseigneur!
I
found him so, monsieur.
A knife through his heart. So, uncle, stone faces have a new companion. What is that paper on the knife? Drive him fast to his tomb. This from a man called Jacques.
The footsteps have come into the chamber. The footsteps carrying the knife into lives as yet untouched by its bite.
A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the second episode of A Tale of Two Cities. And don't forget that your local public library can be the source of great entertainment. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. A Tale of Two Cities is adapted for radio by Clarice A. Ross. The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Geraldine Kay is featured as Lucy, and Jonathan Hole as Sidney Cotton. The narration is by Sherman Marks. Charles Darnay is played by Ken Nordine, Dr. Manette by Maurice Copeland, Jarvis Laurie by Jess Pugh, Defarge by Ken Griffin, The Marquis by Sid Breeze, The Lawyer by George Kluge, and Barsad by Ted Liss. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novel. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second episode in its four-part dramatization of Charles Dickens' powerful story of innocent lives, pitted against the forces of fury. A Tale of Two Cities. Another in its series of books that live, the world's great novel.
After 18 years' imprisonment in the Bastille, Dr. Alexander Manette has been rescued and taken to England by his daughter Lucy and their old friend Jarvis Laurie. The charm of their quiet life is shared by Charles Darnay, a young Frenchman, and Sidney Cotton, a brilliant, participated lawyer. Between Darnay and Cotton there is an uncanny physical resemblance. But meanwhile, across the Channel, the fury of a chained people gathers strength, and the first to bow to it is the Marquis Saint-Evremont, of the family of which Charles Darnay is a member, but which he has renounced forever. A year has passed since the mysterious death by stabbing of the Marquis and the return of Charles Darnay from France. A year in which he has prospered and been happy, keeping ever in his heart and before his eyes the image of one dear face. But of his love for Lucy Manette, he has spoken no word until, on a summer day, he seeks out her father in the quiet house in Soho.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Darnay. Thank you. Miss Manette is well? Quite well. She is out shopping with our good Miss Broad. I'm glad she's away, Doctor. I wanted to talk to you about Lucy. I've known your daughter for a year and a half, sir. I've held her in the deepest respect. It is painful for me to hear her spoken of in that tone. The tone of great love and admiration, Doctor. I believe you. Shall I go on, sir? Yes, go on. You know what I'm going to say. If there is any love in the world, I love your daughter. Have you spoken to Lucy? No. Nor written? Never. I know what she means to you. I've waited as long as I could. I thank you for that. I know that to bring my love between you is almost a sacrilege, but I do love her. I know. Do not think I have any idea of taking her away from you. I, too, am an exile from France, driven from home by my despair at the oppression of the people. I only ask to share your life and your name. You speak well, Charles Darnay. Tell me, do you think my daughter loves you? I do not know. Nor do I. And you want to go to her now with my knowledge? That, and one promise. What promise do you want? Only that you will make her understand what I've told you. That I never want to come between you. I believe you. I give the promise. Thank you, sir. There's one thing more. I think you ought to know my name. Your name?
I've seen you looking at me strangely sometimes, as though you knew who I really was. I want you to know now.
Stop. Do not say any more.
But I want no secrets from you.
No more, I say.
Very well, sir. But there is a reason why I'm in England. You should know it.
And there is a reason why I'm in England. I do not want to hear yours. If you marry Lucy, you shall tell me after the marriage, not before, Chaldane. I warn you, not before.
Thus, one heart which dares to hope, and so goes properly about its delicate mission. But there is another which does not hope and can afford to be more direct.
I fear you are not well, Mr. Carlton. May I get you some tea?
The life I lead, Miss Manette, is not conducive to good health.
Then why not change that life?
It's too late for that. I shall never be any better than I am.
Is there nothing I can do to help you?
Nothing. Forgive me, Miss Manette, but will you hear what I want to say to you?
If it will do you any good, dear friend, it would make me very glad.
God bless you for your sweet compassion. Don't be afraid to hear me. I'm like one who died too young. All my life might have been.
Oh, no, Mr. Carlton. I'm sure the best part of it might still be.
If it had been possible, Miss Manette, that you could have returned the love of a drunken, wasted scoundrel.
Please, you do yourself wrong.
I know you can have no tenderness for me. I'm thankful that you don't love me. I could only have pulled you down to disgrace with me. I'm thankful that it cannot be. Can you understand that?
If you forgive me, but if you love me, have I no power for good with you at all?
None whatever. Let me say what I've come to say. You would have reclaimed me if anything could. You were the last beautiful dream of my misdirected soul.
And is there nothing left of that dream?
Nothing. I can live the rest of my poor life remembering that the last outpouring of my heart was to you, and that you could still find pity for me. God bless you. I'm not worth those tears. But will you believe one more thing?
I will, Mr. Carlton.
Hold this in your mind sometime. Remember it for whatever it is worth. I shall never refer to this again. But I want you to know that for you, for anyone dear to you, I would do anything. Remember it, Miss Manette. There is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you.
Thus life in Soho continues with some few differences. And in Paris, in the wine shop of Monsieur Defarge, Quarter Saint-Antoine, matters also are not quite as usual. For 3 days there has been early drinking and late drinking, and the wine, which is thin at the best of times, must now be sour as well. For the faces of the drinkers are dark over the measure, but through it all, the proprietor's good wife, Madame Defarge, presides with her knitting, implacable. Not so her husband, who, as the shop empties late on a hot night, shakes his head as though to clear away the foulness which is over all.
The air is heavy tonight.
21, 22, 23. Someone did not pay. Oh, you are fatigued. They are only the usual orders.
I am tired.
You were upstairs a long time with the tree named Jacques. How goes the matter?
Long live the devil. You saw him who came in this morning?
The mender of roads who lives near the Chateau de Vremont?
Oui.
Well?
He came to tell us about Gaspard.
He knew Gaspard?
We saw him a year ago, when Gaspard's child was killed under Evremont's carriage, and he avenged it with a knife in Evremont's heart.
But Gaspard's real name was not known. He was just called Jacques, as always.
Oui, but the
police knew his description, so they looked for a man, not a name. They got him.
For a whole year. The pity of it.
Spare him your pity. He has no more use for it.
Dead?
And Lucky, the only whom.
How say you then?
I say to be registered for destruction. The chateau and all be ready.
It shall be done.
Our comrades had some doubts about your manner of keeping the register of those who are doomed in your knitting. I told them not to fear.
My friends, they are my own stitches, my own symbols. They are plain as the sun to me and to no one else. They shall remain so.
You have done well. You at least.
Well, you are depressed. There is no reason.
But, my dear...
But, my dear, you are faint of heart tonight, my dear.
Well, it is a long time.
And when has it not been a long time? It is a rule.
It does not take long to strike a man with lightning.
But how long does it take to make the lightning? Tell me.
A long time, I suppose.
Aye. But when it is ready, it strikes. And everything goes to pieces before it. Meantime, it is preparing. That is your consolation.
I would as sure as you are.
I tell thee it is on the road and coming. Look at the lives we know. Look at their faces. A bark and such things lost. It will come. You saw Jacques of the police today. What did he tell thee?
There are more spies commissioned for Saint Antoine.
Who are they?
Only one that he knows for sure.
Well, we shall register him. His name?
Barsad. He is English.
So much the better. Christian name?
John.
Jean Barsad.
Oui.
Good. His appearance, is it known?
Age about 40, height 5'9", black hair, dark eyes, nose inclined to the left cheek.
Better than a portrait. He shall be registered tomorrow.
We may not have to wait so long.
How say you?
Look down the street under the lamp there.
It is our man, by my soul. He's coming here. Away with you, Defarge. Leave him to me.
I'll stay near.
I'm in my knitting. There. Let him stay long enough, and I will have him down. I'll be off with you.
Have a care, Terry.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening, monsieur.
A little glass of cognac, if you please, madam.
At once, monsieur.
You knit with great skill, madam.
I am accustomed to it.
Pretty pattern, too.
You think so?
Retardedly.
Here is your wine.
You have a husband, madam?
I have.
Business is bad?
Very bad. The people are so poor.
The unfortunate people. So oppressed, too, as you say.
As you say.
Of course. This business of Gaspard's execution, what a pity.
My faith, if a man must use a knife, let him pay for it.
But there's much sympathy for him in the neighborhood, is there not?
Is there?
Surely you must know that...
Good evening, monsieur.
Oh, good evening, Jacques.
You deceive yourself, monsieur. My name is not Jacques. I am Ernest Defarge.
It's all the same. Well, I was just saying to Madame, they tell me there's much sympathy in Saint Antoine for poor Gaspard.
I know nothing of it. You seem to know this quartier better than I do.
I'm so interested in the poor people. And by the by, Monsieur Defarge, I know your name of old.
Indeed?
You were Dr. Manette's old servant. You had charge of him when he was released, didn't you?
Why,
Such is the fact, certainly.
His daughter came here and knitted for Monsieur. How's he called? Laurie of Telson's Bank?
Such is the fact.
Well, I've known them in England. You hear from them now?
Not anymore. They have taken their road and we ours.
Quite so. Well, Miss Manette is to be married.
Was pretty enough to have married long ago.
Well, she is marrying now, and to a Frenchman, one Charles Darnay.
Darnay?
Well, that's not his real name. Oddly enough, he's a nephew of the very Marquis Saint-Evremont for whom poor Gaspard was hung so high.
What do you say, the nephew?
It is time to close the shop. You have finished your wine, monsieur?
Assuredly. I bid you good night, madam, monsieur. I look forward to seeing you again.
You gave too much away. Why did you show surprise?
Could I help it? Can it be true? What he had said of Mademoiselle Manette.
Since he said it, it is probably false. But it may be true.
If it is.
If it is?
And if it does come, well, we live to see it triumph.
What then, my friend?
I hope for her sake, destiny will keep her husband out of France.
His destiny will take him where he is to go. That is all I know.
But is it not strange? Her father has been so dear to us. And now you are setting down her husband's name in your netting.
His and that infernal dog's who just left here. Stranger things will happen when it does come. They are both here, and they are here for their merit. That is enough. This marriage, Defarge, it is no concern of mine.
Oh, come now, Mr. Lorry. Once is enough to kiss the bride.
Not such a lovely bride as this.
Oh, you are too flattering, dear Mr. Lorry.
Nonsense. Lord bless me, weddings make a man think of all he has lost. You think there might have been a Mrs. Lorry.
Oh.
My friend, you were a bachelor in your cradle.
Well, if so, I was very unhandsomely dealt with.
Very
Come now, what is keeping the doctor and your husband?
Oh, they have been in father's study for half an hour. I don't know what they can be talking about. It's time for us to go.
Oh, a little good advice to young bridegrooms, most likely.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Well, here they come at last. Our honeymoon couple will miss their ship, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, it is time.
Father, are you all right? You're sure you will be all right if I go?
Of course, my darling. Laurie is right. You must leave now. You will be late. It's only for a few weeks, dear.
Off with you now, or we'll all be weeping like women.
Guard our treasure well, Charles. Never fear, Mr. Laurie. Come, Lucy.
Oh, Father.
Enough, my dear. Take her, Sean. She's yours. Come, my darling.
Yes, Charles. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, dear friend.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye, Charles.
Well, I think our Lucy will be a very happy woman, old friend. That's a fine young man.
What did you say?
I say Charles is a fine young man. Yes. Yes, a fine man.
You look as though you could do with a drink, Doctor. Shall we three go and dine somewhere?
Oh, an excellent plan. You must excuse me. I think I'm a little tired. I'd better stay here. Some tea, then. Shall I ring for it? No, nothing. Do not trouble yourself. I go into my room and lie down. I shall be better presently. I don't like this, Mr. Cotton. Have you ever seen a man so pale?
Not such a good idea of mine, that dining out. I only meant it to get his mind off of...
Off of what?
That's what I can't say. What think you?
A fellow creature's mind is too deep a mystery for me, Mr. Carton. I'm a man of business.
Listen.
That's hammering. Quickly, Carton. Already we are too late. Dr. Manette. Doctor.
What is this?
His old prison days. They are back on him. The shoemaking. Dr. Manette. Look at me. Let me be. This shoe, it should have been finished long ago. Dear friend, you must stop this. Look at me. Do you know me? This shoe, I must work. But this is not your occupation. Do you know who you are? Think, my friend. I, number 105, North Tower.
A few days of this mysterious return to suffering, and then the good doctor recovered, and the years wove happiness around the lives of the family in the corner of London, in the friendly, echoing streets, in the house where there is sunlight. The storm clouds lower slowly. The gathering of the lightning consumes 7 more years. 7 years And then on a morning in July, Saint Antoine becomes a vast, dusty mass of scarecrows, heaving to and fro, of steel blades, muskets, and bayonets, of bloody fingers, unable to find another weapon, and setting themselves to force the very bricks from the walls. In the movement and the raging, one can perceive a center, a vortex, at a certain corner where stands a wine shop, and where Defarge labors with the strength of a man gone mad.
Jock 3, keep near to me. Jock 1 and 2, step parade. Lead as many patriots as you can. Where is my wife?
Here you see me.
Where do you go?
I go with you, and my women follow. Yes, we can kill as well as men when the place is taken.
Come then, patriots and friends, we are ready. To the Bastille!
Deep ditches, double drawbridge, massive stone walls, 8 great towers, cannon, muskets, fire and smoke, blazing torches, hard work and bravery, and the terrible sound of the living sea. 4 fierce hours, and still the stone walls, the drawbridge, the great towers, and then...
Look! The white flag! The surrender!
And Defarge of the wine shop is swept over the lower drawbridge, past the stone walls, in among the fallen towers.
You there! Guard!
Ah, pity, citizen.
You want your miserable life?
Kill the fool!
Patience, Jock 3. You, show me the North Tower, quick.
I will faithfully. But there is no one there.
What is the meaning of 105 North Tower?
The meaning, monsieur?
Does it mean a captive or a cell? Or do you mean I shall strike you dead?
Kill him, I say.
Monsieur, it is a cell.
Show it to me and be quick, or your next breath is your last.
This is the place, 105 North Tower.
I cannot see a step into this hole.
Here you. Pass that torch along the walls so I can see them.
Oh, oui, monsieur.
What do you find?
Look here, Jacques.
Letters. A.M.
Alexandre Manette. It must be. We must search this place. Give me your crowbar, Jacques.
What are you going to do?
The stool and the table. I'm going to smash them to... Rip open that bed and hunt through the straw, Jacques. Hold the light higher for him, you.
Try the chimney.
I'm about to.
Not in the bed.
Now then, the hearth. Closer with the light there. I've a mind to make a chimney sweep out of you on this spot. Oh, here, what's this?
Find anything?
Here, in this crevice. I'll just keep this writing. Nothing in the wood and nothing in the straw, Jacques?
Nothing.
Then set the torch to them. Quickly there.
Oui, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur. Oui, monsieur, la Bastille. You will burn. Let it burn high. And let all France burn with it.
The torch is lighted and the flame sweeps.
Here is this villain, the governor of the Bastille. What shall be done with him?
Hang him up for a lamp.
And so Saint Antoine has a new kind of lamp, a swinging sentinel to light its vengeance.
Listen, everyone. There is news.
What news, my husband?
Does everyone recall old Foulon, who told us if we were hungry, we might eat grass? He is among us.
But he is dead.
Not dead. They have found him alive. I have seen him. Shall he fear us?
And so an old sinner dies, choked by the grass he bespake so highly. Three years pass in which the flames of France climb high in their fury. And in London, in August of the year 1792, Tellson and Company's bank is a place much changed. In the 150 years of its existence, it had prided itself on its quiet, its stuffiness, its manner of doing things in the slowest possible way. But in this year, when Monseigneur lately of the nobility of France, Monseigneur, multiplied hundreds of times, finds himself no longer comfortable at home when he and his money are scattered far and wide. He must have a gathering place, and his headquarters in London is Tellson's Bank. Monseigneur fills the rooms of Tellson's, overflows its doors, and crowds around the shoulders of Mr. Jarvis Lorry, to his enormous inconvenience.
In my 50 years with this bank, Mr. Darnay, I've never seen such a deal of custom as this.
The French nobility have a fondness for Tellson's, Mr. Lorry. This is where their money used to be.
It quite fatigues me, all this hurry. Only half an hour left until closing, and I have so much to finish up.
About this journey of yours, Mr. Lorry, again, I must suggest...
That I am too old for it, eh?
Travel is so uncertain. Paris may not even be safe for you.
No one will interfere with an old man like me, Mr. Darnay. I know Tellson's business in Paris better than anyone. It's necessary that I go.
I wish I were going myself.
And you, a Frenchman born, wishing you were going to France at this time?
Well, I'm not going, and you are.
And I must. All of our books and papers over there are in danger. It's impossible to get anything out of Paris past the barriers. These things must be seen to.
And you really go tonight?
Within the hour.
Well, I admire your youthfulness.
Pardon, Monsieur Lorry.
Yes, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Have you found the man to whom that letter is addressed?
Not yet, monsieur.
Well, inform me if you do. I should be interested to see him.
I've referred it to everyone here. No one knows the gentleman.
What letter, Mr. Lorry?
I have it here on my desk. Here it is. Very urgent. To Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis Saint-Evremont of France. To the care of Chesterton Company, Bankers, London.
I know the fellow.
Do you indeed, monsieur? Your pleasure, I'm sure.
Will you take the letter, Charles? You know where to deliver it?
I do.
Please explain that it came here, and we had no idea where to forward it.
I will do so. You start for Paris from here?
From here.
I will return to see you off.
Very kind of you, Charles.
Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis, for my long and faithful service as steward to your family, I, Gabelle, am now in danger of my life.
So, Monsieur Lorry has found someone to deliver the letter, eh? Who is the man to whom it is addressed?
Oh, the nephew of the polished Marquis who was murdered.
No?
Happy to say I never knew the renegade.
They tell me that my crime is treason against the people, since I acted against them for you, an immigrant. I have explained to no avail that I have acted in their favor, not against them, according to your commands. They only say I have acted for an immigrant, and where is that immigrant?
And so the clever nephew abandoned his post some years ago.
Oh, infected with the new doctrines, I gather.
He opposed the Marquis, abandoned the estates, and left them to the ruffians.
Ah, most gracious monsieur, where is that immigrant? I cry in my sleep here in this prison. Where is he? And there is no answer. For the love of heaven, for the honor of your noble name, I pray you to come to my release. My fault is only that I have been true to you. Oh, Monsieur the Marquis, I pray you, be true to me.
Well, Charles, I'm ready to go.
Mr. Lorry, can't I persuade you?
No more of that, my dear boy. Give my love to Lucy and the little girl. Take precious care of them until I come back.
I'll try.
Have you delivered that letter I gave you?
I have. Will you take back an answer?
Yes, if it is not dangerous.
Not at all, though it is to a prisoner in the Abbey.
What is his name?
Gabelle.
And what is the message to the unfortunate Gabelle in prison?
Simply this. He has received a letter. He will come.
And drawn by the unseen force, Charles Darnay, unknown to anyone, left all that was dear on earth behind him and sailed away where the tides and the winds set strongly into the flames.
A
Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the third episode of A Tale of Two Cities. And remember that there is a world of information and entertainment to be found in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. A Tale of Two Cities is adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Geraldine Kay is featured as Lucy, and Jonathan Hole as Sidney Carton. The narration is by Sherman Marks. Charles Darnay is played by Ken Nordine, Dr. Manette by Maurice Copeland, Defarge by Ken Griffin, Madame Defarge by Renee Rodier, Jarvis Laurie by Jess Pugh, and John Barsad by Ted Litz. Others were Donald Gallagher and Bob Smith. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting.
My friends, the old year is soon to end. The patient year has lived through the reproaches and misuses of its slanderers and faithfully performed its work. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. It has laboured through its destined round and now lays down its weary head to die. Look at the streets, my friends. The streets full of motion. The shops decked out gaily. The new year is waited for, with presents, welcomes, and rejoicings. Is there an allegory here, my friends? An allegory for the poor man in the fading year? And can he see it, the poor man I see in my mind's eye? Old Trotty Veck.
See, they call me Trotty on account of my trotting, which I do uptown and downtown and every part of town, in sun and rain and snow and wind and hail. Takes more than a dose of weather to stop Trotty Veck. And I'll deliver you letters, and I'll deliver you parcels, and I'll fetch things, and I'll carry things. I'll never stop. I can fetch anything and carry anything and take it anywhere. That I can. That's why they call me Trotty. Though I was christened Toby. And that's how I live, and earns enough to feed myself and my daughter Meg. Only today, it has to be said, there's not much of the trotting. More of the waiting this day. It being New Year's Eve, and there being not many as wants to run in of errands. So that's what I'm doing. Waiting here, where I always wait, just outside the church door. And a breezy, goose-skinned, blue-nosed, red-eyed, stony-toed, tooth-chattering place it is to wait in, too. And here come the chimes.
Listen, my friends. Listen to the chimes. The first quarter is about to begin. The first quarter of this hour we're about to spend together.
Right, here they come. Regular as clockwork. Which isn't that surprising, since there undoubtedly is clockwork. And seeing as the last time they struck an hour, they struck 11, so now they're going to strike 12.
The Chimes, by Charles Dickens. Dramatised by John Clifford.
Told ya. And 12 means dinner time. And there's nothing more regular in its coming round than dinner time. And nothing less regular in its coming round than dinner. It took me a long time to find that out. And I wonder whether it would be worth anyone's while to buy that observation for the newspapers. Because it is undoubtedly true. On the other hand, the newspapers are full of observations already. so maybe they couldn't do with another one. Especially not coming from someone as poor as us. When the poor at the papers keep observing are the cause of so much misery and so many problems in the world. It seems like we can't go right, or do right, or be put right. We just seem to be the most dreadful trouble. We're always being complained of or guarded against. Talk of a new year. Talk of a happy new year.
Father? Father!
Bright eyes. Eyes that would bear a world of looking in before their depth was fathomed. Eyes beaming with hope so buoyant, so vigorous and bright, despite the 20 years of work and poverty on which they had always looked. The eyes of his daughter Meg.
Have we got a right to a happy new year? Have we got a right to any new year at all?
Father, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter, pet. I was just thinking about dinner.
And of how there isn't any?
Of how there isn't any sometimes, my pet. But there's you, and you're better than any dinner. And all the better for being a surprise, for I wasn't expecting you at all.
Well, here I am, Father. And not alone.
Not alone? Well, who's with you?
It's not who, Father. It's what. Look at the basket, Father. Look at the basket.
You don't mean to say...
Just smell it, Father. Smell it. No, not all at once. Don't open the basket all at once. Lengthen it out a little. Enjoy it.
Enjoy it? I can hardly believe it.
Just lift a little corner, Father, and guess what's inside.
Let me see. It's... hot. It's scalding hot.
So, what is it, Father? You have to guess. You haven't guessed yet. What is it?
It's... Polonies?
No, Father, it ain't. It's nothing like polonies.
Then it's... liver. No. There's a mildness to it that don't answer to liver. I know it's not sausages. It's not cock's head, neither. I'll tell you what it is. It's chitterlings.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
But I'll be forgetting my own name next. It's tripe. Yes, of course it is.
And the best tripe you ever tasted, Father. You'll see it is. And I've brought it in a basin and tied the basin up with a pocket handkerchief and put a couple of potatoes in there beside and half a pint of ale in a bottle. And where will you eat it, Father? On the post or on the steps? Oh, how grand we are to have 2 dining places to choose from.
The steps, my dear. Steps in dry weather, post in wet. There's a greater convenience in the steps because of the sitting down. But in the wet, it's rheumatic.
Steps it is, Father. Come on, sit down. It's all ready. Sit down.
Amen.
Amen to the bells, Father.
They broke in like a grace, dearest. And now I can eat.
They talk to you, don't they?
Every day, dear Meg. Every day. Or at least they seem to. And what does it matter if they actually do or not? Just so long as I hear them. Why, a number of times I've heard them say, Toby Veck, keep a good heart, Toby Veck. And when things are bad, very bad, I mean, the worst, they say, Toby Veck, job coming soon, Toby. Job coming soon, Toby Veck.
And it comes always, Father.
After a bit, yes. It always comes. Always. But, Meg, my love, why didn't I tell you what a beast I was?
You? A beast?
A proper beast to be sitting here and cramming and stuffing and gorging myself, and you standing there hungry without so much as breaking your precious fast.
But I have broken it, Father. Broken it all to bits. I've had my dinner.
Nonsense, daughter. 2 dinners in one day? 2 dinners in one day? It ain't possible.
Oh, but it is, Father. It is. And it's happened.
How? How's it happened? Such a miracle.
You eat your dinner, Father, and I'll tell you how come I've had mine. And I'll tell you where yours came from. And I'll tell you something else besides.
And what might that be, Meg? What might that be?
I had my dinner, Father, with Richard. He brought his dinner with him when he came to see me. And we had it together, Father.
Oh?
And Richard says, Father...
What does Richard say, Meg?
Richard says...
Richard's a long time saying it.
He says another year is almost gone. And what's the use? What's the use of waiting when we'll never be better off than what we are now? He says we're poor now and we'll be poor then. But we're young now, and years will make us old before we know it. And how hard, Father, to grow old and think how we might have made each other happy. So Richard says, as his work was made certain for some time to come, and as I love him and he loves me, will I marry him on New Year's Day?
Tomorrow?
Yes, Father, tomorrow. The best and happiest day in the whole year, and one that's sure to bring good fortune with it.
It's very quick.
Oh, I know it's short notice, Father, but it's not like I've a wedding dress to be made, or a fortune to be settled on me like a lady. And he said it all the way he does, Father. Strong and kind and earnest. And I said I'd come and talk it over with you. And as they paid me for that piece of work I did, and I know you've had a hard week of it, I just couldn't help wishing this would be a kind of holiday to you, as well as a happy day to me. And I brought you a treat to surprise you.
And see how he leaves it cooling on the step, as if he didn't like it.
Richard?
A handsome young man, with a face that glowed like the red-hot iron on which his sledgehammer daily rang. And Trotty would certainly have replied, only the door opened unexpectedly.
Out of the ways here now.
And the footman very nearly put his foot in the tripe.
You must always go and be sitting on our steps, won't you? Now, will you clear the road, or won't you?
Oh, then what's the matter?
Alderman Cute, a gentleman upon the smooth downhill of life.
You're always being begged and prayed to let our doorstep be. Why don't you let 'em be? Can't you let 'em be?
There, that'll do. Now, you, Porter, come here. What's that? Your dinner?
Yes, sir.
Don't leave it there. Bring it here.
Yes, sir.
A comfortable gentleman, accompanied by a thin, low-spirited man of middle age and disconsolate face.
Mr. Filer, what is this? He calls it dinner.
This, Alderman, this is a kind of animal food, commonly known to the labouring people by the name of tripe.
Tripe, eh? Tripe.
Tripe is, without exception, the least economical and most wasteful article of consumption that the markets of this country could possibly produce. The loss upon a pound of tripe has been found to be 7/8 of a fifth more than the loss upon a pound of any other animal substance whatsoever.
Oh, shocking.
The waste. And who eats tripe? Who eats tripe?
I do, sir.
You do you? And then I'll tell you something. You snatch your tripe out of the mouths of widows and orphans.
I'd rather die of hunger, sir, than do any such thing.
Divide the amount of tripe aforementioned by the estimated number of existing widows and orphans, and the result will be 1 pennyweight of tripe to each, and none for that man. Consequently, he's a robber.
And what do you say?
Nothing. He says nothing. There's nothing he can say. Look at him.
Bad. We are born bad.
I can prove it by tables.
Now, you, Porter, you listen to me. Don't you ever go telling me or anybody else that you haven't always got enough to eat, because I know better.
Widows and orphans.
Precisely, friend Philo, precisely. You see, there's a great deal of nonsense talked about want and widows and orphans and that kind of thing, and I intend to put them down.
Yes, sir.
And who's that?
My daughter, sir.
Where's her mother?
Dead, sir.
Dead?
Called up to heaven when she was born.
Killed her own mother.
And you, sir? You making love to her?
We're to be married tomorrow.
Married? Married? The ignorance of the first principles of political economy, the improvidence, the wickedness. Look at them. They've no right or business to be married, and we can prove it mathematically, with tables.
Now listen to me, my girl, because I am going to give you some advice. It's my business to give advice, because I am a justice of the peace. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you are going to get married, you say. Most unbecoming and delicate for one of your sex. And after you're married, you'll quarrel with your husband and come to be a distressed wife. And you will, because I've told you so. And I give you fair warning, because I have made up my mind to put distressed wives down. And you'll have children, boys. And these boys will grow up bad and run wild in the streets without shoes or stockings. And I'll imprison every one, for I am determined to put boys without shoes and stockings down. Put them all down, every one.
and your husband will die young, and you'll be turned out of doors and wander up and down the streets. And don't you think of wandering near me, my dear, for I am resolved to put all wandering mothers down. And if you attempt, desperately, ungratefully, and fraudulently attempt to hang yourself or drown yourself, you'll find no pity from me, for I have made up my mind to put all suicides down. Now be off with you. Be off with a pair of you.
And off they went, not arm in arm or hand in hand, but she in tears, and he gloomy and down-looking. The good Alderman Cute, he had put them down.
And as for you, Porter, you shall carry a letter for me. Can you be quick? You're an old man. How old are you?
I'm over 60, sir.
This man has no business to be over 60. That's well past the average age, you know.
Oh, never mind that. You see, I'm very good-hearted. Take the letter.
Where am I to take it to?
The address is on the envelope.
Above average age, below average intelligence.
Here's 6pence for your trouble, and take care of that daughter of yours. She's much too handsome. She'll come to no good.
I can prove it by tables.
Now be off with you.
Wrong every way. Wrong every way.
The second quarter begins, my friends. The second quarter of the hour. And the chimes held no encouragement for Trotty at all.
Put 'em down, they're saying. Put 'em down. Facts and figures. Prove it by tables. Put 'em down. Put 'em down. I have no business here. No business with the new year or anything here. Put me down. Put me down.
It was a hard frost that day. The wintry sun looked brightly down upon the ice it was too weak to melt, and set a radiant glory there. At other times, Trotty might have learnt a poor man's lesson from that wintry sun, but he was past that now.
Yes?
It took the footman a long time to find his voice, for it was a very long way off, hidden under a load of meat.
Do you have any business here? This is the house of Sir Joseph Bowley, MP, Member of Parliament.
Letter for Sir Joseph.
You'll have to take it in. Everything goes straight in. That way.
Another knock to knock at. No end of doors to knock at. And most of them closed.
Come in.
Ugh. What is this?
Exactly.
Mr. Fish, have the goodness to attend.
A letter for Sir Joseph.
I beg your pardon, sir. It's a letter, sir, from Alderman Cute.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
You have nothing else?
No, sir.
No bill or demand upon me? If you have, present it. There's a cheque-book by the side of Mr. Fish. I allow nothing to be carried over into the new year, so that if death was to sever, sir, sever my cord of existence, my affairs would be found in a state of preparation.
My dear Sir Joseph, you shock me.
My Lady Bowley, this is the season of the year when we should think. Think of...
our accounts?
Ourselves, sir. We do not think of our accounts, we look into them. We feel that this so eventful period in human transactions involves a matter of deep moment between a man and his
maker?
His banker, sir. His banker.
Quite so.
And as for you, Porter, how are your accounts? How do you stand before your divine banker? You can speak to me quite freely. I am a friend of the poor, famous for it. Now, the design of your creation is not that you should swill and guzzle and associate your enjoyments brutally with food, but that you should feel the dignity of labour. Do you feel the dignity of labour, my friend?
When I gets it, sir.
Ah, go forth, erect into the cheerful morning air. Work hard, be respectful, bring up your family on next to nothing, pay your rent as regularly as the clock strikes, and you may trust me to be your friend and father.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Mr. Fish.
If I could point out, sir...
You're not thinking, are you, Fish?
No, sir. Merely holding. The letter, sir.
Oh, the letter. My lady, the alderman reminds me he's had the distinguished honour of meeting us at the house of Deedles, the banker, and he does me the favour of asking whether it would be agreeable for me to have one of our tenants put down. Will Fern. Will Fern?
A vicious man, an unpleasant man, an ungrateful man. Has he committed a robbery? I do hope so.
No, not quite. He came to London looking for work, his story, and was found sleeping in a shed. Our friend imprisoned him, quite rightly, but was forced to let him go.
More's the pity.
And now asks if, on the next occasion, it would be agreeable for me to have Will Fern put down.
Let him be made an example of.
Very well. Mr. Fish, write this down. Dear Alderman, etc., I am indebted, etc. William Fern is a turbulent and rebellious spirit. Nothing will persuade him to be happy as he ought. By all means, put him down, etc. And I am, etc., etc. And as for you, you will take the letter, but first of all, let me ask you, have you two made preparations for the new year?
Preparations, sir?
Yes, are your accounts in order? Are you at peace with the world?
I am afraid, sir, that I am a little behindhand with the world.
Behindhand with the world?
I'm afraid, sir, there's a matter of 10 shillings owing to Mrs. Chickenstalker.
To Mrs. Chickenstalker?
Shop, sir, in the general line. And also a little owing on account of rent.
Rent?
I know we shouldn't, sir, but times are hard.
No, nonsense. No, stuff and nonsense. How a man, even among this improvident, impracticable, and generally useless class of the indigent poor, an old man, a man gone grey, can look a new year in the face in this deplorable condition, it is beyond me.
The letter, sir?
Take the letter and be gone.
Sir.
Be gone.
Be gone.
For heaven's sake, be gone.
Get out.
We're no good, you see. No good for anything. Put us down. Put us down.
And with that, Trotty delivered his letter as fast as he could, and he pulled his hat down over his head to hide the grief he felt at getting no hold on the old year, anywhere. But then what with his pace, which at best was awkward, and what with his hat, which didn't improve it, he trotted into someone in less than no time, and was sent staggering out into the road.
I beg your pardon. I hope I didn't hurt you.
No, you have not hurt me.
Nor the child, I hope.
No, nor the child. I thank you kindly.
Don't go. Sir, you won't take it amiss if I... It's just your child looks so cold, and you look so footsore and jaded.
You can tell me, perhaps. I'd rather ask you as any other. Tell me where Alderman Cute lives.
Why, close at hand. I'll show you his house with pleasure. I just delivered a letter there.
Well, I was to see him tomorrow, but I'm uneasy under suspicion and want to clear myself and be free to go and seek my bread. So perhaps he'll forgive me going to his house tonight.
I can scarce believe this, but it ain't possible, is it? It ain't possible that your name's Fern.
How do you know?
Fern! It is! Will Fern! Well, don't you go near that Alderman Cute. He'll have you put down.
Put down?
Put down for a vagrant and an ungrateful and a miscreant and I don't know what else. He's going to jail you for it. I just delivered a letter to him about you.
Jail me, was he? Well, I could bear it for myself, but not for this pretty one.
Oh, of course not. What's your name, pretty one?
Tell the gentleman.
Lily, sir.
She has a beautiful face.
Oh, yes. I've thought so many times. Many times when the cupboard was bare. Thought so last night when they took us like two thieves. She's my brother's child. An orphan. They were going to take her to the workhouse, but I took her instead. Her mother had a friend once, and we thought we'd find her and maybe find some work, too. It's a large place. Ah, that's all right for us, Lily.
Lily's cold.
No, Lily, we don't mind. More room for us to walk about in. So, I'll take your advice and thank you. I'll steer clear of this justice. That's what they call it. Justice. Well, good night. Oh, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year. No, wait. I could never have a Happy New Year leaving you like this. I couldn't. I could never have a Happy New Year thinking of you two wandering away without a roof to your heads. I couldn't. Come on. Come on with me. No, you must come. You're worn out. I'll carry her. I will. I'll take her. You'll come to me, darling, won't you? Come to your new Uncle Trotty Veck. Your old Uncle Will Fern's all worn out.
I'll come.
You see Uncle Will? Oh, she's as light as a feather. Now, you see as you can keep up with me. This way. Round to the right. Past the pump. Sharp off to the left, opposite the public house. Here we are and here we go. Cross over. Mind the kidney pie shop. Just down the mews here, Uncle Will. And stop at the door with T. Veck ticket porter on the board. For that's who I am, and this is where I live. And here we are, Meg, surprising you, and with a child for you. And you'll run to Meg, won't you, darling? Meg will take good care of you.
Father, who is this? She's very welcome.
She's young Lily, and this is her Uncle Will Fern. And they'll be our guests tonight. And you've been crying too, poor child. But still, here we are and here we go. Uncle Will, here's a fire. Sit by it.
Father, I think you're crazy tonight. What would the bells say to that?
They'd say, put the kettle on and you'll have it boiling.
Oh, what poor little feet our Lily has. How cold they are. But now they're getting warmer.
Have it boiling in no time. And then, well, Meg, I think I saw a little tea lying on the stairs. And maybe even a little bit of bacon too. I'm not sure where they are, so I'll go and find them.
And so, with this inscrutable artifice, off goes Trotty to buy the food he spoke of, with ready money at Mrs. Chickenstalker's. And on his return, there being only enough for the man and the child.
Now, it's a curious thing, a very curious thing. Curious, but well known to my friends, that I never care myself for bacon, nor for tea neither. I like to see other people enjoy them, but to me, as food, they are very disagreeable. Now, some people say they smell good, but I've never understood that myself. My pleasure is to watch other people eat them, especially people in want of sustenance themselves. Ain't that right, Meg?
You're right, Father. You're so right.
Never did spectators at a city dinner or a court banquet find such high delight in seeing others feast as those two did, looking on that night.
Now, I'll tell you what. The little one sleeps with Meg.
With Meg? With good Meg?
Yes, with good Meg. And as for you, Will Fern, you come along with me. You're tired to death. I'll show you the place. It's not much of a place, just a loft, but there's plenty of sweet hay up there. So, cheer up, Will. Don't give way. A new heart, Will. A new heart for the new year.
And then the old man composed himself to mend the fire and draw his chair to the warm hearth. Then he took his newspaper from his pocket and began to read, carelessly at first, skimming up and down the columns, but with an earnest and sad attention very soon.
A young woman killed herself and her young child. Threw herself in the river, holding her baby. That's terrible. Terrible. Only people bad at heart, people born bad, could do such things. And that's what we are. Born bad. Put us down. Put us down. Yes, and that's what they're saying. No, they're not. They're not. They're saying something else altogether. Toby Veck, waiting for you, Toby Veck. Drag him to us. Drag him to us. Haunt and hunt him. Haunt and hunt him. Break his slumbers. I can't bear it. I must go. I can't bear it. I really can't.
And before he knew it, he was out in the street and running down the road.
I'll just see. I'll see if the door is open. And the door will be closed, and I'll be satisfied.
It was a low, arched portal in a dark nook, and had such great iron hinges and such a monstrous lock that there was more hinge and lock than door.
The door will be closed. I know it will. The door But it's open. The door is open.
And before he knew it, he had begun to climb. Up, 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 round and round, up, up in the deep, deep darkness. Up and up to where the bells are, higher and higher, up ladders now, up, higher and higher, until high, high above the housetops of the city, shadowy, dark and dumb.
The bells! The bells!
It was barely possible to make out their great shapes in the darkness, but there they were.
Hello!
Hello! And the chimes began to sound the start of the third quarter. But he heard them not. High, high, high up there in the dizzying darkness, for he had fainted. How black are the brooding clouds! How troubled the deep waters of the ocean of dreams! Who knows when it was that Trotty seemed to wake? And as he sat up and looked in the awful darkness, he seemed to see in every bell a bearded figure of its spirit. Draped and hooded they were, shadowy and dark, gigantic, grave, and darkly watchful. And when they spoke, it was as though the sounds they made had no need to enter through his ears. It was as though they spoke directly to his troubled heart.
What visitor is this?
It's me, Trotty Veck.
Trotty Veck. Trotty Veck.
I thought my name was called by the chimes. I've listened to you, chimes, these many years. You have cheered me often.
And have you thanked us?
1,000 times.
How?
I'm a poor man. I could only do so in words.
And never done us wrong? Never done us wrong in words? You hesitate.
Because...
The voice of time cries to humankind, advance. Time is for your advancement and improvement, for your greater worth, your greater happiness, your better life. Who seeks to turn you back or stay you on your course does us wrong.
I'm sure I never meant to, sir.
Who puts into the mouth of time or us, its servants, a cry of lamentation for days of failure or of loss, does us wrong. And you have done us that wrong.
But if you knew how often you'd kept me company and cheered me up when I've been low, and how you were quite the plaything of my daughter Meg when first her mother died, and she and me were left alone, you won't bear us malice for a hasty word.
Who turns his back on the fallen and disfigured of his kind, who abandons them as vile, does wrong to heaven and humanity, wrong to eternity and wrong to time, and you have done us that wrong.
Forgive me?
Learn the truth of things. Learn it. Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart. And look.
A body on the ground, motionless and crushed. A dead body on the ground.
Your own.
My own?
You fell, you see. Fell from this high bell tower and were crushed and broken.
Crushed and broken.
Now, listen.
My funeral. And my Meg, weeping at my loss.
Your loss. Now look.
A freshly made grave. My name on the headstone.
Your grave. Now look.
The grave uncared for. The grave untended. The headstone smeared with grime.
Your headstone. Now look. 10 years have passed.
10 years?
Now go. Follow the thread. Follow the thread of time.
A bare room. A poor, mean room. Meg working.
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart.
My Meg working. Sewing in the twilight. With no light to help her poor tired eyes. Someone with her. Someone younger.
Meg, how often you raise your head from work to look at me?
Lily! grown up. And changed. How changed.
Oh, my looks so altered that they frighten you.
You smile at that when you say so. You smile at that because you know it not to be true. And yet you never smile at me.
I do so. Do I not?
You smile now, but not usually. When you think I'm busy and don't see you, you look so anxious and so sad. And you were once so cheerful.
Do I make our weary life more weary still?
You have been the only thing that made it life. So many hours, so many days, so many long, long nights of hopeless, cheerless, never-ending work. Not to become rich, or live grandly, or in comfort, not even to live on enough, but to earn bare bread. To scrape together just enough to work and work again. Oh, Meg, Meg, how can the cruel world go round and bear to look upon such sad lives?
Oh, Lily, Lily, you too. You so pretty and so young.
Oh, Meg, that is the worst of all. Strike me, old Meg, wither me and shrivel me and free me from the dreadful thoughts that tempt me.
Lily, no. No, no. Gone. All gone. Where's Richard? He should be with her. He should be comforting her. Where's Richard?
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart. Follow the thread of time.
And where am I now? Big house. Grand dinner. Alderman Cute.
Many happy returns, Lady Bowley, and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I understand Sir Joseph is to play skittles with his tenants. What magnificent condescension. Quite like old King Hal. Fine character.
Very. Above average number of wives. Murdered them.
And look at the boy, young Master Cute. We shall have this little gentleman in Parliament before he's turned 13.
Ah, the difference of shoes and stockings. And where's Richard? Show me Richard. Not him, not Mr. Fish.
Alderman Cute? My dear Alderman Cute, a little more this way, dear sir. What I have to say is for your ears alone. Dreadful intelligence. The most frightful and deplorable event.
Fish, whatever's the matter? Nothing revolutionary, I hope.
Deedles. Deedles the banker. Shot himself.
Good God.
Put a double-barreled pistol to his mouth. In his own counting house.
Lamentable. One of the most respectable men I ever knew. I shall wear the deepest mourning.
No talk of putting down now, Alderman Cute. No talk of putting suicide down now. The difference a little respectability makes.
It's almost enough to make one think, if one didn't know better, that some motion of a capsizing nature was going on in things. Deedles, by his own hand. Such a respectable man.
What
is this? What is this?
Will Fern!
Who gave this man admittance?
So much older and greyer.
This is a criminal from prison, Mr. Fish.
One moment, sir. One moment, my lady. You were born on this day along with the new year. Give me a minute's leave to speak.
No.
Oh, let him speak, Alderman Cute. The worst he can do is be dull.
Oh, thank you. Lady, I thank you. Gentlefolks, look at me. Just come from jail, and not for the first time, nor the second, nor the third, nor yet the fourth.
You should be ashamed of yourself. 4 times imprisoned is quite unreasonably above the average.
Let me say a word, and let the real truth be spoke for once to you, gentlemen, and you ladies, who pass judgment on the likes of me. And you see one like me, with discontent writ on his face, you says he's suspicious. That Will Fern. You watch him, and that means whatever that Will Fern does or doesn't do, it goes against him, 'cause the law, your laws, gentlemen, are set up to catch and trap the likes of me. I try to live elsewhere, caught like a vagabond, to jail with him. So, comes back here, I goes looking for food in the woods, and I breaks a branch or two, to jail with him. One of your keepers sees me in broad day with a gun. What, to jail with him? It's 20 mile away, that jail. And on the way back, I begs a little on the road, so to jail with him. And now, when anybody finds me anywhere doing anything, it's to jail. Again and again. So jail's the only home I got. Now, you can't give me back the years I lost, and you can't give me back the niece I lost, nor the home I lost neither, but gentlemen, begin at the other end. Give us better homes when we're lying in our cradles. Give us better food when we are working for our lives. And don't set jail before us everywhere we turn. And you do that before you lost us all for good. Before we burn down the houses that you live to oppress us.
And he's gone. They've all gone. But where's Richard? Where's Richard?
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart. Follow the thread. Follow the thread of time.
Meg's room. A poor mean room. And Meg working. Meg, I wish you could hear me. You look so sad and tired. I wish I could comfort you. Say a few words, Meg, that you could hear and could make you feel better. But where's Lily? Where is she? There's her frame. There's the frame she worked on. And there's a chair she sat on. But the frame's been covered up. And the chair's been put to face the wall. Why history? Why history in these sad small things? And my Meg's grief-stricken face. Oh, I wish I couldn't read it.
Come in.
And there's Richard at last. But how he's changed. How he slouches. And the smell of drink from him.
Can I come in?
Come in. Come in. Sit down.
And he sits. And he stares. Stares at nothing at all. And she cannot bear to see him. She turns away.
Still at work?
Still at work.
You work late?
I generally do.
And early?
And early.
Lily said you did. She said you never tired or never admitted it. Not even when you fainted from weariness.
So you told me last time.
Did I?
Have you forgotten?
I try to forget everything, Meg. Everything.
And I begged you to tell me nothing more about her. Or about the life she leads now. And you promised.
Did I? Did I promise?
Yes. So don't tell me. I can't bear to know.
Dear Meg. Good Meg.
She haunts me, Meg. She haunts me. She comes behind me in the street. She thrusts it in my hand. She whispers, Richard, don't look round. Give her this. For heaven's love, give her this. Look at it, Meg. Look at it.
Hide it. Hide it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the money she earns and think she may be doing it for me.
Oh, she says...
Don't tell me. I don't want to hear what she says. Only tell her. Tell her I love her and I think of her. Tell her I think of her every minute of every day. Go. Go.
Meg. Dear Meg. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Can't hear me. Can't hear me.
Imagine this, my friends. Imagine this as the last quarter is about to strike. Imagine this mean, wretched room not so far from yours. This room, this cold, cheerless room where she sits and grieves for her lost friend.
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart.
But no matter what her mood, no matter how great her grief, no matter how great the torture of body or mind, she still must work. She still must work or starve. And so she works. Night, midnight, still she works. And before she has time so much as to wonder who is there.
Lily. Lily, come in. Oh, dear heart, come in.
Look at this. Merciful heavens, look at this.
How thin you look. How pale. How cold. How cold you are, dear soul. Come in. Warm yourself. Here's my shawl. Take it, please.
You remember how I cursed my beauty and I wished it gone? Well, it's gone now. All gone.
No.
I have fallen low, Meg. Fallen very low. So they tell me, those that preach at me. And I had to hear them, Meg. Had to. Otherwise, they won't give me anything to eat, you see. And I had to have something to eat. 'Cause no one wants to buy you once the sores start showing, and you have to eat, you have to. And that's how they got to preach at me about my wickedness and that. Not that it stopped some of them using me sometimes.
Don't talk of it, Lily. You don't need to talk of it. You're here now. You're safe now, Lily, dear one.
What they forget, all them that preach at me, is the one in whose name they say they're preaching. He never condemned us. He never did. He let one of us wash his feet. Wash his feet with her hair.
Now, Lily. Lily, my love, sleep here, love. Sleep. You're safe now. Sleep. Hush now. Hush. Hush.
Look at them, you respectable people, ready to pass judgment. Look at them and judge them if you dare. The last quarter of the hour, the last quarter of the old year.
Years have gone by. Years. In the twinkling of an eye. And where am I now? A warm room. Too warm. Smells of muffins.
I'm glad to think we had muffins. It's a sort of night that's meant for muffins. Likewise, crumpets.
You're in spirits, Tugby?
A little elevated, Mrs. T, just a little elevated.
Mrs. Chickenstalker. And she's married. She's married Sir Joseph Storman.
A little shop, quite crammed and choked with the abundance of its stock. A voracious little shop with a maw as full as any shark's.
So, it's a hard night, is it, Mrs. T?
Blowing and sleeting and threatening snow.
Yeah. Yards are like people in that respect. Some of them die hard, and some of them die easy. This one's making a fight of it. Unlike him up the stairs. Oh, there's a customer, Mrs. T. Attend to him,
Now then, what's wanted? Oh, I beg your pardon, Doctor. I didn't think it was you.
A shabby man in black who sat down astride the beer barrel. A medical attendant upon the poor.
This is a bad business upstairs, Mrs. Tugby. The man can't live.
Just what I've been telling you, Mrs. T. The back attic can't live.
The back attic, Mr. Tugby, is coming downstairs fast.
Exactly what I've been telling Mrs. T. The back attic is going.
And very soon he'll be below the basement.
And what I've been saying is this. He must be going before he's gone.
I don't think you can move him. You'd better leave him where he is.
Leave him where he is?
He'll be gone very soon.
Exactly. That's just what I've been telling Mrs. Tugby. He's going to die here upon the premises.
And where else should he die?
In the workhouse. What else the workhouse is for?
Not for that, Mr. Tugby. And neither did I marry you for that.
But think of the inconvenience.
Don't think it, Tugby. Don't think it. I won't have it. I knew him as a handsome young man, and I knew her as the sweetest girl eyes ever saw. And I knew her father fell from the steeple, poor man, walking in his sleep. I knew him, I say, as the simplest, sweetest-hearted, hardest-working man that ever drew the breath of life. And if I ever turned them out of house and home, may angels turn me out of heaven, as they would and serve me right.
Oh, bless you, Mrs. Chickenstalker. Bless your heart.
We should go up.
A strange procession going up the shabby stairs. The medical attendant first, all dressed in black, and Mrs. Tugby next, with fat Mr. Tugby panting at the rear, and poor Trotty floating above them, his heart beating painfully, in his ear the cruel, insistent voices of the bells.
Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart.
And there she is, haggard, weeping, clutching a baby child. Oh, God be thanked, she loves the child. She loves the child.
There, his heart stopped, his pain's over. It's better as it is.
Not a cruel man, but accustomed, witnessing such scenes every day.
Dear soul, don't take on so.
They mustn't give way. That won't do. Fight up. We must all fight up.
And I wait in the poor, mean, freezing room, and I look up at her face, at her dear face so worn down by suffering, and I listen for at least a trace of her old pleasant voice.
And he watches, and he waits, and he flits around the child, the poor, wan child, so old before its time, so dreadful in its gravity, so plaintive in its feeble, mournful, miserable wail.
But she loves it. God be thanked, she loves it.
And he goes with her as she tramps the streets, the cold, pitiless streets of London, searching for work, for anything to save her child from starvation. And back in the room one night.
Will Fern.
For the last time.
What have you done?
Look at the sky. I look at the burning. I wanted to see you one last time. Is that your child? Oh, let me hold your child. Is it a girl? I won't hurt her. Oh, what's her name?
Margaret.
I'm glad of that. Margaret. Here, take her. I held the same face in my arms when Lily's mother died and left her.
When Lily's mother died and left her?
Meg, I thank you. I thank you for the last time. Goodbye. Tell me you'll forget me. Goodbye.
Will.
But it is love. She still loves it. She'll never stop loving it.
Like Lily, when her mother died and left her.
Poor Meg. My poor Meg.
The next day was the last day of the old year, and once more she spent it being harried from here to there, hopelessly looking for some way to feed her child. And when she came back that night, there was a man blocking the door.
You've come back, have you? You've lived here long enough without paying rent. Suppose you try and find yourself another lodging. Don't you think you could manage it?
It's very late. I'm very tired. But tomorrow.
You see, this is the last night of the old year. I wonder you ain't ashamed of yourself to want to carry ill will and quarrellings into the new year. Now, be off with you.
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart. Follow her to despair.
But she loves the baby. She still loves the baby.
Like Lily when her mother died and left her. Like Lily. Like Lily.
Where's she going? Not to the river. Surely to God, not to the river.
Like Lily when her mother died and left her.
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart.
Oh, my father! Turn her back! Turn her back! Dear God, turn her back from the river!
The rolling river, swift and dim, where scattered lights upon the banks gleamed sullen red and dull, like torches burning there to show the way to death.
Stop her! Stop her!
Learn it from the creature closest to your heart.
Oh, I've learned it! Stop her! I've learned not to judge the mothers who, in desperation, kill their children and themselves. Have mercy, you who pass judgment on us. Have mercy on us.
And he holds her now. He holds her with a giant's strength.
I see the spirit of the chimes. I know happiness is our inheritance. I know there is a sea of time will rise one day, and all who oppress us or wrong us will be swept away like leaves. I can see it on the flow. I know that we must trust and hope and never doubt ourselves or doubt the good in one another. I have learnt it from the creature dearest to my heart, the creature I hold tight in my loving arms. Spirits of the bells, spirits merciful and good, spirits of the bells, I am grateful.
Well, Father, all I can say is that's the last time you eat tripe. How you've been going on?
What? Going on? Where am I?
You're sitting in your own chair in front of your own fire, you silly.
My own fire? My own daughter?
And I'm just going to kiss her too, because the first kiss of Meg in the new year is mine. I've been waiting outside the house to hear the bells and claim it. Meg, my lovely wife, Happy New Year.
My own Richard, the new year, and tomorrow's your wedding day.
Today, Troy, we're getting wed today.
Silly Father. Oh, listen to the chimes.
Ringing in the new year, and you getting married.
Great bells they were. Melodious, deep-mouthed, noble bells. When had they ever chimed like that before?
Dear daughter, dear loving daughter. And here's little Lily. Here we are and here we go. Little Lily come out to wish us a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Here we are and here we go. And Uncle Will too.
Happy New Year.
Oh, Uncle Will, the visions I've had concerning you. And how glad I am you came here, Will Fern, my good friend.
Happy New Year! Happy wedding!
It's got bad. Your daughter's going to be married.
And because everyone knows you, wishes you well. And because everyone knows her, wishes her well. And because everyone knows him, wishes him well. We thought we'd all come in and wish you all the happiness a new year can bring.
Here we are to play it in and dance it in together.
Thank you, neighbours. Thank you. And a Happy New Year!
And did Trotty dream? Or are all his joys and sorrows and the actors in them but a dream? Himself a dream, like the teller of this tale, and the listener of it too. But remember, listener, remember the place these dreams come from. The stern place, the pitiless place, the place of injustice and sorrow, and try to make it a kinder, warmer, gentler place. And may the new year be happy for you, happy for all of us, and may each of us not be denied our share of the happiness our great Creator made us to enjoy. Farewell. God bless. God bless.
The Chimes, by Charles Dickens, was dramatised by John Clifford. Trotty Veck was played by Ron Cook, Sir Joseph and Mr. Filer by Sean Chapman, Richard and Mr. Fish by Luke Jardine, Alderman Cute and the Doctor by Paul Jesson, Meg by Helen Longworth, Lady Bowley, Mrs. Tugby and Lily by Isabel Middleton, Will Fern and Mr. Tugby by Nicholas Murchie, and Charles Dickens by Sean Murray. The Chimes was directed by Gaynor MacFarlane.
Family Theatre presents Robert Ryan and Hans Conried. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with your Family Theatre, brings you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in Charles Dickens' classic, The Tale of Two Cities. To introduce the drama, your host and narrator, Robert Ryan.
Thank you, Gene Baker. Herewith, we bring you the tragic yet triumphant story of a man, Sidney Carton. A man of golden promise who'd wasted every opportunity. This was Sidney Carton. He hated life, its people, and himself. So he drank to forget, to numb the dull pangs of remorse. His disheveled, tipsy figure was a source of mystery in London legal circles. To all appearances, he was an errand boy and flunky for the Honorable Stryver, a rising young barrister. But the truth was, he was Stryver's mind, the brilliant legal strategist who engineered Stryver's quick success. It was in 1780 that a young Frenchman, Charles Darnay, went on trial at the Old Bailey. The charge was treason, transmitting military information to the American rebel, George Washington. The completely innocent Darnay retained Stryver's counsel, who, as always, appeared before the bar accompanied by his apparent flunky, Sidney Carton. Throughout the opening morning, Carton seemed far more interested in the movements of a fly upon the ceiling than in anything taking place in court. Even when court recessed, he remained indifferent.
Sidney, the Honorable Stryver. Let's follow the crowd out and have lunch. Rick a glass to the pretty witness.
Who's pretty?
The picturesque old doctor's daughter, Lucy Manette.
She pretty?
A man alive, she had the whole court goggle-eyed. I have a mind to marry her myself.
She's in love with Darnay. He with her. Well, not that they know it, yet. But they'll be married.
I deny she'll marry the prisoner.
Poor fellow. There he sits. Alone, forgotten, frightened.
The prisoner?
Why don't you go over and cheer him up?
I'll go out and comfort the young lady. Meet you at the bar.
Right, Stryver. Mr. Darnay.
Yes?
I'm Sidney Carton, Stryver's jackal. That is, I'm useful to him. In return, he gives me lodgings and other considerations.
Indeed, sir.
Tell me, Mr. Darnay, that's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for. How does it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy? Shall I find out how she fares and tell you?
Could you tell her I am deeply sorry to have caused her agitation? Could you tell her so for me?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I do ask it. You're very kind. I hardly
I'm
know...
never kind. She'll be on the bench outside. I'll let you know.
Oh, yes. I feel much better, Mr. Lorry. Go have your lunch. Please do.
Miss Burnett, I'm Sidney Carton, friend of Stryver's.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Carton? This is Mr. Lorry, an old friend of our family.
We have met before.
Unfortunate that we should meet again.
Lucy, I shall return in time to escort you to the trial when it resumes.
Won't you sit down beside me, Mr. Carton?
No, thank you. Miss Manette, the prisoner, Darnay, feels responsible for your distress. Perhaps you have a reassuring message I might take him. Would you say it were a pity if they sentence him to die?
Yes. Well, that would be wrong. It would be awful.
You would weep for him?
Yes. I would weep.
Shall I inform the prisoner of your womanly sentiments?
Could you?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I ask it.
I'll convey your message to the prisoner.
Mr. Carton, thank you for your kindness.
No kindness was intended.
Mr. Stryver, you will continue the cross-examination of the witness Barsad.
Yes, my lord. Now, John Barsad.
Now what?
Mr. Barsad, the Crown has built its edifice of accusations upon your positive identification of the prisoner.
The fellow on the Dover coach was him, there.
It was night. The stranger's face was sunk deep in his muffler.
Yes.
When the coach stopped, he vanished in the ink-black darkness.
That's right.
Mr. Barsad,
would you admit the possibility that the face in the Dover coach was someone who looks something like the prisoner?
It was the prisoner, no mistake.
Mr. Bassard, would you feel so positive if I showed you other faces resembling in a remarkable or less degree the prisoner's?
I doubt if there's another face like his in all of England.
Yeah. My lord, will you ask my good friend Mr. Carton to stand up?
Stand up, Mr. Carton.
Very well, my lord.
No, my lord, I must ask that Mr. Carton stand beside the prisoner.
Make way, make way.
Thank you, Mr. Carton. And now, John Bassard, please to fix your gaze on Mr. Carton. You see anything remarkable?
Well, if you ask me, I'd say the gentleman has had a spot too much of port.
Not too much, Mr. Bassard, but the day is yet young.
Mr. Carton, you have ridden on the Dover coach at times?
How many times I would not care to say.
Mr. Carton, if you will please take off your wig and gown.
Oh, gladly. Beastly things, insufferably hot. There.
Yes, you see, you are astonished. My lord half rises from his seat. But wait. Now, Sidney Carton, if it be within your histrionic powers, assume the prisoner's habitual grave and noble mien.
Behold, a worm. And now, a butterfly.
Aye, my lord. Aye, and his veritable counterpart. My lord, gentlemen, and you, John Bassard, let all eyes confirm the truth, so obvious. Gentlemen of the jury, it would seem the Crown has built its case upon a cornerstone of quicksand. John Bassard, for all your vaunted patriotism, you remain what you've always been, a liar, criminal, paid perjurer, and spy. I rest.
When the jury brought in its verdict of acquittal, Carton led the still bewildered young man to a tavern, where he saw to it that the best was placed on the table before the young man.
True. Tell me, Mr. Darnay, now that you have eaten, do you feel that you belong to this terrestrial mortal scheme again?
I do indeed. I'm still in a daze, but I'm certain that I live.
It must be an immense satisfaction. As for me, my desire is to forget that I belong to it, to the world, to life.
Oh, come now, sir.
No, life has no good in it for me, except wine like this. So we are not much alike in that particular. Indeed, I begin to think we are not much alike in any particular, you and I. You seem at a loss as how to answer me. Well, propose a health, a toast, then.
What health? What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. I swear it's there, sir.
Miss Manette.
Miss Manette there. She was mightily pleased to have your message when I gave it her.
Was she?
Not that she showed she was pleased, but I suppose she was.
Oh. I wish to thank you for the kindness you've shown Miss Manette and me.
Mr. Darnay, do you think I particularly like you?
Well, really, Mr. Carton, I've not asked myself the question.
Ask it now.
Well, you have behaved as if you liked me. But I don't think you do.
And I don't think I do. I begin to have a very good opinion of your understanding, sir. Oh, going.
I prefer to part before there is ill blood on either side.
A last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think? You'll know I've been drinking.
Since I must say so, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe not. Don't let your sober face elate you. You don't know what you may come to. Good night.
When he arrived at his dingy room, this strange being took up a candle, walked uncertainly to a glass that hung against the wall, and surveyed himself minutely in it.
Confound you, Carton. What a mess you've made of things. Change places with Darnay.
would her blue eyes have wept for you? He's all you might have been. She is all you might have had. Carton, let's have it out in plain words. You hate them for it. Oh, pray keep on with your sewing, Miss Manette.
Then sit here by me at the table, Mr. Carton.
Thank you.
It's been so long since we've seen you.
It's been good of you to tolerate me. I mean, the way I've dropped in uninvited over the past year, like a morose and moody spectre staring glumly at the wall.
Father says you talk quite brilliantly. When you choose to talk.
Really? Dr. Manette's health improves?
Yes. He seems more himself again. And your health, Mr. Carton?
The life I lead is not conducive to health.
Forgive me for saying so. But isn't it a pity to lead that kind of life?
God knows it's a shame. A shame.
Then why not change it, Mr. Carton?
I'm too late for that. By the way, Mr. Darnay told me of his good fortune. You'll both be very happy. You deserve to be. God bless you both.
Thank you, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Carton?
I find it difficult to tell you.
Please say it, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I've wanted you to know that you've been the last dream of my soul. The sight of you in this home have stirred old shadows which I thought were dead. Old voices have come back again. You have inspired me with a determination to begin anew, to fight my way back to decency.
And you can, Mr. Carton. I've always felt you could. You must. You resign yourself to death, Mr. Carton. Resign yourself to life for once. But you won't even try.
So, having made you miserable, I'll go now. Goodbye. Miss Manette.
What? Mr. Carton?
Remember this. While I still live, there is a man who'd give his life for you. And give his life for anyone you love.
"11 years pass. Then Charles Darnay returns to France to help a friend. Without telling his wife, Lucy, Charles foolishly plunges into the reign of terror of the French Revolution. The Paris mob recognizes him as the aristocrat, the Marquis Saint-Evremond, his rightful title. He is tried and sentenced to the guillotine. Then, on the day before the execution, an odd meeting takes place at a wine shop by the Seine. An Englishman elbows through the knots of blood-smeared revolutionaries and sits down at a small table. Sits opposite a man who wears the red cap of the Republicans. The man looks up suspiciously. Turns pale.
Good evening, Citizen Bassard.
That's not my name.
It was your name, John Bassard.
Not so loud.
Why not?
Well, I'm known by a different name in this shop.
Well, these are dangerous times to have two names. These are dangerous times to serve two masters.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're a spy for the British government. At the same time, you're a spy for the new French Republic, the Paris mob. I mean, you spy for one against the other and collect at both ends.
Well, someone has to do the spying.
If these French Republicans, the mob, found out about your double dealings, it would be the guillotine for you, John Bassard.
Who are you?
You know me.
You look like Evremond called Darnay. But he's tight in his cell.
Think back 12 years to a trial at the Old Bailey.
Trial at Carlton?
Yes, Carlton.
How'd you find me?
I've been watching the prison where they have Darnay. You go in and out at will. I've picked up other scraps of information.
Such as?
Your old friend Roger Cly is turnkey at the prison.
Cly's dead. I saw him buried.
We found only rocks in his coffin. Do I seem to hold the winning cards, John Bassard?
What do you want?
I may wish to talk to Darnay in his cell.
If you think you can help him to escape, you're mad. There's no escape. His head will roll tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. There's nothing to prevent it.
Escape? Well, I didn't say that. I said that I may wish to talk to him. Can you arrange it? It would be safer for you to say yes.
Are you threatening me?
Oh, I didn't say so. But I am.
Very well. I'll get you in to see this remodeled Darnay, but don't wait too long.
You know the Paris branch of Tellson's Bank?
Yes.
Old Jarvis Loring is winding up the bank's affairs. He's living in a rear room at the bank. There's a rear door. Knock 4 times at 10 o'clock.
I'll be there.
Yes, I'm sure you will, John Bassard.
So I live here at the bank. It's safer. You'll find the brandy on that table, Mr. Carton.
Mr. Lorry, I see you do remember me.
Poor Charles, poor Lucy. You've been in Paris for some time. Lucy hasn't mentioned seeing you.
Mrs. Darnay hasn't seen me. I don't mean that she shall.
What's this you said? You can arrange to have a final talk with Charles. That won't save him.
Here are my passport and credentials. You may need them, sir.
Aye, what for?
Now, I beg of you not to ask for explanations, but follow these directions to the letter.
What are they?
Have a coach and horses in the courtyard on the stroke of midnight. Have Lucy Darnay in that coach, and her father, her child. Be in the coach yourself. And the instant I get into the coach, drive off. Drive for Calais. Then ship to England. Safety. The instant my place in the coach is filled, drive off.
But Carton, in the name of heaven...
For Lucy's sake. For those she loves. Forget it is the wretch named Sidney Carton who requests this, sir. But do it for their sakes. Your promise, sir.
Oh, this sounds like utter madness.
Your solemn promise.
Oh, very well, very well. I promise.
Thank you, sir. Well, now, shall we sit and talk a moment until the villain Bassard knocks? Huh?
Sit by your bottle. I'll sit here.
Yours, sir, is a long life to look back upon.
I'll soon be 80.
Useful all your life. Many people will miss you when you go, sir.
No, I'm a grumpy old bachelor. There's nobody who will weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy? Yes, thank God, I think she would. I didn't mean quite what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for.
Surely.
I have won no human creature's love, nor respect. Tell me, sir, does your childhood seem far off?
20 years ago it did. But now as I draw closer and closer to the end, my memories seem to travel nearer and nearer to the beginning.
Old faces coming back.
Yes.
Perhaps your pretty mother's. A host of childhood memories.
Yes.
And you find comfort in them.
Yes.
Yes, I know the feeling.
You are much too young to know such feelings. The end of life is still a faraway horizon for you.
Possibly. Such memories used to fill me with a terrible remorse. But of late, I too find much comfort in them. Perhaps it is that not...
How's that?
I'll let him in. Good evening, Mr. Barside. So good of you to remember our appointment.
Yes, isn't it?
Well?
I've seen Cly. The way is greased. I'll get you into the prison if you want it.
I want it.
Let's hurry then.
Oh, Mr. Lorry?
Yes, Carton?
I've decided to call upon Mr. Darnay at the prison.
Good luck. Another drink before you go?
No. No, thank you, Mr. Lorry. It is even likely I shall never have another drink.
I think I understand you, Mr. Carter.
In that case, you will understand about the coach.
Yes. A place in the coach will be reserved for you. I will pray the place be filled.
Go in, work fast. I'll wait outside.
Carton. Downey, do as I say. No questions. Take off your coat and put on mine.
Why? Why?
Shake out your hair, like mine. Hurry, man.
No, they'll only kill you, too. No, Carton, I won't let... What's that?
It is?
That vapor. All right.
Lie down.
No, Carton. No, I won't let you.
Well, the drug will give you a sound sleep, my friend. God willing, you'll wake up in England. Bassard.
Yes. Are you ready?
You carry him, like you carried me in. Tell them the Englishman Carton has fainted with grief for his doomed friend. And then to the bank, to Jarvis Lorries.
In the black prison of the Conciergerie, the doomed of the day had been gathered in a large room to await the death cards. As Sidney Carton stood by the wall in the dim corner, a man stopped in passing to embrace him. It thrilled him with the great dread of discovery, but the man went on. A moment later, a young woman with a slight girlish form and widely opened patient eyes came over to him.
Citizen Evermore, you don't remember me?
Oh, yes, we meet again.
I'm the seamstress who was with you at the other prison.
Of course.
If we ride together, will you let me hold your hand?
Oh, yes, child. I pray that we may ride together.
I'm not afraid, just lonely.
Along the Paris streets, the death carts rumble, hollow and harsh. 6 tumbrils carry the day's red wine to Madame la Guillotine. They plow a crooked furrow among the mob that lines the streets. Ridges of faces are thrown to this side and to that. Robed executioners work swiftly. As a head drops in the basket, it is held aloft and the mob screams out to count. The second death cart empties and rolls on. The third comes up and stops, discharges those to die.
Little sister, shall I carry you?
I'm strong with your strength. I'm the next to climb the steps.
The guillotine is swift and merciful.
Brave, generous friend.
A sweet, gentle child. We two, so strangely met upon the dark highway, now going home together to our rest.
This is the moment.
My turn is next.
Kiss me. Goodbye.
I am the resurrection and the life, said the Lord. He who believes in me, even if he die, shall live. It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
This is Robert Ryan again. Do you know what it takes to make a house a home? Well, windows, and doors, and rooms. But something else, too. There must be happiness. And happiness is something that cannot be built with saw and hammer and nails. I'll tell you a way to bring happiness to your home. Invite God in. Invite Him in through prayer. Daily family prayer. If God is in your home, there's peace there, too. And happiness and love and unity. Discover for yourselves what millions of others have learned. A family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in A Tale of Two Cities, with Robert Ryan as host and narrator. Others in our cast were William Conrad, Ken Peters, Willard Waterman, Hy Averback, Francis X. Bushman, Jay Novello, Virginia Gregg, and Barbara Whiting. Charles Dickens' great classic was adapted by Dick Creedon, with music composed and conducted by Henry Mancini. It was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Gene Baker inviting you to join us next week when your Family Theater will present Fred Allen and Dennis Day in William the Terrified. Join us, won't you? For adventure and romance, listen to The Count of Monte Cristo, heard on most of these stations on Tuesday evenings. Family Theater is released in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and is broadcast to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Cricket on the Hearth. The National Broadcasting Company presents Charles Dickens' immortal Christmas story, The Cricket on the Hearth.
Old Caleb Plummer and his blind daughter lived all alone by themselves in a little cracked nutshell of a wooden house. And what a miserable little place it was. But under its crazy little roof lived the man who did the work which made Gruff and Tackleton famous. You see, Gruff and Tackleton sold toys, and it was Caleb Plummer who made them. Yes, Caleb Plummer made toys and lived in his shabby little house, while Gruff and Tackleton became the largest toy merchants in all England. And so, even on the night before Christmas, Caleb Plummer sat in the toy shop, carving away industriously at some last-minute animal.
There now, just a shade more off the flanks. A little curve to the horns, and you'll be the finest little ox to go into the ark. Be a good little ox. Keep warm. Make somebody happy tomorrow for Christmas. I'm coming. Just a moment. Oh, Mr. Tackleton. Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Tackleton.
What's that?
Merry Christmas to you, sir. The best you've ever had.
Christmas?
Oh, that. I didn't come here to talk about Christmas, Plummer. Don't believe in it. Have no use for it except in a business way. What about those orders? Have you finished the jack-in-the-box?
Yes, sir. Here it is. Look.
Oh, take it away, horrible thing.
The children love them, sir.
Ah, the children. Don't mention their names to me. Spent my life making toys for them. I'm sick of children. Sick of toys. Let's hear no more about it. What of the ark?
I just put the last animal inside. It's ready to go now.
How about Noah?
Up in front on the deck. See him? And here at the window is Noah's wife. See, through this porthole.
All right. Just so you've got them. Well, you can run along now, Plummer.
You won't need me any more tonight, then?
No, but come in a little earlier tomorrow morning to make up for it.
But tomorrow is Christmas, sir.
Well, what of it?
But on Christmas, surely you don't mean...
Surely I do mean it. Have you forgotten your place, Mr. Plummer? If you feel the need of taking Christmas off, why, there are 100 good toy makers in London who would be glad to take your place. Why, sir, they'd fight for the chance.
You mean you'd dismiss me if I didn't come in tomorrow?
That's right, Plummer. Out you go, just like that.
But my daughter...
She's your daughter, not mine. I can't stop business just because you've got a daughter and she's blind. Business is a thing which doesn't wait for Christmas or your daughter or anything else. Now, will you or won't you be in tomorrow?
I'll be in, sir.
And an hour earlier, too.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, if you could advance me a little, just a little, on next week's pay.
Advance you? What about last week's pay? Have you squandered it already?
No, sir. It went for food and for canvas to tack up over the ceiling.
And what's wrong with the ceiling?
There are holes in places. The snow drifts in at night sometimes, so we just thought we'd buy canvas and not trouble you with our silly problem.
Yeah.
So, you see, our money, it didn't quite stretch, and, well...
Well, what? Speak up, Plummer.
Well, it's gone, sir.
Are you without food?
No, sir, but...
You have wood for the stove?
Yes, sir.
There's sufficient covering for the bed?
Yes, sir.
In other words, you're asking me for money when you already have food, warmth, and a bed to lie in? Plummer, that's downright greed. As for the advance, no. You spent your past wages, now you must wait until next week. You must learn thrift.
But could you... Only a few pence, that's all. She's blind, sir. All alone in the house, all day. In the dark, all alone. Nothing to live for but her father's footstep on the stairs. Please, sir, a tree would mean so much to her.
I'm sorry, Plummer. There's no good working on my sentiment. I'm determined to teach you a lesson, and teach you I shall, even though it hurts me to do so. Good night, Plummer. And remember, 1 hour earlier tomorrow morning, Christmas or no Christmas.
Caleb Plummer walked home very slowly that night, the only sad and dismal figure on the crowded street. Everywhere else, there was Christmas. The whole street was alive and warm with the joy of Christmas. You could hear it in the laughter of their voices as they shouted back and forth.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to you, sir!
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Harry! Merry Christmas, Alf!
You could see Christmas in the small boys and girls. They stood before the greengrocer's window and stared with round eyes at the things inside.
Look at that turkey. Would you look at that turkey?
Oh, he's the biggest turkey I ever saw.
No, he's not the biggest, but he's almost the biggest. The one Grandma had last year was the biggest.
Was not. The wings on this one are bigger.
They are not.
They are so.
They are not.
They are so.
They are not. They are so.
You could see Christmas in the shops. They were crammed full of it, bursting with it. Christmas overflowed from their cheerful interiors like stuffing from a roast fowl. There were mince pies on the counters with a sprig of holly stuck in each one, and baked hams stuck full of cloves like huge red pincushions. And all of it together, breathing the warmth and cheer of Christmas morrow. Everywhere there was Christmas. Everywhere except in the heart of Caleb Plummer. He walked around the square, scarcely looking in the shops, scarcely aware of the crowds that jostled against him. He just plodded along, very tired, very old, very much alone. And then, almost before he knew it, he was home.
Father, it's you. For a moment I didn't recognize your step. It was so different. You must be tired tonight.
Tired? What a silly girl you are. Your father's much too young a man to grow tired. How was the day, Mary?
Oh, not too long. I sewed dolls' dresses all morning. And then this afternoon I put shoe-button eyes on the animals.
If it were only as easy to
put eyes on me. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? Sometimes I wish I could, too. Just look at the world through shoe-button eyes. But, well, it really doesn't matter too much. I have my own world here. It's a kind and comfortable world. Perhaps that's because I've always seen it through your eyes.
Do you mean that, Mary?
Yes.
But all the same, you do want to see, don't you?
Oh, sometimes, yes. When I'm alone here, and the clock ticks, and the darkness is all over. Times like that, if it weren't for the cricket, I don't think I could...
Is he still here?
Oh, yes.
And he still chirps away?
All the time. He keeps me from being lonely.
They say it's luck, Mary. To have a cricket on the hearth is the luckiest thing in the world.
Father, is anything wrong? You seem so quiet tonight, and you speak strangely.
Oh, not a thing, girl, not a thing. A hard day at the shop, but that's all.
Oh, that's not the real reason, Father. But now I know what it is.
What?
Without asking, I know there's a fir tree in the room. Your step didn't have its usual lightness tonight, and that's what you were carrying. You even set it down without my hearing it. It's true, isn't it, Father?
Yes, it's true, Mary.
Oh, where is it? Let me feel its branches.
Oh, it's in the far corner of the room. Right near the window where it's cool.
Oh, lead me over to it, Father.
No, not tonight. Tomorrow morning, bright and early. Oh, on Christmas morning. That's when a tree should first be discovered.
Oh, but can't I even touch it?
Tomorrow morning, yes.
Oh, then see it for me now. What does it look like?
It's a young tree. Dark and bushy, with its branches curving up to heaven. The cones on it are tiny and dry, and there's still a few snowflakes left in the branches. It's a Christmas tree, Mary. So small, so filled with greenness and life, that the Christ child himself might have blessed it and sent it here to us. It's a Christmas tree such as you've never dreamed of.
And so, on that Christmas Eve, Mary dreamed of a small fir tree with bright berries of holly entwined in its branches. She dreamed of snow and the jingling of sleigh bells, and she saw the Yule log burn cheerfully in the fireplace. She heard the chestnuts pop and crackle, and from somewhere on the hearth, she even heard the voice of her merry friend, the cricket. Outside, the church bells rang and pealed and reverberated over the white roofs of London. And inside, the cricket chirped as though he too would add his bit of praise to that of the bells. Lying there on his cot, shivering in the coldness of the room, Caleb Plummer closed his eyes. In the silence of his heart, he spoke as though to a friend.
Don't let her find out now, dear Lord. She doesn't have to know that I'm an old man and that it's a hovel here. She doesn't have to know that. I've given her another world. Maybe it's a make-believe one, but it's real to her. That's why I say, Lord, please keep it that way for her. Don't let her find out. I believe if you set a tree down in that corner tonight, it would be there tomorrow. It really would, Lord, and I believe it. Please make a miracle. Please let a tree be there when she wakes up tomorrow.
Caleb Plummer fell asleep, believing in a miracle. And the cricket began to chirp again, and his song was like a blessing to the room. But in another quarter of the city, Tackleton slept. To say that he slept is perhaps a whimsical way to put it. His body slept, but his mind, that was a different thing. Dream after dream succeeded each other in rapid sequence. One minute he was jumping from star to star, like someone crossing a river on stones. And the next moment, he had missed one of the stars and dropped like a plummet back to earth again. Tackleton had nightmares. Tackleton had a whole year of nightmares rolled into one. Somewhere past the hour of 4, the nightmares quit galloping about and went off to their stables. And peace came at last to poor Tackleton's brains. But only for a moment, because the next thing he knew, the covers whisked from his bed, and invisible force propelled him violently to a chair. Something pushed him down hard. And this is what happened to Tackleton.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The court is now in session. Quiet. Quiet, I say. Quiet. Order in the courtroom. I am Noah. I am captain of this ark. I want no more interruption from any of you. Now to the prisoner Tackleton. Who's for the defense? Come now. Who's for the prisoner Tackleton? What do you say, Captain Kidd?
Not me, Captain Noah. And not any of us dolls here. I'm for hoisting him to the order myself. How about the rest of you?
Quiet. Quiet, I say. Quiet. Captain Kidd, this is an English court, sir, and the principles of law and order will be obeyed. Now, who will defend the prisoner Tackleton? No one? Then the prisoner must defend himself. Tackleton, rise to your feet and face the courtroom. What do you see before you, sir?
Animals, birds, toys of all sorts, Your Worship.
That's quite right, Tackleton. Toys. You've been selling us for years. Now we've come to try you. What of the man who makes us?
I don't know.
Where is he?
Home.
Is it a good home?
Yes, a very good home.
And food. Does he have enough to eat?
Oh, yes, I pay him bountifully.
And his daughter? Is she well provided for?
Oh, yes, Your Worship. She's blind. And I want her to have the best of everything.
In short, you are a good employer.
You take care of this man well.
Yes, your worship. He lives like a prince.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Order. Prisoner, listen to your perjury thrown back at your teeth. Bailiff, bring forward the detective Christopher Dogberry. Christopher Dogberry, you were the paid agent of the assembled toys, yeah?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell us about your findings in this case.
Well, in the first place, the prisoner here is a downright liar.
Order! Go on with the story, Dogberry, and please refrain from indulging in personalities.
Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I've been snooping around. Investigating said house of Caleb Plummer. And, sir, if you'll pardon my saying it, it's an owl that no self-respecting rat would live in. But there's one wonderful thing about it, sir, and it's this. That girl, she don't know nothing about how bad it is. No eyes to see with. She believes what he tells her. It seems to me, sir, he's done with her what he's done with us. Out of an old block of wood, he's made the forms of all of us. And out of a sad and dirty world, he's given her a world for a fine lady to live in.
Silence! Order! Order, I say! Prisoner, you've heard the testimony. Is it true or false?
It's true.
You will confess to each and every crime?
Yes, but spare me. Have mercy.
Did you have mercy today when Caleb Plummer asked you for a few pence to buy a tree? Prisoner, all of us here, dolls and animals and toys and birds, all of us that Caleb Plummer has carved so well, we are leaving you in a body, sir, and are going to the warehouses of your competitors. And without us, you will go bankrupt. This is the sentence of the court.
One more chance, your worship, just one more. I'll do anything, just so you'll all stay here on my shelf.
What will you do?
Whatever you say, just mention it. I'll do it.
Will you raise the wages of Caleb Plummer?
Yes. I'll do that today when he comes in.
But today is Christmas. Have you forgotten?
Oh, to be sure. No, he won't have to come in today. But tomorrow, yes, I'll raise his wages then.
And the house?
I'll give him a better house, a real house, a fine one, a beauty, I promise.
And Christmas. What about that?
I'll take care of that, too. I'll take care of it all, I promise you. They'll have the biggest turkey you ever saw, and a tree, and everything else besides. Please, your worship, there are the bells ringing now. It's Christmas morning. Give me a chance to show I mean right.
Prisoner, the court will show mercy if you too will show mercy. But if you ever fail once, beware.
And when Tackleton woke up, he was sitting in his bedroom chair, weeping and laughing and shivering with the clear Christmas air that filled the room. Tackleton went to the window and looked out. Never before had the world looked so bright, so cheerful, so filled with hope and promise. When he remembered Caleb Plummer, he scurried across the room to his wardrobe closet and began frantically to dress himself. It was still early yet. If he hurried, he still would have time. If only his fingers wouldn't fumble so with the buttons, and if only his hands wouldn't shake so much. He almost tumbled down the stairway in his eagerness to get to the shop. And here is how a miracle came to pass.
Hello there, storekeeper. Chestnuts, fruit, pies, tarts. Bother the price. Baskets full. Yes, pile them high, and the best of everything. Holly, mistletoe. Yes, and there it is, the very thing. A little fir tree. I want some hams, those little ones, and a turkey, the biggest, fattest one you have.
Through the snow-covered streets, through the half-light of early morning, Mr. Tackleton hurried, his arms laden with gifts. And later that morning, when Caleb Plummer awoke, he found that the miracle he'd prayed for had come to pass. But whether it was the prayer, or whether it was the surprising Mr. Tackleton, or whether it was the cricket singing so merrily on the hearth, he couldn't say. All he knew was that a miracle had happened and that the cricket was the first thing he had heard when he woke up. But then he found a note, a few brief words pinned to the coverlet of his bed.
Take the day off.
The note was signed with the single word,
Tackleton.
Quickly, Caleb Plummer stepped across the room to his daughter's cot and wakened her.
Mary! Mary, it's Christmas morning. Hear the bells.
I hear them. Oh, Father, the tree. Can I discover it now?
Let me lead you there. Here, take my hand. And the things you'll find under it. Mary, remember what I said yesterday? A cricket on the hearth is the luckiest thing in the world.
And so our story ends with the chirping of the cricket. May his joyous Christmas carol bring luck to your heart too, so that all of us may one day sing it as he so cheerfully does. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Just heard Frederick J. Lipp's adaptation of Charles Dickens' Christmas masterpiece, The Cricket on the Hearth. Mr. Tackleton was played by Arthur Sedgwick, with Charles Eggleston as Caleb Plummer. Everett Clark was the narrator. The orchestra was under the direction of Joseph Colicchio, with original music by Dr. Roy Shield. The entire production was under the direction of Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Story Dramas, brought to you by Nelson Olmsted. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another story drama, presented by NBC's outstanding narrator, Nelson Olmsted. The narrative tonight is included in Nelson Olmsted's list of the 10 best short stories ever written, representing one of the finest tales of the supernatural ever to appear in the English language. Here is Charles Dickens' The Signal Man and Nelson Olmsted.
Hello, below there!
When the signalman heard my voice calling to him, he was standing at the door of his little hut with a flag in his hand furled around its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood at the top of the steep, man-made cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the railway line.
Hello, below there!
From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and raising his eyes, he saw my figure above him.
Is there any path by which I can come down and talk to you?
He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with the repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration of the earth and air as a train passed over the line beside him at the bottom of the cutting and roared into the tunnel at the far end. Then the signalman pointed to a round, zigzag descending path notched out of the side of the cutting, down which I made my way. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed. He was a dark, sallow man with dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side, a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of the sky, one end terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance of a black tunnel in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to the spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me. He just looked at me, didn't talk. So I said something about the lonesome post he had to occupy, and that it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. He directed a most curious look around the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it. I said, that light is part of your charge, isn't it? Don't you know it is? He answered in a low voice. Well, you look at me as if you had a dread of me. I was doubtful whether I'd seen you before. Oh, where? He pointed to the red light he'd looked at. There, I asked? Yes. Oh, my good fellow, what should I be doing there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, believe me. I think I believe you. Yes, I'm sure I do. His manner cleared like my own, and I questioned him about his duties in that lonely spot and about those many long and lonely hours spent there. He was friendly enough and took me into his little hut where there was a fire, a desk, a telegraphic instrument, and a little signal bell. We talked easily, and from the conversation I found that he had once been in college but had run wild for a while, misused his opportunities, gone down, and had never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He'd made his bed, and he lay upon it. Several times we were interrupted by the little bell, and he had to read off messages in the telegraph and send replies. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant. As I rose to leave him, I said, "Well, you almost make me think that at last I met with a contented man." I believe I used to be so. But I'm troubled. I'm troubled. Oh, what do you mean? It's very difficult to tell, sir. It's very, very difficult to speak of. Let me ask you, what made you cry, "Hello, below there tonight"? Oh, heavens knows, I cried something to that effect. Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well. Well, if they were, I said them no doubt because I saw you below. For no other reason? What other reason could I possibly have? You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way? No. Oh. I took you for someone else this evening. That troubles me. Oh. Who is this person? I don't know. Is he like me? I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is always across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved. This way.
I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the motion of an arm gesticulating with the utmost vehemence. An action, if interpreted into words, would probably say, "For God's sakes, clear the way." One moonlit night, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, "Hello, below there!" I jumped up and looked from the door and saw this someone else standing by a red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I caught up my lamp and turned it on red and ran toward the figure, calling, "What's wrong? What's happened? Where?" It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up to it and held out my hand, stretched out to pull the sleeve away. When it was gone. What? Gone? Gone where? Into the tunnel? No. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards, but saw nothing. Then I ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? The answer came back both ways. All well. Within 6 hours after that appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened. And within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure stood. A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind, but it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur everywhere. He interrupted to say that he wasn't yet finished. This was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I'd recovered from the surprise and shock when one morning, as day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked toward the red light and saw the specter again. Did it cry out? No, it was silent. Did it wave its arm? No, it leaned against a shaft of light with both hands before the face, like this. Well, once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I'd seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. He continued, "That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at the carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the engineer to stop. He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along, heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments and was brought in here and laid down on this floor. Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The specter came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again by fits and starts." Well, at the light? Yes, at the danger light. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. "Below there! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way!" By this time you will fully understand, sir, that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the specter mean? No, I'm afraid I don't understand. What is the warning against? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There's danger overhanging somewhere in the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It's not to be doubted this third time after what's gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do? He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. I offered to stay through the night with him, but he wouldn't hear of it. So I took leave of him while an uncomfortable cold finger seemed to make traces up and down my spine. Well, the next evening was lovely. I walked out early to enjoy it, heading for the deep cutting. Upon arriving, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down. There was a group of men standing by the danger light, which was not yet lighted. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. What's the matter? I asked one of the men. as a signalman killed this morning, sir. What? Not the man belonging to this place? Yes, sir. You'll recognize him, sir, if you know him. So saying, one of the men solemnly uncovered the face of my strange friend. I was horrified. How did this happen, I asked. He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he wasn't clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He'd struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. And as the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was toward her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and he was showing us how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom. Tom, who wore a rough, dark suit, stepped to the mouth of the tunnel. Well, coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir, I saw him at the end. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him and called to him as loud as I could call. Oh, well, what did you say? I asked. I said, below there, look out! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way! I was astounded. Oh, it was a terrible time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use.
This has been another of the world's greatest stories presented by Nelson Olmsted, who now has some closing comments.
Well, Charles Dickens, a 19th century English author, was an astounding man. With practically no formal education, he took his experiences in life and set them on paper with such spontaneous humor and abandon that he became, in his day, one of the most popular characters in England. He's best known for his Pickwick papers, David Copperfield, and The Tale of Two Cities. He wrote quite a few short stories, and yet his Signalman, which we presented tonight, is probably one of his least known works. Why, I don't know. Because The Signalman, to me, represents one of the most polished examples of the perfectly formulated supernatural fiction. It's a story which builds its mood from the first line and carries a plot through to a breathtaking and imaginative climax. I only wish that Dickens had written more like it. Our next story, Wednesday night, is by the Russian Leonid Andreyev, entitled Silence. Until tomorrow night, then, good night and good reading.
NBC presents Nelson Olmsted and his story dramas 3 nights each week over most of these same stations. This program has come to you from our Chicago studios, and this is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. When you read mystery fiction, often as not, the author has given his detective protagonist such humor, cleverness, even foibles, that we believe the man or woman existed. You'd go a long way to meet a Nero Wolfe, a Charlie Chan, a Hercule Poirot, or a Bertha Cool. Forgive me, all you super sleuths not mentioned. Our story today happened to a neophyte detective who also happened to be one of the best fiction writers of his time. Mystery Theater takes great pleasure to introduce to you Detective Charles Dickens, the new man at Scotland Yard.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid of something that you fear for your life. Is it anyone you know?
Yes, it is, Mr. Dickens.
The same person who inflicted those bruises on you?
No.
Constance, why won't you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know. Everything that's happened these last few days is so horrible. I don't know whether to keep silent or what to do. Our mystery drama, The New Man at the Yard, was based on the true history of Scotland Yard and was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Murder, as Shakespeare tells us, though it have no tongue, will speak. And indeed, such was the case ultimately solved by the new man at the yard, Charles Dickens. He became a rookie detective. His assigned partner, Inspector Thomas Witcher. The trail begins in a farmhouse in Somersetshire in June of 1860. It's early morning. Constance Kent and her stepbrother Francis are rising, but hardly shining.
How many times have I told you that's not the way to shake down ashes in a stove? You take the handle and give it a violent rattle. You'll never get any ashes out that way.
Francis, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I like. I've as much right here as you.
Francis, Constance, can't you two start one morning off without squabbling? Every morning we have the same bickering and backbiting. One would think you were children, not two adults 20 years old.
I'm sorry, Father.
I'm sorry, Father. How I wish you and your father had never come into our lives.
That is one thing we agree on. He should never have married a farm woman with an uncouth son like you. You are certainly the last person I'd have chosen for a brother.
And you're the last creature on earth I'd want for a stepsister. You people from London have no idea about farm life.
Why don't you sing another tune? Every morning it's the same. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do the farm duties with such an unpleasant, nasty boy.
Boy! Get out of my way, creature.
I will move when I choose to move.
Stand away from that door, or I'll take a hand to you.
You do that, Francis, and you'll get this broom right across your face.
We'll soon see about that. This is my farm, my home. I was born here. My mother and father and their parents before them owned this farm. It was a sad day when my father died, but a still sadder one when my mother married your father. You hellcat! Hit me with that broom, will you?
You come one step closer. I'll run these scissors right through you. You say one more bad thing about my father, you just see if I don't.
Come along, Sally. Come along, Neil. Into the barn with you. Francis? Constance? Where are you? Why weren't the cows brought in from pasture this evening?
Constance? Lord in heaven. What happened to your face?
I'm all right, Father.
Well, I've been worried about you all day. You didn't come back to the house. You didn't make breakfast. Look at you. What happened? Where's Francis?
I don't know.
Well, how can you not know? Didn't you go out to the barn together this morning?
Father, please, help me.
Where is he?
I don't know. I milked both cows, put the pails in the dairy, let the cows into the pasture. I'm sorry.
Constance, you're bleeding, girl. Here, let me help you to the door. Let me look.
The Lister-based Kellogg Company is threatening to build a new...
Your arms are a mass of bruises. Child, what did you do? Did you fall down from the hayloft up there?
No, I'm all right now, Father.
I want to know what happened to you.
I fell. Yes, I fell. I must have hit my head. I feel so woozy.
Constance, where have you been all day?
Please, Father. I don't know what happened.
Well, hold on to me, child. Now I can see your cheeks are cut. Your left eye is closed. I don't know what I'm going to tell Agatha.
You can tell her. I made a mistake I won't ever make again.
It was about then that I entered the case. Charles Dickens. You know my trade. Written Tale of Two Cities. Finished it last year. I was doing my usual research for a new book, Great Expectations, when I had a visitor. Friend of mine, Inspector Witcher, that's Whicher, dropped by my flat at Great Dunstan Street and told me he could use me down at the yard. Scotland Yard, me, a policeman. I only write about them. No, said Tommy Witcher, I could use you as a detective. Come on down, and I'll explain.
It's entirely a question of analysis of motives, Charles. Would the suspect have robbed or killed? Is it in his or her character to do such?
Tommy, you're talking about real criminals, robbers and murderers. I only deal in fictional inventions.
And what makes them sound so authentic? Your ears, your eyes, your observation. I've persuaded the chief. We need new brains at the yard.
Tommy, I'm in the middle of a lot of work. I'm not sure I can spare the time.
I am convinced you could bring a fresh mind, a new look at the old problems because of the way you think. Charles, will you give the yard a few weeks, a month?
Well,
say just one case as a favor to me.
As a matter of fact, I do like the idea. Visiting the scene of the crime and all that. You know, back when I started, when I was a law reporter, I always envied the men the excitement of dealing directly with crime.
Is it a yes, then?
A qualified yes. What do I do?
Well, there's an interesting case that's been puzzling us. And even though it's in Somersetshire, out of our jurisdiction, the chief said to get cracking.
Somersetshire? You're pulling my leg. That's where my house is, when I'm out of London.
Oh, well, the coroner cannot decide whether the victim committed suicide or was murdered.
Murder? Suicide? Up there? I know every soul in the area. It's the quietest, most out-of-the-way spot in England.
It's not a coincidence. I knew you had a house there. What intrigues me, Charles, the victim might even be someone you know. A young man named Francis Kent. He was found strung up in a barn, his head bashed in.
Francis, that's John Kent's stepson, Agatha's boy. I know them.
I believe it is.
Yes, Francis' father died last year. Cholera, terrible thing. Then Agatha, his mother, remarried a man from London, John Kent. Yes, he thought he'd like to try country life. I don't know him very well. Has a daughter, Constance. Very pretty girl, strong, spirited. Think she was brought up in Africa. Yes, there's also a farmhand who's always worked that farm and lives nearby. What is his name?
That's it. That's your first assignment. Go there, make a preliminary survey, talk to people, and report to me what you find.
Right, I'll do it. Try my hand.
The farmhand's name is Oliver Wattle.
Wattle, that's it, yes. About 50, works all the neighborhood farms.
Yes.
Devil take it. I'm just beginning to realize the enormity of this thing. Agatha must be broken-hearted. Frances was all she had left.
Well, the farmhand Wattle, according to the report from the local constable, has disappeared.
Oliver disappeared?
Vanished.
Oh.
That's something for you to look into.
Yeah, so I'm to examine the terrain.
Particularly the barn. The yard never takes anyone else's reports.
Talk to everyone?
Anyone.
Connected with the tragedy.
Stay up there as long as you have to. I'll be here at the yard.
Yes. I wish it were not a family I knew so well.
It should make it easier for you. They'll be candid, perhaps even truthful. We'll be looking for your report.
Well, Tommy, I'm flattered you feel I'm equal to the task.
Oh, more than equal. Your eye on crime has great value because, as your own Mr. Pickwick once said, you are an observer of human nature.
As I said, that was the beginning. Once in Somersetshire, I walked over to Agatha and John Kent's farm. It was the most normal thing in the world for a neighbor to come by to pay respects and offer condolences.
Mr. Dickens, we're grateful.
John, my sorrows go with you.
I appreciate the gesture no end, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, now, if I call you John, you must call me Charles. I've known Agatha for years. How is she?
Badly shaken.
Yes. I would have thought Agatha's boy hadn't an enemy in the world.
He was a very likable young man. His mother is inconsolable. Have you given up London, and are you coming back here to live?
Well, John, I'll be frank with you. Scotland Yard has some doubts about this case, and, they've asked me to look into it.
Oh, I didn't know you were also with the police.
No, only briefly, and only recently. It's by way of an experiment. I have an old friend at the Yard, and he thinks I might be useful. John, tell me, is it true Oliver Wattle has disappeared?
Hasn't been seen since the day of that horrible accident.
You're positive?
Certainly.
John, a moment ago you called it that horrible accident. Now, I'm not questioning it was horrible, but, an accident?
Francis, I was told, mind you, I wasn't here. Francis was found hanging from one of the crossbeams in the barn. I cannot bring myself to believe he hanged himself, and I don't see how anyone else could have strung him up on a rope against his will. Hanging is not the kind of murder one can accomplish if the victim objects. That's why I hold, and Agatha does too, it must have been an accident.
Charles Dickens is getting his first taste of investigative procedure, and he doesn't seem to be doing too badly. Murder or suicide in the 1860s was not an easy case to crack. Scotland Yard had to depend more on intuition than science or forensic medicine. Was this death intentional, or was it, as Dickens himself had written in David Copperfield, one of those accidents which will occur in the best regulated families? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. So get the tape, that's satisfying. That's how you get that girl to let God be.
A kiss, a feeling like no other coffee, always good to the last lap.
It's a season people caring, helping others, time for sharing. Everyone's warming up with the taste of Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House and you. with Maxwell House. Only Maxwell House gives you good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Get Maxwell to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Charles Dickens, novelist, has embarked upon a new career, temporarily, we assure you. He is attached to Scotland Yard and partnered with the best-known detective of his day, Inspector Tommy Whicher, assigned to a mysterious case, murder or suicide. Dickens visits the place where the young man died and talks to his stepfather, John Kent.
Are you saying you were not in this house when Frances was found, John?
No. I'd taken Agatha to her doctor in Ashburn. She's not been well for a few months. Hasn't been able to shake whatever it is. Mystifying. Anyway, when we returned, the poor boy's body had already been discovered in the barn and cut down and taken off to the coroner.
Well, who did find him?
My daughter, Constance.
Oh, dear, that must have been a shock. I remember her well. How is she?
Bearing up. But it's been a strain.
Yes, I can imagine.
Not only walking into the barn and there he was, but the police questions and the coroner's questions afterwards.
Well, would you tell her I was asking after her?
You can tell me yourself, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, my dear young lady. What a frightful occasion has brought us together again.
Constance, you said you didn't feel well enough to get up today, and here you are.
I heard Mr. Dickens' voice, and I wouldn't miss an occasion to talk to him for anything.
John, do you mind if I stroll about the farm?
Well, go anywhere you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, may I walk with you?
Are you sure you're up to it, dear?
Oh, yes. Fresh air might benefit the child.
Oh, it will?
Yes, don't worry, John. I shall have her back here at the house very shortly.
Mr. Dickens, you cannot know how glad I am to see you. I fear for my life on this farm.
You are exaggerating, aren't you, my dear? Just a bit.
Look at me. You were kind and gentlemanly enough not to ask what these bruises are on my face, these bandages on my arms.
Well, it wouldn't occur to me to intrude.
I have to tell someone. I haven't told the police.
Why? Why on earth not?
It would make everything so much more complicated.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid. Is it someone you know?
Yes.
The same person who inflicted those marks on you?
No.
Do you mind if I step inside the barn and have a look around?
No, go ahead. But do you...
No. Of course, I understand. Indelicate of me. It was you who found Frances in there. You avoid the place, I'm sure.
I tried to. But I had to show the Somerset police. You understand? Where? I will go into the barn with you, if you like.
Here. Let me help you with that big door.
Oh, you don't have to. Many's the morning when I've been the first one here. Milked the cows, opened the barn door, led them out, and closed the barn door. I've become very strong for a city girl.
You did all the farm work alone?
Oh, no. We shared it. Oliver and Francis did the heavy work and the planting. But I fed the pigs, chickens, milked, cleaned the house, put on the porridge at night, and made tea and bread, made all the meals.
And your stepmother, Agatha?
She's been ailing since winter.
Yes.
Oliver, he showed me everything. He was nice. I'm sorry he's gone.
You've no idea where?
No, I haven't.
You're telling me that you and Francis did not get along.
Francis thought everything I did was wrong.
Unfortunate living under the same roof.
I didn't like Francis. He hated me.
Jealousy?
In a way. He hated that his mother married my father so soon after his own father's death. And he took his hate out on me. Oh, Mr. Dickens, you don't have to pretend any longer that you don't notice these black and blue marks on my face and arms. They're also, well, across my back. Oh, he hit me with a rope. No, I can't say I mourned a great deal when he was dead.
Constance, is this where they found Francis? That rope cut off up there?
This is where he was?
Yes, now, look, I don't think I'm quite clear on this. I thought that he'd been done in by some unknown person, but he hanged himself?
When I saw him hanging up there, I climbed onto the loft and cut him down.
And you think it was Oliver? I mean, that's why he ran away?
No, I don't. Oh, not that he had much use for Francis. He knew him for a long time. Keep away from that bully, he'd tell me.
You think he disliked him enough to kill him?
Mr. Dickens, do you mind if we leave the barn now? I can't even do the milking in the morning anymore. It makes me ill just to be here.
So it's your view, Charles, the finger does not point directly at any one person?
No, Tommy. No, not yet, anyway. I told you about the young man's treatment of the girl, so it is possible that someone, let's say a friend, knew of this and strung him up. But how it was done, no, I wouldn't venture to say. I questioned everyone I could find who knew Francis, except Agatha, his mother.
Well, we'll have to do that.
Yeah, but she was too wrought up to talk, even though I've known her for years. No, Tommy, my suspicions this far rest upon Oliver Wattle.
I agree. He certainly had a hand in it. So you rule out accidental death?
Not possible.
Then why doesn't their coroner make a determination?
Well, I don't know. I'm going back Monday. I'll have a talk with him. He's been ill. Now, are you allowing me to continue on this case alone?
You're making progress. The department will be satisfied. Why do you ask?
Well, from my point of view, I'd feel more valuable if I could be 2 steps behind an expert, rather than falling over my own feet.
Well, good enough. My desk can be cleared. We'll tackle this one together. Monday, the Somersetshire coroner. You are the coroner, Mr. Bradfield, am I correct?
Correct, Inspector.
Mr. Bradfield, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my associate at Scotland Yard, Mr. Charles Dickens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Bradfield?
Inspector, I didn't quite catch your name.
Witcher. I'm sure you're surprised the Yard is employing a man of Mr. Dickens' reputation.
I understand you used to live around here, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I still do. I have a house on Cricket Lane.
Coroner, we came out from London to find out your verdict. Murder or suicide?
No question. Suicide.
Oh? What evidence do you have?
Well, not as much as I'd like. The constable said there was something about ropes that had been cut down to get the body down, but I went by the marks on the neck and evidence by the young lady who found him hanging.
What evidence was that?
Well, she said she found the body of Francis Kent. Let me consult my notes. Yes. I climbed up to the hayloft and took a knife and cut the rope. And then he fell to the ground, and I tried to revive him, but he was dead, and I couldn't.
May I see your report? Thank you. What is this? About one ankle broken?
Well, it was indeed one ankle. So I concluded that when the body was released by the young lady cutting the rope, it fell straight down, feet first, upon the barn floor, with sufficient force to break that one ankle bone. You'll see, I've also made note of several contusions about the back of the head.
Caused by the rope?
Well, I can't be sure. The loose end had disappeared. But there are contusions behind the cranial cavity. Again, I concluded the head must have encountered a rafter. Hence the abrasions, etc.
Have you performed an autopsy?
Well, I thought about it and suggested it in passing to Agatha. Well, she wouldn't permit it.
You are recommending a verdict of suicide?
Oh, no question.
Now, Coroner, we're not asking you to change your opinion, which is, after all, based on your medical expertise, but couldn't you perhaps delay convening the jury until Inspector Witcher and I have done a bit more investigating?
There may be conflicting aspects.
Any I should know about?
Oliver Wattle, for one. A possible suspect.
Yes, and neither of us have talked to Agatha. She may shed some light.
The entire Kent family may know more than they have reported so far. Certainly, Oliver Wattle should be found and questioned.
Oh, you both you gentlemen, suspect it may not be suicide at all, but murder.
Coroner Bradfield, how can we close our eyes to the remotest possibility?
Inspector, Charles, I've prevailed upon Agatha to join us. I hope you'll be careful in what you say.
Have no worries. Since Charles here is a friend of long standing, I shall let him do most of the talking.
Good. Well, I'll go and fetch her.
It occurs to me, Charles, wouldn't it be better if you saw Mrs. Kent alone?
Yes, it might, Tommy. An inspector from Scotland Yard does have an ominous ring.
And you know her, have known her. She's bound to speak more freely alone with you.
Yes, all right, I'll do my best.
When John Kent brings her in, I shall leave with him. We'll be outside somewhere.
Gentlemen, I hope you won't detain my wife very long. Agatha, this is Inspector Witcher.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Mr. Kent, I suggest you and I retire and leave these good friends alone.
Thank you, Inspector. You're right. Charles is the only person in the world I could bear to talk to right now. I had such great expectations for my Francis. And now...
Yes, Agatha, I should be frank with you. None of us believe for a moment that Francis took his own life.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Someone must have had a hand in it, and we have every intention of finding that someone. Who he is, we still don't know. We haven't a shred of evidence. But there is one person, Agatha, whose actions and motives we cannot account for, and that is Oliver Wattle.
Oh, poor Oliver. The poor dear.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he came to me and asked me to hide him.
And did you?
Oh, naturally.
Now, Agatha, I know you are a warm-hearted person and that Oliver has worked this farm even before I came to live in Somersetshire. Now, that was years ago. But hiding a man in a situation like this, to me, it's extraordinary you do that much for someone who, at best, is only a fine farmhand.
Oliver is more than that, dear Charles. He is my own brother.
Oliver Wattle?
So, of course, when he begged me to hide him, I did. A strange development here in Somersetshire, and still stranger characters. One man dead, another disappeared, a widower married to a widow, a frightened daughter, a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, the greatest writer of the age, turned sleuth, Charles Dickens. The conclusion when I join you shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Your Detroit area Cadillac dealers are issuing an invitation. An invitation not just for Cadillac owners, but for owners of Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks as well. It's an invitation to take advantage of Cadillac service on any General Motors car. Cadillac service. Its attention to detail, It's a degree of respect that you as a customer may never have encountered before. Cadillac service is as close as your nearest Detroit area Cadillac dealer, and it's available for all GM cars. You'll find that your Cadillac dealer service department is no more expensive than service at an ordinary service facility. Accept this invitation. Find out what it's like to be treated like a Cadillac owner, even if you drive something else. You'll find our service is like our car.
Dickens himself, although a master reader of minds and reporter of the social scene, still was aware one can never know too much about the mainspring that drives people to action. In detective terms, the motive. So he has agreed to become an operative of Scotland Yard. But now, it is not as an investigator, but as a family friend that he talks with Agatha Kent about the untimely death of her son.
Agatha, when did you last see your brother and Oliver?
The day they found Francis.
That very day?
Everyone had gone into town with the constable. I couldn't go. I couldn't bring myself to go.
You were, in fact, here.
Right where I am sitting now, in this chair.
You didn't go with John to Ashbourne to the doctor that day?
Oh, my doctor don't live in Ashbourne, and I haven't seen him since Easter.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened?
The house was empty. There was a rapping on the window. It was Oliver.
You got up and let him in?
We stood there and held one another and wept. And then Oliver said there was someone behind it all, and he was afraid, deathly afraid.
That he might be the next to die?
Yes.
But why?
Because he had seen it happen, and he was sure they had seen him.
They?
He wasn't very clear if it was one or more. He kept saying, Agatha, save me, save me. So that's all I thought about. Is that so strange?
No, not at all. Your poor boy was dead. Nothing more could be done for him.
So I told Oliver to leave that very moment for Bristol. The family house still stands. 200 years old. No one lives there. It's tiny. It overlooks the ocean.
That's where he's been hiding.
Oh, I hope so.
I wonder why John never told me, or the inspector, about your family house in Bristol.
Because I never told him. Oh, I wasn't keeping it a secret exactly. We've only been married a year. Somehow I never got around to it.
When I think of all the years I've known you, Agatha, and you never told me either, or about Oliver.
Forgive me. He never wanted anyone to know, and so I kept his secret for him.
Yes, well, you're making this very difficult for me. You know, I'm not your old friend, the writer now. I'm an operative of the Yard. How can I keep this information from them?
Because, Charles, you are my friend, and I ask you to.
Yes. Well, we must find him and ask him what he knows about Francis's death. Now that I know he's in Bristol, you might as well tell us exactly where. If he's done nothing wrong, then what does he have to fear? We'll protect him.
You're right. Let me send him a letter and tell him to come back immediately.
Yes, well, now I'm tiring you, Agatha. I'm sure I'll go. Now, you send that letter today, and we'll talk again. I've opened my house on Cricket Lane so that Inspector Witcher and I both have a place to stay and until this case is solved.
This is a nice little cottage you have here, Charles. Well, now, your opinion. Francis Kent, a suicide.
Oh, unlikely, Inspector.
I agree. Improbable. Suspects? Oliver Wattle, yes?
Yes.
John Kent himself, yes?
Well, I don't see a motive, but I can't rule him out. He lied about going to Ashbourne with Agatha. No such thing occurred.
Constance Kent.
And I'm afraid I can't rule her out either.
Easier to rule her in.
Yes.
Visible evidence of the young man's cruelty to her. She alone found him dead. Cut him down, and either carelessness or intent so disfigured the corpse we don't know exactly how he died.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say she was on hand when the noose end of the rope disappeared. Why did it?
Unfortunately for her, but there it is. Have to go forward tomorrow morning.
Forward? To do what?
You and I will be at the Kent's house early in the morning to arrest Miss Constance on suspicion of murder. Francis Kent could have died at her hand, coshed from behind as he stood on the loft, pushed off to the ground, explaining the broken leg. Then all she had to do was sling a rope across the rafters and cut it off, making it appear she had cut him down. He never hanged from the neck, and the coroner himself couldn't prove it.
Yes, well, it's all possible the way you analyze it, but it's hard to believe. I mean, suppose, Tommy, Oliver Wattle were located or came back. I believe he knew something or saw something.
I agree. And what I have just told you is what I think he saw.
Now, look, Tommy, you inveigled me to assist you because you said you valued my character judgment, and I tell you categorically that Constance Kent had nothing to do with the death of her stepbrother, that she was not implicated, that her connection with the boy's death was pure coincidence.
I do value your instincts, Charles, but to rely upon that in the face of hard evidence is a mistake. A woman is just as capable of revenge and murder as anyone else.
Constance, is that you?
Yes, Father?
Oh, what are you doing sitting down here in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
What's being down here looking into the fire? That's not going to help.
I like it here.
I might as well stir it up then. It'll go out at this rate.
Father, don't. Put the poker down, please.
What in heaven's name is the matter? Why are you backing away from me?
Don't stir the fire. Put the poker down, will you? Please, put it down.
2 in the morning. Such goings on.
Oh, please.
All right. I don't understand you. Constance?
Yes?
Walk over here. Come back to the fire.
You won't pick up the poker again?
Are you afraid of me? Your own father?
Well, it's late. I'd like to just sit here alone. I'm all right.
You're not answering me.
I don't want to talk about it now.
You know I would never do anything to hurt you in the slightest way. You must know that.
Yes, Father.
All right, so long as you know that. When your mother was ill, that final illness when we came back from Africa, I swore to her I would never let anyone hurt you in any way. I kept that promise. You know that. Didn't I? All right. You don't want to talk about it now, but we both know what I'm talking about. Good night, child.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Oliver, what are you doing out there? It's 4 in the morning.
I'm climbing into the house, through the window. Everyone asleep? You still have a nice fire going. Let me get to it and warm myself.
Oliver, why are you here?
Why that tone of voice, Constance? I'm your friend. I always was.
I'm afraid of you, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're afraid of what I know and what I saw. But I went away, didn't I? So that no one could ask me questions.
Is that why you went away?
Well, did you learn how to do it? Huh? How could a young, pure girl like you do such a thing? It was like trapping a wild animal. Yeah, but then I remembered my sister telling me where you and your father came from.
Your sister?
Yeah, I don't mind if anyone knows now. Agatha. Yes, it was Africa, wasn't it, where you lived before you came to London? She told me Africa. That's
where they do those things, isn't it?
What did you come here for? What are you going to do?
Nothing. But I wanted you to know. I saw what happened. I don't blame you. Francis was wicked. And I was right there in the barn that night. I saw him step on the trap. Isn't that what they call it in Africa, where they catch tigers by the legs? I saw him swung off his feet, his head bouncing like a cockle shell off the beam. And that was it. There he hung from his foot like a dead animal. And then you came in. But the job was done. You had a lantern, you cut him down, and you took the rope from his foot. He's probably still somewhere under the hay.
Why did you come back? Are you going to tell the police what you saw?
I haven't made up my mind. I was the boy's uncle. His mother never knew the sort he was, but I did. As a child, he would crush insects, frogs, anything smaller than he was. Well, good night, Constance. I'll leave the way I came. You have nothing to say?
I can't say anything, Oliver.
Nothing? Not one word? I'm guilty. I'm innocent.
I could never tell anyone what I know. Father, are you awake? Father, wake up.
What? Constance, why are you standing by my bed with the lamp? What is it? What's the matter?
Oliver is back.
Oliver?
Father, he saw it happen. He saw the whole thing. He knows.
He knows what?
He saw the way Francis was killed. He was in the barn. He saw me come in and cut him down and hide the noose for the foot. He knows about Africa, that it was a tiger trap. Oh, he's read it or guessed it. Only he thinks it was all my idea, that I set the trap.
Where's Oliver now?
I suppose he went home.
Well, I've got to get dressed. I've got to go over there right now before it's morning. When did he leave here?
Father, don't. No, not another death on your soul.
You don't understand. That boy didn't deserve to live. I did it for you.
I didn't want him dead.
When I saw what he did to your face, your eyes, what he did to your back, I couldn't stop myself. It had to be. He didn't deserve any better than a beast in the jungle, a wicked bully. There was no other way. You understand that now, don't you? Constance, come back here. Do you hear me? Constance! All right, I'm coming.
Constance, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
Oh, Mr. Dickens, you've got to come quickly. The inspector, too.
What is it, child?
He's going to kill Oliver. We must stop him. It's my father. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thought he was protecting me. Oh, please come. Inspector Witcher, please come down.
The inspector's not here.
Don't you understand? My father's gone off his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Constance, please. I want you to calm yourself right now, this instant. Now, your father is all right. He can't do any harm to anybody.
I don't understand.
Constance, do you remember about 4 o'clock this morning when Oliver went into your window? Your stepmother Agatha got word to him and made him come back. While he was talking to you, I was outside that open window listening. And when Oliver left, I followed him.
Then you heard him say that I set the trap.
Yes, but I didn't believe that. Now, when I got here, I told Inspector Witcher that John Kent was on his way to stop Oliver from talking, and that there was only one reason for that.
Where is he?
By now? Oh, I expect your father is in custody.
Oh, I must go to him. He didn't mean it, any of it.
Yes, Constance, I believe you. I honestly do. But whether his deed is justifiable, we shall have to let the courts decide. You knew all along
who had set the trap, didn't you?
Whatever I did, it was so nobody would find out. What else could I do? He did it for me. Oh, please, Mr. Dickens, take me to where he is. I want to help him now. All I can.
So do I, Constance. Believe me, so do I.
According to the records, John Kent pleaded guilty while of unsound mind and was remanded to St. Clair's Hospital for 5 years of treatment. John's wife, Agatha, and his daughter, Constance, stuck by him, and when he was released, John ended his days farming in Somersetshire. Charles Dickens returned to writing books, one greater than the next. I shall return in a moment.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yield without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
To honor the man and his works, Charles Dickens was the very first novelist ever to be buried in Westminster Abbey. He left us a legacy of unforgettable characters created out of his own imagining, yet as lifelike as anyone who ever lived. Certainly his brief experience with the Yard contributed to the birth of such characters as Fagin and the Artful Dodger. And for that, we shall always be grateful to that time when Dickens was the new man at Scotland Yard. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valve red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Edna. Taking it easy, I see. Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
You don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead. Take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, hey, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Watch these folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Give old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just
put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
We both have to, Edna.
Oh, these human beings are barbarians.
Now, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
What I go through for a lousy banana?
Good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are. Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, well, we got lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What show business?
Well, whatever it is that makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what could be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha, over here.
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
you said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha.
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that
he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl. But now you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what is Lady Macbeth?
Well, listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna. It's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about? We're not chimps. We're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How
to...
can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
You see, it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house. You mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No. What is the matter with that monkey? I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape.
Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon.
I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you I'm an ape? I'm an ape.
I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. Well, you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
Oh, how are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling now, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling here, though?
Tom, listen to me. There's gonna be a murder.
What? Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
No, Walter, the show is over. You done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
Huh? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly.
World's great novels. And now a few scenes of the merry Yuletide season in the England of the early 19th century by an author unsurpassed in his ability to capture that spirit and endow his characters with it. The National Broadcasting Company presents the Christmas chapters from Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. Another in our series of books that live, the world's great novels.
And so, my friends, Christmas is with us again. The season of hospitality, merriment, and open-heartedness. The time when the old year is preparing, like an ancient philosopher, to call his friends around him, and amidst the sound of feasting and revelry, to pass gently and calmly away. And it was in this spirit that the 4 honorable members of the Pickwick Club left London to spend the holidays with the Wardle family and other friends at Manor Farm in Dingley Dell. As the Muggleton coach rumbles over the wide open country, the Pickwickians sit well wrapped in greatcoats and comforters. The 2 gentlemen to the left are Mr. Augustus Snodgrass and Mr. Nathaniel Winkle. On the right hand, we have Mr. Tracy Tupman, the too susceptible Tupman, who, in spite of his experience and mature years, is still the victim of the most interesting and pardonable of human weaknesses, love. Time and feeding have expanded that once romantic form. But the soul of Tupman has known no change. Admiration of the fair sex is still its ruling passion. And his thoughts dwell happily upon Mr. Wardle's spinster sister Rachel, in whose presence he shall soon be basking. And last but certainly not least, that gentleman nearest the window, the bald head, the circular spectacles and twinkling eyes, belong to Samuel Pickwick himself, the leader of this illustrious and select group. Now they've reached their destination and the holiday is about to begin. You and I shall treat these merry days as one does a heavy-laden table, sampling the choicest bits here and there, it being beyond our power to experience the whole of it.
Ah, gentlemen.
As Mr. Pickwick alights from the coach, followed by his faithful servant, Sam Weller, he comes face to face with Mr. Wardle's favorite page, better known by the distinguishing appellation of the Fat Boy.
Aha, Fat Boy.
Aha, Mr. Pickwick.
I see you're fatter than ever.
And you look rosy enough, my young friend.
I've been asleep in front of the taproom fire at the Blue Lion, waiting the coach. Master sent me over with the shay cart to carry your luggage up to the house.
Fine, fine. And how is everyone at the house?
All's well, sir.
Gentlemen, Tupman, Snodgrass, Winkle.
Here, Pickwick.
See who has been sent to meet us.
Aha, fat boy.
Aha! Aha, sirs. Welcome to Dingley Dell.
Oh, thank you, and glad we are to be here.
The fat boy was just reporting all well at the house. Fine spirit.
Have all the other guests arrived, fat boy?
I should hope, sir. Else there mayn't be enough food for the servants.
I think Mr. Winkle's interest centers in one particular guest, fat boy. Has the lovely Miss Arabella Allen appeared?
Yes, in shiny new boots with fur around the tops. The whole group of them is out walking in the fields now. Mr. Wardle, his two daughters, Miss Emily and Miss Isabella, ever so many.
And tell me, fat boy, is Mr. Wardle's sister in the walking party?
The spinster aunt, Miss Rachel? Aye, sir.
Oh, the young in heart are never old.
Well, Mr. Snodgrass, since Mr. Tupman pines for Miss Rachel, and Mr. Winkle for the lovely Arabella, and we have a healthy wish to see our friends, I suggest we walk forward at once.
Oh, yeah, agree. Forward.
Oh, dear. Here we are at another style. Brother should have taken a different path. These styles do terrify me. Don't they do, Mr. Tupman?
Oh, why, no, Miss Wardle.
Oh, of course. I forget how brave and strong you are.
Oh, well, if I may take your hand to assist you.
Oh, sir. Well, if no one is watching.
Only your two nieces, but I see Mr. Snodgrass is assisting them.
Oh, yes, my nieces.
Now, Emily. Oh, Isabella.
They raise their voices. Young girls have such spirit.
Oh, they have. It's quite delightful.
You may let go of my hand now, Mr. Tupman. I am quite safe on the ground.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
Tell me, Mr. Tupman, do you think my dear niece is pretty?
Well, I should if their aunt wasn't here.
Oh, you naughty man. But really, if their complexions were a little better, don't you think they would be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Yes, I think they would.
Oh, you will? I know what you're going to say.
What?
You were going to say that Isabel stoops. I know you were. You men are such observers.
Why?
Well, so she does. It can't be denied. And certainly, if there is one thing more than another that makes a girl look ugly, it is stooping. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Oh, well, you are a quill. Oh, what a sarcastic smile. I declare I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What?
You mean that you don't think Isabella's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. My dear brother is so good and so unsuspicious that he never sees it. If he did, I'm quite certain it would break his heart. I wish I could think it was only manner. I hope it may be, but...
Miss Isabella is coming toward us.
Aunt, dear.
Oh, yes, my dear love.
Oh, I'm so afraid you'll catch cold, Aunt. Have my silk handkerchief to tie round your dear head. You really should take care of yourself. Consider your age. Oh.
Now we shall leave Miss Wardle and Mr. Tupman and look upon other scenes of this Pickwickian Christmas. After a hearty dinner that night came the ball. The best sitting room at the Manor Farm was a good, long, dark, paneled room with a high chimney piece. At the upper end of the room, seated in a shady bower of holly and evergreens, were the two best fiddlers in all Muggleton. The carpet was up, the candles burnt bright, the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, and merry voices and light-hearted laughter rang through the room. If anything could have added to the interest of this agreeable scene, it would have been the remarkable fact of Mr. Pickwick's appearing without his gaiters for the first time within the memory of his oldest friend.
You mean to dance? Of course I do. Don't you see I'm dressed for that purpose?
Speckled silk stockings, smartly tied pumps. Yes, Mr. Pickwick, you are indeed dressed for the purpose.
Well, you in silk stock.
And why not, sir? Why not, Mr. Tupman?
Of course, there's no reason why you shouldn't wear them.
I imagine not, sir. I imagine not.
They're a pretty pattern.
I hope they are. You see nothing extraordinary in these stockings? As stockings, I trust, sir?
Certainly not. Certainly not, sir.
Then I believe we are all ready. Let us have the music.
Music!
I shall start the reel.
Stop!
What's the matter? What's the matter? I shall never make such a good start again.
Where's Arabella Allen?
Where is Arabella? We can't begin without her.
And where to is Winkle?
Yes, Winkle! Winkle!
Here we are.
Aha! Sitting quietly in the corner.
What an extraordinary thing it is, Winkle, that you couldn't have taken your place before.
Not at all extraordinary.
Well, on second thought, looking at Arabella, well, I don't know that it was extraordinary after all. Eh, gentlemen?
While the guests dance, let us glance into the kitchen, where Sam Weller has engaged the fat boy in conversation.
So you say the family has games in the kitchen later tonight, eh?
Always on Christmas Eve. Master wouldn't neglect to keep it up on any account.
Your master's a very pretty notion of keeping anything up. I never seen such a regular gentleman.
Oh, that he is. And don't he breed nice pork?
I'll tell you what, you young boa constructor. If you don't sleep a little less and exercise a little more, when you comes to be a man, you'll be laying yourself open to the same sort of personal inconvenience as was inflicted on the old gentleman as wore the pigtails.
Well, what happened to him?
I'm going to tell you. He was one of the largest patterns as was ever turned out. Regular fat man, as hadn't caught a glimpse of his own shoes for 45 years.
Oh.
That he hadn't. And if you'd put an exact model of his own legs on the dining table before him, he wouldn't have known them. Well, he always walks to his office with a very handsome gold watch chain and a gold watch in his fob pocket as was worth... I'm afraid to say how much, but as much as a watch can be. You'd better not carry that there watch, says the old gentleman's friends. You'll be robbed on it, says they. Sure I, says he. Yes, sure will, says they. Well, says he, I should like to see the thief as could get this here watch out, for I'm blessed if I ever can. It's such a tight fit, and whenever I wants to know what's o'clock, I'm obliged to stare into the baker's shop, says he. But at last one day, the old gentleman was a-strolling along, when up came a pickpocket and a little boy. The little boy rushes straight head foremost into the old gentleman's stomach, and for a moment doubles him right up with the pain. Murder, says the old gentleman. All right, sir, says the pickpocket, helping him to straighten up. But when he comes straight again, the watch and chain were gone, and what's worse than that old gentleman's digestion was all wrong ever afterwards, to the very last day of his life. So just you look about you, young feller, and take care you don't get too fat. And I might say the old gentleman's story holds a moral for nigh everyone around this time of feasting.
I'm so worn from fright at the story, I'll have to cut me a piece of mince pie to keep me going.
When the ball ended, all the guests repaired to the kitchen, where they joined the servants in swapping stories as they sat about the blazing fire and drank from the wassail. And it is feared that some of the party drank perhaps a bit too much. For example, Mr. Pickwick, who held a conversation with himself upon awakening the next morning.
Mr. Pickwick? Yes, sir. Do you have a confused recollection of having severally and confidentially invited somewhere about 45 people to dine with you at the George and Vulture the first time they come to London? I fear I have such a recollection, sir. Then I consider, sir, that is a pretty certain indication that you took something besides exercise on the night fast. Yes, come in.
Good morning, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, and thank you, Sam. The same to you.
I'll put your warm water on the table, sir.
Well, Sam, is it a frosty Christmas?
Water in the wash-hand basins of Muscovy, sir.
Severe weather, Sam.
Fine time for them that is well wrapped up, as the polar bear said to himself when he was practicing his skating.
True, yes, true. I shall be down in a quarter of an hour, Sam.
Very good, sir. There's a couple of sawbones downstairs.
A couple of what?
A couple of sawbones, sir.
What's the sawbones?
What? Don't you know what the sawbones is, sir?
I'm not the least abashed to admit I do not.
Oh, but I thought everybody knew that sawbones was a surgeon.
Oh, a surgeon, eh?
Oh, just that, sir. These here ones, as is below, though, ain't regular thoroughbred sawbones. They're only in training.
In other words, they're medical students, I suppose.
In other words, sir, one is the brother of Miss Arabella Allen, and t'other is his friend.
Capital. I'm glad they're here. They're fine fellows, Sam. Fine fellows.
You haven't yet seen them, sir.
Nevertheless, I know they're very fine fellows, with judgments matured by observation and reflection, and tastes refined by reading and study. I'm very glad about it.
They're smoking cigars by the kitchen fire.
Ah, just what I like to see.
And one on 'em's got his legs on the table and is drinking brandy neat, while the other one, him in the barnacles, had got a barrel of oysters atween his knees, which is a-opening like steam. And as fast as he eats 'em, he takes aim with the shells at the fat boy sleeping in the chimney corner.
Eccentricities of genius, Sam, eccentricities of genius. I must hurry down to meet them.
Well, here he is at last.
Merry Christmas, Snodgrass.
Merry Christmas. Pickwick, this is Miss Allen's brother, Mr. Benjamin Allen.
Pass me those oysters, Bob. No need to hog them all.
Righto. Ben, we call him, and so may you if you like. Ben.
Huh? Oh, yes.
Mr. Samuel Pickwick.
Honored, sir.
I do, sir. Bravo, Bob. You almost hit the boy that time.
This gentleman here is Mr. Allen's very particular friend, Mr.
Bob Sawyer.
I seem to have missed out on a bit of humor.
No. We often laugh while eating. Good for the digestion.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm honored, Mr. Sawyer.
The same, sir. Pass the spiced beef, Ben.
Righto.
Well, Pickwick, we might as well partake of some breakfast ourselves.
Well, better set to it if you hope to get any. We've got great appetites. Bread, please.
There you go.
Splendid morning, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Pass the mushroom, Ben.
Wow.
Have you come far this morning, gentlemen?
Blue Lion at Muggleton.
Oh, you should have joined us last night.
So we should. But the brandy was too good to leave in a hurry, wasn't it, Ben?
Ah, and the cigars were not bad, or the pork chops either, were they, Bob?
Decidedly not. The very thought of that food renews my appetite for this breakfast.
Well, take away, Bob.
So I do, Ben. You know, there's nothing like dissecting to give one an appetite. Hey, please pass that fowl.
Hush, gentlemen, pray. I see a lady approaching.
What? If it isn't my dear sister.
And Mr. Winkle.
Why, Ben, I didn't expect to see you.
Merry Christmas, Arabella.
Why are you here?
Come to take you home tomorrow.
Oh, no.
And the fame of the food at Manor Farm is not to be laughed at.
Oh, Ben.
Don't you see Bob Sawyer, Arabella? Your old friend Bob?
Lovely as ever, Arabella.
I'm pleased to see you, Mr. Sawyer. Oh, Ben, dear, have you been introduced to Mr. Winkle?
Oh, I've not been, but I should be very happy to be, Arabella.
My brother, Ben, Mr. Winkle.
Winkle.
Your servant, sir.
And this is my very particular friend, Mr. Bob Sawyer.
Cheerio.
How do you do?
Well, you two look rosy and healthy. I gather you had a brisk morning walk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Pickwick. It's delightful out if one keeps walking.
To keep up the circulation?
Circulation. Blood. I say, if any of you feel the necessity of being bled, I'm just your man.
Righto. Bob's a capital bleeder.
Oh, Ben, please.
Don't tell me you're a queasy person, Mr. Winkle.
Not in the slightest, sir.
Well, I suggest you two sit down and have a bit of breakfast. You must be ready for it after your long tramp.
And I insist that the lovely Arabella sit next to me.
Well,
It's been too long since last we saw each other. Allow me?
Thank you.
Aren't you going to sit down with us, Mr. Winkle?
Yes, I was...
Oh, there's a vacant chair between Mr. Snodgrass and Ben.
Thank you so much.
A thrill of hatred struck to Mr. Winkle's heart every time he glanced at Bob Sawyer and Arabella sitting together. And when Mr. Sawyer openly placed his hand over that of the fair young woman, Mr. Winkle put an oyster, shell and all, into his mouth, was on the point of swallowing it before realizing his mistake. He lived on the hope that after church he would be able to get Arabella to himself again. But alas, as things turned out, it was a luckless day for Mr. Winkle. It was after a substantial lunch had been done justice to that Mr. Pickwick said...
Now, what say you to an hour on the ice? We shall have plenty of time.
Agreed.
On the ice?
Ice skating, Winkle.
Capital idea.
Prime. You skate, of course, Winkle.
Yes. But I'm rather out of practice. I'm not sure that I should.
Oh, do skate, Mr. Winkle. I like to see it so much. I'm sure you're quite swan-like on skates.
Really, Miss Allen?
Come, Winkle. Don't be modest.
It's not that.
You wouldn't disappoint our fair Arabella.
Oh, please, Mr. Winkle. It's so graceful a sport.
Well, I should be very happy, I'm sure. But I have no skates.
Don't worry on that account, sir. We have half a dozen pair downstairs.
Really?
Oh, how delightful. Now you have no excuse.
Well, it seemed that way, doesn't it?
Well, come along, then. Though I admit I don't like the idea of your showing me up, Winkle.
Old Wardle led the way to a large sheet of ice which Mr. Weller and the fat boy had swept clean of snow. Mr. Bob Sawyer adjusted his skates with a dexterity which to Mr. Winkle was perfectly marvelous, and performed many astonishing figures to the excessive satisfaction of the ladies. All this time, Mr. Winkle, with his face and hands blue with the cold, was struggling to get his skates on.
I say, Winkle, come out on the ice. Don't wait until I've exhausted my bag of tricks and then show me up.
Yes, Mr. Winkle, I'm waiting so anxiously to watch you. What's detaining you?
But I don't believe these skates fit me. Can't get them on.
Yes, sir, I'll help you with them.
Oh, don't bother, Sam. Don't bother.
No bother, sir.
I really think it's useless. Don't bother. Quite a misfit.
Misfit nothing, sir. You've been trying to put the skates on with the points behind.
Oh, well. So I have. Oh, dear me. How could I have been so stupid?
Teach me, sir, how you ever managed to get these straps so tangled. Now then, sir. Off with you and show him how to do it.
Stop them, Sam. Stop.
What's amiss, sir?
How slippery it is, Sam.
Not an uncommon thing upon ice, sir.
What?
Hold up, sir. You almost landed on your back
Well,
then.
these are very awkward skates, aren't they, Sam?
I'm afraid there's an awkward gentleman in him, sir.
Winkle!
Yes, Pickwick?
Come now, the ladies are all anxiety to see you give us a swan-like exhibition, as Miss Arabella puts it.
Yes, I'm coming.
Just a going to begin. Now, sir, start off.
Stop an instant, Sam.
You got to let go of me, sir, if you hope to skate.
No, just stop a moment. I have something to tell you.
Yes, sir?
Why, I have a couple of coats at home that I don't want, Sam. Yes, that's it. You may have them, Sam.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Never mind touching your hat, Sam. You needn't take your hand away to do that.
Yeah, all right. Here you go, sir.
No, wait. I meant to give you 5 shillings this morning for a Christmas box, Sam. I'll give it to you this afternoon, Sam.
You're very good, sir.
Yes, just hold me at first, Sam, will you? There. That's right. I shall soon get in the way of it, Sam. Oh, not so fast, Sam. Not so fast.
We're going like a snail, sir.
And not too far out, Sam.
You've scarcely left the edge, sir. But you'll never look like a swan, sir, bit double like that.
Sam!
Yes, Mr. Pickwick.
Here, I want you.
Yes, sir.
No.
Let go, Mr. Winkle.
No.
Don't you hear the governor calling?
I need you more than he does,
But I
Sam.
must go to him.
Don't
Really,
leave
I
me,
must.
Sam. Don't.
Let go, sir.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sliding. I can't stop. I'll kill myself. Help! I'm going to run into Sawyer. Look out, Sawyer! Look out! Oh!
Oh, Mr. Winkle.
Are you hurt? Oh, not much.
You, Bob? Oh, not a scratch. Landed on top of Winkle.
Oh.
I wish you'd let me bleed you, Winkle.
No, thank you.
I really think you'd better.
Thank you. I'd rather not.
What do you think, Mr. Pickwick?
I think he should have his skates removed at once so he can stand up. Sam.
Yes, sir?
Take his skates off.
Yes, sir.
No. But really, I had scarcely begun.
And scarcely was too much. Take his skates off, Sam.
Yes.
I still think it's a capital idea to bleed him.
I'd rather not discuss it.
Now pick him up, Sam.
No.
There. See? You're in very bad shape, old fellow.
I am neither in bad shape nor your old fellow.
Step over here, if you will, Mr. Winkle. I'd like a word with you.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Pickwick.
You're a humbug, sir.
What?
A humbug, sir. I will speak plainer if you wish it. An impostor, sir. You have disgraced the Pickwick Club.
I, sir?
You, sir, pretending that you could skate. Impostor. Humbug. This shameful exhibition shall be recorded in our journals for all the world to read, sir.
I say, Pickwick, how about trying the ice slide? You do slide, don't you?
Not since I was a boy, not in these last 30 years.
Oh, what's the difference? It's great sport. Come along.
Well, perhaps I might just. Winkle, I leave you to consider your folly, sir.
I shall, sir.
Here I come.
We will let you go first, Pickwick.
I know it's a rat, sir.
Very well, Sam.
Very good. Keep the pot of violence,
What was that? A mass of ice has disappeared.
Oh, Mr. Pickwick's gloves and handkerchief are floating on the surface. Oh, and where is poor Mr. Pickwick?
Our leader has gone down. Drowned.
Oh, dear. I think I shall faint.
To the rescue.
Look, a head is coming out of the hole. Now a face. It's Pickwick. Hurrah! He's still wearing his spectacles.
Keep yourself up for an instant, Pickwick, and we'll get you out.
Just hang on, sir.
Do you feel the bottom there, old fellow?
Oh, yes, exactly. I fell upon my back. The water's not over 3 feet deep.
Hooray! Long live the great Samuel Pickwick, our leader.
Help him out. We should carry him back to the house a hero.
Mr. Pickwick was confined to his room for the remainder of that Christmas day. But this did not disturb him, as all the guests assembled there, and a grand carouse was held in honor of his safety, and as a last fling of holiday celebration. The jovial Yuletide party broke up next morning. Mr. Pickwick and his friends once more took their seats in the Muggleton coach. If you are wondering what it was Mr. Winkle whispered to Arabella Allen at their departure, I cannot say. But I do know he said nothing at all to his traveling companions for a good 28 miles, and that his sighs were indeed heart-rending. If our observant lady listeners can deduce any satisfactory inferences from these facts, we beg them to do so, and thus write their own special ending to the Christmas chapter of the Pickwick Papers.
Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the first episode of a 4-part treatment of Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. And remember that there is a world of information and entertainment to be found in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Christmas chapters of the Pickwick Papers was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Philip Lord was featured as Samuel Pickwick. Mr. Tupman was played by Arthur Peterson, Mr. Snodgrass by George Kluge, and Mr. Winkle by Sidney Elstrom. Arabella Allen was played by Geraldine Kay, and Rachel Wardle by Hilda Graham. The narration was by John Barclay. Sam Weller was played by Jack Lester, Bob Sawyer by Charles Mountain, Ben Allen by Cliff Norton, and The Fat Boy by Johnny Coons. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Today, many nations stand at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. Those who still aspire to freedom look to America as a beacon and an example. It is up to us to prove that the democratic form of government does work by taking an active part in the affairs of our nation, state, and community. Freedom is your business. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tammy Grimes. When you read mystery fiction, often as not, the author has given his detective protagonist such humor, cleverness, even foibles, that we believe the man or woman existed. You'd go a long way to meet a Nero Wolfe, a Charlie Chan, a Hercule Poirot, or a Bertha Cool. Forgive me, all you super sleuths not mentioned. Our story today happened to a neophyte detective who also happened to be one of the best fiction writers of his time. Mystery Theater takes great pleasure to introduce to you Detective Charles Dickens, the new man at Scotland Yard.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid of something that you fear for your life. Is it anyone you know?
Yes, it is, Mr. Dickens.
The same person who inflicted those bruises on you?
No.
Constance, why won't you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know. Everything that's happened these last few days is so horrible. I don't know whether to keep silent or what to do.
Our mystery drama, The New Man at the Yard, was based on the true history of Scotland Yard and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Murder, as Shakespeare tells us, though it have no tongue, will speak. And indeed, such was the case ultimately solved by the new man at the yard, Charles Dickens. He became a rookie detective. His assigned partner, Inspector Thomas Witcher. The trail begins in a farmhouse in Somersetshire in June of 1860. It's early morning. Constance Kent and her stepbrother Francis are rising, but hardly shining.
How many times have I told you that's not the way to shake down ashes in a stove? You take the handle and give it a violent rattle. You'll never get any ashes out that way.
Francis, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I like. I've as much right here as you.
Francis, Constance, can't you two start one morning off without squabbling? Every morning we have the same bickering and backbiting. One would think you were children, not two adults 20 years old.
I'm sorry, Father.
I'm sorry, Father. How I wish you and your father had never come into our lives.
That is one thing we agree on. He should never have married a farm woman with an uncouth son like you. You are certainly the last person I'd have chosen for a brother.
And you're the last creature on earth I'd want for a stepsister. You people from London have no idea about farm life.
Why don't you sing another tune? Every morning it's the same. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do the farm duties with such an unpleasant, nasty boy.
Boy! Get out of my way, creature!
I will move when I choose to move.
Stand away from that door, or I'll take a hand to you.
You do that, Francis, and you'll get this broom right across your face.
You'll soon see about that. This is my farm, my home. I was born here. My mother and father and their parents before them owned this farm. It was a sad day when my father died, but a still sadder one when my mother married your father. You hellcat! Hit me with that broom, will you?
You come one step closer. I'll run these scissors right through you. You say one more bad thing about my father, you just see if I don't.
Come along, Sally. Come along, Neil. Into the barn with you. Francis, Constance, where are you? Why weren't the cows brought in from pasture this evening?
Constance, Lord in heaven, what happened to your face?
I'm all right, Father.
Well, I've been worried about you all day. You didn't come back to the house. You didn't make breakfast. Look at you. What happened? Where's Francis?
I don't know.
Well, how can you not know? Didn't you go out to the barn together this morning?
Father, please, help me.
Where is he?
I don't know. I milked both cows, put the pails in the dairy, let the cows into the pasture. I'm sorry.
Constance, you're bleeding, girl. Here, let me help you to the door. Let me look.
The Lithium-based Kellogg Company is threatening to build a new...
Your arms are a mass of bruises. Child, what did you do? Did you fall down from the hayloft up there?
I'm all right now, Father.
I want to know what happened to you.
I fell. Yes, I fell. I must have hit my head. I feel so woozy.
Constance, where have you been all day?
Please, Father, I don't know what happened.
Well, hold on to me, child. Now I can see your cheeks are cut. Your left eye is closed. I don't know what I'm going to tell Agatha.
You can tell her. I made a mistake I won't ever make again.
It was about then that I entered the case. Charles Dickens. You know my trade. Written Tale of Two Cities. Finished it last year. I was doing my usual research for a new book, Great Expectations, when I had a visitor. Friend of mine, Inspector Witcher. That's Whicher. Dropped by my flat at Great Dunstan Street and told me he could use me down at the yard. Scotland Yard, me, a policeman. I only write about them. No, said Tommy Witcher, I could use you as a detective. Come on down, and I'll explain.
It's entirely a question of analysis of motives, Charles. Would the suspect have robbed or killed? Is it in his or her character to do such?
Tommy, you're talking about real criminals, robbers and murderers. I only deal in fictional inventions.
And what makes them sound so authentic? Your ears, your eyes, your observation. I've persuaded the chief. We need new brains at the yard.
Tommy, I'm in the middle of a lot of work. I'm not sure I can spare the time.
I am convinced you could bring a fresh mind, a new look at the old problems because of the way you think. Charles, will you give the yard a few weeks, a month?
Well,
say just one case as a favor to me.
As a matter of fact, I do like the idea. Visiting the scene of the crime and all that. You know, back when I started, when I was a law reporter, I always envied the men the excitement of dealing directly with crime.
Is it a yes, then?
A qualified yes. What do I do?
Well, there's an interesting case that's been puzzling us. And even though it's in Somersetshire, out of our jurisdiction, the chief said to get cracking.
Somersetshire? You're pulling my leg. That's where my house is, when I'm out of London.
Oh, well, the coroner cannot decide whether the victim committed suicide or was murdered.
Murder? Suicide? Up there? I know every soul in the area. It's the quietest, most out-of-the-way spot in England.
It's not a coincidence. I knew you had a house there. What intrigues me, Charles, the victim might even be someone you know. A young man named Francis Kent. He was found strung up in a barn, his head bashed in.
Francis, that's John Kent's stepson, Agatha's boy. I know them.
I believe it is.
Yes, Francis' father died last year. Cholera, terrible thing. Then Agatha, his mother, remarried a man from London, John Kent. Yes, he thought he'd like to try country life. I don't know him very well. Has a daughter, Constance. Very pretty girl, strong, spirited. Think she was brought up in Africa. Yes, there's also a farmhand who's always worked that farm and lives nearby. What is his name?
That's it. That's your first assignment. Go there, make a preliminary survey, talk to people, and report to me what you find.
Right, how I'll do it. Try my hand.
The farmhand's name is Oliver Wattle.
Wattle, that's it, yes. About 50, works all the neighborhood farms.
Yes.
Devil take it. I'm just beginning to realize the enormity of this thing. Agatha must be broken-hearted. Francis was all she had left.
Well, the farmhand Wattle, according to the report from the local constable, has disappeared.
Oliver disappeared?
Vanished.
Ah.
That's something for you to look into.
Yeah, so I'm to examine the terrain.
Particularly the barn. The yard never takes anyone else's reports.
Talk to everyone?
Anyone.
Connected with the tragedy.
Stay up there as long as you have to. I'll be here at the yard.
Yes. I wish it were not a family I knew so well.
It should make it easier for you. They'll be candid, perhaps even truthful. We'll be looking for your report.
Well, Tommy, I'm flattered you feel I'm equal to the task.
Oh, more than equal. Your eye on crime has great value because, as your own Mr. Pickwick once said, You are an observer of human nature.
As I said, that was the beginning. Once in Somersetshire, I walked over to Agatha and John Kent's farm. It was the most normal thing in the world for a neighbor to come by to pay respects and offer condolences.
Mr. Dickens, we're grateful.
John, my sorrows go with you.
I appreciate the gesture no end, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, now, if I call you John, you must call me Charles. I've known Agatha for years. How is she?
Badly shaken.
Yes. I would have thought Agatha's boy hadn't an enemy in the world.
He was a very likable young man. His mother is inconsolable. Have you given up London, and are you coming back here to live?
Well, John, I'll be frank with you. Scotland Yard has some doubts about this case, and, they've asked me to look into it.
Oh, I didn't know you were also with the police.
No, only briefly, and only recently. It's by way of an experiment. I have an old friend at the Yard, and he thinks I might be useful. John, tell me, is it true Oliver Wattle has disappeared?
Hasn't been seen since the day of that horrible accident.
You're positive?
Certainly.
John, a moment ago you called it that horrible accident. Now, I'm not questioning it was horrible, but, an accident?
Francis, I was told, mind you, I wasn't here. Francis was found hanging from one of the crossbeams in the barn. I cannot bring myself to believe he hanged himself, and I don't see how anyone else could have strung him up on a rope against his will. Hanging is not the kind of murder one can accomplish if the victim objects. That's why I hold, and Agatha does too, it must have been an accident.
Charles Dickens is getting his first taste of investigative procedure, and he doesn't seem to be doing too badly. Murder or suicide in the 1860s was not an easy case to crack. Scotland Yard had to depend more on intuition than science or forensic medicine. Was this death intentional, or was it, as Dickens himself had written in David Copperfield, one of those accidents which will occur in the best regulated families? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Working hard, you keep on trying. You wanna break, there's no denying. So get the tape, that's satisfying. That's the house with you. Get that girl, that's the feeling. Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's a season people caring, helping others, time for sharing. Everyone's warming up with a taste of Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last drop feeling with Maxwell House. Only Maxwell House keeps you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Charles Dickens, novelist, has embarked upon a new career, temporarily, we assure you. He is attached to Scotland Yard and partnered with the best-known detective of his day, Inspector Tommy Whicher, assigned to a mysterious case, murder or suicide. Dickens visits the place where the young man died and talks to his stepfather, John Kent.
Are you saying you were not in this house when Francis was found, John?
No. I'd taken Agatha to her doctor in Ashburn. She's not been well for a few months. Hasn't been able to shake whatever it is. Mystifying. Anyway, when we returned, the poor boy's body had already been discovered in the barn and cut down and taken off to the coroner.
Well, who did find him?
My daughter, Constance.
Oh, dear, that must have been a shock. I remember her well. How is she?
Bearing up. But it's been a strain.
Yes, I can imagine.
Not only walking into the barn and there he was, but the police questions and the coroner's questions afterwards.
Well, would you tell her I was asking after her?
You can tell me yourself, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, my dear young lady. What a frightful occasion has brought us together again.
Constance, you said you didn't feel well enough to get up today, and here you are.
I heard Mr. Dickens' voice, and I wouldn't miss an occasion to talk to him for anything.
John, do you mind if I stroll about the farm?
Oh, go anywhere you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, may I walk with you?
Are you sure you're up to it, dear?
Oh, yes. Fresh air might benefit the child.
Oh, it will?
Yes, don't worry, John. I shall have her back here at the house very shortly.
Mr. Dickens, you cannot know how glad I am to see you. I fear for my life on this farm.
You are exaggerating, aren't you, my dear? Just a bit.
Look at me. You were kind and gentlemanly enough not to ask what these bruises are on my face, these bandages on my arms.
Well, it wouldn't occur to me to intrude.
I have to tell someone. I haven't told the police.
Why? Why on earth not?
It would make everything so much more complicated.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid. Is it someone you know?
Yes.
The same person who inflicted those marks on you?
No.
Do you mind if I step inside the barn and have a look around?
No, go ahead. But do you...
No, of course, I understand. Indelicate of me. It was you who found Francis in there. You avoid the place, I'm sure.
I tried to. But I had to show the Somerset police. You understand? Where? I will go into the barn with you, if you like.
Here. Let me help you with that big door.
Oh, you don't have to. Many's the morning when I've been the first one here. Milked the cows, opened the barn door, led them out, and closed the barn door. I've become very strong for a city girl.
You did all the farm work alone?
Oh, no. We shared it. Oliver and Francis did the heavy work and the planting. But I fed the pigs, chickens, milked, cleaned the house, put on the porridge at night, and made tea and bread, made all the meals.
And your stepmother, Agatha?
She's been ailing since winter.
Yes.
Oliver, he showed me everything. He was nice. I'm sorry he's gone.
You've no idea where?
No, I haven't.
You're telling me that you and Francis did not get along?
Francis thought everything I did was wrong.
Unfortunate living under the same roof.
I didn't like Francis. He hated me.
Jealousy?
In a way. He hated that his mother married my father so soon after his own father's death. And he took his hate out on me. Oh, Mr. Dickens, you don't have to pretend any longer that you don't notice these black and blue marks on my face and arms. They're also, well, across my back. Oh, he hit me with a rope. No, I can't say I mourned a great deal when he was dead.
Constance, is this where they found Francis? That rope cut off up there?
This is where he was?
Yes, now, look, I don't think I'm quite clear on this. I thought that he'd been done in by some unknown person, but he hanged himself?
When I saw him hanging up there, I climbed onto the loft and cut him down.
And you think it was Oliver? I mean, that's why he ran away?
No, I don't. Oh, not that he had much use for Francis. He knew him for a long time. Keep away from that bully, he'd tell me.
You think he disliked him enough to kill him?
Mr. Dickens, do you mind if we leave the barn now? I can't even do the milking in the morning anymore. It makes me ill just to be here.
So it's your view, Charles, the finger does not point directly at any one person?
No, Tommy. No, not yet, anyway. I told you about the young man's treatment of the girl, so it is possible that someone, let's say a friend, knew of this and strung him up. But how it was done, no, I wouldn't venture to say. I questioned everyone I could find who knew Francis, except Agatha, his mother.
Well, we'll have to do that.
Yeah, but she was too wrought up to talk, even though I've known her for years. Oh, Tommy, my suspicions this far rest upon Oliver Wattle.
I agree. He certainly had a hand in it. So you rule out accidental death?
Not possible.
Then why doesn't their coroner make a determination?
Well, I know. I'm going back Monday. I'll have a talk with him. He's been ill. Now, are you allowing me to continue on this case alone?
You're making progress. The department will be satisfied. Why do you ask?
Well, from my point of view, I'd feel more valuable if I could be 2 steps behind an expert, rather than falling over my own feet.
Well, good enough. My desk can be cleared. We'll tackle this one together. Monday, the Somersetshire coroner. You are the coroner, Mr. Bradfield, am I correct?
Correct, Inspector.
Mr. Bradfield, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my associate at Scotland Yard, Mr. Charles Dickens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Bradfield?
Inspector, I didn't quite catch your name.
Witcher. I'm sure you're surprised the Yard is employing a man of Mr. Dickens' reputation.
I understand you used to live around here, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I still do. I have a house on Cricket Lane.
Coroner, we came out from London to find out your verdict. Murder or suicide?
No question. Suicide.
Oh? What evidence do you have?
Well, not as much as I'd like. The constable said there was something about ropes that had been cut down to get the body down, but I went by the marks on the neck and evidence by the young lady who found him hanging.
What evidence was that?
Well, she said she found the body of Francis Kent. Let me consult my notes. Yes. I climbed up to the hayloft and took a knife and cut the rope. And then he fell to the ground, and I tried to revive him, but he was dead, and I couldn't.
May I see your report? Thank you. What is this? About one ankle broken?
Well, it was indeed one ankle. So I concluded that when the body was released by the young lady cutting the rope, it fell straight down, feet first, upon the barn floor, with sufficient force to break that one ankle bone. I've also made note of several contusions about the back of the head.
Caused by the rope?
Well, I can't be sure. The loose end had disappeared. But there are contusions behind the cranial cavity. Again, I concluded the head must have encountered a rafter. Hence the abrasions, etc.
Have you performed an autopsy?
Well, I thought about it and suggested it in passing to Agatha. Well, she wouldn't permit it.
You are recommending a verdict of suicide?
Oh, no question.
Now, Coroner, we're not asking you to change your opinion, which is, after all, based on your medical expertise, but couldn't you perhaps delay convening the jury until Inspector Witcher and I have done a bit more investigating?
There may be conflicting aspects.
Any I should know about?
Oliver Wattle, for one. A possible suspect.
Yes, and neither of us have talked to Agatha. She may shed some light.
The entire Kent family may know more than they have reported so far. Certainly, Oliver Wattle should be found and questioned.
Oh, you both you gentlemen, suspect it may not be suicide at all, but murder.
Coroner Bradfield, how can we close our eyes to the remotest possibility?
Inspector, Charles, I've prevailed upon Agatha to join us. I hope you'll be careful in what you say.
Have no worries. Since Charles here is a friend of long standing, I shall let him do most of the talking.
Good. Well, I'll go and fetch her.
It occurs to me, Charles, wouldn't it be better if you saw Mrs. Kent alone?
Yes, it might, Tommy. An inspector from Scotland Yard does have an ominous ring.
And you know her, have known her. She's bound to speak more freely alone with you.
Yes, all right, I'll do my best.
When John Kent brings her in, I shall leave with him. We'll be outside somewhere.
Gentlemen, I hope you won't detain my wife very long. Agatha, this is Inspector Witcher.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you. Mr. Kent, I suggest you and I retire and leave these good friends alone.
Thank you, Inspector. You're right. Charles is the only person in the world I could bear to talk to right now. I had such great expectations for my Francis. And now...
Yes, Agatha, I should be frank with you. None of us believe for a moment that Francis took his own life.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Someone must have had a hand in it, and we have every intention of finding that someone. Who he is, we still don't know. We haven't a shred of evidence. But there is one person, Agatha, whose actions and motives we cannot account for, and that is Oliver Wattle.
Oh, poor Oliver. Poor dear.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he came to me and asked me to hide him.
And did you?
Oh, naturally.
Now, Agatha, I know you are a warm-hearted person and that Oliver has worked this farm even before I came to live in Somersetshire. Now, that was years ago. But hiding a man in a situation like this, to me, it's extraordinary you do that much for someone who, at best, is only a fine farmhand.
Oliver is more than that, dear Charles. He is my own brother.
Oliver Wattle?
So, of course, when he begged me to hide him, I did.
A strange development here in Somersetshire, and still stranger characters. One man dead, another disappeared, a widower married to a widow, a frightened daughter, a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, the greatest writer of the age, turned sleuth, Charles Dickens. The conclusion when I join you shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down. White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Your Detroit area Cadillac dealers are issuing an invitation. An invitation not just for Cadillac owners, but for owners of Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks as well. It's an invitation to take advantage of Cadillac service on any General Motors car. Cadillac service. Its attention to detail. It's a degree of respect that you as a customer may never have encountered before. Cadillac service is as close as your nearest Detroit area Cadillac dealer, and it's available for all GM cars. You'll find that your Cadillac dealer service department is no more expensive than service at an ordinary service facility. Accept this invitation. Find out what it's like to be treated like a Cadillac owner, even if you drive something else. You'll find our service is like our cars.
Dickens himself, although a master reader of minds and reporter of the social scene, still was aware one can never know too much about the mainspring that drives people to action. In detective terms, the motive. So he has agreed to become an operative of Scotland Yard. But now, it is not as an investigator, but as a family friend that he talks with Agatha Kent about the untimely death of her son.
Agatha, when did you last see your brother and Oliver?
The day they found Francis.
That very day?
Everyone had gone into town with the constable. I couldn't go. I couldn't bring myself to go.
You were, in fact, here.
Right where I am sitting now, in this chair.
You didn't go with John to Ashbourne to the doctor that day.
Oh, my doctor don't live in Ashbourne, and I haven't seen him since Easter.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened?
The house was empty. There was a rapping on the window. It was Oliver.
You got up and let him in?
We stood there and held one another and wept. And then Oliver said there was someone behind it all, and he was afraid, deathly afraid.
That he might be the next to die?
Yes.
But why?
Because he had seen it happen, and he was sure they had seen him.
They?
He wasn't very clear if it was one or more. He kept saying, Agatha, save me, save me. So that's all I thought about. Is that so strange?
No, not at all. Your poor boy was dead. Nothing more could be done for him.
So I told Oliver to leave that very moment for Bristol. The family house still stands, 200 years old. No one lives there. It's tiny. It overlooks the ocean.
That's where he's been hiding.
I hope so.
I wonder why John never told me, or the inspector, about your family house in Bristol.
Because I never told him. Oh, I wasn't keeping it a secret exactly. We've only been married a year. Somehow I never got around to it.
When I think of all the years I've known you, Agatha, and you never told me either, or about Oliver.
Forgive me. He never wanted anyone to know, and so I kept his secret for him.
Yes, well, you're making this very difficult for me. You know, I'm not your old friend, the writer now. I'm an operative of the art. How can I keep this information from them?
Because, Charles, you are my friend, and I ask you to.
Yes. Well, we must find him and ask him what he knows about Francis's death. Now that I know he's in Bristol, you might as well tell us exactly where. If he's done nothing wrong, then what does he have to fear? We'll protect him.
You're right. Let me send him a letter and tell him to come back immediately.
Yes, well, now I'm tiring you, Agatha. I'm sure I'll go. Now, you send that letter today, and we'll talk again. I've opened my house on Cricket Lane so that Inspector Witcher and I both have a place to stay and until this case is solved.
This is a nice little cottage you have here, Charles. Well, now, your opinion. Francis Kent, a suicide?
Oh, unlikely, Inspector.
I agree. Improbable. Suspects? Oliver Wattle, yes?
Yes.
John Kent himself, yes?
Well, I don't see a motive, but I can't rule him out. He lied about going to Ashbourne with Agatha. No such thing occurred.
Constance Kent.
And I'm afraid I can't rule her out either.
Easier to rule her in.
Yes.
Visible evidence of the young man's cruelty to her. She alone found him dead. Cut him down, and either carelessness or intent so disfigured the corpse we don't know exactly how he died.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say she was on hand when the noose end of the rope disappeared. Why did it?
Unfortunately for her, but there it is. Have to go forward tomorrow morning.
Forward? To do what?
You and I will be at the Kent's house early in the morning to arrest Miss Constance on suspicion of murder. Francis Kent could have died at her hand, coshed from behind as he stood on the loft, pushed off to the ground, explaining the broken leg. Then all she had to do was sling a rope across the rafters and cut it off, making it appear she had cut him down. He never hanged from the neck, and the coroner himself couldn't prove it.
Yes, well, it's all possible the way you analyze it, but it's hard to believe. I mean, suppose, Tommy, Oliver Wattle were located or came back. I believe he knew something or saw something.
I agree. And what I have just told you is what I think he saw.
Now, look, Tommy, you inveigled me to assist you because you said you valued my character judgment, and I tell you categorically that Constance Kent had nothing to do with the death of her stepbrother, that she was not implicated, that her connection with the boy's death was pure coincidence.
I do value your instincts, Charles, But to rely upon that in the face of hard evidence is a mistake. A woman is just as capable of revenge and murder as anyone else.
Constance, is that you?
Yes, Father?
What are you doing sitting down here in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
What's being down here looking into the fire? That's not going to help.
I like it here.
I might as well stir it up then. It'll go out at this rate.
Father, don't. Put the poker down, please.
What in heaven's name is the matter? Why are you backing away from me?
Don't stir the fire. Put the poker down, will you? Please, put it down.
2 in the morning. Such goings on.
Oh, please.
All right. I don't understand you. Constance?
Yes?
Walk over here. Come back to the fire.
You won't pick up the poker again?
Are you afraid of me? Your own father?
Well, it's late. I'd like to just sit here alone. I'm all right.
You're not answering me.
I don't want to talk about it now.
You know I would never do anything to hurt you in the slightest way. You must know that.
Yes, Father.
All right, so long as you know that. When your mother was ill, that final illness when we came back from Africa, I swore to her I would never let anyone hurt you in any way. I kept that promise. You know that. Didn't I? All right. You don't want to talk about it now, but we both know what I'm talking about. Good night, child.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Oliver, what are you doing out there? It's 4 in the morning.
I'm climbing into the house, through the window. Everyone asleep? You still have a nice fire going. Let me get to it and warm myself.
Oliver, why are you here?
Why that tone of voice, Constance? I'm your friend. I always was.
I'm afraid of you, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're afraid of what I know and what I saw. But I went away, didn't I? So that no one could ask me questions.
Is that why you went away?
Well, did you learn how to do it? Huh? How could a young, pure girl like you do such a thing? It was like trapping a wild animal. Yeah, but then I remembered my sister telling me where you and your father came from.
Your sister?
Yeah, I don't mind if anyone knows now. Agatha. Yes, it was Africa, wasn't it, where you lived before you came to London? She told me Africa. That's where they do those things, isn't it?
What did you come here for? What are you going to do?
Nothing. But I wanted you to know. I saw what happened. I don't blame you. Francis was wicked. And I was right there in the barn that night. I saw him step on the trap. Isn't that what they call it in Africa, where they catch tigers by the legs? I saw him swung off his feet, his head bouncing like a cockle shell off the beam. And that was it. There he hung from his foot like a dead animal. And then you came in. But the job was done. You had a lantern. You cut him down. And you took the rope from his foot. He's probably still somewhere under the hay.
Why did you come back? Are you going to tell the police what you saw?
I haven't made up my mind. I was the boy's uncle. His mother never knew the sort he was, but I did. As a child, he would crush insects, frogs, anything smaller than he was. Well, good night, Constance. I'll leave the way I came. You have nothing to say?
I can't say anything, Oliver.
Nothing? Not one word? I'm guilty. I'm innocent.
I could never tell anyone what I know. Father, are you awake? Father, wake up.
What? Constance, why are you standing by my bed with the lamp? What is it? What's the matter?
Oliver is back.
Oliver?
Father, he saw it happen. He saw the whole thing. He knows.
He knows what?
He saw the way Francis was killed. He was in the barn. He saw me come in and cut him down and hide the noose for the foot. He knows about Africa, that it was a tiger trap. Oh, he's read it or guessed it. Only he thinks it was all my idea, that I set the trap.
Where's Oliver now?
I suppose he went home.
Well, I've got to get dressed. I've got to go over there right now before it's morning. When did he leave here?
Father, don't. No, not another death on your soul.
You don't understand. That boy didn't deserve to live. I did it for you.
I didn't want him dead.
When I saw what he did to your face, your eyes, what he did to your back, I couldn't stop myself. It had to be. He didn't deserve any better than a beast in the jungle, a wicked bully. There was no other way. You understand that now, don't you? Constance, come back here. Do you hear me? Constance!
All right, I'm coming.
Constance, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
Oh, Mr. Dickens, you've got to come quickly. The inspector, too.
What is it, child?
He's going to kill Oliver. We must stop him. It's my father. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thought he was protecting me. Oh, please come. Inspector Witcher, please come down.
The inspector's not here.
Don't you understand? My father's gone off his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Constance, please. I want you to calm yourself right now, this instant. Now, your father is all right. He can't do any harm to anybody.
I don't understand.
Constance, do you remember about 4 o'clock this morning when Oliver went into your window? Your stepmother Agatha got word to him and made him come back. While he was talking to you, I was outside that open window listening. And when Oliver left, I followed him.
Then you heard him say that I set the trap.
Yes, but I didn't believe that. Now, when I got here, I told Inspector Witcher that John Kent was on his way to stop Oliver from talking, and that there was only one reason for that.
Where is he?
By now? Oh, I expect your father is in custody.
Oh, I must go to him. He didn't mean it, any of it.
Yes, Constance, I believe you. I honestly do. But whether his deed is justifiable, we shall have to let the courts decide. You knew all along who had set the trap, didn't you?
Whatever I did, it was so nobody would find out. What else could I do? He did it for me. Oh, please, Mr. Dickens, take me to where he is. I want to help him now. All I can.
So do I, Constance. Believe me, so do I.
According to the records, John Kent pleaded guilty while of unsound mind and was remanded to St. Clair's Hospital for 5 years of treatment. John's wife, Agatha, and his daughter, Constance, stuck by him, and when he was released, John ended his days farming in Somersetshire. Charles Dickens returned to writing books, one greater than the next. I shall return in a moment.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yield without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Asset can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
To honor the man and his works, Charles Dickens was the very first novelist ever to be buried in Westminster Abbey. He left us a legacy of unforgettable characters created out of his own imagining, yet as lifelike as anyone who ever lived. Certainly his brief experience with the Yard contributed to the birth of such characters as Fagin and the Artful Dodger. And for that, we shall always be grateful to that time when Dickens was the new man at Scotland Yard. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valve red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's countdown to a cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Edna. Taking it easy, I see, eh? Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
Well, I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
You don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead, take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, hey, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Watch these folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Your old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
We both have to, Edna.
Well, these human beings are barbarians.
Now, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
What I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, we'll be getting lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, We got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What show business?
Well, whatever it is that makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what could be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha! Martha, over here.
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
you said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha.
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that
he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl. But now you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what is Lady Macbeth?
Well, listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna. It's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about? We're not chimps. We're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How
to...
can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
you see, it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house. You mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No. What is the matter with that monkey? I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape. Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon. I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you I'm an ape? I'm an ape. I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. Well, you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
Oh, how are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down like that.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling now, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
Hey, what? Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
No, Waldo, the show is over. You done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
Huh? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act 2 shortly.
Great Scenes from Great Plays, with your host, Walter Hamden, and starring tonight Brian Ahern in A Tale of Two Cities. Each week at this same hour, the Episcopal families of your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild invite you to share the dramatic inspiration of great scenes from great plays as transcribed by famous artists of stage, screen, and radio. And now, here is your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hamden.
Thank you, and good evening. Few famous events have inspired so many great stories as the French Revolution of 1793. Its lofty idealism, caught forever in the words liberty, equality, fraternity, and its terrible cruelty, symbolized by the slaughter of the guillotine, have both illuminated a background of heroism and violence for stories of perpetual meaning. One such it is my privilege to present to you tonight. A play based on the novel by that most beloved of all novelists, Charles Dickens. The story, A Tale of Two Cities. And here to play the unforgettable role of Sidney Carton, it is my pleasure to present the internationally popular star, Mr. Brian Ahern.
Thank you, Walter, and I am happy to take part in your presentation of A Tale of Two Cities. For it is a story of great strength and great emotional appeal.
Yes, Brian, and we are looking forward to your portrayal of the immortal Sidney Carton. So let us raise the curtain now on A Tale of Two Cities. Our tale of two cities, London and Paris, begins in the year 1783. In London's famous criminal court, Old Bailey, a young Frenchman named Charles Darnay is facing a charge of being a spy for France. One of the witnesses is being questioned by Sidney Carton, counsel for the prisoner.
And now, Dr. Manette, on the night in question, you say that you were reunited with your daughter, Lucy Manette.
Yes. I had not seen her since she was a child.
Oh, why?
Many years ago, I was imprisoned in the Bastille in my native France without trial. I remained in prison for 21 years.
And you cannot identify the prisoner, Charles Darnay, who was your fellow passenger aboard the Channel packet that night.
I had just been released from prison. My mind was not clear. But I am told Mr. Darnay was most helpful to us on that journey. And he has been ever since. I beg to be excused from testifying against a young man of whom I know nothing but good.
Now, tell us, Miss Manette, isn't it true that Mr. Darnay told you he was traveling on business of a delicate nature?
Yes, he was using an assumed name. But I have the highest faith in Mr. Darnay. He has been most kind to me. And I hope I may not repay that kindness by doing him harm today.
Mr. Barsett, you maintain that for 5 years you have observed the prisoner, Charles Darnay, making secret journeys between London and Paris.
Yes, and holding mysterious meetings with French conspirators, giving them lists of British military interests.
Mr. Barsett,
Look me squarely in the eye, please.
Yes, sir.
You have testified that on a certain night 5 years ago, you saw the prisoner, Charles Darnay, secretly exchanging papers with an unidentified man. Now, it has been established that the night in question was a dark, rainy night, and that the man you say was the prisoner was wearing a hat pulled down over his face and a heavy coat.
Yes.
And yet you're sure that the man you saw was the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anybody who resembled the prisoner?
Oh, no, not enough so I could have made a mistake.
Look at the prisoner, please. Now, I am removing my lawyer's wig. Look at me. Bassett, allowing for the fact that the prisoner Charles Darnay is a fine, upright young man, and that I look a bit older than my years, wouldn't you say that he and I might be twin brothers? Bassett, are you still so sure of your identification? If the court please, I have shown that this man, a moment ago so positive, is no longer so positive. I further contend that the charges against my client have been trumped up by this paid spy, John Bassett. And that an attempt has been made by unscrupulous men serving private ends to send Charles Darnay to his death.
Mr. Carton?
Ah, Mr. Darnay.
You've left our little celebration to celebrate by yourself.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Darnay. But my tastes run to solitary celebration.
At least let me interrupt to express my gratitude for your obtaining my acquittal today.
Oh, it was an amusing courtroom trick.
Still, it saved my life. Mr. Carton, I feel I owe it to you to tell you what I could not say in court. The truth about my business in France.
You owe me nothing, Mr. Darnay.
Let me judge that. You see, I come of an extremely wealthy and powerful family of France. A family of nobles.
There's no crime in nobility, or the lack of it.
As my family has wielded its wealth and power, there is a crime. That's why I have renounced my name, my title. The business which took me to France so often was the sale of my portion of the family estates and the settlement of its debts.
What is your real name, Darnay?
My uncle and present head of the family is the Marquis de Saint-Evremond.
You? A Saint-Evremond?
My uncle considers me a traitor. That's why he used that paid spy, Barsad, to trump up those charges against me.
The name of Saint-Evremond is hated by every man, woman, and child of French blood. Does Dr. Manette know this? And Lucy?
I intend to tell them.
I see. Will you join me in a drink?
No, thank you.
Mind if I do?
Not at all.
It's the weakling's way out of a life of loneliness.
But you have no reason to be lonely. I admire you. So does Dr. Manette. And Lucy has a high regard for you.
Regard for me? Love for you.
Love?
She loves you. And still, knowing that and loving her myself...
You love her?
Still, I saved your life. What a fool I am. And yet I don't mind your knowing it. I've told you part in hate, part in liking, and all in bitterness. Well, perhaps now you can think better of me than I think of myself.
You've given me courage, Mr. Carton, to tell Dr. Manette everything I've told you, and to ask for Lucy's hand in marriage. You've made me a very happy man.
Now, that was hardly my intention. Now, suppose you go back to your celebration and leave me to mine.
Mr. Carton, how pleasant to see you.
Oh, you're good to say so, Miss Manette.
It's been some time. Do come in. Father's in the garden with Charles. They'll both be pleased to see you.
Before we join them, may I express my happiness at the news of your engagement to Mr. Darnay?
Charles says it was your sharp eyes that first discovered how I felt. We owe you our happiness. But, Mr. Carton, you look tired, ill.
Yes, I am, in a way.
Your family, your work?
My work? There's not enough of it to tire me, and I don't want more. And family? Why, Miss Manette, the only persons I care about on earth are in this house.
Then I want you to feel that this house, now and later when Charles and I are married, is always yours.
Miss Lucy, will you hear something that I have to tell you?
Of course.
I don't want you to be afraid. I meant to keep this to myself, but I feel it must be said and done with. I love you.
No.
I've loved you from the beginning. Oh, I know it's impossible for you to return the love of a man like myself.
I love Charles.
Oh, I don't deceive myself. Even if Charles Darnay had never been born, I would have no standing before you. But it gives me some slight consolation to know that I'm capable of love for you. It gives me a standard to measure how far I have fallen from what I might have been. It will end in nothing. But I wanted you to know that you inspired it.
Mr. Carton, Oh, there's nothing I can say.
I know. But there is one thing more I must say. One thing that may, heaven knows how, give my life a meaning in the end. Miss Lucy, for you, and for anyone dear to you, I would do anything. In the happiness that lies ahead for you and Charles Darnay, forget all else I've said, but remember this one thing, that there is a man in the world who would give his life, for what little it's worth, to keep a life you love beside you.
Sidney Carton did not attend the wedding of Charles Darnay and Lucy, yet in the 9 years that followed, he remained their close friend. They were 9 empty years for Carton, and 9 full, happy ones for Lucy and Darnay. But meanwhile, in France, the suffering among the people had boiled over into bloodshed and revolution. The heads of royalty and aristocrats dropped like rotten apples from the grisly tree of the guillotine, the great knife. The prisons were crammed, not only with the guilty, but with the helpless victims of circumstance as well. In one dank prison cell, an old man is writing a letter.
Monsieur Charles Darnay, to you out of the past, out of a cell in the prison of La Force in Paris, comes a cry for help. You will remember me, Henri Gabelle, your old friend and business agent in the transactions which sold your estates of the family of Saint-Evremont. Now the Republic, for my innocent part in that affair, has imprisoned me. I will die by the guillotine unless you can find some way to help me. I know it is much to ask, but a desperate, helpless old man sends forth this cry for help.
Miss Lucy, Dr. Manette, I had your message and came at once.
Father and I found this note on coming home this afternoon, Mr. Carton. Charles has left suddenly for Paris.
Paris? In heaven's name, why?
He's gone to try and save an old friend, Henri Gabelle, from the Revolutionary Tribunal.
Oh, what foolhardiness. Nobody can be saved. The Republic wants blood.
More faces Darnay than failure to save a friend. He may destroy himself. Remember, he's a Saint-Evremont.
But, Father, he renounced his family years ago.
Well, that'll be of little consequence, Lucy, at a time like this when blood flows freely.
Mr. Carton, I am an old prisoner of the Bastille. No patriot of France could possibly deny me one small return for my long, unjust imprisonment. Safety for the husband of my daughter. Lucy and I are going to France at once.
But that's foolhardy madness, too. The screaming rebels won't hear your plea. Oh, there must be another way. You must stay here.
No, we're determined to go.
Then you give me no choice. I'll go with you.
Next, you there. You were the citizen called Charles Darnay?
Yes. Why have I been arrested?
Your name is Saint-Evremont. You're an aristocrat. And they must be executed if they return to France.
But I am not an emigre, a fugitive. I left France 10 years ago, gave up my family name and my estates. I've returned only to help an innocent old man. See this letter from Henri Gabelle. And I'm married to the daughter of a Bastille prisoner for over 20 years, Dr. Manette.
Dr. Manette? Was he once a doctor of Paris?
Yes, you know him.
My name is Ernest Defarge. I was once his servant. When he was released, he was placed in my charge till his daughter came to take him to England.
Then you know I could never have married his daughter if I were one of your hated enemies, and his.
The Tribunal of the Republic will decide your fate, citizen. You will remain in prison until summoned. Next.
Here you are, Citizen Saint-Evremont. Your cell. You won't be in it long.
Jailer.
Huh?
Let me look at you.
I have no time. There are other prisoners.
One moment. Yes, in Old Bailey Court in London 10 years ago. You, John Barsad.
Huh?
Once a spy for my uncle.
You're mad, citizen.
John Barsad.
My name is Mutuus Scaevola, servant of the French Republic, jailer here at La Force prison. You're jailer, citizen.
Come in, Miss Lucy, Dr. Manette. These rooms belong to the Paris branch of my firm. We may use them as long as we're in Paris.
Pray heaven it won't be long.
What's that? Why are the people shouting?
Oh, a moment, Miss Lucy. Let me close the shutters. Unhappily, these windows overlook the Republic's place of execution.
Guillotine.
Oh, Lucy, put it out of your mind. We have so little time.
First, we must find Darnay. Now then, Doctor. This man Defarge.
Yes, my old servant. He will know. He and his wife have a wine shop in Saint Antoine. Surely they can find out for us where Charles is if he's in danger.
Dr. Manette, write Defarge a letter for me. I'll go there at once. Your pardon, citizen. Is there an Ernest Defarge here?
I am Ernest Defarge, citizen.
Ah, Defarge. My name is Sidney Carton. It's you I've come to see. Can we talk?
At this table. What is it?
I brought you this note from Dr. Manette.
He's here? In Paris?
Yes.
Oh. I see he inquires about young de Saint-Evremont.
His name and his sentiments are those of Citizen Charles Darnay. Have you any news of him?
He is held in La Force prison. He is to be tried today as a hated aristocrat.
Ah, that's bad news. But Dr. Manette wishes to see you.
To ask my help? But how can I help him? It is my wife above all orders who hopes to destroy Darnay and all aristocrats.
Defarge, Dr. Manette may be able to touch your wife's heart. Take her with you to see him.
It will do no good, Monsieur Carton, but I will try. Do you come with us?
No. Here in your wine shop, I see an old friend. You go ahead with Madame Defarge. I'll follow shortly.
As you say, citizen. Therese, a word with
you. You there.
Aye, citizen.
Yes, you, John Barsad.
My name is Scaevola. I'm a jailer at La Force prison. You mistake me, sir.
Not that face, and never that hangdog manner, Barsad.
Quiet, citizen.
Ah, that's better. I'm sure you remember me.
Take care, Citizen Carton. I know you, but the game is not equal between us.
True indeed. The game is in my hand.
You'll need good cards for that.
Cognac, citizen? Now let me look over my hand, Citizen Barsad, servant of the Republic, also formerly a spy in the pay of the Marquis de Saint-Evremont and the British government. Have you followed my hand?
But not to understand your play.
You may, when I play my ace. Denunciation of Citizen Barsad to the nearest section committee. And then what? The guillotine you wish on others for yourself.
What?
Now look over your hand.
What do you want of me?
You're a jailer at La Force prison. You will procure me access to the prisoner Darnay when I demand it.
Take you to him? It would be my head.
You forget, Barsad. It's your head already.
Now, does the prisoner Charles Saint-Evremont, called Darnay, admit his real name?
Yes, I've told the tribunal the truth of my life. I have committed no crime. Citizens, why have I been denounced, and by whom?
Look there, citizen. I, Ernest Defarge, have denounced the prisoner.
And I, Therese Defarge.
You, Dr. Manette's old friends. Impossible. There must be someone else.
There is. Dr. Manette himself.
Citizen President, I am Dr. Manette. This is a fraud. Who says that I denounced the husband of my own daughter?
I demand to be allowed to answer that question.
Come to the stand, Madame Defarge.
You all know that Citizen Manette spent 21 years in the Bastille. Do you know why?
because as a doctor he attended a peasant family which has been under the yoke of the St. Evremond. He saw that family murdered one by one. And for knowledge of the crimes of the St. Evremonds, Dr. Manette was sentenced, untried, to a living death. Of all that peasant family, only I, a younger sister, survived. And the murderer of all my family was the uncle of that man Darnay, who now stands in the prisoner's dock. In the name of my family, in the name of countless others trampled by the St. Evremonds and their power, I demand the head of this man. Shall I have it?
Wait! My story is true. I have known the real identity of Charles Darnay for years. He never knew it was his family which destroyed my life. I tell you, he is no true St. Evremond.
Then let his life be your sacrifice to the Republic.
Charles St. Evremond, called Darnay, you will be taken back to La Force prison, and thence within 3 hours to the guillotine.
Father, Mr. Carton, you must help me. I must die with him.
Courage, Lucy. Have courage.
I need no courage to die, and I want no courage to live without him.
Oh, Lucy, you must. There's still time if we...
If I might only see him, embrace him one last time before... Oh, before...
Lucy.
Mr. Carton, she's fainted. Help me place her on the sofa.
Do not revive her now, Dr. Manette. Oh, my poor Lucy. Once I said I would give my life to save a life you loved. It was a sacred promise. I seal that promise now with a kiss you will never know. Quickly, Bassett.
There he is, Citizen Carton. But be quick.
I shall, Bassett. Stay where you are. Darnay.
Carton, you in Paris? And a prisoner, too?
No. I bring you a request from Lucy, that you ask no questions and do exactly as I tell you. First, change that coat of yours for mine. Come on, quickly.
There's no escaping from this place, Carton. What is that strange odor?
Odor? I smell nothing. Now, your waistcoat. Your cravat.
You will only die with me.
Hurry, man.
What odor is that? What is that cloth in your hand?
It's nothing. No. Just something to put you to sleep for a short time. Bassett, he's ready. Take him away.
This is devil's work, substituting yourself for a condemned man. It'll cost me my head if it's discovered.
Discovered? That trick will not be discovered, Bassett. Why, even at this moment, even you cannot be sure which of us, myself or him, is the man who's going to the guillotine.
Father, someone at the door, perhaps Mr. Carton with news.
Come in.
Your help, if you will.
Bassett.
Charles! Charles! Oh, here, rest him in this chair.
He'll recover shortly.
Bassett, how did you come to be here with Charles Darnay?
There's no time now for questions or answers. You'd best get yourselves and him out of Paris at once. And let me get away from here before I join his friend under the guillotine.
Wait, Bassett.
Father, here in Charles's coat, a letter. Lucy, my dearest, I will soon climb the steps to the guillotine, not as Sidney Carton, but as Charles Darnay. Strangely, these are the happiest moments of my life.
To know that you love Charles Darnay, and that for these few moments, I am Charles Darnay. I once told you that there is a man in the world who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. The time is here. The world in which I have done so little, in which I have wasted so much, fades fast from before me. But in its stead,
I see the lives for which I lay down my life, peaceful, useful, prosperous, and happy, in that England which I shall behold no more. It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known.
Walter Hamden, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's play, but first, an important message of interest to you.
One of the great but frequently forgotten principles of the Christian religion is the tremendous power of self-denial and self-sacrifice. Tonight's play was chosen to give inspirational and dramatic emphasis to this principle. The play's hero, Sidney Carton, in giving up his own life on the guillotine in order that those he loved might live in peace and security, finds the great happiness that he had been unable to find in his selfish and wasted life. Yes, we humans are always at our best when we sacrifice self-interest for others. This is as it should be when we remember how our Lord, Jesus Christ, himself suffered and sacrificed on the cross in order that men might see the light of God and be saved. And it's only through this Christian principle of self-sacrifice that we can find solutions to the great problems which trouble the world today. For only by sacrifice of selfish interest can we build satisfactory family life. Only through mutual sacrifice can we build sound community relations. Only by mutual sacrifice can management and labor find answers to their differences. And only by mutual sacrifice can the nations of the world build the enduring peace we all pray for. Obviously, the principle of sacrifice and self-denial must be accepted by each of us as individuals before it can be extended to communities or nations. Today, and for nearly 2,000 years, the greatest teacher of this principle is the church. That's why, if you've not been to church lately, or if you're not a member of a church, we urge you to think carefully now about becoming an active church member. You may find that the Episcopal Church is the one that can give you what you need spiritually. To assist you to know something about the Episcopal Church, what it is, what it stands for, and how it offers you a faith that can bring security and happiness in these difficult times, we have prepared an informative booklet called Finding Your Way. Now, this booklet will be sent to you promptly if you will simply send a postcard or letter with your name and address to the station to which you are listening.
I want to thank our cast, and of course you especially, Brian O'Hearn, for a thrilling performance. Next week, friends, it will be our pleasure to present Arthur Wing Pinero's beautiful play, The Enchanted Cottage, the story of a man broken in body and spirit and a very plain young girl, and how they discovered a great miracle in a strange way in a strange place. Our guest will be the lovely motion picture star, Miss Jean Tierney. I hope you will join us. Now, an invitation from the Episcopal Church.
The Episcopal Church welcomes men and women alike to share in the opportunities for service represented by the Church's wide variety of activities. There's important work to do for those less fortunate than ourselves. Work that in the true spirit of the Church makes better people of us all. So after services this Sunday, why not have a talk with your rector about it? He'll be happy and grateful to let you know how you can help.
A Tale of Two Cities,
by Charles Dickens. A historical fiction set in London and Paris during the French Revolution, 1789 to 1799. The principal characters are Dr. Manette, a French physician, wrongfully imprisoned for 18 years. Lucy Manette, his daughter. Charles Darnay, a former French aristocrat who has repudiated his title and left France to live in England. Jarvis Lorry, the able representative of Telson and Company, a banking house. Sidney Carton, a law clerk, and Madame Defarge, a French peasant and longtime revolutionary. In the year 1775, King George III sat on the throne of England, preoccupied with his rebellious colonies in America. Across a narrow neck of water to the east, Louis XVI reigned in France, not very much bothered by anything except seeing to his own comforts. On a cold and foggy night in late November, Mr. Jarvis Lorry was headed out of London bound for Paris via Dover on a matter of business. In the darkness of the coach, as he and other passengers waked and drowsed by turns, Lorry was confronted by a gaunt and ghostly apparition who engaged him in a silent and macabre conversation. The figure haunting him through the night was Dr. Manette, a French physician and the father of Mr. Lorry's young ward. When the doctor had disappeared from his home 18 years before, his young English wife had diligently and sorrowfully searched for him until she died 2 years later, leaving her small daughter Lucy, who was placed in the care of Mr. Lorry. Lorry had brought the child to England, where she was turned over to Lorry's servant, Miss Pross, a wild-looking, wonderful woman who adored her. At Dover, Lorry was joined by Lucy, now a young woman, and Miss Pross. Lorry informed Lucy that her father had been found alive after years as a political prisoner, and that he, Mr. Lorry, was making this trip to Paris in order to identify him. Lucy, it was hoped, could then help restore him to life. The sudden reality of finally meeting her father was so great that Lucy could only mutter in an awe-stricken, doubting voice, "I am going to see his ghost. It will be his ghost, not him." In Paris, Mr. Lorry proceeded directly to the wine shop of Monsieur Defarge, a former attendant to Dr. Manette, who was now looking after him. The company ascended to the attic. Lucy had been prophetic. Indeed, Manette seemed but the ghost of a man, bending over his little shoemaker's bench, unaware of anything around him. Still, together with the free and bewildered Manette, the little group journeyed back to England. Lucy already showed a love and understanding for her long-isolated father, and her companions felt sure she would accomplish the miracle of calling him back to his former self. 5 years later, Lucy and her father were called as witnesses in an English court, where a Frenchman, Charles Darnay, was on trial for treason. In the courtroom sat another young man, a lawyer's clerk named Sidney Carton. Carton was immediately struck by the resemblance he and Darnay bore to one another, and when a key witness identified the prisoner as the man he had seen gathering information at a dockyard, Carton managed to discredit the witness by calling attention to the fact that in that very courtroom sat another, himself, who could easily be mistaken for the prisoner. The jury was swayed, and Darnay was acquitted. During the trial, both Carton and Darnay became acquainted with the Manettes. From that time on, they often visited the Manettes' comfortable little house on Soho Square. Both men enjoyed the company of the good doctor, whose health of mind and body had been restored through Lucy's patient ministrations, and they also came to see Lucy. As suitors, their physical resemblance was never remarked upon because they were so different in attitude and demeanor. While Darnay, who had turned his back on his ancestral name and title, showed his refined upbringings in his confidence and courtliness, Carton seemed to be his own worst enemy. He was only confident of continued failure, and assured himself of it through drink, slovenliness, and a morose character. Though Lucy welcomed them both, she was most drawn to Darnay. Being of a sympathetic and loving nature, she listened and wept one day as Carton, in uncharacteristic openness, confessed his love for her. He asked from her nothing in return because he believed even her love would not be enough to redeem him. The conversation ended with Carton's strange statement and promise. "It is useless to say it, I know, but for you and for any dear to you, I would do anything. Think now and then that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you." Lucy and Charles Darnay were eventually married and began their family. They were happy, but always in the background of their lives lurked a cloud, which seemed to draw menacingly closer year by year. Finally, in 1789, the French Revolution exploded into being. Centuries of aristocratic indifference to the plight of the starving peasants and the years of cruelty and selfishness had at last brought on a bitter rebellion that turned Paris into a cauldron of chaos. Madame Defarge, the wife of Dr. Manette's former servant, became a leader in the Revolution. Through the long years from girlhood on, Madame Defarge had always kept her knitting in hand, recording with each stitch a death list of the names of all those whose injustices she witnessed. Now her denunciations came forth as if they had been coiled inside the knitting. Out came the hatred, vengeance, and lust for blood that only a woman who had seen all her family killed by the aristocracy could feel. When Madame Defarge and her husband and cohorts, armed with knives and axes, stormed the Bastille, they opened a floodgate of mob violence that would inundate the country. 3 years of tumult elapsed. At last, both Mr. Lorry and Charles Darnay felt they must go to Paris. Lorry, true and loyal businessman that he was, looked after the affairs of the Paris branch of Telson and Company, while Darnay visited a family retainer who had written begging for his help and presence. But upon his arrival, Darnay was immediately taken into custody and imprisoned, along with many aristocrats and political victims. When Lucy and her father discovered what had happened, Dr. Manette was convinced that, as a former prisoner of the Bastille, he alone could rescue his son-in-law. He hurried to Paris with his daughter and grandchild. There he was quickly accepted by the revolutionaries and allowed access to civil authorities who could perhaps help. But Charles, now identified under his true name as heir to the notorious House of Evrémonde, had become a certain target of Madame Defarge. She would not allow his release. When, after 15 months in prison, Charles was acquitted of his alleged crimes through the quiet, confident, and moving defense of Dr. Manette, the family's rejoicing was short-lived. 4 men came to arrest the young husband again that very afternoon, declaring that he had been denounced by 3 other accusers, the Defarges and 1 other. It was only at the second trial that the identity of the 3rd accuser was discovered, Dr. Manette himself. Now at last came the complete story of Manette's imprisonment. It was presented in the form of a letter written by the doctor after he had spent 10 years in prison and was fearing for his sanity. He had hidden the letter behind a stone wall in his cell, where Defarge had encountered it the day the Bastille was stormed. The letter gave the names of those responsible for Manette's abduction and imprisonment, 2 brothers of the House of Evrémonde, Charles' father and his uncle, and ended with a condemnation of that house and its descendants. Thus, Dr. Manette, in a tragic and ironic turn of events, was named as his son-in-law's 3rd accuser, and Charles, for his ancestors' crimes, was pronounced guilty and sentenced to death by guillotine. Sidney Carton, who had by now come to Paris, appeared singly calm and purposeful in the face of such terrible news. With a disciplined courage quite foreign to himself, he gained entrance to Charles' cell as his final visitor. There he drugged Darnay, rendering him unconscious, exchanged clothes with him, and had him carried from the cell as Sidney Carton, a friend of the prisoner, totally overcome with grief. Carton remained in Darnay's stead. Hours later, as the coach bearing the Manettes, Mr. Lorry, and a still unconscious Darnay thundered toward the Channel and refuge in England, Sidney Carton was making his own escape from his self-imposed prison of constant failure. Riding along at an unhurried pace in the third tumbril of 6, bound that day for La Guillotine, Carton's face and demeanor were those of a man who had found his way, and he was unafraid of his destination. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far better rest that I go to than I have ever known, he whispered to himself. He was now about to offer up his life for his friends. Dickens conceived the idea for this complicated plot while acting in a play. Every event penned in A Tale of Two Cities draws toward one great climax, set against the backdrop of the greater drama, history. Master of detailed settings and characterizations, Dickens gave himself the challenge of stripping details down to the bone and letting the many intertwining characters be swept along with the action and violence of the times. Fortunately for the reader, the novelist couldn't resist the temptation of fleshing out his minor characters, who provide some relief in an otherwise grim account of the French Revolution. Dickens takes the least time with Lucy and Darnay, supposing perhaps that we would see them clearly enough. Sidney Carton's inner reform is more fully drawn, and Dr. Manette's brief lapses back into insanity are an early study of the psychological effects of extended inhumane treatment. Jarvis Lorry shows the most character development, evolving from a man of strict business and propriety to one of feeling and warmth. The vindictive Madame Defarge, at first glance, seems to be the main villain in the piece, but on reflection, La Guillotine, a symbol of revenge run amok, seems to vie for the honor. A Tale of Two Cities is a sad account of man's inhumanity to man, for even though Darnay escapes, the reader is left haunted by the many innocent who did not.
The Columbia Network takes pride in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the third broadcast of a unique new series dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. This is the first time that a complete theatrical producing company has been brought to radio, and the Columbia Network again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to its own stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation coast to coast. Every week, Orson Welles invites our listeners to suggest their favorite titles. And tonight, at your request, the Mercury Theater on the Air presents A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens, with Orson Welles as Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton. A Tale of Two Cities.
Paris, 1767. I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope has quite departed from my breast. I write these words with a rusty iron point, dipped in scrapings of soot and charcoal from the chimney, mixed with blood. One cloudy night, 10 years ago, I was walking along the quay by the river.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette.
That is my name.
Dr. Manette, formerly of Beauvais.
I am that Dr. Manette.
Will you please to enter the carriage, Dr. Manette?
Gentlemen, pardon me, but I usually inquire who does me the honor to seek my assistance.
Doctor, your clients are people of condition enough. Will you please to enter the carriage?
They were armed and I was not. I got in silence. We left the streets behind, through the north barrier, onto a country road, and presently stopped at a solitary house. I saw that the two men were brothers. In an upper room, I found a patient in a high fever of the brain lying on a bed. She was a woman of great beauty and young, certainly not past 20. Her hair was torn and ragged, and her arms were bound to her side.
My husband, my father, my brother. 1, 2, 3.
How long has she
4.
lasted?
It's about this hour last night.
She has a husband, a father, and a brother?
A brother.
You are not her brother?
I am not.
My brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There is another patient. You had better see. Come.
7, 8, 9.
In a back room on some hay on the ground lay a handsome boy of not more than 17. His wound was a sword thrust, received from 20 to 24 hours before. He was dying fast. How was this done, monsieur?
Crazed young common dog, a peasant, forced my brother to draw on him and has fallen by my brother's sword, almost like a gentleman.
The boy's eyes moved slowly towards me.
Have you seen her, Doctor?
I have seen her.
She is my sister, Doctor. She was a good girl, married to a good young man, too. One of his tenants. We are all tenants of his. But the Marquis of St. Alverman saw her, and what do you think they did? He and his brother. You know, Doctor, that is among the rights of these nobles to harness us common dogs to carts and drive us. They so harnessed my sister's husband and drove him all day, and all night kept him on the grounds in the unwholesome nights, quieting the frogs so that their noble sleep might not be disturbed. And then back in the harness in the day. Taken out of harness one day at noon to feed, if he could find food. He sobbed 12 times, once for every stroke of the bell, and died on her bosom. And then, when her husband was dead, that man took her away. I saw her pass on the road. I tracked him here, and last night I climbed in. A common dog, but a sword in my hand. I made him draw and fight with me. Common dog though I am. Where is he?
He is not here.
Marquis of St. Alverman, in the days when all these things are to be answered for, I summon you and yours to the last of your bad race to answer for them. I mark this cross of blood upon you as a sign that I do it.
He put his hand to the wound in his breast, and with his forefinger drew a cross in the air. He stood for an instant with a finger yet raised, and as it dropped, he dropped with it, and I laid him down, dead.
My husband, my father, my brother.
I
1,
returned
2,
to the bedside of the girl.
3, 4.
The sound of her voice never ceased. She lingered on for a week. Then, on the 8th day...
Well, she is dead?
She is dead.
I congratulate you, my brother.
5 nights later, toward 9 o'clock, a man in a black dress rang at my gate, demanded to see me, and softly followed my servant, Ernest Defarge, upstairs, into the room where I sat with my young wife.
An urgent case, Doctor. Won't detain you long. I have a coach waiting.
When I was clear of the house, a black muffler was drawn tightly over my mouth from behind, and my arms were pinioned. The two brothers crossed the road from a dark corner and identified me. Not a word was spoken. That coach brought me here to the Bastille. It brought me to my grave. If it had pleased God to put it in the hard heart of either of the brothers, in all these frightful years, to grant me any tidings of my dearest wife and my child, so much as to let me know by a word whether they are alive or dead, I might have thought that he had not quite abandoned them. But now I believe that the mark of the Red Cross is fatal to them, and that they have no part in his mercies. And them, and their descendants, to the last of their race, I, Alexandre Manette, unhappy prisoner, do, this last night of the year 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce them to heaven and to earth.
The words are written in scrapings of soot mixed with blood on scraps of crumbling paper. There they lie, hidden away in the solid stone, year after year. Now in the North Tower, cell number 105 is heard all day, a low, hammering sound. The sound of an old man making shoes in the dark. One day, after 18 years, the sound stops, and for a while, North Tower cell number 105 is empty. My name is Jarvis Lorry. Most of the characters in this history are people whom I first encountered in the course of business on behalf of Tellson's Bank, London and Paris, of which I have been for many years a partner. This is a history of events that took place in London and across the Channel in France in the terrible years immediately preceding and during the Great French Revolution. 1785, the Dover Road.
What o'clock do you make it, Joe? 10 minutes good past 11. My blood, and the Dover coach not atop a shooter's hill yet. Hey, Joe. What do you say, Tom? I say an horse and a canter coming up, Joe. I say a horse and a gallop, Tom.
Gentlemen, in the king's name, all of you.
Hello! You there! Stand the right fire!
Is that the Dover Mail?
Never you mind what it is. What are you?
Is that the Dover Mail?
What do you want to know?
I want a passenger if it is.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Gentleman of the name of Lorry, answer straight.
Yes, what is it? Does somebody want me?
Mr. Lorry.
What's the matter?
A dispatch sent after you from over yonder. Chesterton and Company.
He can come close, guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope there ain't. Hey, you! Come in at a foot pace. Let's have the dispatch. Here it is, Mr. Lorry.
Thank you. Guard, there's nothing to be afraid of. I belong to Tellson's Bank in London. I'm going to Paris on business. Now read this.
If so be as you're quick, sir.
Wait for Miss Manette at Dover. You see, guard, it's not long.
Messenger.
Yes, sir? Take back my answer to London. Here it is. Recalled to life.
Recalled to life? Yes, Mr. Lorry.
Good night.
Tom. Hello, Joe. Did you hear that message? I did, Joe. What did you make of it, Tom? Nothing at all, Joe. Well, that's a coincidence, too. Well, that's just what I made of it myself.
This way to the galley packet. This way to the galley packet. We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais.
Glad to have you with us again, Mr. Lorry. I'm expecting a young lady aboard, a Miss Manette. She may ask for Mr. Jarvis Lorry, or she may ask for a gentleman from Tellson's Bank. But when she comes, will you show her to my cabin?
Very good, sir.
We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais.
Miss Manette. Sit down, if you please.
Thank you.
Miss Manette, it's very difficult to begin. Miss Manette, I'm a man of business. I have a business charge to acquit myself of. The story relates to one of our customers.
The story?
Yes. One of our customers, a French gentleman, a scientific gentleman, a doctor.
A doctor?
Miss Manette, if your father had not died when he did, don't be frightened, miss. As I was saying, if Monsieur Manette had not died, if he had suddenly and silently disappeared, if he had been spirited away to some dreadful place, then the history of your father would have been the history of this unfortunate gentleman, the Doctor of Beauvais.
I entreat you to tell me more, sir.
I will, I'm going to. Can you bear it?
I can bear anything but this uncertainty.
Miss Manette, your father has been found in the house of an old servant in Paris. We're going there. He's alive. In a quarter of Saint Antoine, in a narrow, mean street full of offense and stench, peopled by rags and nightcaps and hunger, smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, we found the wine shop of Dr. Manette's old servant, Ernest Defarge. His wife sat in the shop behind the counter as we came in. A stout woman wrapped in fur. She was knitting. Ernest Defarge?
That's me.
May we have a word with you?
Willingly, sir.
My name is Jarvis Lorry of London. This is Miss Manette.
Come with me, then. I'll take you to him. He's very high, a little difficult. Better to begin slowly.
Is he always alone, then?
Yes,
Of his own desire?
of necessity.
He is greatly changed.
Changed?
The door's locked?
Yes.
You think it necessary to keep him locked up?
I think it necessary to turn the key.
Why?
Why? Because he has lived so long locked up that he'd be frightened, rave, tear himself to pieces, die. His door was left open.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes, it is possible in this fine world we live in. Not only possible, but done. Done, see you, under that sky there every day. Will continue being done until the last of that accursed race has perished from the face of the earth.
Quiet. Let us go in.
I'm afraid of it.
Of it? What?
I mean of him, my father. Listen. What is that sound?
Faintly, through the dark, with his back toward the door, we saw a white-haired man sitting on a low bench, stooping forward. Very busy, making shoes.
Father.
Good day, Manette.
Good day.
Still hard at work, I see.
Yes. Yes, I'm working.
I want to let in a little more light here. You can bear a little more?
Well, what did you say?
You can bear a little more light?
I must bear it. If you let it in.
You have a visitor, Manette.
What did you say?
Here is a visitor. Show him the shoe you're working at. Take it, monsieur. Now tell monsieur the maker's name.
I forget what it was you asked me.
The maker's name.
Did you ask me for my name?
Yes, I did.
105 North Tower.
Is that all?
105 North Tower.
At that moment, his eyes caught the skirt of Lucy's dress. He raised them and saw her face.
What is this? You're not the jailer's daughter?
No.
Who are you? Who are you?
She sat down on the bench beside him. Her golden hair, which she wore in long curls, had been hurriedly pushed aside and fell down over her neck. Advancing his hand, little by little, he took it up and looked at it.
It is the same. How can it be? When was it? She laid her head upon my shoulder that night when I was summoned out. She had a fear of my going. Or was this? Was it you? Was it you? No, you're too young. It can't be. Can't be. You're too young, too young.
Father.
Mr. Lorry, Dr. Manette is, for all reasons, best out of Paris. Best out of France.
The next morning, we left for London. As we drove off, we left Monsieur and Madame Defarge standing on the doorstep looking after us. There was that same look of secret, dangerous anger in their faces that I had seen before. Madame Defarge was still knitting. The next night we were in Calais. There we boarded the packet and after a rough voyage reached England in safety. I was to be reminded of that voyage 5 years later, a trial was held at the Old Bailey, at which I was summoned to appear in company with Miss Lucy Manette and Dr. Alexander Manette, all three of us, as witnesses for the Crown.
Is all ship exact?
What's coming now?
The treason case.
The quartering one?
He'll be drawn on an hurdley wheel, he'll be half-egged. Then he'll be taken down and sliced before his own face. Then his head will be chopped off and he'll be cut in quarters. That's the sentence.
If he's found guilty, you mean?
Oh, they'll find him guilty. Don't be afraid of that.
The prisoner was brought in. A young gentleman of about 25, well-grown and well-looking. He was very pale. For a moment his eyes turned to where we sat. Then the indictment was read.
Charles Darnay, you're a false traitor to our serene, illustrious, excellent Prince, our Lord the King, by reason of your having on divers occasions, by divers means and ways, assisted Louis the French King in his wars against our serene, illustrious, excellent Prince King George. That is to say, by coming and going between the dominions of our said serene, illustrious, excellent Prince, those the said French Louis, and wickedly, falsely, treacherously.
Prisoner, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I shall now prove, my lord, to the satisfaction of yourself in this jury, that the prisoner Charles Darnay, though young in years, is old in these treasonable practices which today claim forfeit of his life. That this correspondence with our national enemy is not a correspondence of today, nor of yesterday, nor even of last year or the year before that. That as long as 5 years ago...
First witness for the Crown, Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Jarvis Lorry? Mr. Lorry, are you a partner of Tellson's Bank?
I am.
On a certain night in November, 1775, did business occasion you to travel between Calais and Dover by the packet ship?
It did.
Mr. Lorry, look upon the prisoner. Have you seen him to your certain knowledge before?
I have.
When?
At Calais that night, the prisoner came aboard the packet and made the voyage with me.
At what hour did he come aboard?
A little after midnight.
In the dead of night, eh? Were you traveling alone, Mr. Lorry, or with any companion?
With 2 companions, a gentleman and a lady. They're here.
They're here? Miss Manette, Miss Manette! Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, Charles Darnay. Miss Manette, have you seen the prisoner before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On board the packet ship just referred to, sir.
You are the young lady just referred to?
Most unhappily, I am.
Answer the questions put to you.
Miss Manette, had you any conversation with the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Recall it.
When the gentleman came aboard...
You mean the prisoner?
Yes, my lord.
Then say the prisoner.
When the prisoner came on board...
Did he come on board alone?
No.
How many were with him?
One, a French gentleman.
Did they confer together?
Yes, they seemed angry. I thought I heard the prisoner say, there is a curse on our house. You have brought a curse on our house.
Miss Manette, the court is not interested in what you think you overheard. What conversation did you have with the prisoner?
Soon after we started, he noticed that my father was very tired and in a very weak state of health. The prisoner was very kind and useful to my father. I hope I may not repay him by doing him harm today.
The prisoner's conversation, Miss Manette. What did the prisoner say to you?
He told me that he was traveling on business of a delicate and difficult nature, which might get people into trouble, and that he was therefore traveling under an assumed name. He said that in England, my father...
Alexander Manette!
Dr. Alexander Manette!
Dr. Manette!
Dr. Manette, look upon the prisoner.
As the old man looked at Darnay, his face for an instant became frozen, as it were. It was a curious look, very intent, deepening into a frown of dislike and distrust, not even unmixed with fear. It passed so quickly that few could have noticed it.
Dr. Manette, have you ever seen this prisoner before?
Once when he called on us at my lodgings some 3 years ago.
Can you identify him as your fellow passenger aboard the packet ship, or recall his conversation with your daughter?
Sir, I can do neither.
Is there any particular and special reason for your being unable to do either?
There is.
Has it been your misfortune to undergo a long imprisonment without trial in your native country, Dr. Manette?
A long imprisonment.
Were you newly released on that occasion?
They tell me so.
Have you no remembrance of the occasion?
None. My mind is a blank. From some time, I cannot even say what time, when I was employed in making shoes. That was in my captivity to... Excuse me, sir, to the time when I found myself living in London with my dear daughter here. I have no remembrance, no remembrance.
Next witness! Next witness! Next witness! Next witness!
Now things began to look black for the prisoner. The prosecution held that previous to that Friday night in November 5 years ago, Charles Darnay had visited a dockyard town on the south coast of England, and there collected information which he later delivered to the French authorities in Calais. In proof of this, the star witness, who had every appearance of being himself a paid spy, now took the stand and identified Charles Darnay as having been at the precise time required in the coffee room of a hotel in that dockyard town, waiting for another person. On this point, counsel for the prisoner tried in vain to shake him.
And that is the only time you ever saw this prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
You never saw him before or since?
No, Your Honor. No.
Now, a curious thing happened. A gentleman who had been sitting off by himself all this time, staring up at the ceiling of the court, suddenly came to life, removed his wig, wrote a word or two on a little piece of paper, and tossed it to the prisoner's counsel, who opened it, and then looked with great attention and curiosity at the prisoner.
You say again you are quite sure that it was the prisoner?
Oh, quite sure, Your Honor.
Did you ever see anybody very like the prisoner?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Do you think there could be anybody so like the prisoner that you could be mistaken?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
But if there were, you could be mistaken.
Oh, no, Your Honor.
But if there were, you would then admit that you might have been mistaken.
Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Look upon Mr. Sidney Carton, my learned friend there, without his wig, and then look well upon the prisoner. How say you? Are they not very like each other?
God, like as two peas in a pod. Two peas. It ain't natural.
Gentlemen of the jury, do you find the prisoner Charles Darnay guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
The lights were nearly all out in the passages as I left the court with the prisoner, Charles Darnay. There, leaning against the wall in the dark, stood Sidney Carton. There was wine on his breath.
Oh, Mr. Lorry. Men of business may speak to Mr. Darnay now.
Sir, we men of business are not free.
I know. Don't be upset, Mr. Lorry. You're as good as another, I have no doubt. Better, I dare say.
Indeed, sir. I really don't know what you have to do with the matter. If you'll excuse me for saying so, I really don't know that it's any of your business, Mr. Carton.
Business? Bless you, I have no business.
It's a pity you haven't, sir.
I think so, too.
If you had, perhaps you would attend to it.
Lord love you, no. I shouldn't.
Mr. Darnay, good night. God bless you, my boy. I hope you've been this day preserved for a prosperous and happy life.
Thank you, sir. Good night. Good night, my boy.
Good night. Mr. Darnay.
Yes?
Mr. Darnay, this is a strange chance that throws you and me together. It must be a strange night to you, standing alone here with your counterpart on these street stones.
I hardly seem yet to belong to this world again. I feel quite faint.
Then why the devil don't you dine? Let me show you the nearest tavern to dine well at. Come on. Now, Mr. Darnay, now that you've eaten, do you feel that you belong to this terrestrial scheme again? It must be an immense satisfaction for you. Waiter, another bottle of wine. To me, the greatest desire I have is to forget that I belong to it. There's no good in it for me, except wine like this. All right, for it. So we're not much alike in that particular, Mr. Darnay. Indeed, I begin to think we're not much alike in any particular. You and I, except that we look alike. Now your dinner's done, why don't you call a health, Mr. Darnay? Why don't you give your toast?
What health? What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. It ought to be, it must be. Swear it's there.
Well, Miss Manette, then.
Miss Manette, then. Miss Manette, that's a fair young lady to a coach in the dark.
Yes.
That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. Huh? How's it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion, Mr. Darnay?
Mr. Carton, you saved my life today. I have not thanked you.
I neither want any thanks or merit any. It was nothing to do in the first place, and I don't know why I did it in the second. Mr. Darnay, let me ask you a question.
Willingly.
Do you think I particularly like you?
Really, Mr. Carton, I have not asked myself the question.
But ask yourself the question now.
You have acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do.
Nevertheless, there is nothing in that, I hope, Mr. Carton, to prevent my calling the reckoning and our parting without ill blood on either side.
Oh, nothing in life. Oh, you pay the whole reckoning, Mr. Darnay. Then, bring me another pint of this same wine drawer and come and wake me at 10. Last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think you know I've been drinking?
Since I must say so, yes, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
That is very much to be regretted, Mr. Carton. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe so and maybe not, but don't let your sober face elate you, however. You don't know what it may come to. Good night, Mr. Darnay. Drawer! Drawer! Where's that bottle of wine?
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If it is true, and when our day does come, I hope for her sake Destiny will keep her husband out of France.
Her husband's destiny will take him where he is to go, and will lead him to the end that is to end him. That is all I know.
Madame Defarge sits there knitting names into a scarf. Noble names. Lausanne, Lombard, Guise, Saint-Evremont. Darkness is closing around. And then comes the ringing of the church bell. She sits knitting. Another darkness is closing in, when the church bells will soon be melted into thunder cannon, when the drum shall be beating to drown a wretched voice. And Madame Defarge, at the foot of a structure yet unbuilt, will sit knitting, counting dropping heads. London, 1789. Never did I see two people more united than Dr. Manette and his daughter in the weeks before Lucy's marriage to Charles Darnay.
Are you happy, my dear father?
My child, I never thought I should live to know such happiness.
An occasional visitor to their house in Soho Square was Sidney Carton. He was not improved in habits, or in looks, or in manner. His air of debauchery was as if, even more pronounced, and it seemed to me that he was behaving with even less delicacy than usual when he presented himself one afternoon, only a few days before Lucy's marriage, and asked to see Miss Manette alone. He was shown upstairs.
Miss Manette, will you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I know very well that you can have no tenderness for me. I ask for none. I'm even thankful that it cannot be.
Without it, is there nothing I can do for you, Mr. Carton?
All you can ever do for me is done. I wish you to know that even the last dream of my soul, in my degradation, I've not been so degraded, but the sight of you with your father and of this house
The stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. A dream, all a dream that ends in nothing and leaves the sleeper where he lay down. But I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Will nothing of it remain?
No, Miss Manette. No. No, I shall never be better than I am. I'm like one who died young. All my life. Might have been. Don't be afraid. I'll never refer to this again, only in the hour of my death I shall hold sacred this one good remembrance. That my last avowal of myself was made to you, and that my name and faults and miseries were gently carried in your heart. Do you believe this of me, Miss Manette?
I do.
And this, too, believe. For you and for any dear to you, I would do anything. Remember sometimes. Remember that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye.
Paris, 1789, July 14. In the quarter of Saint Antoine, something is happening. In the narrow, mean streets, smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, all-night crowds have been stirring. Soon after dawn, Madame Defarge puts down her knitting.
Defarge, at last it has come.
Yes, our day has come. Saint Antoine this morning is a vast, dusky mass of scarecrows heaving to and fro, with gleams of light above the billowy heads, where steel blades and bayonets shine in the sun. Now the mass begins to move.
Patriots and friends, we are ready. To the Bastille.
The living sea rises, wave on wave, depth on depth, overflowing the city. After 2 hours, a white flag from within the fortress. The sea rises wider and higher, over the lower drawbridge, past the massive stone outer walls, in among the 8 great towers surrendered.
The prisoner! The secret cell! The instruments of God! The prisoner! The secret cell!
The North Tower. What is the meaning of 105 North Tower? Quick. It is a cell, citizen. Show it to me. There is something hidden there that I must find. Pass this way, Citizen Defarge.
3 years go by. The King of France and the Queen of France have paid with their lives for the suffering of the people. Day after day, fresh victims are driven through the streets of Paris to feed this new monster which lives on human blood, the guillotine. And at its foot, day after day, sit the women, knitting. London, 1792. The headquarters and the great gathering place of those who fled from France in those troubled years was Tellson's Bank.
Letter for Marquis de Saint-Aubin.
Here.
Vicomte de Lille. Vicomte de Lille.
Arrested at Calais. Executed.
Baron de Neuville.
Arrested. Executed.
Marquis de Saint-Evremont. Marquis de Saint-Evremont.
Here.
Mr. Darnay.
I'll take it.
Charles Darnay. I didn't know that you were familiar
I'll take charge of the letter, Mr. Lorry.
You know where to deliver it?
I do. If there's any answer, I'll let you know. Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis Charles de Saint-Evremont. I have been seized and brought to Paris. The crime for which I am to lose my life is, they tell me, treason against the majesty of the people, in that I have acted against them for an emigrant. You are that emigrant. It is in vain that I tell them that even before the confiscation of emigrant property, according to your commands, I had collected no rent and forced no taxes. Their only answer is that I have acted for an emigrant. Where is that emigrant? I beg you, Monsieur heretofore the Marquis, to come to my rescue and release me. I pray you, be true to me, your poor servant.
Yes, Darnay?
I have the answer to that letter.
So soon?
It is to a prisoner in the La Force prison in Paris.
And what is the message?
Simply that he has received the letter
and will come.
3 days later, a few leagues out of Calais, on the Paris road, Charles Darnay was arrested.
Citizen, I beg you to observe that I came here of my own free will, in answer to that written appeal that lies before you. Is that not my right?
Right? Immigrants have no rights. You're consigned, Evremont, to the prison of La Conciergerie.
Just heaven, under what law? For what offense?
We have new laws, aristocrat, and new offenses since you were here.
News reached London through a secret agent of Tellson's Bank that Charles Darnay was in prison in danger of death. 3 days later, we were in Paris. Lucy with her child and Dr. Manette.
Come in. Good evening, citizen. Do you know me?
I've seen you somewhere.
Perhaps at my wine shop.
I noticed standing in the door a heavily built woman, silently knitting. Madame Defarge?
Yes.
That she may be able to recognize the faces and know the person.
It is for their safety.
Mr. Lorry.
Lucy, this man has a letter for you from Charles.
Oh, thank you. Dearest, take courage. I am well, and your father has influence around me. You cannot answer this. Kiss our child for me.
Is that his child?
Yes, madam. This is the prisoner's little child.
It is enough, my husband. I have seen them. We may go.
Oh, Madame.
Yes, aristocrat.
Madame, you will be good to my husband. You will help him to see him if you can.
What is it that your husband says in that little letter? Influence, no. He says something about influence.
He says...
Perhaps it will release him.
As a wife and a mother, I implore you to have pity on me. My husband is innocent.
The wives and mothers we have been used to see have not been greatly pitied. All our lives we have seen our women suffer. Poverty, hunger, thirst, sickness, misery.
We have seen nothing else.
We have borne this a long time. Is it likely the trouble of one wife and mother would be much to us now? Goodbye, aristocrat.
Call Donny! Charles Evremont! Call Donny!
Prisoner, is it true that you have lived many years in England?
That is true.
Then you are an immigrant?
No, citizen judge.
Prisoner, why did you return to France when you did?
I returned to France on the written entreaty of a French citizen to save a French citizen's life. Is that the action of a guilty man? Is that criminal in the eyes of the Republic?
Citizen Dr. Manette, take the stand. Dr. Manette, do you know this prisoner?
I do.
Where did you first make the prisoner's acquaintance?
In England, citizen judge, on my release from long imprisonment. This man is my first friend. For years he has lived in my house, always faithful and devoted to my daughter and myself in our exile. In all the years that I know this man, I, Dr. Manette, for 18 years, prisoner in the Bastille.
Enough! Live, Dr. Manette! Not guilty! Not guilty!
Citizens! Wait! This prisoner has been denounced for a crime against the Republic. Before this prisoner is released, I demand in the name of the Republic that this denunciation be read aloud.
Why waste
Charles Evremont called Darnay. Suspected and denounced enemy of the Republic. Aristocrat. One of a family of tyrants. One of a race proscribed. Charles Evremont called Darnay. In right of such prescription, doomed to die.
Was the accused denounced openly or secretly?
Openly, President.
By whom?
3 voices. First, Ernest Defarge, winebender of Saint Antoine.
Good.
Second, Therese Defarge, his wife.
Good.
Third, Alexander Manette, physician.
I protest. This is a forgery and a fraud. The accused is the husband of my daughter, who says that I denounced the husband of my child.
Citizen Manette, be still. If the Republic should demand of you the sacrifice of your child, you would have no duty but to sacrifice her. Be silent!
On the 14th of July, 1789, at the taking of the Bastille, a paper was found by Citizen Ernest Defarge,
concealed between two stones in the chimney of a cell known as 105 North Tower. The writing is the writing of Dr. Manette. I, Alexander Manette. Let it be read! I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope is quite departed from my heart. I go now. And descendants to the last of their race, I, Alexander Manette, unhappy prisoner, do this last night of the year, 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce to the times when all those things shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth. Death!
All day, tumbrils go through the streets, feeding the guillotine, and at its foot, splashed with blood, sit the women knitting late into the night, counting dropping heads.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Lorry. Don't be alarmed. I'm quite sober.
Sidney Cotton.
Now, Mr. Lorry, listen carefully to what I have to say.
But Cotton...
Don't waste time asking questions. First, Mr. Lorry, here is the certificate which enables me to pass out of the city. You see, Sidney Cotton, an Englishman.
Yes?
Yes. Keep it for me until tomorrow. I have arranged to see Charles Darnay in prison in the morning, and I'd better not take it with me. Do you understand?
Why not?
I prefer not to do so. Now, take this paper. It's a certificate enabling Dr. Manette and his daughter and her child at any time to pass the barrier on the frontier, you see?
Yes, but
you can buy the means of traveling the coast as quickly as the journey can be made. You have money. Order your horses to be ready at 2 p.m. Well?
It shall be done.
Tell Lucy tonight, for the sake of her child and her father, tell her and press upon her the necessity of leaving Paris with them and with you at that hour. Tell her it was her husband's last wish. You think she'll consent?
I believe
Have
so.
all these arrangements made in the courtyard, and here, even to the taking of your own seat in the carriage, and then, the moment I come to you, take me in and drive me away. Do you understand that?
I understand that whatever happens, I am to wait for you.
You have my certificate in your hand with the rest. The instant my place is occupied, you start for England. Promise me solemnly that nothing will make you alter the course on which you now stand pledged to each other.
Nothing, Cotton.
Remember these words tomorrow. Remember them. Change the course or delay for any reason, and no life can possibly be saved. Many lives dear to us must inevitably be sacrificed.
I will remember them. I hope to do my part faithfully.
Yes. And I hope to do mine.
In the black prison of the Conciergerie, the doomed of the day await their fate. They are 52. Even before their cells are quit of them, new occupants have been appointed. Before their blood runs into the blood spilled yesterday, the blood that is to mingle with theirs tomorrow is already set apart.
Is this the one?
Yes, this is the one. Go you in alone. I wait outside. Lose no time.
Good day, Mr. Darnay.
Cotton.
Once more we meet.
Are you a prisoner, too?
No, I happen to be possessed of a power over one of your keepers here. I come from your wife, Darnay. I bring you a request from her.
What is it?
A most secret, earnest, pressing entreaty. No time to ask me why I bring it or what it means. I have no time to tell you. You must comply with it. Take off these boots you wear and draw on mine. Here's a chair now. Hurry. Draw on these boots of mine. Put your hands to them. Put your will to them. Quick.
Cotton, there's no escaping from this place. It can never be done. You'll only die with me. It's madness.
It would be madness if I asked you to escape, but do I? Of course not. There's that cravat, and there's a mine.
Cotton, it's madness. It can't be done. It never can be done. It has been attempted. It has always failed.
Do I ask you, dear Darnay, to pass the door? When I ask you that, then refuse me. There are pen and ink and paper on this table. Is your hand steady enough to write? Then write what I shall dictate. Quick, friend, quick. Write exactly as I speak.
To whom do I address
To
it?
no one.
Do I date it?
No. No. If you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand this when you see it. You do remember them, I know. It is not in your nature to forget them. Have you written, forget them?
I have. Is that a weapon in your hand?
No, I'm not armed.
What is in your hand?
You shall know directly. Right on there, but a few words more. I am thankful the time has come when I can prove them. That I do so is no subject for regret or grief.
What is that vapor?
Vapor?
Something in the air?
I'm conscious of nothing. Take up the pen and finish. Hurry, hurry. If it had been otherwise, I should have had so much the more to answer for. If it had been otherwise.
If it had been otherwise.
Donnie. Donnie. Good. Hey there. Quick. Come in. Have him change his coat. Now, call for help. Take me to the coach.
You?
Him, man, with whom I've changed. You go out by the gate by which you brought me in.
Of course.
I was weak and faint, and you brought me in, and I'm fainter. Now you take me out. The parting is overcome us. Such things happen here often, too often. Quick, call for help.
You swear not to betray me.
Man, don't waste time taking yourself to the courtyard. You know him. Place him yourself in the carriage, show him yourself to Mr. Lorry, and tell him to remember my words of last night and his promise of last night, and drive away.
Hey! Hey! Help! And England!
Halt! Who goes there? Who's inside? Papers? Alexandre Manette, physician, French. Lucy, his daughter, French. Lucy, wife of Evremont. Is that right? Huh. Evremont has an appointment elsewhere today, I believe. Lucy, their child, English. Sidney Carton, lawyer, English. English lawyer appears to be sleeping. Jarvis Lorry, banker, English. Go ahead, you can depart, citizens. A good journey.
Follow me, Evermore.
I'm ready.
Down, Abramo! Down, Abramo! Witches, Abramo! Stand to back there, next to the girl! Sit down, everyone! To the guillotine! 18!
Citizen Evermond, do you remember me? I'm a poor little seamstress who was with you in the prison.
Huh? Oh, true, I forget. What were you accused for?
Plot. Is it likely? Who would think of plotting with a poor little weak creature like me?
19!
I'm not afraid to die, but I've done nothing. Citizen Evermond, will you let me hold your hand? I'm not afraid, but I'm little and weak. It will give me more courage.
20!
Keep your eyes upon me, dear child. Keep your eyes on me. Mind nothing else.
I mind nothing while I hold your hand. I shall mind nothing when I let it go. If they are quick.
They'll be quick. Never fear.
21!
Has the moment come?
Yes,
May I kiss you now? I'm so afraid.
my child. Nothing to fear. I see these men around me. Long ranks of the new oppressors who've risen on the destruction of the old, perishing by this same instrument of retribution before it shall cease out of its present use. I see. I see the lives for which I laid down my life. Peaceful, useful, prosperous, and happy in that England which I shall see no more. You know, I see her father restored and faithful to all men in his healing office and at peace. I see her at this moment with a child upon her bosom who bears my name. And I hear her tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice.
Number 22.
Goodbye, little one.
Number 23.
Right, citizen. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like first to thank the actors of the Mercury Theater who played with us tonight. Among them were Martin Gable as Mr. Laurie, Ray Collins as the prosecutor, Edgar Berrier as Charles Darnay, Frank Reddick as Defarge, Eustace Wyatt as the clerk and the judge, Kenneth Delmar as the counselor for the defense, Betty Gard as Madame Defarge, Erskine Sanford as the president, Mary Taylor as Lucy Manette. Next Monday night, we do a novel by one of the most distinguished of living statesman authors.